Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
booked Esports World Cup.
Last year, many came close to the top, but were ultimately grounded, and stronger spirits prevailed. This year, with new faces and some more experienced ones, it will be up to our teams to trust their vision or risk their opponents towering over them, who will rise above the rest and be crowned the EWC Dota Champion.
It's lovely in Paris, and it's the perfect weather for some more Dota 2 action here at EWC 2026. My name is Porte, and I'm joined by Winter again, as usual, just the way I like it, here for more action on the C stream. We are knee-deep into our group stage, Winter. 3 days in, and we're coming over to the 4th. This is where, quite literally, pardon my language, but shit gets real, right? You are very much about to fight for your survival. It's no longer going to be a case of, we still have some days to learn, still have some days to adapt. No such thing. You gotta win every game from here on out if you're trying to survive, especially for the first two teams on our stream today.
Yeah, their backs are against the wall. They don't have any more opportunities to do over. They need to get their A game on. They need to identify the mistakes, but unfortunately, we've also discussed this a couple of times. Throughout the last couple of days, that the problems that they have are not something that you can just fix in 1 or 2 days. You know, it's a fundamental problem. Maybe you can change the draft or adjust the draft a little bit, but it's a problem where it's gonna take them weeks to solve. You know.
Yeah, just a day or two of practice ain't gonna cut it. And specifically for those of you who might not have caught all the action that went down yesterday, we have some highlights that we can go through just about the games that happened on the C stream specifically. So obviously, we've already covered how Rune Eaters seem like a really solid underdog story. They've managed to get some pretty decent draws, and yesterday they actually took a decent game off of BB Team as well. P-Time, on the other hand, maintained their dominance against Level Up, who are still struggling. Level Up will be in our second series of the day, and specifically for them, I don't think they can afford to lose anymore. If they lose a single map, they are going to be cooked. Of course, we move on to our subsequent series. Those were a bit more heated, I want to say, but we saw a lot of the generic problems that you were talking about, Winter, especially from these teams that are in the, I guess, underdog positions. It's all about the fundamentals, right? The play just didn't really match up to the level that we expect here at EWC.
Yeah, the macro play was just really, really lacking in the games that we watch, you know, especially for Level Up. I think Rune Eaters, they are maybe not on the same level. I felt like they were much better in terms of the macro play, but their problem was they were really relying on one person on the team, like Malik. This is the conversation that we keep having over and over again. He needs to be able to lead the game, you know, on his X. Especially the initiating heroes, the Doom, the X.
Yeah, especially those two. I mean, maybe this is a gradual shift specifically for Rune Eaters that they can make towards spreading the responsibilities a little bit, right? Because we're still kind of waiting for, especially in the mid-game, Copy to step up a little bit more on that mid lane. Sure, you can argue that that's just the way he plays, but when it's needed for the current meta, when it's needed for you to keep up, it's still going to be important. Of course, our later two matches covered by Malibu Jesus and Otomo saw P-Vision take a very convincing victory over Reconyx. Our Southeast Asian boys did not manage to at least knock one map down, but at least for OG, they secured themselves a 2-0, a very much needed one, because their group stage also has been kind of rocky, right, on Group D. I think some people might consider Group D to be one of the trickiest groups amongst the four that we have. And for OG, this is kind of a matter of pride, right? They've made it to this event, they've made it to TI. They want to show the fans that that initial bulk of the 6 months that they had successes in these LAN tournaments, that wasn't a fluke. Now with Raven, they're going to be back to form. But that's a matter for the later pair to discuss. For now, we're talking about the overall picture, because you've already heard us talk about the groups, but what's at stake here is much juicier than that, right? There's a reason why all these teams want to survive onto the next stage, because apart from the fact that EWC has a humongous, and I mean humongous prize pool, the disparity between the placements is kind of high, right? Like if you're knocked out in this initial group stage, you get $7,500, which is a good amount of money. But then you compare it to the prize pool at the very top, top 6, top 8, woo, let's go bankroll your operations for a good half a year, maybe even the full year, if you're economical enough.
It's gonna bankroll your vacations throughout the year.
Yeah.
You need a break, you know, there's Dota players that have been training in, day out. Every week it's in a different location. Or for the tier 1.5 teams, you always have to grind the qualifiers. You're away from home.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get to play online, but most of the time you're in the boot camp. If you're not in the boot camp, I imagine you're not gonna stand a very good chance. People need to be together to discuss and get better as a team.
Yeah.
So every time you're away from home, it's just a lot of stress on you mentally. So having extra funds for vacation, it's gonna help you, know?
Yeah, you're always gonna need that vacation, because this group stage has been brutal. We have a video to tell you all about how it exactly works, in case you're not sure.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
Spirit were the ones who managed to secure that prestigious prize last year, and they're going to hope to repeat it again. But of course, all of these other 23 teams are vying for the top spots as well. And as you saw from the video, we'll show you the numbers, because we ain't shy. There's a lot to go around. Everyone wants a piece of the pie, but the piece of the pies aren't necessarily cut the same. You know, whenever you have a birthday cake, you want to make sure everyone gets an equal slice. That's not how it works. Only the best get a big, beautiful slice of the cake with a large chocolate and some fruit on top. If you don't make it past the initial group stage, you're gonna get a tiny little, not even a full cake, Winter.
I mean, it's an entirely different skill set to cut the cake in equal portions.
Indeed. But some people deserve it more than others. Of course, they'll demonstrate that through their gameplay here. But other than just the prize pool, there is also something grander at stake, especially for the larger organizations. Maybe this doesn't necessarily apply to the 2 teams playing for us, but for teams like OG, BBT, LGD, your Liquids, and maybe even across some other titles like Vitality, stuff like that, the club championships are a big deal. And if you don't know what club championships are, I got good news. I got a video explaining it all.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
This is a very, very important prize, especially for some of the specific teams who have disciplines across many spread titles, right? We're talking about, your Spirits, your Falcons, your Liquid, specifically pertaining to Dota. I think there are some newer names this year as well, including Nemesis. Just buffering out, competing across different titles. And as you heard from the video, it's not enough to just do well in one of them. You need to show that you as an organization, you as a whole, you're deserving of that club championship spot. So you got to knock out the top podium places in multiple titles to really feel good. But of course, that is the grander picture. That's still a long way away. And we have some very nice matches for you today on the schedule. Like I said, Rune Eaters Gamer Legion, that'll be our first matchup. And then we have Level Up versus Nigma Galaxy. This is quite literally perhaps the most lopsided match you could put together in Group B, but that's for us later down the line. Reconics versus Team Spirit is going to be a tough one for our boys out of Indonesia. Hopefully they can try and pull something out. But IC/Insanity versus Virtus Pro, I feel like that's going to be pretty close.
Yeah,
maybe VP will get the better of it.
I think the first and the last series are going to be like tough ones, especially the first one, the Rune Eater series against Gamer Legion here right now. We're going to have in a couple of minutes. I think this game is going to be a very, very challenging one for Gamer Legion. Rune Eaters have already shown that they have what it takes to at least trouble the better teams,
Yeah, for sure.
And in the games that even they lost, I felt like sometimes it's not the draft. They just needed to fix a certain amount of like a macro play if they could understand it. I know I mentioned that these are problems that are not going to go away. 1 day, 2 days, you talk about it. It's not going to go away. It takes time. It takes weeks. But if they play a little bit better and they have the right draft, maybe they have what it takes, to take more games off of the better team. So far, we've seen them take one game. I mean, I think they are more than capable of taking one game, but the second game would be a tough one.
Yeah, maybe it's about that kind of post-game one adaptation in some cases, right?
Yeah.
What are they discussing between the breaks? How are they reformulating their strategy against a specific opponent? That is going to be the work of the coaching staff, specifically
And also
Mag.
because your opponents are getting used to what you're doing in the game.
Yeah.
Maybe they haven't really screamed against you before, they never played an official with you before, and they don't really get what are your priorities, because anyway, scrims and officials, they can be very different. It doesn't mean that I'm playing with you a couple of games a week, I know how you function. Of course, you're gonna get like a rough idea, but if you don't play the opponent in an actual official game, you don't really know what are their true intentions. They could be masking certain things in the scrims. They're just, we're just gonna try something out. We're gonna try out today if chicken rice is the best meal in Singapore. Here we go.
Today I tried the croissant. Tomorrow I tried the cheese.
Yeah, who knows?
And I'm on the omelette on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's part of the training. The games you scream. You want to find out if you have another formula, if you have another way of cooking your broth.
100%, yeah.
If you stick with the same plan all the time, you're not going to expand.
It's going to get boring, You're going to be known as the one recipe chef. And then people are going to understand your recipe, boil you up, and eat you for lunch and dinner.
I mean, the problem is, if you only have one recipe, it's going to get banned.
Yeah, it's going to get banned indeed. And this is what we're looking at next. The draft will be coming right up, folks. There you have it. Rune Eaters versus Gamer Legion, game number 1 in this best of 2. Now, I do want to touch a little bit about Gamer Legion because we followed Rune Eaters and their story so far here on Stream C. Gamer Legion, they aren't unfamiliar to us by any stretch of the imagination. They've made it as perhaps the last remaining team out of the North America region and sometimes the Americas region as a whole. However, it's not really a nice place to be, right? Specifically for them, they have no problem clearing out their regional counterparts, of which, to be fair, there aren't very many competent ones. But then they get to all of these lands, they go to the Dream Leagues, they go to the Birminghams, they go to all these in-person events, and then they end up 15th, 16th. I think Birmingham, they ended up 9-10. That was a bit of a better result, but it just doesn't feel good, right? You travel all the way here just to get slapped around a little bit. You kind of want to push things to the next level, and this period where they've qualified for both this event and TI, this could be their opportunity to turn things around for themselves. But Winter, you were already saying, just from the games that you've seen from them so far and the way they've performed, this Rune Eaters matchup might be a challenge. It's not going to be very straightforward. In fact, we're thinking this match might even be 50-50, pretty even. We're not sure which team is going to win.
Yeah, I think 50-50 is probably the number I would actually rate this match. I think both teams are more than capable of winning the series or at least taking one game off. I don't even think Gamer Legion is like a huge favorite. Obviously, they are
more LAN experience, right?
Yeah, they have more LAN experience. It looks like they're doing better in the tournament. But when I look at the games, I feel like they could lose. You know, it's not a series where I go into this series and I look at Gamer Legion and I'm gonna say they are the hot favorite to win this series. I think this is gonna be a dangerous series for them. They could lose at least one game.
Yeah.
And the draft and the gameplay, everything is going to be very, very important. Here, Mangusu has opened up with the Treant Protector, something that I felt like they weren't really prioritizing in their previous games. They were prioritizing on the Wyverns a lot, on their position 5 Wyvern, Bane. There was, I think, one game of Silencer. But yeah, this hero is not a hero that they really prioritize a lot. So we'll see what they want to do with it.
We've talked at length about Gamer Legion and their support duo, right? I think these two players cause a specific rift in the draft because as far as I can see, you talk about support hero priorities, Big Num has been snatching that Dark Willow non-stop. I feel like he's one of the...
It's his best hero.
Yeah. But it kind of also leaves a bit of a situation in the draft where your pulse 4 is ranged, so then you have to adjust accordingly.
Dark Willow is not a range hero, my brother.
Okay.
Dark Willow is a melee hero.
I'll take it. Cosplaying as a ranged hero. It's not real.
Bro, you have to blink in and get in the middle of the team fight and cast your spells. You're a melee hero.
Okay.
Sure, you have a range attack, but you're a melee hero.
Do you think they're going to maybe go for the Dark Willow here in this game? Is it a good pairing with the Treant Protector?
Yes, very good. Because Treant Protector is a low damage hero.
Right.
So you need a high damage partner.
Sure.
Skywrath,
Dark
Willow,
some sort of catch, right? But that's also amazing.
Whatever that gives you damage.
Sure, yeah.
Treant Protector is kind of like catch. I don't necessarily think that your pulse 4 needs to have catch. I mean, it's nice to have catch, you know, like Hoodwink, for example. Hoodwink.
Like the instant disable, basically.
But at the end of the day, the most important criteria of having a partner as Treant is the damage, because you don't do damage as Treant.
Sure.
You have lockdown, you can scout, but you can't kill people.
Then on the flip side, when it comes to dealing with the Treant Protector, since Rune Eaters are clearly seeing this as the first pick, do you need to specifically draft heroes that can take these objectives? Because we've seen before what happens when a Treant Protector is able to preserve his tier 1 towers across the map. It's going to be a major problem.
I don't necessarily think that's going to be like an important factor.
Okay.
I mean, it's nice to have it, but the factors that are important is you don't want to give him a lane that's very strong. You need to deny the lane partners. So there's no SF.
Okay.
There's no
Drow's gone.
So there is Wind. What other range heroes are there?
There was Clinks, but I don't know whether it's necessarily
and Wind are available. They're both very, very good. I think Ghost really likes the Clinks. Moita is like kind of too slow. That's why we don't really see her a lot.
Okay.
Luna is the same thing. It's very vulnerable. You need to
have someone that can boss out.
I mean, you need to play the game very, very well. I think the game needs to be perfect for you to win as Luna.
Sure.
You don't really have a lot of I think room for making mistakes, you know, compared to like the SF Drow heroes. And here we see Rune Eaters, they go back for their super comfort hero on Malik, the Doom, and they have chosen to remove the Venge. Venge is one of the ways that teams have been experimenting. I don't know if experimenting is the right word, because Venge is an answer to Doom.
Yeah, 100%.
You have the axe, you know, you don't care about him dooming you.
Yeah. There were some other answers, like not necessarily the Doom.
You know the second answer? The second answer, if there's no Venge, there's the Rave King, brother.
Right.
The Rave
you
King
and
is
your
bad.
Rave. Someone needs to bring this hero back into the meta.
King Lyric.
I'm gonna keep hearing about this stuff for years to come. Please, someone bring Rave King back.
Come
I would
on,
love
what's
to.
not to like about Rave King?
Don't get me wrong. I love Rave King. However, I think that he is a little bit of a boring hero to watch in Pro Dota.
How is he a boring hero? You see the
he
skeletons.
just always having
Those
ages, bro. It's so
pushing.
damn. Have you, okay, be honest with me. Have you ever seen Rave King cast skeletons and go, wow, what an amazing skeletons usage?
But do you know what Rave King encourages?
What?
Rave King encourages fighting, because you have an extra life, so you want to fight.
Well, yeah, I mean, he encourages fighting after 16 minutes after he hits level 2 ultimate, because reincarnate level 1, he's gonna hide like a coward in his jungle, because it's a 200+ second cooldown, Winter.
Brother,
Yeah.
there is some skill to using the level 1 ultimate. You don't take the skill point right away.
Bro, I'm not having this
You
conversation.
wait.
I'm not having
You
this
choose
conversation.
when are you gonna take it to die.
You know what I want to talk about? I want to talk about this Largo pickup immediately, because you mentioned that the Treant Protector, he gives you a lot of catch, he gives you a lot of map play. The Largo pairing with that doesn't immediately I guess, add up to me. I think it's a decent hero. You know, immediately I can see what.
I'm gonna tell you how it adds up.
I'm listening.
Largo is a slow-paced hero, so you want the Treant to defend the towers.
Okay.
And Treant is a very low damage hero. Largo is like a hero that gives you damage over time. Like if you take a long fight, you stretch out the fight, Largo gives that to you. And on top of it, if you look at the heroes that are picked by Rune Eaters, there are a couple of things that you are able to dispel. The Solar Bind, for example, the Infernal Blade, those are very, very useful spells to remove, you know, on your team. So you keep everyone alive. The Doom is kind of like annoying. It stops the heal. But I think overall, I can see the idea here with the Largo and Treant. Not a lot of teams are using these two heroes, but it is one of Fate's best heroes. In their games that I've watched over the course of a month or 2 months or so, I think this has been one of his... For me, this is one of his best heroes on the offlane.
Yeah, it's something he's very comfortable with. Now, I did want to ask, because Treant Protector Largo, Treant Protector is protecting the slower-paced Largo, but then on the flip side, you have very greedy heroes on the Rune Eater side. You have Keeper of the Light, and you also have Doom. These are heroes that are very happy to scale into the late game, build up their own net worth. It almost feels like if you don't stop them from farming, you're going to be in trouble. So is this now a situation where both Rune Eaters and Gamer Legion are trying to build drafts that out late game scale each other? Do you think that's the direction we're going?
Yeah, it makes sense. The games are, I think, on average right now like 40 to 50 minutes. So a lot of the teams have been prioritizing scaling. You want to be able to have a lineup that scales to the late game. Take things slow. You don't really want to prioritize the laning so much. We saw yesterday, if you prioritize the laning so much, especially in the BB game, you're going to have a problem in the mid-late game, and you're going to have a trouble ending the game. Yeah. So I think a lot of the teams have kind of shifted their focus. Not that laning is not important, but having an overall composition that gives you a way to catch heroes, it gives you team fight. I think you need to have a balanced draft because the games are going to be long, at least 40 minutes, you know. So laning is less of a priority right now because you have time to come back from the lanes.
Sure, yeah. We did have this discussion yesterday in our interview as well, right? It's all about kind of the scaling. You need to make sure you have that option going into the late game. Now, apologies, folks. We've missed out a little bit in the draft so far because of some technical difficulties for getting that sorted. But we have a clockwork puck to follow up what Rune Eaters have. Copy back on his 17-pick puck, answered by Gamer Legion going on the Lycan. So now it's a bit of a toss-up, right? You get the feeling that this Lycan is going to be the Fate hero on the offlane, which leaves the Largo maybe in the mid, or maybe as a flex position 4. We're not too sure just yet.
It looks like they're going to need like an actual... I feel like they need more stunts. So if
on the Gamer Legion side?
Yeah, on the Gamer Legion side,
okay.
I think they need more stunts. So if I want more stun, I'm going to pick probably a support, a pause 4 with stunts. I mean, you mentioned Bignum likes the Dark Willow. There's Dark Willow here.
So would it be a mid Largo in that case, you reckon? Because I think I misremembered. I was thinking about another very young, talented mid laner who really likes his Largo mid. I was thinking of Tai Lung. But it's not RCY who plays there. I just checked his recent.
Probably not RCY's type hero. He'll want to play maybe some like Night Stalker mid or some
Void Spirit,
like,
perhaps.
Void Spirit. Yeah, Void Spirit is definitely something that he's super comfortable with. You get to buy Vessel against the Kotal, so you stop the heal, you get the Aghanim's, but it's not a hard counter to pop. I think Night Stalkers, it's a harder counter.
Is that something you're worried about? I mean, obviously, puck in the late game is going to be a problem, but is that what Gamer Legion need right now, an answer to the puck?
Yes, they do not have a hero in puck. You can buy Orchid on Lycan, sure, you can do it. It's not very ideal on your hero, but you can do it. But you still need a solid answer against the puck. The current 3 heroes, other than Lycan, they do not do anything against puck. Like the Wind Shackle, Largo doesn't do anything. Treant doesn't really do much against puck. Those are going to be liabilities against puck. So you need a hero that can actually have a reliable silence or builds into certain items that can catch the puck. So either Void Spirit, Night Stalker, what else mid heroes? I want to say Dragon Knight, but Dragon Knight is gone.
Yeah, we haven't
Dragon
seen that
Knight is gone.
We haven't seen that boy since the anime dropped. Poor thing. Shout out Dragon's Blood. I will say, I think both teams did a good job using their 17 and 18 pick though. This puck, like you said, is unanswered so far. And I'm not really sure what Gamer Legion are going to go for.
It's just the team of the draft. You are picking puck on 16, 17 because you cannot deal with the 18 puck. So you have to pick it faster than them.
Oh, Lion last pick. Okay, we're getting a little spicy here. Not really sure how things are going to be oriented.
So they go for the support that can catch the puck. So they're moving Largo. I believe it should be
Largo mid?
Mid
really?
Largo,
okay.
Or they're putting Lycan on carry mid win. There are a lot of things they can do.
Sure.
think if based on the matchup and based on the players' play style,
I want to say Fade is like
I feel like no, I actually think he's going to play the Largo.
Oh.
I think the Win is going mid because RCY is a C mid laner.
Sure, Mikoto style.
And in C, our mid laners like to play Win.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We saw Mikoto from Aurora bring that out, right? The specialist array build, getting his own farm. Could be a pretty nice matchup into the Puck. I mean, the constant auto-attacking would be nice.
I don't think he'll play Lycan mid. I think it might be possible to lane Lycan against Puck, but it's not his style. I think his style is Wind Ranger mid.
Sure. I was still waiting for the last pick of the draft to come rolling on through. Is there a chance, maybe, Winter, entertain me for a moment? Mid-Lion?
I don't know what you're talking about, but we're going to have a Clinks.
All right, you just rolled your eyes at me so hard, I feel like they went through the roof of your head. Okay, fine, no mid-Lion, whatever. You're right, it is Big Num playing the the 4 Lion, but RCY on the Largo mid. RCY on the Largo mid, we got Fade on his Lycan. I feel like the main reason why I was suggesting that is because I feel like Gamer Legion, the only person who's going to run that Lycan very happily is Fade, right? That is his hero for sure. And then no real surprises on Rune Eaters. Everything for their draft is pretty clear-cut. Any particular draft that you're liking more with this last pick, Clinks?
Who has more broken heroes right here? Rune Eaters, they have the Cotter, the Clock, the Puck. I think these are 3 pretty broken heroes. But do they work together? Yes. I think their lineup, they work together really well. Cotter has a partner to Chakra.
Sure.
He has a pretty... I think the lane's okay. It's like not a very strong lane, Cotter and Doom. The first wave, you need to use Illuminate and Scorch Earth to push it out. Whereas on the Gamer Legion side, you have this Lycan hero, which is, I think, one of the strongest heroes in the patch.
Yeah.
They have Treant Protector. Treant Protector is also one of the strongest position 5 heroes in the patch. They have I agree, a slower lineup. Treant, you have Largo, you kind of... But I actually don't really know if Largo is slow if you go mid. Because you
can play tempo because your spells go through so much.
You max your Lick and you max your Frog Storm, you run around, you gank people. So I don't necessarily feel like maybe he's a slow hero. Maybe he's a different hero if he goes mid. I don't understand mid Largo as much, but I've seen like 1 or 2 games.
Yeah.
It felt like the hero just runs around and kills people. So it doesn't really fit the criteria of being a greedy hero. Like normally on the off lane, you sit and you farm, you shove waves like a Darkseid. You don't really gank. But as a mid Largo, you get level 8 very quickly. Both your spells max out and you have a lot of damage. You run around and you just get kills.
It's very easy for you to move from the mid lane to the side lanes as well.
It's a very, very different play style on the mid lane.
Well, we'll have to see how RCY pilots it here coming into this game number 1 of our first best of 2 series of the day. And again, folks, in case you haven't been following the festivities, this one is very important because out of the 6 teams in each group, only 4 will make it at least to the survival stage. 2 will be eliminated, and at least for Gamer Legion and Rune Eaters, they are both fighting for that coveted 4th spot because their group is highly contested. You got BB Team, you got Gamer Legion, of course, Falcons and Extreme. It almost feels locked in already that Extreme, Falcons, and BB Team will be the 3 that grab those first few slots. So the last one is up for the picking, and Rune Eaters, this could be the start of something very special for this roster. The big underdogs here in the group, the ones with the biggest chance to pull off some upsets. They've already got some draws where they really weren't supposed to. And then on the other side, you have Gamer Legion, hungry to prove a point, hungry to let the world know that they are not just the, diversity representation from NA. We're going to get through the NA slot and then we're just, not going to get anything done. They want to prove themselves here. Bit of a tussle around the room, but no real way of locking down speed.
They're going on different heroes.
They can't decide.
I felt like Treant would have probably died there if they just went on the same hero.
Sure, yeah. Bunch of spells used, nothing gained.
Yeah, but they took blind. I guess against Treant you can take blinding, right? Because I was telling you about this.
The blast the wave, right?
Yeah, the Gothel and Doom. You want to just blast the wave, use Scorch Earth to push the wave, and you drag the second wave. But against Treant, you kind of need to have blinding light. So I think they are going to try to play the lane straight up. Just go in the lane, you have to kind of cut down the trees, and then when the Treant shows, he hits you, you use blinding light, you push him away.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of nice against Wind as well, because Wind Ranger tends to do a lot of right click, so the blinding light is kind of useful in the lane. They are playing more of like a... trying to take advantage of holding the creeps near your tower. Just use blinding light and push them back and just blast hitting the creeps, near your tower. So I also kind of understand that approach against the Treant Protector. You don't want to be pushing your wave into the enemy tower, because it puts you in a lot of danger if the Treant finds you.
Yeah. a lot more avenues for the Treant to work with. We can already see Speed putting the hands out onto Eki.
What is this matchup like? This Largo in Puck. Who's supposed to come out on top? Is it gonna be like just a 50-50 lane? Both heroes, you're gonna have an agreement that I'm gonna just, you know, mess with the creeps. I'm not gonna mess with you. So I hope you do the same.
That because I think that, again, much like yourself, I don't have a lot of experience with Largo mid, but I can't help but feel like the lick is something that, number one, the Puck will have a very hard time dodging and can put on a lot of consistent damage.
Can you even dodge the lick? I don't.
You might be able to. As far as I'm aware, it counts as a projectile.
Instant?
It doesn't feel. You know, you can physically see the tongue come out and blap.
Yeah, but if you phase shift, doesn't it like stop the lick animation? Like you don't cast the spell.
I'm not too sure. Maybe his tongue is out midair and he can't take it back. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know whether it can stop the spell. He's already thrown it out with a lot of impunity.
We have a famous saying: once you say something, you don't get to take it back. You know?
Yeah.
Your tongue rolls out.
No takebacks.
Your tongue rolls out. You better make sure you say the right
stand on
thing.
business. Yeah, you can't double back. Pretty sure my parents told me that a lot growing up. Hashtag Asian.
Hold your tongue.
Yeah.
Think.
Watch what you say.
Filter. You know, go into your brain twice before it goes out your tongue.
Yeah, I wish I remember that advice for most of my casting career, I'll be honest with you. But bad jokes aside, onto this matchup. I feel like RCY will do pretty decently well.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, but Copy getting the 2 water runes. Whew.
That was a nice play there.
Yeah.
Copy realizing that RCY just got his bottle and he didn't make his way. Like he had to sacrifice the creeps there. Like as a mid laner, playing the mid lane, you need to understand in the lane matchups, sometimes you have to sacrifice 1 or 2 CS to get the water runes, you know, because you don't want to give the opponents 2 water runes.
Yeah.
And this is kind of going to be a problem in the long run, like especially I think in minute 4, like normally when you play mid and your opposing mid laner doesn't get the 2-minute water rune, you can always tell yourself, guys, he's in trouble, you know, he doesn't have a rune. So if you guys can come over during the 4-minute rune or get the bounties away, take the bounties away from him, he has to make a trip back to base.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be...
that's the tricky thing, right? Because that's true, but he also has speed spamming living armor on him, so that's tipping the scales slightly out of the Rune Eater's favor. I'm also thinking about Rune Eaters, their support duo. You mentioned that they play well with the Puck, but I'm thinking about the fights around the river. How do they actually get on top of the Largo if they don't catch him with a nice blinding light? They don't have any way of stopping him from just walking away. So I feel like as long as RCY is positioned nicely, he should be okay.
Hey, the clock is gonna be annoying. You burn his mana. I think Largo is a hero that you're very hungry for mana. All your spells need a lot of mana to cast.
True.
So the mana burn on the power cost could be very, very annoying. And it's not just about getting the kill, it's about securing the runes. Clock is the best. I don't think there's any other support, correct me if I'm wrong, that when you go to the rune, I feel like you're already getting the rune if the rune spawns on your side.
Yeah,
Clockwork is that hero.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. You can't, it's so troublesome to try and get through the cogs. And speaking of showing up to the runes, Ike is gonna be a little late to the party, not able to secure himself the water rune while RCY forces Copy away.
Yeah,
so this time he wins the resource war.
That is very, very important. If he doesn't get this water rune and the Puck gets the rune, and the supports kind of deny the bottom side, then he's going to be in a lot of trouble. This kind of saves the game for RCY.
Yeah, one small thing that I noted in the early game is the focus that Gamer Legion have on making sure the triangle is blocked. You can see they have placed a ward and a sentry. The hard camp is not going to come through. And Speed even de-warding because he spotted Eki planting that to safeguard his triangle. So there isn't presently any stacks for maybe the Puck or even perhaps the Doom to go back to and farm up. They've been too preoccupied trying to fight this lane of the Wind Ranger Treant.
It's not an easy lane. Treant Wind Ranger is one of the strongest lanes. Oh, he's going to TP and... Okay. Casually jaunt back to get his bottle because he didn't get the 4-minute rune.
Yeah, not the biggest of
If you
deals,
want to go back to base, you have to go back like between 4 and 5 because you do not want to go back to base during the power runes or the shrine.
Oh, this is a very cool TP, but Eki sees this move coming from a mile away. Speed, he's standing right on top of a sentry and he doesn't even know it until the range creep starts giving him a little love tap. Now he'll know his move's been spotted, but he's already made the commitment up here. Meanwhile, look at Rune Eaters. They're being so aggressive out here. Malik's just baiting with his body down to half HP. They want to turn their sights onto Ghost, but again, Rune Eaters just not really making a clear decision on who they want to go onto. They got the Chain Lightning to work with and the Chakra Magic. It is a nice combination, but it doesn't net them anything for now. This is a decent usage of the Catapult timing though. It's doing a bit of damage onto the tower, but nothing that the Treant Protector can't heal off. So good attempt there from Rune Eaters, but again, the execution maybe still early in the morning, you know, not fully clear comms just yet.
It was kind of difficult there as well because on the clockwork, he was pretty damn far away. He came through the gate, so I felt like he just couldn't really connect to the fight. I mean, you see here, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Largo is very, very bad against the clock in these early stages. You're very mana-starved. You need a lot of mana to cast your spells, and its cogs are just going to ruin your day because you're a melee hero.
Sure.
You're going to get in range of the cogs when you're trying to commit for the runes.
Yeah, that's true. Another attempt on the Malik. This time, Big Num will be the one to rotate. First blood is drawn. Ghost shoots him right in the head. Nice setup there, Big Num. Fresh off of contesting the rune, you might imagine that's a little bit of a lapse in communication from Rune Eaters here, because they just saw him in the mid. Ike spotted the Lion, they grabbed the Invis rune away, and then, you know, where else can he go?
Yeah, but also this is like a really, really strong lane. It's Treant and Windranger. He can't really... I feel like he just needs to respect. When you're playing this kind of lanes, you just need to accept that anytime you can die. You have to play very, very far back, and you just need to make sure that you don't, you know, play too far forward.
Eyes on the Treant, but out of sentry range now. Again, it's really hard, it seems, for Rune Eaters to actually aggress upon this top lane, even though they're continuously trying. No one's on their Shrine of Wisdom. There's the carry. This is what Dark Lord picked the Clinks for. But already Ghost backing up. They see Dark Lord on the sentry, so he's trying to set up on this Windranger. Speed there to reinforce. And the Clinks alone in this early stage of the game just doesn't have enough in the tank to take down anyone. They'll at least put some pressure on the tier 1 tower. I guess that was their grander goal after all, but they would have really loved to kill onto any one of Gamer Legion.
It's a lot committed, a lot of resources. Lycan is absolutely free farming bot.
Yeah.
Like this is, I don't know if this is like a very, very good feeling, you know, if you're on the Rune Eater side.
Yeah.
Bringing in so many heroes here 2 times and 0 kills. And now they're gonna lose. I don't know if they're gonna get the rune, but it looks like they're gonna lose the rune as well. I think the rune is actually more important in some cases, especially in this matchup, the Puck against Largo matchup.
Yeah, maybe Copy makes a gamble and John's over to the top side, but doesn't want to risk it. Yeah.
It's too late.
So another rune, Big Num will actually snatch up the regen instead of giving it over to the Largo. I guess just rather denying the Puck instead of giving it to his own mid laner. Fate has popped his ultimate. I guess just to escape from the Ike gank. Okay. I mean, he survives and continues farming. Like you said, this Lycan is enormous.
And who does this actually benefit more? Like, who has the better scaling? And Big Num, he's gonna find Eki here, but they don't really have enough damage between the 2 heroes right now.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising to me. I thought they'd be able to get that kill easily. But in my mind, even though Rune Eaters have really good scaling, I feel like this Lycan timing is going to be terrifying. And that's what I'm the most scared of.
Yeah, it's the first big timing in the game. Like, if you look at both lineups, who has the strongest timing? It's the Lycan with the helm. Like, he is going to have the biggest impact once he gets the helm. You can deal with it somewhat with the Quarter pushing and spamming the wave, but eventually, if he finds you with the Lion or the Treant and they run at you with the creeps, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
So until you get the Ishar on the Doom, you don't really have very good ways of dealing with it.
Sure. Here's Asiwa and Big Num. Gang squad going up to the high ground. They got eyes on Copy. Need to land disables though. Blinding Light to push them away. They still got a little bit to work with, but doesn't seem like it's enough. Copy will actually turn back around and put some pressure onto Big Num. Eats a lick.
Wait,
John's at the last moment. Copy playing with fire there. That was really close.
He was just intentionally putting us on the edge there. He delayed, he waited, and now Eki is like, he's stuck, you know, because Eki was waiting for him to jump out and he was like, what's going on? I felt like he was waiting.
Look, you're giving an excuse to Eki there because Copy was already out. Eki walks up and he tries to hit an observer ward for some reason. He just doesn't respect the fact that he can die. So Eki, a little bit, I mean, over the past few days, we've seen this as well, right? In some cases, Eki's just pushing out the wave he shouldn't be. He's trying to make attempts. There is a little bit of a lack of respect for his opponent sometimes from this player.
I mean, he knows that the waves need to be pushed up, but they do not delegate it correctly to the right heroes. That's why it felt like he was doing somebody else's job.
Yeah.
Like during the game.
The feeling that I get is sometimes he feels like he can't die. And
No,
he
I don't
completely
think
misestimates.
that's the feeling. I think the feeling is he knows that the wave needs to go out, but he doesn't know who's supposed to do it, and nobody's doing it, so he does it.
Right.
And then he's the wrong person to do it, so he dies.
He's trying to fix the problem himself, right? Take matters into his own hands.
Yeah. And he's not really fixing the problem in the right way. He's creating another problem along the way.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about this, the fundamentals, how they can bleed one into another and make a small little decision a big mistake. Fade here with his helm. Ooh, wait. Farming the cam? Ah, that is not what you want to happen. I mean, he must have just gotten caught out by the neutral creep spells or something like that. He was farming that stack along with Eki. Everything looks swell and dandy, but the puck just dying for really no reason. That's going to slow down the progression at least a little bit. Far from ideal there.
That is a big blunder right there. Double question mark, Mike.
Yeah, a little bit of morning shakes, that's for sure, but at least a small sign of hope, because Rune Eaters, they're still making an aggressive play up into the top lane. No real way of locking down Ghost. They're going to commit the coil, try and break it, throw out the Doom as well. Everything committed onto this Wind Ranger, but they don't have the damage enough for it. It is indeed forced to the ultimate. And Fade's now TP'd in. So Gamer Legion bringing the appropriate response. They've now brought 5 of their heroes up here just to save the Wind Ranger.
And so far, the game is just about Rune Eaters attacking the safe lane on Gamer Legion. Gamer Legion has just been busy defending and just not really trying too much, on the other side of the map. I felt like it's also kind of weird. Okay, they can respond, but right now, no Doom. They should use the Lycan to get a tower. Lycan is very, very strong. He has his shapeshift. He has the creeps. He needs to kind of look for a way to do something right now for his team.
Yeah. He tried to TP out there thinking that'd be a more serious attempt from Rune Eaters, but
this is something I don't really like about Gamer Legion. They tend to be very, very greedy in the early stages because Fade is a very greedy player. He tends to play for his own game a lot.
spotted Dark Lord. This could be a good move. If it's not Fade, at least Ghost can get it done.
Yeah.
Dark Lord not going to be able to escape from this situation. The Wind Ranger pummeling him down, but it might come at the cost of the opposing carry. Ghost is going to get healed up by the living armor. The damage block doing what it can. Wind Run, is it really going to help him get out again? Ghost survives a second attempt on his life. Gamer Legion, they've done a great job defending against these moves and striking on their own. Sure, it might not be the Lycan like you're saying, Winter, but still, getting a kill on the opposing carry, you'll take that any day.
Somebody has to do the dirty work. Somebody has to move. And Largo kind of feels like he wants to sit and farm a little bit more. He gets the tower mid, so this is really, really good news for Gamer Legion. The carry moved and he created space and distraction, and now Fate, he's gonna get caught.
It's not really taking quite enough damage though. Ike needs to lock him in place, push him around, but max move speed Lycan hard to keep in place. Speed's gonna help him out with the living armor again. Fate taking them for a tour around Paris. How do you like all the sights? How do you like my bite, Eki? Straight onto Ike as well. Might be a second kill if they're not careful. Fade, he was the one who was supposed to be under threat. He's the real threat himself.
And this is really, really nice for Gamer Legion. They have been able to move Rune Eaters around the map, try to distract them from what they actually want to do, making them react, like first they get the kill on Dark Lord here. This is very nice. Ghost makes a rotation. He has a partner in him. It's very, very important to have the Trim Protector here because the Wind could not have done this on his own.
Absolutely. And all the defensive aspects coming into play, right? The Ash Legion shield, such a value.
I think here Copy made a pretty big mistake. He didn't wait for the John because his coil was about to be ready. I felt like he could have definitely killed off Ghost there.
Yeah, just getting a bit hasty perhaps with the spell usage. And here, Eki not respecting the damage. I think Speed doing a really good job hounding that poor Kotal, who finds himself at the receiving end of a very nasty bite from Fate.
This is... Every time the game just becomes unclear of what to do or their moves keep failing, then you will see Eki feeding. Because he kind of is the person leading the game, the direction of the game in the early stages if Malik is not involved. And I just feel like he is a person that would just try to force things too much, because based on the movements that we've seen so far in the first 3 days, every time something wrong happens, they tend to force things. They tend to try to push things too much in the next move. It's a psychological thing, and they're not calm enough. They need to understand that sometimes things do not go your way, and you need to stay calm, sit back, and just wait. Be patient.
It can be a bit of a snowball effect if we're being honest, right? Because when you start to feel like the game's slipping out of your hands, that's where you think to yourself, okay, let me try and grab it back real quick while it's still within my reach. Like you see it in front of you, you're like, oh.
It's not exactly like that. I feel like he knows that something needs to be done. Like he sees something bad happening, and then the minute something bad happens, he doesn't feel like he's going back to basics. We need to hold our area, just wait a little bit more, just wait for people to show, or just wait for them to go into your vision. They are always walking across the river into opposing territory to try and make a play. Because making a play doesn't mean you walking into the enemy side. It could be you setting a trap on your side and waiting for them to come.
Yeah, that's something I realized with Rune Eaters. They don't really set traps. Their only options for playmaking are to attack.
Yeah, to defend. Basically, setting traps is equivalent to defending. You put wards and sentries on your side of the map, and you wait. You have a couple of heroes that are just ready to break the smoke in case they come.
Yeah, spot a Treant Protector walking over, something like that.
And then you TP heroes in to reinforce. You know, I feel like that's something that's not very prominent in their gameplay.
Hex out, Copy should be fine, but Ghost around the corner, Shackle shot not connecting. Copy able to jaunt out to the left, but still being hounded by Ghost. Thinking about the Doom, but I think he knows, even if he dooms Ghost here, it's not going to be able to secure a kill. Onto the easier target of the Lion, but Gamer Legion, this fight is absolutely theirs with a beautiful Shackle onto 2. Ghost, he is popping off right now. This Wind Ranger is looking terrifying. A very active carry for a man on a mission. RCY with a double kill as Gamer Legion mop up 4. Off on the other side of the map, the Helm of the Overlord Fate gets a solo kill onto Dark Lord. I mean, Gamer Legion, they woke up ready to prove something today.
And they're playing on top on the Rune Eater side. If they're playing on top right now with the bot wave all pushed to the tier 2, the Klings cannot join the party. Klings is a carry that you want to fight in the early stages. You want to be, involved in all these exchanges. And here somehow they're just very split up. They're not really coming together as a team. They have a couple of heroes top, 3 or 4 heroes top, and the Klings cannot really come to this fight. He's just way too far. And whereas if you look on Gamer Legion, they're pushing all the waves and they're connecting all their heroes naturally to a location. So they had the numbers advantage here.
Yeah, and a lot of the times when you're playing this Kotl, you want to make sure you have some semblance of a formation, right? Someone out in front, the Kotl's here healing the bodies, supplying the pressure from the back. But this time round, it did not pan out that way. Fight started with Copy just being found on the front lines. Now, back to live, seems like somehow the Wind Ranger has been taken down, maybe sticking around in enemy territory for a bit too long there.
Yeah, either way, Rune Eaters needed that. They needed something to go their way. 18 minutes Rune. Oh,
damn. Copy should be able to survive this one. Not enough damage between the 3 of them.
Yeah, he is not having the stellar game that we've seen from yesterday on his part. This game today, I felt like he's playing with fire a little bit too much for my liking. The times that he died, it felt like he was really, really cocky. He was trying to push his limits, and it was just, not the right call. And he gets caught, and he dies, and now his team is in trouble.
Oh, I hear a wolf at the door, ready to strike. He's hungry for some prey, but Rune Eaters, they know it too. Full retreat now. Speed's gonna try and catch his hands onto Copy, but this is an elusive fairy dragon moving at a very high speed. Maybe the easier target. Onto Eki. Horseback's not gonna get you too far. Easy pickings. With that freshly completed Spirit Vessel, RCY will get the kill. Actually, it's Fate to find the last hit somehow.
Yeah, he also revealed his Orchid there. They have Orchid on Lycan right now.
Oof.
So, Copy has to be careful with pushing his limits right now because he can easily die in the team fights if he gets caught.
What is this setup here from the side of Rune Eaters? They're creeping around the Gamer Legion tier 1. They found themselves speed, but not the easier target. Thinking about the Doom, but again, fogged out. I mean, Malik, he just can't get his hands on Ghost this entire game. Dark Lord will be in trouble. You got the Doom out on the Frog. The Frog's got to retreat. Where is the rest of Gamer Legion?
And it's so disjointed. They needed to wait for the call before they Doom. They could have killed one of the calls, either the Wind or the Largo.
They're just kind of throwing out spells all random, right? They're not really putting them together in a way that makes sense, and because of that, they lose out on all of these kills. Sure, they find the supports, but...
Yeah, all this comes down to the comms. Like, it's important to say, guys, I need another 5 seconds. I'm about to come to the team fight soon. I mean, you can see from the dots here, the puck is connecting to the fights, but then he's saying, I'm coming, but he doesn't say... I felt like it's a communication issue. He's saying he's coming, and Doom hears, puck is coming, so he immediately uses his Doom on the Largo, but he doesn't understand that the puck needs another 3 seconds to arrive, or 2 seconds to arrive. So it's very important to say that I need 2 seconds, wait, instead of saying I'm coming. Because when you say I'm coming,
It's false sense. Like, what's the distance?
what's the distance?
Right, we need to check the
Doom hears
the
it.
map's ETA. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? How long does it take?
You need to give ETA, just like your Grab ride. You need to tell how long are you going to take to arrive in the
You think
location.
about it, if you really think about it, Winter, technically, they're all on the way to TI as well. But are they at TI? No, they're at EWC. You know what I mean? You gotta be specific. It seems like another situation where we went to a replay and then we come back, one of the carries is there. Dark Lord somehow been picked off. I believe he was trying to push the tier 1 tower by himself.
Yeah,
Gets caught out
bro,
by
it
Ghost.
is just such a Malaysian thing. You're always late. You know, you're saying on the way. On the way doesn't mean that you arrive on time.
Nah, by the time you reply the message on your friend's asking you where you at, you're like, oh, on the way, you just left your house, don't lie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're technically you're on the way, but
Yeah, so I felt like Park was saying on the way there. When Doom decided to use his ultimate, he was hearing Park saying, I'm on the way, I'm coming.
yeah, it just didn't register. And you can't entirely blame Malik, right? I think so far, Gamer Legion, it feels like the third or fourth fight that he's raised his hands to try and get the Doom. And then the Wind Ranger hides into fog in the tree line, and then the Treant Protector overgrows. It's hard for him to really find a clean connection. That's the main problem right now that I'm seeing. Malik's not quite having the impact on the Doom as he usually does. And Rune Eaters, it feels like in this situation, this mid-game period where we know they're a bit weaker, there's no clear voice, right? What is the game plan here? What are they trying to accomplish? I'm not too sure.
I don't think they know either.
Yeah.
This just looks like one of those games in the first 3 days where they're behind in the beginning of the game, and then they tend to try to force the issue.
Yeah.
Instead of just being calm, farm a little bit, just wait for them to come into a vision. I'm not suggesting that they do nothing.
Yeah.
I'm suggesting that they be defensive about it. You
Yeah.
can set up a position, wait for your opponents, make sure you deward the area, and just wait for them to come, because you do not want to be fighting in their location of the map, because you can't reinforce with enough heroes. But if you're fighting, say, on your tier 2 tower, you're fighting on your outpost, you can TP heroes in and you can create the numbers advantage.
Yeah, sometimes the best offense is defense, right? You just got to lock things down, bait them in, and wait for Gamer Legion to make some sort of mistake.
The best teams are the teams that are really good at playing defense.
Yeah, because you just can never break them.
It's easy to attack. Everybody knows how to attack, but not everybody knows how to defend.
That's true. Defense is a bit of a higher level skill.
Even in tennis, okay, never mind. Something's happening here. I'll have to wait for the next moment to speak about my story about tennis.
Okay, yeah. Well, the moment's going to pass very quickly. That's just a clockwork there. You can continue about your story about tennis if you'd like.
In tennis, the players that are winning the most are the players that are very good defensively.
Okay.
The defenders are winning the tournament. So that tells you a lot about, I think, strategy in general.
I don't know what to tell you. It's not called Attack of the Ancients. It's in the name.
It's called Attack of the Titan.
That's a different thing altogether. You're getting mixed up. Dark Lord again being hounded archer to archer. It's not a fair fight. One of them can fire at the rate of light, and damn, there goes the clinks. Again, you can see Gamer Legion, they are doing exactly what you said, right? Defending. They're waiting in these areas. They know that Rune Eaters are so hungry to attack them, and they're just chilling. They're like, oh, you're gonna come by and die? Why not? Serve up the plate of bones. I don't mind.
The whole game has been a fight at top. About fighting at top. Rune Eaters attacking, bringing numbers, but they're not full committing because they can't bring the clings in, or they can't bring whoever is on the map. It's not natural because they're pushing they're pushing out the waves and they're not using the gate to connect the top. And you're playing in Treant Protector. You cannot poke this hero.
Bro, the tier 1 tower at top is still alive at 24 minutes and they've been attacking that thing the whole damn game. It's like, this is the most classic Treant Protector gameplay you could ask for. And all the while this is happening, Gamer Legion are still going across the map, finding these pickoffs. I mean, Ghost, he is dominating this game.
Yeah, indeed. He is having the time of his life. I think he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
Because he understood that he needs to be in the line of fire. He needs to be defending the towers because he has a Largo, he has a Lyca, and those heroes need to farm, right? Somebody has to...
Really? Again, another setup in the top lane? Don't you know this is not your spot to attack? A shackle means that Copy will just get shot down. Everywhere there are Rune Eaters heroes, Ghost is there to put an arrow in their head. He just can't stop killing them.
I don't know at what point they need to understand they're throwing their heads into the walls, they're banging their heads into the walls too much, One time, I kind of understand. The second time,
we can close one
okay,
eye.
maybe you think something went wrong the last time you're trying to rectify the problem, but the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time.
At some point, you got to realize, I mean, the way that Rune Eaters are playing, Ghost doesn't even need to fire an arrow. They're running the arrows directly into their own heads. They are not even shot. They're in the quiver, but I don't know. Rune Eaters are just kind of doing a headbutt straight into them.
Yeah, this is just a classic game of attack against defense.
Yeah.
And the attacking side gets impatient. They keep throwing bodies into the defense because there's always an advantage for the defender. You have a tower, you can TP in, you can reinforce. And again, you know, Malek is here, he's getting touched.
Big target, Ghost. I think he understands that he can't quite finish this one off. Holy Locker with the heal, and now the Doom onto Ghost. Maybe it's trapped back the other way, but...
What is going on? I mean, they're not even ready.
What? Where are the rest of Rune Eaters? The way that he shot that Doom out, it looked like there was backup coming on the way, but it was just Eki. He used everything, and there was nothing left to finish off Ghost. You use a Doom and you die?
Yeah,
Bruh,
I think this game, mentally, they're out. It's over for Rune Eaters. I think mentally, they need to reset. If they continue in this trajectory, even in this trajectory, the game is already, I want to say more or less over. But yeah, you have to find that spark to reignite the passion for the game. Because right now, Rune Eaters, they just want to leave the game.
Yeah, it's kind of that. You're on a very fine line, right? Because on one end, you know that this game is really important for your placement in the groups. It's probably you and Gamer Legion that are going to be fighting for that final spot. That's the pressure that might be on their minds right now. But I completely agree with you. It feels like they, at least gameplay-wise, they're not really on the same page. In fact, I don't even think they're reading the book anymore. They're waiting for the next chapter because this one, they just want a blank slate. It is looking ugly, Winter.
Very, very ugly. They don't even want to be here right now. They just need to find a way to bring 5 heroes to the top area. And finally, Dark Lord has enough. I'm going to do it myself.
Okay. Tier 1 tower falls at 26 minutes. After what feels like, what? 10 attempts?
Forever. It feels like forever.
It feels like forever. I feel like the entire game... I mean, our observer, actually, you know, he could just leave the camera on the top side and he'd probably catch 90% of the action. Apart from these pickoffs, of course, that Fade has been doing a good job for. Ike with the defensive hook shot. That's become a bit of a specialty of his. Gets out of trouble and wastes some of the time. Not too bad. But yeah, I think the map play is really nice from Gamer Legion, right? Because Ghost, he's tag teaming up with some of his support, some of his allies, and then anyone who's not with that first hunting party, they're running around with Fade's Helm of the Overlord creep, and they're finding opportunities there as well on the map. So overall, really solid stuff from Gamer Legion, taking full control of this game, number one. And we were coming into this one thinking that Rune Eaters will be able to put up a pretty good fight. We weren't sure who had the advantage, but if this is the form that the teams are playing in right now, I think this might be a very easy series for Gamer Legion.
I mean, Speed has just been hunting these Klings down wherever he goes.
Yikes.
I mean, he's doing a really, really good job just setting up for the Lycan, setting up for the Wind to find the Klings.
Yeah.
Because Klings is always alone. Like this hero, you need somebody to protect you. And I felt like the team movements on Rune Eaters, they don't really have the right people walking with each other. I mean, if you compare that to Gamer Legion, if you notice, the Train is always walking with the Wind or the Lycan. The Lion is always walking with the Largo.
Or the Lycan creep, right?
Nobody is walking alone.
Yeah.
So if they find anybody alone, it's a kill. This is something that you have to really talk about. You have to understand in the game who's supposed to be working with who.
And this is just one of those frustrating situations where you're on Rune Eaters and you feel like no matter where you go on the map, you're outnumbered. You ask yourself, how is this possible? Well, you find yourself, Eki. If you're not fighting together, it's gonna happen this way. Have a Doom available, pop the BKB, trying to go on an easy target. Pop the Doom on the Lion, okay? And the buyback? This is certainly something. They didn't stop Ghost because he has the second life and you finished off the Lion with the Doom, but all you find is a support so far for a buyback and 2 kills. I mean, now Gamer Legion can just wait for their Lion to come back on, TP to the outpost, and continue the aggression.
Yeah, Rune Eaters just, yes.
It's a mess right now.
It's very, very mess. I felt like their defensive part is just really, really lacking. There, they weren't really set up properly in the outpost area. They didn't really have enough heroes defending the area. I think Eki wanted to defend the area, but his team was just not there. You know, either they didn't want to go or they were just slow.
Yeah.
If you're not on the high ground when the team fight's about to happen, when the action is about to commence, you are not defending that location.
Every time I hear this Lycan shapeshift, I'm terrified for my life. Looks like the eye in the forest spotted out the Klings, but he gets out of sentry range. So no purchase there for Gamer Legion. Feels like one of the first times the Klings has actually survived the gank in a hot minute. Copies on the opposing side of the map just acting as a living ward. Meanwhile, the rest of Gamer Legion continuing their aggression in these 2-man, 3-man groups. Spot a blast out in the mid lane. Eki will not show himself, but goes on the chase. Max move speed, 4-star forward, pegs up onto the high ground. The wolf is on his tail, and down goes the Coddle. Eki, 0, 8, and 3. Was it 0, 6, and 3? I'm not sure whether I saw that correctly.
Yeah, he's not able to find a way, you know, to just connect the game. I felt like a lot of the moves that he's been making, he's been just doing it alone. Koto is not an alone hero.
No, not at all. He's a completely collaborative. It's like trying to make plays on the map yourself as a wisp or something. It just doesn't make sense.
Some heroes are okay if you're walking alone, like if you're playing some bounty hunter, you're running around. In this hero, you're trying to scout, but not Koto. Koto needs
popping his BKB. Ghost trying to bait a reaction. Will get it in the form of a coil. I mean, Rune Eaters are just pressing spells out of fear and panic right now. Their heads all muddy. They don't know what's come over them. This has been a very foggy morning in Paris. Immediate stun now. Maybe go for the easy kill. Ike will get licked back over, hounded by the wolves as per usual. This Clockwork does not have a good time against Lycan. And Gamer Legion calmly but surely sieging the base, keeping Ghost up and running. Focus fires there. The Rax will be an afterthought in short notice. Happy with just that. They'll back up. 20 seconds left on the Aegis. They'll let it expire naturally. Maybe get back to it. Keep controlling the map. Keep pushing out their advantage. Keep planting these wards and leaving these eyes all across the map. A Scythe of Vice complete for Fade. On top of the Orchid. So whoever he gets on top of, they are going to be picked up, silenced up. They ain't going to hear a word. They're going to be dead before you know it.
That's what I would call the anti-Puck build.
And what does the Puck have to counter that? Let's have a quick look at the Puck inventory, please. Yep.
Nothing.
Yeah. You're kind of hoping the Octarine Core maybe... You apply a blue filter over it, pretend it's a Lincoln Sphere or something like that. That's the best thing you got, I believe.
Yeah, he doesn't really have anything, so he has to be...
Dala on the front lines. They don't have the vision. Dust is a little bit late there from Big Nam. He didn't know what he was looking at.
How did that Shackle not latch on the hero behind?
Malik's got a lot of surface area. Maybe the string just wasn't long enough. Big old Doom. But you kind of get the feeling, Aegis or not, this game is very, very close to its conclusion in terms of just not necessarily...
If you think about the team fights, I don't think it's impossible for Rune Eaters to win. If they can find the call into the Clinks, you know, if Clinks is there, you find a good call, you get the Doom onto the Largo.
Yeah.
I think
there's a good chance,
there's a chance to still win the game, but they're playing like... They're not thinking that there's a chance to win the game because everyone is just speed up. If you look at the minimap all the time, they are not together. If they're holding a location together, Gamer Legion is running into them, they land a good call into the Clinks with the barrage of arrows. Why not? I think there is a way to win the fight.
Yeah.
It's hard, I agree, you know, they are 13k behind, but there's still a way for them to win the fights. But they're playing like with a defeated mentality. They're just walking around the map, oh, we can't do anything, we're behind. And everybody is just in their own island trying to farm.
They're not playing to win.
Yeah, they're not trying to give themselves an opportunity to still defend an area and come back into the game. Because to come back into the game, you need to be able to win a team fight. And how are you going to win the team fight? Is by setting up an area, a perimeter of defense. You choose a high ground, you put a wall, you put a sentry, and you wait. And they come in and you have towers or some sort of outpost to TP to, and you can reinforce, use buybacks.
Yeah.
Because when you're behind, you need to use buybacks to win the fight.
Yeah, Blink Dagger complete for Fade. He's on the prowl again. Looks like Speed has found a juicy target. Oh boy, Dark Lord. Bit too quick for them this time. But yeah, I completely agree with you, Winter. I feel like once you have such a deficit in play, you need to try and control as many factors as possible. And setting up that perimeter, it just allows you to have the vision in this area, at least gives you information about how you can play that one out.
Yeah, this is a good place to start.
Yep.
Triangle, make sure you can farm the triangle, put up a wall, the sentry, and just wait. Just wait and make sure you're ready when they come.
No more splitting up, everyone's gotta come together.
Look at what they're doing. They're running away. They get the area back and they farm the camps and they just leave the area. They don't bring enough heroes. They need to come back and they need to hold this area. Like Koto's here with the Doom, like you can only have a certain amount of heroes farming at the same time. If everybody is farming, you're just gonna die, you know. You can't do that.
Yeah. Pretty interesting, some circles being drawn on the map. So Ghost has completely circled up the bottom side jungle, of which there are no bits of vision, and no one on Rune Eaters or Gamer Legion are there. Copy's gonna blink over, not sure where he's gone to. Oh, to the south side. That's where Speed cannot catch him. Nice little escape there from the park. But yeah, meanwhile, Rune Eaters, they're trying to smoke themselves. So again, look at the map. Circles being drawn.
Where is the Doom?
Yeah, where are they going is the question. Looks like the Doom's TPing to the bot lane to Fox clear out the wave and then try and very subtly join them. Tormentor's there, they're on the prowl looking for some action. Malik is playing dumb. RC off the mark. That was not the hook shot that you wanted, but really, how did it miss? Things are gonna get messy now for the side of Rune Eaters as they need to scramble and run, but against the Wolf, you can't really quite go nowhere. Maybe kite him out on the high ground. Doom out again onto the Lion. He has been sentenced to death every single time, but Ghost on his heels. Overgrowth will keep Malik in place, and that is a dead Doom, a dead Coddle, and looking now at Copy. Sure, the line will go down, but this is so worth it for Gamer Legion, especially since they get the puck. They make that one look easy. Ghost just cruises on into the fight and takes down his targets.
Yeah, I mean, once again, same problems, you know, they're not really finding ways to connect with their heroes. I think the moment you see an enemy hero and your Doom is not there to doom the Lago, how are you supposed to fight? Like, sure, the clock missed his hook, but even if the clock lands the hook here, then what? Then what? There's no Doom. He's not here.
Yeah, then he pops the BKB anyway and continues to walk out, right? Like, it's the same result.
Yeah, it's just a similar problem. They're not really finding a way to connect 5 heroes. I think the best way I've seen them play in the team fights or in the game is Malik is in the smoke. He has a dagger. He's the hero leading the smoke. Whenever he's not leading the smoke, the team just doesn't really connect on their moves.
Yeah. You kind of get the idea that Malik is probably a very clear and vocal just presence in the team.
Yeah, when he's connecting, it doesn't feel right.
Yeah. When he's the one late to the party, the initial hunters just don't know how to bring him in a nice way. The Gamer Legion, they will escort themselves to the high ground, very happily take perhaps the second lane of Rax. No pop for another 10 seconds. They can afford to... They don't need to rush though. That's the thing. Gamer Legion, they have that second life available on Ghost. Hell, I don't know how they take down the first.
Can't even touch the banner. The banner is going to keep the push going.
I mean, who's going to go in and get the banner? Immediate finger. Lion in some trouble, but nice force staff down to the low ground. Big Lum will be fine. And even keeping himself magic immune with the drain. Coiled up, but where's the finish? They're trying to get some damage onto him, but he's being rapidly healed up by RCY, and the puck just can't afford to commit on that jaunt. So Big Num will be fine. It's kind of a risky initiation there. They almost got the kill.
Yeah, they already get the Rex. I was surprised that he actually decided to jump.
Yeah, pretty spooky stuff. Keeping things disciplined are Gamer Legion. They understand how important this match is for them. Don't want to be losing to another team anymore. Ghost will lose that first life. That's a lot of damage. This is not necessarily the setup that you're looking for on Gamer Legion. Doom's there onto the Lago. That's what you were waiting for. And now Ghost is left high and dry. Still has his BKB to work with. And a shackle onto 2. Come on. That is going to screw Malik over and look towards the clock as well. Ghost looks like he wasn't in any trouble after all. I don't know what I was so worried about.
And it's nothing to kill him. If you use the Doom on the Lago, I mean, I kind of understand he needed to Doom the Lago. But then who's going to kill the Wind right now? Like, the Klings is the only one capable. Maybe with the Coil. They just didn't really have enough in the tank. You know, the Lago, keeping them alive, the living armor. And Lycan is just blinking in and initiating.
Yeah, because he can absolutely afford to do that. Buybacks come through. We know Rune Eaters, they're not going to go down without a fight, and they're trying to repel the aggressors from their base. But you buy back like that and you don't find any pickoffs on the way out, that is a rough situation. Of course, it was already rough. It's been rough. Rune Eaters, they have not had a semblance of a break this entire 39 minutes at this point. Just feels like they've been constantly on the back foot with not many options to play around, or even when they did have options, they just weren't taking them. They weren't setting these traps. They weren't playing defensive. They kept on ramming their heads into the Gamer Legion wall. The Gamer Legion are going nowhere. They put a burning army down. That's a wall of archers trying to repel the aggression. The Gamer Legion, they have so much sustain to work with. They're not worried about the thing. If this spam is going to start stacking up, RCY needs to help his team out with the heals. Almost level 25 on the Wind Ranger. Scary business. What a superstar performance from our boy from Malaysia. 16-1.
Yeah, he was definitely the shining star of this game. Defending the tier 1 top, making the rotations, even though I felt like it should be like a joint. You need to split up the jobs sometimes, but I felt like for Gamer Legion in specific, Fate plays just like another carry. So somebody else needs to do the job of rotating and making plays, and it's Ghost this game.
Yeah. Can I just say, I feel like Ghost has been such an amazing fit for this team. The way that he plays, maybe the level of, I guess, direction that he provides to the team as well from the carry position, it's very evident. You can tell that they've really transformed since this roster move and had some time to figure things out. I'm glad he's found himself a home, you know. Ghost, he's been bouncing around for a little bit. For some time on Nigma, some time in the Chinese teams, but he's always been a very talented player.
Man, it's also about blending in. You need to understand what is your role in this team.
Yeah.
Do you need to play a lot more greedy, or do you need to be more team-based?
I mean, I think he has the blend on lock. He's doing everything he needs to and more this game. Not quite much more you can ask for from your carry player. A smoke noted by Rune Eaters. Gamer Legion understand that the defense is being mounted and a trap is being set, which is why they're playing a bit more cautious. Back out to the side, don't want to take any chances, wait for someone to show themselves. Even though they have that AD rune on Ghost, they don't want to risk things.
Everyone fears the throw on the high ground.
Yeah, they do. 1% win probability for Rune Eaters again, folks. This match, even though it's not the last group stage match, very likely decides which one of these teams will survive onto the next stage of EWC and which one of them will go home early. With nothing but disappointment and a bit of regret over how the past few days
Gamer
went.
Legion can just use the creeps.
They can.
Just let the Zoo do the job. Just wait for...
No need to commit, right?
Yeah, wait for Rune Eaters to to do something, and then you can jump. But they're trying to follow the wave. They're going to follow the wave in from middle.
RCY will show himself. Ike thinking about a hook shot now, has to run back. Might be another defensive hook shot. 2 charges of the leg, enough to finish him off. Ike's gonna go down. They have their eyes on Malik. He doesn't even get the chance to pop the Doom because he's busy to run. He's busy running. And Ghost got the racks. Burning Barrage is trying to scare GL away, but again, it just tickles them, and RCY has them back up to full. Now, that being said, that is the shapeshift being used, so maybe GL will show some restraint and back up a little bit. Wait for that cooldown to be available again. Of course not. Of course not. The 23k ahead, what's the wait for? Goes with the auto attacks, use the wolves, use the creeps. No big commitment this time from Big Num. He knows that there's no need. And this will be mega creeps. Gamer Legion tightening their grasp around the neck of Rune Eaters right now. Can't quite hear a sound from Rune Eaters. They're being completely choked out. Not even a whisper. Sheesh. Look at the damage dealt from this Wind Ranger. My goodness. 47.8k? I mean, you talk about a role in the team. How about doing everything by your damn self, taking matters quite literally into your own hands?
And he also tanked a lot of damage, you know? Not just dealing damage, but he tanked a lot of damage.
He's all up in the front lines. He's just hoping that the Largo kills him. And in fact, look, 15k healing from the Largo alone, just constantly keeping his team sustained against the spam that Rune Eaters have.
Yeah, right now in the game, in the meta, there's just a lot of these heroes that can keep people alive. And it creates a problem of you don't have enough damage to kill off heroes in a team fight. And I think this is probably also one of the reasons why the games have been getting longer and longer. You just do not have enough damage to kill off heroes.
That's true.
I mean, it's one of the factors because a lot of the spells and early game momentum has been nerfed.
Yeah.
So you kind of don't really have the tools to attack as quickly.
You can't just bowl over your opponents as easily, right? Your bowling ball's not big enough.
So it was so impressive that yesterday when we had the LGD match, they were able to snowball so quickly. They figured out what they needed to have in the draft to be able to end the game 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
You mean, for us, you mean playtime, right?
Sorry, yeah, playtime. Yeah, not LG. Sorry.
No, there's South America, you know, easy to mix them up. P-time were amazing. And you were so happy. You were nerding out about their Dota 2. Not really the same level of sharpness this time round with GL. Still a little bit of shakiness in some moments, but the balance works, right? It's not perfect. We would have loved to see maybe the Lycan or the Largo get a bit more involved, but if Ghost can do it by himself, then why not? Maybe against a sharper opponent, Ghost might have been punished in some of those circumstances, but not this game.
And GL is just doing the right thing. It's waiting for Roche. They've already acquired Mega Creeps. They're not really pushing the envelope. They're just waiting to make sure there's zero chance, you know, for Rune Eaters to win. And this is absolutely the right call. They're forcing Rune Eaters to come out of their base and try to contest Roche. Because if you give up the Roche, it is
GG.
Pretty much GG. It is already GG, but
it is. It's GG in capital letters.
There's still some maybe copium left, you know. You can maybe wait for that one throw.
I mean,
but against the Aegis?
Yeah, nah, it's not happening. The second life of the Wind Ranger going to make sure the Doom is ineffective. There's also the Linkins with the shard from the Largo. We've seen this before, the on-call being buffed. So the duration that you have when you give Linkins to your allies, it's mirrored on you, and it's longer overall than usual. It's going to be so hard for Malik to connect on these Dooms, and it's not like he's had a good time so far trying to find his opportunities. He's been forced, in many cases, to Doom the Lion, which is just, you know...
strange.
I think I understand it. Maybe they think
not winning the team fight.
They're not winning the team fights. They probably believe that if they doom the Lion, the puck will be freed up to play the game. But then you have another Lion in the form of Fade, right? He's got a Hex, he's got a Silence. He's basically the same thing. He's got a Blink too. So the puck's game isn't going to get any easier. But he is level 25, so he's starting to scale, do quite a bit of damage. Not the best KDA, but 500 last hits, a lot of money in the pocket.
The lion and the wolf, my friend.
Yeah. The two predatory beasts ready to take down the poor fairy dragon. Tail is all the time. I mean, this was just an excellent Lycan pick in my eyes. And I don't know whether the Clinks was a good enough response. I mean, I can understand what they were saying, and I agree, because in the previous days, Winter, you were saying how having an Invis hero really unlocks the map for you, but then it also sets you up for potentially falling into opponents' traps, right? When you're running into these sentries, when your opponents are playing defense well, you get caught out instead.
Yeah, heroes that buy Shadow Blade are very, very nice in the current meta, like Tiny, for example. There are a couple of heroes that like to buy a Shadow Blade, not just because of the Silver Edge, but just because of the way you move around the map. It creates opportunities for you to get pickoffs. Yeah, I think that is what winning teams games right now. You find pickoffs with items that can allow you to do it. The daggers, the Shadow Blades, or you have the right heroes paired together. Yeah, you can kill anything. There are some combinations you can kill anything.
It seems like the concept that is winning games is you need to have some sort of way of dealing with the big map, right? Pushing out the waves and getting that advantage. And then you also need a complementary component of making sure you have a way of cleaning up your opponents once you've pushed out the map.
Because it's very, very hard to bring a lot of heroes to a location. So it's very important to have the mindset, or at least a plan in mind, that you need to have a two-man squad that can kill, okay, maybe not everything, but almost any hero on the opposing side.
They're like the Hitman squad, right? Anytime you've done clearing out the map, you're like, okay, any remaining trash on the map in terms of enemy heroes, wipe them out.
This is why we always talk about in a draft, where do we have an unkillable object on the map that you can put. Or you have a Helm of Dominator hero, you can just shove waves, and it's very difficult for your opponents to kill you. And it creates the situation where they cannot move out with their killing pair, and you can move out with your killing pair because you're just using creeps to push out the wave.
Yeah. There's a lot of macro sort of details when it comes to this discussion, but one thing's for sure, on the macro level, at least in this game, I think draft-wise, Gamer Legion have all the tools that they need to accomplish their goals, right? They're pushing out the waves, they're setting up with the Lion and the Treant Protector on the sidelines, they have low committal with that Lycan, as well as now the Shard, right? The Wolves are just constantly shoving out, and Mega Creeps. Rune Eaters, you got to admire the resilience and the grit that they have. They never tap out until the very last moment. But to be honest, it's felt like it's been close to the last moment for a while now. Now with this Aegis, that's what Gamer Legion were waiting for. The additional security to feel comfortable breaching up to that high ground. Final items rolling in. The Shapeshift still on cooldown. Maybe that's the final cooldown. Nullifier, Bloodthorn, AC, Refresher. My goodness, this Lycan is farmed.
Hey, they're doing the right thing. They're getting everything. They're waiting for everything. There's nothing for them to rush. They can take everything on the map. They farm everything, get the tormentor, wait for their last couple of items, and then push. There's no reason for them to take even a single % of risk in their position.
Yes, indeed. When the stakes are this high,
you don't have a choice, Rune Eaters.
you don't. You just have to stay in your base. But for Gamer Legion, they want this shit on lock. They want to make sure they're going into the next game feeling comfortable, not worried about potentially staring down elimination, which would be such a horrific result for them. It's not one they're unfamiliar with, but I hate to repeat that feeling. Final moments here in the game. Gamer Legion, here's the initiation. Big Num in, the Aeon Disc is going to proc. Not ideal, and they still can't find their target. Ike was able to create the distance, but Ghost already putting the fire out. Eki has been eliminated. Has a buyback. Rune Eaters, we've seen them pull off some crazy defenses before, but this one feels unlikely. Gamer Legion beating onto the towers. There's the buyback. Malik looking for the tendrils of the deep, but not going to be able to escape. Hextop in control, full force firing down onto the Doom, and he has no buyback. Doom is not going to be a factor in this final fight. And Gamer Legion, again, it's the patience. They are slowly but surely mounting the attack. They're not in a rush. They know this is their moment. They get Dark Lord. Dark Lord has the buyback. Hookshot is there. RCY on the front line, strumming away. You like the sound of music? I'll play you all the way home. Buybacks coming out en masse. Rune Eaters understand this is their final chance, but the glitch will subside. Their heroes will die. And their hopes in this game number 1 completely extinguished. RCY with an ultra kill to close things out as Gamer Legion get it done in game number 1.
Yeah, Gamer Legion just absolutely in control from start to finish. They did everything right this game. They defended their tier 1 at top.
Yeah.
They hold on to their position, and Ghost on the Wind Ranger just got a lot of resources because of all that team fights that they won on the safe side of the map, the safe lane of the map. And after he defended his tower, he knew that he needed to repay his team. Your team is already giving you a lot of help to defend your area of the map, and then after that you need to repay your team. He moves through the Twin Grid, goes to the opposite side of the map, gets a couple of kills. Those are very, very critical kills in the early game that allowed Fate. He was already farming really well, and he even further unlocked his game after those couple of kills. So I think Ghost definitely the MVP of this match for me.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Ghost, even in that tender balance in the mid game where we were hoping for the other calls to step up, he looked around. He's like, Malago want to farm? Malika want to farm? Guess I gotta do it by my damn self.
The double L's are farming.
The double L's are there, they want to take all the creeps. You know what? I'll take the kills. I'll pop the heads. I'll make moves. And it's so refreshing to see stuff like that because you always talk about needing an even split, right? Balance-wise. Sometimes you need to share the responsibility. But at the same time, I think Ghost demonstrated this game. If there's a way that he can do it, then maybe it's okay for him to take the responsibility. It still worked out. Sure, it's not the most perfect picture in terms of Dota 2 gameplay and splitting that macro, but it ends up working out for them because they end up with a giga fat Lycan.
It's not just about him. Everyone else needs to know who's supposed to be working with who.
Yeah.
Like the heroes that are supposed to go together, they have to understand you can't just talk everything out during the game because it's just going to take too long.
Sure.
So despite how much I want to praise on Ghost, but his teammates also kind of made it possible for him.
Yeah.
I think the supports were moving with the right heroes. The Trian was always, going with the carry, making sure that he can actually use his overgrowth to get a kill. And Lion knows that he's the person that needs to mark the puck because he's the only person that can kill the puck, and he's following him around on the map. So I think everybody kind of knew what they needed to do, and everything came together.
It was really spectacular gameplay from Speed, right? I feel like with Trian Protector, especially those early overgrowths when he's tag teamed up along with Ghost, bailed Ghost out of those tricky situations because Wind Ranger is a hero where even if you snowball early on, there is that period in the early mid game where if the enemy throws enough spells at you, you will die, right? You might lose that advantage. But the fact that he was able to survive past that hurdle thanks entirely to Speed and his clutch spell casting, that's what catapulted him into this monstrous position that he ends the game with 18, 1, and 10. And I think unfortunately, we don't have a metric for how much damage was taken, but I think Ghost also played his part, right? He was a body on the front lines as the Wind Ranger, abusing the mobility and his net worth advantage to tank so much for his team.
Yeah, for the Rune Eater side, on the other hand, I think their lineup is fine. I think I personally like their lineup a lot.
Yeah.
It's just the play, like we've seen this problem they are not really a team that moves well together, like connects well together. If Malik is the clear dagger hero in the smoke, in the game, then everything feels alright, you know, it feels good for them.
Yeah.
But if Malik is he needs to farm, you know, they are not unlocking his safe lane tower, I mean his off lane tower, and then that kind of, I think, creates a lot of problems for them. They don't really understand how to move on the map. I think Treant Protector is a hero that they don't really know how to play against it, because it's a very, very good defensive hero that holds onto your areas on the map. And I think this is what caused Rune Eaters a lot of problems, and I expect them to remove this hero. Their own hero, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Their lineup, their strategies, that's fine. But they just need to not deal with a Treant Protector.
Yeah, because the Treant Protector messes with the fundamental way that Rune Eaters want to play, right? They want to attack, they want to keep being aggressive, but they can't, because the Treant Protector's there just to put the roots all over them, wrap them up, and I don't think we're going to see him in game number 2. But speaking of game number 2, we're going to have it for you after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Back on the C stream for Dota 2 at EWC 2026. My name is Permasneeze and I'm joined by Winter as we continue to take you through what will be a must-win game here for Rune Eaters if they want to survive their group. Now, just to recap in case you don't know what's going on, each group, 6 teams, but by the end of these next few days, 2 of them are going to go home. And specifically for Gamer Legion as well as Rune Eaters, who are our teams playing on the first match today, they're kind of in a similar spot, right? The top dogs of the group, Extreme Gaming, Falcons, BBT, already mostly locked in. I feel like it'll be very hard to imagine a world where they don't make it through those slots.
Yeah.
And then that last slot, that's what you want to fight for, because the remaining team, Poor Rangers, don't really feel like they're quite at that level. GL though, along with
maybe not.
There's a chance, right?
Yeah.
There's a good chance, and it'll be such a big deal for Rune Eaters to actually be able to pull one back here.
I mean, after the first game, it's gonna be looking tough, you know.
Yeah.
The manner they lost the first game, they need to understand that the problems in the game were caused by children. Sure, there are other small little nuances, everything, whatever. But you don't have time to look at all the small little details. You have to just be very clear. From my perspective, I think they just can't really play against Children Protector. They need to remove that hero and just play their own game.
Exactly.
They don't have to adjust their own picks. Pick the same heroes, just ban the Trian, and they need to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, hopefully they manage to do so, because the trend has been pretty clear for Rune Eater so far, right? Most of the games that they actually have won is the first game of the series, where they were able to come in fresh, maybe catch their opponents off guard with the way they aggress.
Yeah.
Compared to other teams, as we've already mentioned, Malik is usually the tip of the spear for them. They rely a lot on their offlaner to be the ones setting action up on the map early on, but then when it doesn't work out, then you have games like this where it just looks messy.
Yeah, they have to be very, very, I think, proactive in terms of like allowing Malik to play his game. If he doesn't like to play against Sharon, because the way they move, they always move to the offlane first. Yeah. And they don't really, I feel like they don't really focus on Copy so much, because Copy is just farming. Sometimes they help him with the runes, but the first move of the game is usually unlocking the offlaner's tower first. So they move through the gates, they bring numbers, I goes through the gate, Darklock goes through the gate, and they go through the gate a couple of times. Maybe they don't kill the tower in one go, but they are always targeting to unlock Malik's game first. So he does not like to play against Train Protector, because I feel like they are not patient enough.
Exactly, because Train Protector, you don't just have a lock, you got vines overgrowing on that lock. You can't quite break free of it. Malik just felt like he was chained to that lane. He couldn't go anywhere. His team kept trying to open up the map for him and allow him other options, but you think about it, a puck that's just constantly farming, and then you have a Clinks that is not really the most active, right? He did try and make some moves, especially in the mid game later down the line. I actually thought it was going to be a different story because my main criticism so far, and I think it's shared by you, is that we feel like the other two cores, apart from Malik on Rune Eaters, sometimes don't really pick up the responsibility of making things happen. So when I saw the Klings, I was thinking, oh, this could be great because we saw an amazing Klings performance yesterday from Wits where he was just dictating tempo on the map. I was kind of hoping to see something like that from Dark Lord as well, but it just fell flat for me. He was doing decently in the lane versus Beastmaster, and then we didn't really hear from him apart from one or two gate moves like you already mentioned.
It's kind of tough, you know, it's a team dynamics thing. Because I felt like Copy's play, like a couple of the moves were not good because Copy arrived late. He came to the fight, but he couldn't get the call into the Doom. I think that was the primary problem in the early game. They did not combine their spells. They were late on the puck, he's connecting, and they couldn't really get a kill. Because every time the Doom goes in, I remember the first couple of attempts where they tried to take over that area. They get the Doom off, but they couldn't get the target to be focused down because there was no disable. The core wasn't there to lock him down. So I felt like that was kind of like also another part of the problem where Copy is not really good at like connecting with Malik. Malik needs to be already with a dagger hero. He needs to have like someone else needs to have like a stun. I think that comes down to the pos 4 hero because they have Kotal. Kotal has no catch. It's a Kotal Doom lane, so I think this hero might also be something that I said they shouldn't adjust their picks, but maybe the more I was thinking about it, maybe they need Eki on his Hoodwink. You know, I think the games,
something that can set up.
Yeah, the games that he was playing Hoodwink, or even like the bad games. Bad Rider is not a very popular position for him right now, but it works for them.
Yeah, and in the hands of Eki, perhaps the best Bat Rider player in the world, he could probably make that one fly. We'll have to see though. Treant Protector will get banned out by GL themselves because it's now Rune Eaters who have the first pick priority. So they're going to be the ones trying to figure things out. Shadow Fiend. Okay. Well, do we see the instant quote-unquote counter with something like the Spectre? Because we've seen different teams try different approaches to dealing with this hero. What is the GL recipe? We have yet to witness.
Have to kill him in the lane. So what do they have on the off lane that's good against Shadow Fiend? I imagine like
there we go.
Probably the axe is the most stable way of like attempting to shut the SF down. I feel like this hero, if you do not shut this early game down, he has too free of an early game. He's going to be such a huge problem, and Axe is a decent solution. I don't think it's like the SF is going to struggle in his lane. It still depends on a lot of factors in the game. The gate coming to play, the warding, the information, you get the rune control, the supports. I think the support picks are kind of the picks that are going to tip the balance of this lane, the X against SF, because both heroes can definitely have ways of killing off each other. You have the better hunger spam, SF has the raise, so the supports are going to tip the balance. I feel like the next pick coming out from Gamer Legion is going to decide a lot of this lane outcome. You know, who are you going to be able to pair with the Axe? We know they like Dark Willow, they like Hoodwink. I think even a hero like Sky is a very, very good solution to this pairing. It's not a very popular hero, but I think it can work.
You've been mentioning the Sky a little bit at this point.
Yeah, I think the hero is nice.
Do you think it's underrated? Do you think people are not picking it enough? I think I saw in one or two of the games, Vici got it.
Yeah, he's not reliable because 1-4 staff is just going to screw you over, you know. But if you think about how
2,250 gold is enough to ruin your entire career.
But you think about how the game's being played, because you need all this +1 hero to kill targets on the maps.
Yeah.
Sky is the best, one of the best ones. Your spell is on a low CD. You have a very, very nice damage amp with the silence.
Yeah.
You're very strong in the lane. You just don't have catch. So you need someone else to do it for you.
Someone else to get that initial maybe stun out or the setup, right?
Your partner needs to have catch. That's it.
Yeah. We've seen some teams go for the formula where it is the support's the one with the catch and then the cores that supply the damage. So maybe it's just a working recipe that most teams are familiar with and they're not so much happy with a support that only gives damage, right? That's really all Skyref Mage does for you.
You need the spice and you need the sugar to tone down the spice, so everything is balanced.
Oh, I thought you meant spies as in like spies, like people who spy on you in secret, like the Invis heroes use spy. Yeah, the spice and the sugar, that also works. Invoker ban is interesting. That's respect on RCY's name.
Invoker with Axe. They don't want to deal with that.
Oh, call into
Sunstrike.
Sunstrike. Yikes. Don't want to deal with that indeed.
I don't know, the Skyrav is still feeling juicy.
Yeah.
They're probably going to go with like just Hoodwink. Hoodwink is more reliable because it's a hero that gives you a catch.
Yeah.
It has somewhat of a similar function with Sky with your sharpshooter.
Yeah.
But you have a catch.
I think it also rises in value because you know Eki likes it a lot, right? This is something that Rune Eaters have seen success with. So you're more inclined to take it for yourself, so you deny that from them.
So let's see what have they decided. They go for the Wyvern.
Okay.
They really like this hero, and I think this hero is very good against SF.
What's the idea?
Not everybody agrees because he's a very good gate hero, and the curse is very nice against SF because you just kill your teammates, if you get the right curse. And SF is also very reliant on hitting heroes during BKB, so you can disable him through the BKB. You have the call. It's not very good synergy with Axe, like sometimes you can kind of mess things up, but you need to talk about it. You have to make sure you layer your spells off nicely. But I personally don't really like the pick here right now. I see the reason why they want to go for it against SF, because even for myself, even when I'm playing the public match making games, whenever I see SF, I like to play Wyvern because it's easy to go through the gates and get a gank off on the SF. So right now,
I mean, it sounds like you have a lot of experience in the matchup. Can I ask then, my thought with the Wyvern is it's sometimes a bit more of a slow hero. Like
slow, you mean move speed slow or the pace of the game?
I think a little bit of the pace, because one of the things we talk about with SF is that he can pick up the pace really quickly. My main concern is, can Wyvern keep up? Because it feels kind of clunky.
You don't have to keep up. You slow him down. You maim him in the early laning phase because you go through the gates. You're a very strong laner, so in most cases, what I see allowing the Wyvern to go through the gates and to target the SF is you need to have the right carry. The carry needs to be self-sufficient. You don't want to be laning with someone that, don't leave me.
Please, cold embrace. Please, another cold embrace. Please, more tangles, more cells. I need you. Please don't leave me.
Yeah, if Ghost is playing like Wind Ranger, he's self-sufficient.
He's fine.
He's fine.
He'll be
He
fine.
can gate as much as he can. But if Ghost is, he has to play something that you can't leave him alone, then it might be a problem, Like,
is there any carry that's still available in the pool that you think Ghost is going to go for that matches up well into the SF, or do you think it's more important to enable the Wyvern?
I like Spec.
But then, don't you think if you pick the Spec, you're kind of defeating the purpose of the Wyvern, because you want to leave the Spec can be left alone?
Because we don't care about the early game for Spec.
Oh, so Spec's just gonna go somewhere. Bye, Spec. You gotta suck ass.
You ship him off to NS,
Oh, okay. All right. And for those of you who are not Singapore inclined, he's referring to the mandatory military service.
Yes.
That's
but right now, Cass is the option. Cass and Keeper of Light. So they have a lot of, I think, sustain, a lot of heal. You have the double heal from the Cortal and the Wyvern. I mean, Cass with the lifesteal as well. So they have a lot of sustain in the team fights. Laning phase is also really, really strong, like the Cortal and Axe. So the reason why I can see this Cortal and Wyvern working in the early game is Cortal and Axe, you kind of want to play behind the waves. You push the waves, you drag the waves, and you manipulate the creep wave, and you force the SF to farm under the tower.
Yeah.
And then what will happen when you force the SF under the tower? The Wyvern will
dive him.
The Wyvern will come through the gate and will dive him. So I can see this happening, but at the same time, this support duo is super, super greedy. Very expensive support duo. They both kind of like to linger on the back lines. They need some kind of farm to be effective. So I like this Ember Spirit pickup, because what is Ember Spirit good at doing? Bullying the supports. But then again, I remember the game yesterday or the day before when I was looking at Copy's Ember Spirit. His mechanics are spot on, but he's just way too greedy on the hero.
Yeah, he ain't gonna... In theory, Ember Spirit can bully these supports. Is he going to prefer bullying the supports, or is he going to prefer bullying creeps? I think I know the answer to that.
Let's just keep it in the air, Let's just not pretend we know the answer. Let's give the man a chance.
Yeah, give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's changed his ways. Maybe some of the team talks over the past few days.
Maybe yesterday Mag was yelling at him, Bratishka.
Who?
Stop.
Who was yelling at him?
Mag, the coach. Stop creeps. Let's go for let's go for the heroes.
Man.
Let's go hunt the heroes. It was the game where he didn't pressure. I think it was the draw. They had the draw on the opposing side, and the draw was free farming, and the Ember didn't just go on the other side of the map to pressure the carry.
Yeah, it was really weird.
I think it was draw. Like, there was a weak hero, and he just chose to sit back and farm. So that was not good on Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit is one of the strongest heroes from minute 8 to minute 15-20.
Yeah.
Because you can't be killed. It's very difficult to kill you because you're so mobile. You have a long range spell. You have a Flame Guard. You have your Remnants. And you need to take advantage of that. You need to farm on the enemy side of the map. You need to pressure the supports. If you are not doing that on Ember, please leave the hero alone. Leave the hero alone.
Okay, to be fair though, we've had quite a bit of criticism towards Copy on his Ember, but that's more of the generic playstyle, right? We've even spoken to some of the other opponents in this group, and they've mentioned that Copy is a signature Ember specialist, right? Maybe it's just the dynamic of the team, because we always talk about it. There's a bit of a disconnect, right?
So
even though we say
that's the difference between that.
Like
you can play the hero
well,
you know, clicking the buttons is another thing. About playing the hero in the game, playing the game. So he doesn't play the game well. He plays the hero, but he doesn't play the game well with Ember. But whenever he plays Puck or other greedier heroes, it works because he's a greedier player. So that's what I'm trying to get to here with Copy. I have no doubt his mechanics are good on Ember Spirit. His spellcasting, he understands how to use the hero. But what to do in a game is an entirely different thing with this team. And right now they need their last picking Malik hero, but he is not exactly a priority this game. You know, he's on 23. 23 is not like a... Yeah, you're not getting priority, you're just getting thrown to the wolves.
I think something we also have to point out about Gamer Legion specifically is this Kez is a flex for them, right? Could still very much go to the mid lane. So they're using their 24 perfectly. Because you're now looking at a situation where Malik, if you pick a melee offlaner, the Kez is going to ruin your day. But then Kez could also just go mid and still have a decent matchup into Ember, right? It's melee versus melee. You get the idea that RCY, who is a Kez specialist, will have a great time there. So now, Rune Eaters are in a bit of a pickle. What can they do for Malik? It's going to be a Snapfire, but this is concerning for me because we know Malik is the playmaker. Malik is the one who has to start things off. Snapfire is more of a follow-up hero in the early stages. Yeah.
He's the connector. So Copy on the Ember Spirit, he has
to do it.
He has to do it. If he's not doing it this game gonna be super hard for them, because the early game, I think if you look at the supports at the lanes, they are probably gonna get pressured by the supports of Gamer Legion, and now they're gonna round up the drop with a Viper.
Nasty.
You cannot send the Snapfire or the Copy to this lane, because both of these matchups you're gonna have a losing matchup. So I think this is an incredibly smart pick, because the enemy is super reliant on the Ember Spirit to move on the map. And when you go into the game and you see that problem with the enemy drop, what do? You shut that hero down. You make sure that he has no game at all.
He is never even going to see a rune. He's not going to see a hero. He's going to be staring in the corner of his own jungle for years to come. That's what this Viper pick is saying. And by the time they realized it, it was too late, right? We saw Rune Eaters, they tried to cover their bases, ban out the Cheese Necro, ban out the Huskar, but they couldn't cover all the picks. The Viper slips through, and it's not just any Viper. It's also RCY Viper. He loves this hero, and he will make your life hell. This cheesy little kid from the Philippines, man. You just can't stop him. Southeast Asian mids will be Southeast Asian mids, man. They always want to win the lane.
Yep, everybody wants to win the lane. And
some want to win it more than others.
Okay.
GPK, for instance. GPK, king of the lane winning. I would say...
Why are you not saying Sumail? Where's Sumail?
Sumail's a carry now. I don't know whether you're updated. We have their match later on.
He used to be a mid hero. In my heart, he's always a mid hero. A mid player in my heart.
You got to call Toronto Tokyo a mid player now?
Yes. Have you watched his streams?
You need to catch up.
I think he gained the most MMR by playing mid.
Maybe he should go
You're
back.
not paying attention.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Let me tune into the Toronto Tokyo streams. I'll catch up. My bad. I don't really care about Toronto. I don't care about Tokyo because we're in Paris right now. That's where my heart is at. And that's where Rune Eaters will have to play their hearts out if they want to stay alive. Because at this point, if Gamer Legion is able to take this series, it's going to be a situation where Rune Eaters need to pray that the subsequent matches line up in their favor. The scores have to force some sort of tie. You need some draws to happen, maybe even some losses in the subsequent future. The upside for them is they did manage to tie against some pretty strong teams. But then they need to hope that Gamer Legion somehow end up with a worse result.
Stop distracting them. They need to focus on the game at hand.
I'm distracted. They're not listening to me. They are not listening to me.
Yeah, but it's the vibes, you know.
It's the vibes. Oh, it's the vibes that I'm putting off.
Yeah, they have to focus on the game. Let's just focus on the game. Take one game at a time. That's a very famous quote by players. Just like, I don't want to think about the future.
I don't want to think about too much. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm tired, you know, Mike. I'm tired, Mike.
Yeah.
Every game, I have to go through a list of check boxes. Oh, I need to do this. Minute 10, I need to do this. Minute 15, I need to do this. My coach is leashing me. He's telling me you need to follow the checklist. That's a checklist.
Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, that's a red flag. That's a red flag, and you know exactly why I say that. Because if you need to think about the checklist, you're already doing something wrong. It should be ingrained into your muscle memory. Winter, show some respect. These are pro players. They don't need to think about that stuff. They already have it in their bones.
The checklist is there as a guideline and it's there to help the players to
Remember
sure. Things that are supposed to happen in the game, because their natural instinct, their natural playstyle doesn't really include that. Because in pubs, you do not think about your support, you do not think about your teammates, what are they doing. You just think about yourself, because nobody is going to help you in the game but yourself.
Sure, yeah. I'll crack into game number 2 here. Again, a must-win for Rune Eaters to really feel comfortable going into the final days of the group stage. While Gamer Legion, it's a matter of pride, right? They're not just here to participate, they want to move forward to the next stage. And defeating a team like Rune Eaters, that should be a trivial matter for them. They've had much more LAN experience, but so far Rune Eaters have been even able to give trouble to some of the stronger teams, so not an easy opponent. Big Num will be forced back from the runes. Will just be a 2 for 2.
Wait, they're waiting at mid, they're anticipating a smoke gang to get a first blood. Everybody's waiting mid.
They're just trying to see, and they are actually spot on. Look at this. Rune Eaters, they're trying to gimp the Viper early. A ward in a very defensive position. Eki spotted, and suddenly it's a lot of wasted time from the supports. They're still maybe thinking of prying over with Ike, but with only the Impalement Arts, I don't think they have enough damage to scare RCY away. So Copy, he's going to need to find a solution because there's poison in his face and his vision is getting blurry, Winter. First blood already drawn, though. Speed to drop in the bot lane. How did that happen? I thought Rune Eaters were the ones late to the lane, but they tag team up and get it done.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong lane. Hoodwink and Snapfire. Gotta respect it, you know. Vyvern, not the tankiest hero, and you're really strong at level 3. Level 2, okay, you get the heal, but level 3 is when you start to have a dent onto the enemy heroes with your Arctic Burn.
This is a little bit of a scary moment for RCY as Copy managed to hit level 2 before him. Things should be even out now. Yeah, but like you said, the Winter Wyvern has to be so careful because the nuke potential between the Snapfire and the Hoodwink is immense. They've got plenty of damage and they're happy to throw it your way.
Yeah, Wyvern's very good at bullying melee heroes in the lane, but he's up against double range, so he has to be very, very careful. And now
Ghost is gonna get bullied. Just right-click down.
Yeah, level 2. They got level 2 first.
Yeah. It's just the timing. Great recognition there. And we were so worried about Malik being able to connect in the mid-game that we didn't really consider the Snapfire's insane early laning and the power that he brings once he hits that level 6.
Yeah, the lane is just going to get harder for them right now. Level 3, Snap and Hoodwink are just going to push you out of the lane. So Gamer Legion needs to be very patient in his lane. They have to wait, play defensive, make sure that you can get the heal to just keep the Cas up like 50. You need to always be like maybe 60-70% have. You cannot be like 50% or any lower because the combo from the Snap and the Hoodwink is just going to kill you.
Yeah. Very, very high level of caution needed for the Gamer Legion safe lane. And I think the story of this early game, at least to me, Winter, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Malik and Eki will be fighting RCY in the mid lane for attention. Because RCY wants to bring the party to his lane, right? If you rotate over to the Viper's lane as the Gamer Legion side, you're going to continue to force this Ember into a really bad spot. But on the flip side, if you can force RCY to come over to the bot lane, where Malik and Eki are wreaking havoc, then suddenly Copy gets a recovery back into this game.
It's going to be a game of patience, Mike. You have to wait for the right moments to make the right plays. Can't really force it now. You have to accept that the Ember's going to get a pretty bad start against the Viper.
14 denies.
Yep.
That's not a pretty bad start. That's abysmal. He has as many CS as minutes in the game, Winter.
And it's a matchup. It's a tough matchup.
I mean, don't you just... Surely you go level 2 Flame Guard and you just jungle. I mean, what is the point of this 1-1-1 build? Well... Yeah. Maybe he had a slight level early on or something to dodge. I'm not too sure, but that is going to... I mean, his game is slower than slow. And this is a concern because you already mentioned, Winter, they need to play through the Ember. They're not going to really have an Ember to play through. It's more like a lighter flame, not a fire.
Yeah, and Dark Lord is also low on health, on resources. If he gets ganked by the Wyvern sometime soon, he's going to get killed, and then it's going to create a lot of problems on the map because the Ember cannot respond to the pressure on the side lanes because he's just having such a terrible game.
Yeah.
So your side lanes need to be able to stand on their own. Snap is, I think he's doing a really good job standing on his own. But the SF is a vulnerable target. He's a weak point. If the Wyvern can come over, if Speed sees an opportunity to gank him, this is going to cascade a lot more problems for Rune Eaters.
Yeah. With that being said, though, I'm not sure when Speed can precisely leave the bot lane, right? Yeah, Ghost is big time struggling as well. I think the Wyvern leaves, it's going to be...
okay. I mean, he's not exactly like... not getting CS. He has 18 and 3.
Sure, yeah.
Snap is 23 and 6. I mean, you kind of expect the Snap to have a slight lead.
I didn't realize that this Axe and Koto was such a solid combination. The constant battle hunger spam, but they also have to respect Dark Lord's presence. Because he's got razors for days and the spell damage from Ike isn't anything to sneeze at either. Plenty of salves needed to stay sustained in this lane.
Here we go. Wyvern's already trying to head over. It's nighttime. Trying to use the cover of the night. But Eki is like trying to go mid. I feel like mid is not the lane you have to play through on Rune Eaters. You need to go to the side lanes.
Bingnam's being a little cheeky with it. Very fast on the Coddle though. I think they're finishing off Ike. Okay, nice little kite around. Playing around the perimeter. Very scary though, these razors. Fade and Bignam both on a sliver of HP. Infused raindrops are in order, that's for sure.
And they managed to find a D-ward as well. That's a very, very huge deal for the SF.
Yeah.
He needed to have that vision to keep playing safe. And right now, he is going to be a lot more vulnerable with the ward being removed.
23 denies on the Viper. At this point, Copy has had just to farm up in the jungle quietly. A 6-minute runes on the clock. The water rune not even touched down here. Copy will now go for it, get himself a freebie, and actually the shield rune. That's a pretty big deal. Speed and RCY going onto different targets though. I don't think Speed is a viable kill, and neither is Eki because he just scurries through the trees. You gotta imagine that if both of those heroes combine their abilities into one target...
and they drag the wave, you know, the catapult's dead.
Yeah.
That is actually really, really huge for Rune Eaters, being able to drag the wave away.
No pressure. I mean, that was all because of a slight lapse in focus from Gamer Legion, right? They were looking at two different targets. They get none, and their catapult wave gets dismissed. Oh, they found Fade. Uh-oh. A Fade in the corner. Fade's got no help. Dark Lord will be able to swipe him down. It's Ike with the last hit, and a nice little carnival souvenir for him to work with as well.
And that's a very, very nice kill on the sidelines. They need to keep doing this.
RCY. He's playing really aggressive and he finds himself at the tail end of a Copy sword. That is not what he wanted. Eki able to bait him in. And RCY, you're not supposed to be giving over the advantage like that.
And the supports are just not really combining well with the Viper here. They allow them to push away the catapult that easily. They drag the wave, the Hoodwink TP at mid, drag the wave, and the supports just were not there on time to stop that from happening.
Malik now being hunted down. Gamer Legion noted the presence of the spots in the other areas, but they just can't quite slow Malik down enough. Trying to get him with the Kazurai Katana passive damage, but Malik just a bit too tanky on that Snapfire. One of the benefits of this hero, apart from doing a lot of damage as a spellcaster, also a pretty decent body.
Pretty tanky hero. I mean, Gamer Legion, they need to, I think, reassess the situation. They had a very, very good start on the lanes, but now things are starting to break down, and it seems like they were not able to upset the balance of the laning phase. You know, Wyvern didn't really get a lot done in the laning phase. He didn't gag the SF. I mean, SF is not like super rich or anything, but he hasn't died.
Yeah.
And eventually he's going to scale up. And the Ember is in a pretty decent spot. I felt like I would not have expected Ember to have 2.6k net worth at 8 minutes after the start we've seen.
I mean, the fact that the Axe is lower net worth than him, that really tells you a story. A lot of it is because of that kill on the Viper, and now he has the level 6, so he can play the map a lot more freely. And I'd like to see more caution and intent from RCY, right? Because he's trying to very clearly make things happen on the map, but it's not really on him, right? I feel like his team, like you said, needs to try and play a bit better around him. For now, the focus of both Bignam as well as Speed has been a little bit scattered, to say the least. Kind of just on their own random missions on the map, whether it's stacking their own triangle, invading the enemy triangle on the Speed, you know, he's just trying to get the vision. Doesn't run into Eki. That is fortunate timing. Just gonna stick around and block the camp, perhaps. Okay, yeah. No stack for you. A little bit cheeky there. It's kind of in decent position. I mean, not to do anything by himself, but maybe if he calls for some friends over to deal with copy. Not sure whether it's a possible kill though. Everyone just happy to farm for now. So the one downside that I'm seeing with this Gamer Legion lineup, Winter, is they don't really hit towers very well until maybe the Viper shot. And that's later down the line.
I mean, not to mention they have no catch.
Yeah.
Axe is the only one, and Axe is like it's gonna take
a bad game. Yeah.
It's gonna take a while before he can have this dagger initiation role. You know, like this Wyvern, Koto, they are very, I would say, passive supports. They can fight, but they need someone else to start the fight, and you have a Viper on mid lane. You know, so this pick it doesn't really allow the supports to play the game they want to play. It's just about winning the lane and crushing the enemy mid lane, which I feel like he won his lane, but this is not a good enough margin.
Yeah. 500 gold differential. That doesn't quite cut it. For a last pick Viper like this, you're supposed to destroy them harder. Vision going to be noted with that.
Yep, no catch.
Yeah, that's it. They just use that solar bind and then the Wing walks away. Very cool. Okay. Immediate smoke up. They want to use this spirit form while they have it popped already. Eki creeping around the tree line. Another solar bind. Where's the catch though? Here comes Ghost. Raven's Veil. Got the stun out with the Talon Toss and the Shoto Sai Mark. They should be able to finish off Eki. Malik thinking about offering up a cookie. Offering up a Lotus. Eki is fine. Walks this one off. Even has Ike in the backline to help him out.
They need to protect the catapult might, so they don't waste all this rotation from the Viper as well. They brought so many heroes, the catapult has to stay alive so they can pressure the tower. I mean, this is by far the best, I think one of the better starts I've seen from Rune Eaters. Snapfire kisses, Ghost is in trouble, can he get out? He's gonna be alive, but Wyvern is going to die.
RCY is here to say something about it though, trying to get some lick back. Doesn't really have a way of locking down these heroes. Like you said, Winter, no catch at all on Gamer Legion's side. And it's so easy for Rune Eaters to just walk away. So they use their spells, they get themselves a pick off, and then they force the Viper all the way over here just to find nothing. This does not feel good at all. I feel like both games we've seen the team with the Coddle not really be able to accelerate their own game. Maybe the cost of this support hero is just a bit too high.
It's not fair to say that, Mike.
Okay.
It's the pairings. You don't have the right pairings. Kotal, he likes to play with Storm, Ember, any spirit hero like Pango, something to spam your spells and get kills. Viper is not a hero that... I mean, sure, you can Chakra, then he can spam his poison, but it's not a hero that feels good, you know, like as a pairing.
Invis Rune denied, copied back out to safety.
And you pick it to win the lane, and I think this is just not sufficient.
Yeah.
And I think I've spoken about it a couple of times already, yesterday, today. The laning phase seemed like it's not as important as before because the games are slower. So you want picks to have more priority on how well it allows your lineup to work. So the Viper doesn't really allow this lineup to accelerate. It doesn't work with the supports amazingly. It just wants to win the lane. And it doesn't really, you know, feel good in a game like this right now. And Rune Eaters, they are happy. Their Ember has fully recovered. Malik on the Snapfire, he has a great game. Shadowfiend hasn't really been punished. He's farming.
Yeah, the travels complete on Malik is a scary prospect, meaning that there's an option for Rune Eaters to look for plays on the other side of the map, and Mortimer's Kisses could just connect at any time. I will say though that Gamer Legion are still playing a good economy game. Even though Rune Eaters are the team with an advantage kills-wise and seemingly map control-wise, Eki, you know, he's not quite really stacking the camps quite as much for his cause compared to Big Num, right? He has set up an entire triangle for Fate to really come back to, and the recovery is visible. You can see this axe going from the bottom net worth core to kind of near the top now. It's a very big deal, especially since he's going to be their only catch. So the second this Blink Dagger comes online, Gamer Legion, they're going to want to try and find some fights.
But Rune Eaters, they are ready to fight now. They can take the fight towards Gamer Legion. They have the Vessel done on Ember Spirit, and this is the time for them to strike.
13 minutes in, close to the Wisdom Shrine timing. Let's see whether any team chooses to attack or defend. Rune Eaters on the prowl here, expecting Ghost to be farming in this area.
Yeah, once again going towards Malik's lane.
Scan comes through. Here is the full wraparound. Dark Lord will be noted first by the Wyvern. They catch a glimpse of the Kez, immediate Raven's Veil. He knows he's being hunted, and they don't really have the vision to lock him down. The Kez is all the way back out to safety. Bignum's TP'd in. The Gamer Legion, surely they understand they can't defend this location. They'll just have to give it up and be happy that all they lost was a pause 5.
They're gonna lose the tower. Dark Lord's happy that he made the rotation over. The last game, it took him so long to kill this tower with his gate ganks, and this time it's going to take a much faster timing. And once they get control of this area, Roche is going to move towards bottom. So the Roshan is going to be the next important objective. You open a tier 1 bot, you wait for it to come over, and you have SF plus Snapfire. You know, you're going to be able to kill it. Wow, that's it. What? They were able to find a kill here with a setup from Ike on the Ringmaster. Using the wheel, stopping the Axe will run away, and you have the Snapfire Mortimer's Kiss to throw on top of that.
Yeah.
And this is a huge kill. We've been saying he is the only catch. He needs to get his dagger, and if he's dead, this is going to further delay the playmaking options that GL is going to have in this game.
Absolutely. And the upside is every single time something bad happens, at least Big Num gets another stack. Big Num has been stacking that triangle, milking that cow until, I don't know, it's dried up at this point. I mean, with the rate that he's doing it, they're all going to be lactose intolerant. We're still happy to collect the earnings there. This seems to be the recovery option for them that's been working out well. What about Rune Eaters? Do you think they need to be forcing the issue? Should they be trying to find these opportunities? Because obviously for Gamer Legion, we talked about the Axe needing the blink. They'll have that in 300 gold, and then we'll see them move. But Rune Eaters, are they under any pressure to be maybe making these plays on the map or finding any specific hero?
Not really. I think they're having a nice amount of camps to farm, and their next objective is the Roche. I think the Roche is the bigger objective. If they can kill the Roche before the Roche goes top with the SF, that would give them a very sizable advantage of the game, because it's going to secure the Tormentor as well if you can kill the Roche right now.
It kind of feels like a mirrored situation from game number 1 where Rune Eaters, they were attacking this very same tower that Gamer Legion defended perfectly. And now Gamer Legion, they just haven't been able to break this one open and apply more pressure on the map. They're going to try now with RCY, his completed Dragonlance. Slowly but surely. This time round, no Treant Protector, so all they can do is try and spam out the waves, delay as long as possible. Or maybe try and mount some sort of a defense. Look at this wraparound. Copy, he's leading the charge. RCY is the only one they spotted, but the immediate blink, he dodges it. Oh, that is such an unlucky timing. Copy.
Good curse.
He has to thank his lucky stars. It's a good curse onto the Hoodwink. That will be one support eliminated. Ike's gonna try and save himself with the box. A failed Wheel of Wonder doesn't really connect. Ghost still gets popped by the damage. The parry's there, the cookie's in, and Ghost is down. Both major calls from Gamer Legion getting caught out, and the failed call first from Fate ends up costing them big time. Gamer Legion fumbling here on the Axe blink reveal, and Dark Lord will collect. You just gotta be careful about that blade mail, but Dark Lord finishes the job, survives on the sliver, and Speed can do nothing about it. Copy will jump on forward, knows that the Flame Guard has him safe. And Speed, an easy pickup in the tree line. All of it came down to that clutch play from Copy. How did he dodge that call?
Yeah, that was a very huge and influential move there from Rune Eaters, and being able to keep the Ember Spirit alive. If Ember dies there, he would have for sure died there.
Yeah, if the call connects, Copy is just wiped off our screen. But the fact that he survives that entire engagement puts out so much damage. It's a shame we can't get it on the replay, but by the point this happens, the fight's already over. And great confidence there from Copy. He just charges on forward, knows that the supports can do nothing to touch him.
They get a pretty good curse off, you know, but it was just like not enough. They didn't have enough in the tank. The Viper wasn't able to do the deeps. They get a kill on the support. They get 2 kills on both supports, on the Hoodwing and the Ringmaster, but that just wasn't enough, you know, because they paid a huge price. All their calls died, and this is like the problem, right? You have this Cotter, Viper, Wyvern. You're so reliant on the Axe. The Axe misses the call, and the game is just hard because you have only one stun.
That's the thing, right? It's so hard to blame the Axe. He didn't really do anything wrong there. You can't blame him for the Ember slighting right at the moment as he jumps in. That's just unlucky. But it's moments like these that dictate the overall tempo of the game. And now we can firmly say Gamer Legion, they're on the back foot. They're going to need to try and find some opportunity to pull themselves back in.
They're going to smoke and use the hit. I feel like they're still really strong. If they get the right connections with their spells, the Axe wants to kill off the SF, but they also at the same time need to worry about the box. The box is going to stop the Axe initiation, so they need to see where is this ringmaster position. He's looking for the ring, but he's out of there. But his newly placed bicycle.
Smelled that one coming through some sort of vision.
Yeah, but
because
this is weird. I mean, now they're giving up the tormentor because they are supposed to be prepared on the bot side. They place a lane ward. If you can look at the map, there's a lane ward on the bottom. Tom is spawning. They need to be in position to use this lane ward to pick heroes off and maybe fight for the Tom. They have to get ready right now. They are not weak. Gamer Legion, they have to fight.
in the mid lane tower being pushed in on the creep wave was a dead giveaway that the move was happening. Rune Eaters now just poking and prodding. They're doing an excellent job this game, not fully committing to these fights, right? They're just trying to bait some sort of a reaction. For Gamer Legion, it's important for them that the fights don't go long. They need to jump in with a call, get a hero kill. A curse needs to have impact. But if the fights drag on longer, that's where Copy, Malik, these low cooldown spells, high damage as well, can start to rip the Gamer Legion heroes apart. That's what we've been seeing so far. Sanj and Kaya complete for the Shadow Fiend. His Requiem's gonna sting.
And maybe Gamer Legion, they're setting up for Rosh. They are not going bot, so they're waiting Rosh to cross the map. Can they do Rosh with their heroes?
The Kez has got decent amount of damage. He poison attack it, stack up the magic resist reduction.
Is it gonna be fast enough though?
I
That's
wonder.
the question.
Indeed, indeed. Because Malik still got that boots of travel, so after he's done with the Tom, he can just fly on over to mid, throw a couple of kisses in the pit, things could get hairy real quick. No amount of cold embracing can save you from the fiery hot globs of lava. The Speed's on a bit of a mission. What's he up to? Maybe trying to steal the Wisdom Shrine? God, okay. Invis Rune. Big sneak around. Tormentor will be taken. You have to expect that Rune Eaters will be coming back to this location, and Speed probably going to think twice about that. Maybe try for a scan or something. And Dark Lord's already there. Not going to happen.
Alright, this is just not looking good at all for GL. They're losing the objectives. The Rosh is going to be something that they cannot afford to give up. They have very good heroes at fighting at the Rosh pick. The Curse, the Axe,
The Call, the Kotal.
yeah, they need to make sure that they secure this area. I feel like they're just very afraid though. They're not that weak. I think they can win the fights. I guess they just play defensive after one bad call and they stop trying to attack, you know, and they just prefer sitting back and defending. I think this is like the downside of like Gamer Legion. They're more prone to defending their areas. They're good at defending, but sometimes they shouldn't be defending because they're not that weak.
I can see that. Rune Eater's probably a conversation between the first game and now as well. Oh. Ravensvale immediately popped. Not sure whether that was a misclick of some sort, the switch discipline immediately after, or what's the deal? Okay, ward will be noted.
I mean, Speed has been sitting here for the last minute.
Yeah, what is he doing?
They are not sure what to do.
Do I need to go over to the stage and check on him? What's happening?
Yep, go ahead, Mike. I can hold the fort down here.
Yeah, Speed, you
Nothing's
good
happening.
over there, brother? What are we doing?
It's waiting for a career.
I mean, he doesn't look very happy.
Nope, he does not.
He's also not saying anything.
And there's nothing much to do, you know.
He will TP away.
They can only play through the axe, and Wyvern doesn't really like to.
Yeah, no,
to
I know
sit
what
next
that
to the
was.
axe.
Winter, you know what a sabbatical is?
Yep.
You know when you're too stressed at work, when things get too hectic, you need to just take time away. I think that's what that was, Speed. No, he's not having the best of times on this Wyvern. This is not what he wanted at all. He's just having a little fresh air. I understand it. I've been there.
I mean, at the same time, Rune Eaters, I think they didn't see the Viper there. Copy went up the ramp and then didn't see anyone. He went down. But the Viper was actually farming there. So they decided to go for the tower instead. After the tier 1 tower mid, that should give them the option to secure the Rosh. But the Rosh is a very, very tricky objective here against the Gamer Legion heroes. The Gamer Legion heroes they definitely have what it takes to swing a fight right there.
Yeah, and I think fighting around the pit allows Gamer Legion to keep their formation very easily. Unless you're the one sort of jumping in first. I imagine that if Rune Eaters actually want to try for the Rosh, they'd have to first jump in maybe with Copy and open up a kill or a pick off.
They need to open the tier 1 tower top first. Get control of the Ancients area. They're pushing the wave. SF is okay. I thought SF was coming over. He just went back.
I mean, to be honest with you, Winter, I feel like at this point they're probably setting up for the Dire Rosh instead, like in bot side. Because they're running out of time, right? You got less than a minute before this
It
happens.
is strange. They could have done it quite some time ago.
Yeah, but maybe they're scared of the Gamer Legion setup, like you said. It's not easy. We know that for sure.
There's nothing much going on.
Yeah.
Rune Eaters are using the gate to come around, so I guess you're right. They're maybe really intending to wait for the Roche to move to the bottom side. They're bringing in heroes. They're trying to play some gate walls, control the gates, try to look for a pickoff here. They're gonna find Kes. This is a big kill.
And there is your Roche attempt in just about 30 seconds. Or maybe you can make a beeline to the pit right now. I mean, by the time the Roche actually gets over to the bot side, the Kes will be respawned, so I kind of feel like if you're Rune Eaters, you want to find a little bit more. Mass TP is coming in from Gamer Legion, looking to set a trap and defend this area. Copies being pinged. Call's going to come through. Where's the follow-up? You need some sort of disable, because if not,
look at how the heroes
going to Remnant away. Where is the follow-up from Gamer Legion?
They have the heroes. The heroes just can't follow up each other because they don't have the right spells with the right heroes.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I mean, at some point, I thought Speed was even going to throw out a Winter's Curse just for fun.
Yeah, but the axe killed all the creeps with the spin, so he can't curse him.
Yeah.
Like, he could, but there's not going to be much damage.
I mean, it also lasts like 0.5 seconds.
1.5. I think minimum is 1.5.
Minimum is 1.5.
That's a minimum.
I've seen some
duration.
short curses.
Oh, 2. Minimum duration is 2.
I'm just completely wrong then. Sorry everyone for the misinformation.
As usual, Mike,
Okay, calm down.
lying to everyone.
Sorry. I've learned it from you.
I've always been truly honest with you.
Now tell me your honest perspective of this game. Do you think Gamer Legion got a good chance back into this, or?
Yeah, and there's still a chance. Their lineup is very, very good at defending high ground, like with the Kotal, with the Wyvern. It's the problem about progressing the map. They can't really move out on the map because their heroes are not exactly great at working with each other.
Yeah, hold that thought. Rune Eaters are instead trying to progress their map. Speed will be found. Instant blink. That's nice. Blink forward to chase from Eki just to get the vision. Holy! that was an execution. Malik jumping on forward.
That should be
sniping
Roche.
down.
This should be Roche for them.
Yeah, just get in there. Nothing to be scared about. Man, I don't think Gamer Legion were sort of keen on contesting anyway, the way they're split up on the map. This will in fact be Roche probably for Dark Lord and perhaps some tier 2 towers to fall in the subsequent 5 minutes that they claim this.
It could be dangerous though. It's not really fast enough. Roche has grown stronger.
Yes, he has, and the heroes are not really helping Dark Lord. He's soloing it at the moment. Here comes Gamer Legion closing in. Smoke's broken out onto Copy. He's the perfect man to take the damage, but RCY waltzing into the pit.
Oh, he got it!
And gets the Aegis! Are you serious? Gamer Legion, a prize delivered right on their doorstep.
Oh,
RCY will say thank you very much, Rune Eaters. You got a bit 2 legs with it. Now you're going to need to try and turn things around. At least you get the kill onto the axe. But that is not what you wanted at all. Fate. He is going to drop, and with him along the Wyvern.
That was a huge blunder by Dark Lord there. He needed to Requiem. He had the vision. He saw them come. He knew they were coming over. He needed to Requiem earlier to use the Requiem damage to somehow give him a little bit of cover and also to finish the Roche quickly.
I mean, there was also the
Did he
bash on
get
the road.
bashed?
He got bashed. He got bashed in the moment where he could have Requiemed. At the last moment, he got bashed. We'll see it again on this replay.
No, he needed to use it here.
Watch this. He got bashed right there. A second stun. He had no chance. By the time the Requiem came out, the Aegis was already out of his hands. That is just unlucky. Another situation that characterizes this game, the 2 pivotal moments. At the first fight for Gamer Legion, the Axe missing the call on the Ember off a very lucky slide. But Rune Eaters, they get their karma back to them. Gamer Legion with a gift directly at their doorstep. Rune Eaters will still find some pickoffs, though Copies keeping the action going, but that was rough, Winter.
Yeah, that was really, really rough. I mean, that's the consequences of not getting the Roshan earlier. Now, the Roche got stronger, so it's not as easy for you to get it. And I also felt like they needed maybe someone to help the SF tank some damage in the Roche. Maybe Snap. Somebody has to do it,
Yeah,
you know.
they left him alone in there.
Yeah, he was alone.
He was like, what? At the end of it, he was close to like 800 HP or something.
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of difficult call at that point because they knew that enemies were approaching. Snap wants to be far away from the initial team fight. He doesn't want to be first contact.
Yeah.
So you can say the same for the Hoodwing and the Ringmaster, but somebody has to go and break the swarm. And I felt like everybody just stood behind And that was bad because Ember could cover only one entrance. He covered the
Exactly.
stairs, and someone else had to cover the river.
I mean, at that point, even if you were going to die on the hoodwink, it didn't matter, right? You had to just be a body and delay their entry.
Yes. I think Hoodwing is probably the one to do it because
Yeah.
the Ringmaster could box you, could save you,
Exactly.
maybe, you know.
Bit of a setup now onto Ghost. He's not the one with the Aegis, so he will fall along with speed. A return call, Fate's going to try and fight. Easy box save though, that's the counter pick with the Ringmaster, and even though Gamer Legions are the ones with the Aegis, they're the ones in trouble. Dark Lord with a Requiem scaring them off, and the kiss is more of a goodbye kiss, I want to say, because nothing much else to be said in this fight. Rune Eaters, they're still doing a good job despite that little fumble around the pit of keeping control of the map.
Yeah, I agree. They still have the momentum going on for them because their heroes are just gonna provide them with a lot more options here. Gamer Legion, they need to be very defensive with their heroes. They need to use Viper as a body. You have Aegis on Viper, and no one else can get jumped right now. Nobody. Only the Viper should be the first contact. And this is not looking good, you know, right now.
It
Like
really isn't.
they have not gained any like good initiations from the Axe. I felt like Fate is just not finding any openings. He had I guess a mediocre start, but he had the stacks to go back on. But
Yeah.
after that, he just couldn't really get any important calls off. Like there's nothing, you know. I felt like they just got nothing done with the Axe because probably the supports are just not good with the Axe, you know, with the Cotter and the Wyvern. They're just not good heroes. The Cotter is maybe whatever because they picked the Cotter early for the draft, but the Wyvern pick just didn't really feel like it works with their heroes.
I mean, they picked the Axe even earlier, right? If you're going to 9-pick an Axe, you need to make sure
the
he
Axe.
has...
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it was the Axe immediately off the rip to counter the SF. And then you don't complement the Axe, so now you're left with an Axe that feels less like a counter.
But it's also like a combination of two things. The heroes that are not good with him and also his own play, right? I think the Axe not getting any good jumps. You can't really blame the supports for that during the team fight.
Sure.
You only have yourself to blame.
Yeah, I mean, I will say though that I don't think this is by any stretch of the imagination an easy game for Fate. He had a tough early laning start like you already mentioned, and even though he did find some stacks to get back to...
But at the same time, I think this type of hero is just not really in his wheelhouse. He's not really good at the dagger heroes.
Yeah,
Like
you've said this before.
From the games that I've noticed, like I've watched the last 2-3 months, I think even from before last year, I think he's just not really good with the dagger hero. He's good with he's just like
The
another
auras or the zoo.
the carry. He's just another carry on the offlane. Yeah, the zoo heroes, the aura heroes, like Largo, like
The map heroes as well.
Yeah, the map heroes, but not the dagger heroes.
And usually you have RCY on a bit more of a spirit hero to set things up for the team.
Oh,
Can
SF.
be used. In comes
Trouble.
the jump. Malik! What a nice counter initiation. Fade
Malik
off the
saves
mark with
the
the call
day.
again, and RCY. He'll drop to the deck. Malik indeed saving the day there. We were so worried about Malik not being able to play the connecting hero, but this Snapfire has looked solid. I think in the draft, maybe we were looking a bit too much at the overall game. But this Snapfire has done a great job making the early laning stage for Gamer Legion difficult, and now has scaled up immensely. Top of the net worth on Malik. How has he found that?
Boots of Travel, he had a good lane, he has a couple of kills to his name. I think everything has been going wonderful in this game. Like, as long as Malik, he kills the enemy tier 1 tower, the safe lane tier 1 tower, I think the games that he felt like he was monstrous are always the games that he got unlocked. And this game he got unlocked.
Yeah.
Dark Lord came over, rotated through the gate, I think around minute 13, 14. They got the tower. Not the earliest, but they unlocked him. He got the tower and he was able to play his game. They rotated and played the map very, very well after that. And
Poppy
Fate,
on the front lines. Fade, he is not looking very
That's
healthy.
a good curse.
Good curse, still surviving is Copy. Able to get the slide, able to get out, and Winter Wyvern will drop. So the balls of frost coming out from the Snapfire. It was a good curse indeed, but Gamer Legion perhaps starting to reach the point where good play alone isn't going to tide you through, because you need to start seeing some mistakes from Rune Eaters. They're just a bit too far ahead with this 13k gold lead.
yeah, their heroes just don't really work well together. Like the Cotter, Wyvern, Axe, this trio is just not really that good. They needed an Ember Spirit or Storm mid to round their draft up, you know, as a rotating hero. Viper just doesn't really cut it, you know. I felt like he won his lane, but then he made a misplay. But that one misplay that allowed the Ember to kill him just completely lost them like the early stages. And after that, the Axe couldn't really stand up to the plate to find some calls to help them win some fights. And they just couldn't really do anything anymore because their heroes are just super passive. They're only good at defending. They're not really good at creating opportunities, and they don't work well together because they don't have synergy together. Remember the earlier call? There was one call, the Axe called the Ember. He had the two supports behind him, but they have no way of killing off an Ember.
Yeah, Copy was just laughing at them, I'm pretty sure.
Like, what are they doing?
Indeed. It's tough. Where game 1 felt like a very strong outdraft from Gamer Legion, in my opinion. Game 2, Gamer Legion just perhaps making a few too many play mistakes. And the draft as well not really hitting the same level of synergy, I think is our main concern. Why is he just staying there? Don't want to get down? Okay, looking for a place to TP. I respect it. But yeah, Malik is so high level on this Snapfire, level 23, close to the level 25. As if the game needed to get harder for Gamer Legion. The Prowl now are Rune Eaters. Can smell blood in the water, and again, this is very much them, right? I think they can always take one game off of any team. They get the right conditions, get some of their good heroes. As long as Malik is unlocked, they can go very far. They managed to do that this game when it matters the most. I'm telling you, if Gamer Legion 2-0'd them, the rest of the group would be very scary because they just need to sit back, twiddle their thumbs and hope for the best. They of course have to defeat poor Rangers as well. But then down the line, their fate is less so in their hands. But now evening out the series, there's still a good chance. They were able to draw the stronger teams like I keep mentioning, and Gamer Legion, you know, that's where they might falter. Because some of these other teams, they have a lot more experience playing against Gamer Legion and beating Gamer Legion than Rune Eaters. Looking for the jugular here.
This is the last defense from Gamer Legion. They have to find the right opening on the Axe. The Axe needs to jump and the Wyvern needs to wait for the SF to BKB and try to stop the SF from right-clicking.
Okay. Who's the Axe jumping though? Who's the ideal target?
I think the ring. The ring is the safe. He needs to find the ring.
Okay.
But he's probably not going to find the ring.
I mean, the ring is positioned in the most safe location. A big wraparound. Copy's gonna spot them out again. What a safe pair of hands. We'll get hexed up, but there's the save again. This team fight did not start the way Gamer Legion needed to. Copy still dropping low, has to watch himself. Ghost is on top of Darklord though. Darklord's gonna take the damage, still trying to stand his ground. He likes to up. Force stuff away, save him, somebody. Darklord will go down, but it comes at the cost of the Kes. Now RCY, he's dropped far too low, and he will die as well while Copy escapes out to the side. What a performance from this Ember Spirit. He is everywhere his team needs him to be.
He tanked everything on that team fight. Sure, you may have killed Darklord, but Malik on the snap fight, he's also the secondary carry. He dished out so much damage on the team. Did not even use the ultimate.
No.
Just cast his spells, right-clicking. And this was a very, very nice box. Copy knows that he can't die. He gets boxed. He pops his BKB Darklord. He gets focused, probably a little bit too antsy because the box got used, so he has no box to save him and he dies. But Gamer Legion have already expanded most of their weapons to kill off the initial heroes, so they have nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, and look at the replay. On the sidelines, the Axe is just hiding away into the corner. Finally strikes and gets a kill onto Ike, but he spent a good 20-30 seconds just waiting for an opportunity that never came. And this goes back to what you were saying, where Fade, sure, he had a mediocre start, sure, he had stacks to go back to, that was supposed to prop him up back to relevance, but he hasn't really found those good opportunities for himself. Whether that's his fault or the team not setting up for him, that's another story, but what matters is that this Axe, he's not quite delivering.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the setup doesn't allow them to win. Like the Axe hero, this is a good hero, but it's just not suitable for Fate. I think he may have won some games with the hero in the past, but his style is not, it's not suitable to play Axe. Any dagger initiating hero is not good. Like Enigma is different. You buy dagger and Enigma, but you're not the primary initiator.
At most, you blink in Malefice and then you walk out. Yeah. Right? You're not really full committed.
You're waiting for the right moment to jump and get your spell off. So it's different. I think Enigma is also one of his better heroes.
I will say, overall though, apart from it being like somewhat the responsibility of the Axe. You keep addressing the fact that they pick... It's like, you have an Axe on your team. You imagine you 9-pick the Axe fate. It's like, okay, I'm going to crush this SF. And then your support duo is Wyvern, Kotl. You were calling for stuff like a Skyref, a Hoodwink, and you got none of that. You got like a Kotl that has to wait a bajillion years for a blast, and then a Wyvern that was supposed to come through the twin gates that never came.
It was still fine, I think, the support duo, until the end. They could have just picked a Storm or some, Spirit Hero.
As a secondary initiation,
I think that was Pango, maybe not Void Spirit, but they had some other decent options that could allow the whole draft to come together. But they decided to use the Viper to completely destroy the Ember's lane, which happened. But one mistake from RCY threw all the advantage back, and their heroes just couldn't really do much together anymore after that. I think the laning phase is very clear to me. It is not as important as before.
Yeah. I mean, if Rune Eaters win this game, we'll have the chance to ask them all about it, how they felt about this Viper counterpick, whether it was really relevant. And they are getting pretty close to that point. You talk about the Ember being countered in the lane. Which Ember are we talking about? The guy who's 7-0 and 10? The guy who's putting down the masterclass? And this is one of his best heroes, and it's lovely to see that he's able to show his stuff here on the big stage like this. That's the feeling that you get watching Rune Eaters this whole time. You know that they have that dog in them. Sometimes they just trip up on their own feet, but in the moments where they shine, damn, they look good. I mean, it's Copy, it's Malik. Still at times waiting for the rest of the team to step up, but each one of them has had their moments this game. Maybe except for Dark Lord, but Dark Lord, he now has the responsibility of closing this one out. He'll be the main objective getter, and the team's playing all around him. Despite how one-sided this has been, at least for the past 20 minutes, the game's still not feeling entirely comfortable for Rune Eaters to just waltz out onto that high ground. This is just the state of Dota that we have right now in the meta.
I mean, there are 3 minutes on the Aegis. They're not really in a rush, But it's the catapult wave. I think if you wait, and if you don't push during the catapult wave, then when are you gonna push, This is the best time to go. You put your banner down with the catapults and you push.
I mean, the high ground's pretty scary.
They're not ready,
Do you reckon they're waiting for some sort of an item?
No, they're not waiting for anything.
There's level 25 on the SF that's just around the corner.
No, bro, brother.
Level 20 on the Ringmaster, Copium?
No, you just push with the catapults.
Just push.
Just push.
Level
Go
25
top.
on the Ember, you don't care about that?
Nope.
Okay. If you say so.
I care about the catapults.
You're the boss. Well, I see 2 catapults on my screen right now, and Dark Lord's gonna run with them. You still have a glyph available on Gamer Legion to use. So you can repel this push, or at least suspend it for another 1 minute, 30 seconds. Level 25 is going to be giga important. I mean, both Ember and SF close to cracking that.
And what?
Meanwhile,
Why is
Tormentor here from Gamer Legion?
Why is GL allowed to get road? I mean, Tom. This is unacceptable.
Vibes?
No. They have the... Yep. Okay, finally it happens. But
the
the banner's a little bit too close for my liking.
Yeah.
Because they can hit it.
Careful, Dark Lord. A call might be coming your way that you don't want to pick up. Malik is not actually in position.
Yeah, this is why the banner needs to be behind.
Yeah.
Like, they're killing the banner with the illusions. This is not... It shouldn't be allowed.
What? Oh, okay. Oh, that was weird. Well, they get the banner, but the tower is, as we say, is going to fall. It's not actually going to fall. It's going to survive because of the glyph. And just like that, looks like Rune Eaters, they can't push no longer. That was weird.
And this is why they needed to push just now when the catapult. You have 2 chances because the catapults in the mid wave will arrive first. You get a push, and then you have a secondary option after they defended the catapults. But then again, I think the issue was the banner placement. The banner needed to be placed
further back
because it's like there's
because
no
then
way.
they can just waltz up and kill it.
There's no way you just let them kill the banner just like that.
I mean, so far, past 1 minute, feel like Gamer Legion have gotten away with a little bit of robbery, right? They get the Tormentor, they get the free banner, but now they might be losing the Viper. A price to pay for everything is RCY eliminated. There's a curse, but Copy's quite a bit too tanky, and the Mortimer's Kiss is raining in. That's level 25. They can't play. They just don't see the X this game. And this one might be over soon. You buy back. Last stand here for Gamer Legion. Rune Eaters gotta imagine that they won't be letting this one up. An advantage For them here, that was hard earned. The Hex out, immediate buybacks. They need to try and save their Kaz. He's feared up right now. Still able to survive and parry. Turn around for the Hex. Onto the Hoodwing box is there for the save. Rune Eaters able to kite, but Malik's in. Double cookie out. He needs to escape. Still jumps back in. Triple cookie, quadruple cookie. Keeping the controls up. Who wants a snack? Ghost hiding in the cover of his Raven's Veil. Copy still on the front line and tries to cut him down, but no kills just yet. Meanwhile, Malik's gone down on the back. Fade has found his mark.
The Aegis expired.
The Aegis did expire. They still have a
They didn't
box
get
to
the
work
racks.
with. They didn't get the racks, and now Dark Lord in some trouble. Gamer Legion, this could be the opportunity, but the instant Hex now onto Kaz. Needs a Raptor downstairs. Embrace, very much needed speed. Hugs him with ice and gets Ghost back up to fighting speed. That is everything that Gamer Legion needed. And they will repel this push.
They did not kill the Kaz. The Snapfire thought the Kaz was dead. He didn't use his kisses on the Kaz. Oh boy, that was such a costly mistake. The last 2 to 3 minutes have been just mistakes after mistake. They were getting antsy because they know that Gamer Legion should not be allowed to get away with so much. They got the Tom, they defended the high ground, they lost the banner, they forced the high ground with the Aegis. They couldn't get the kill, they lost the Aegis, they lost the SF. This were quadruple cookies. And he didn't finish off. You see the co-embrace, he didn't finish off Ghost here with the kisses.
He could have just kissed right in front of him, but he went for the long range instead. And he just ends up dying to the AoE damage. I believe he actually died to the Blade Mail of Fate. Fate popped the Blade Mail, stood on a kiss, and Malik's last bit of HP went down. You gotta imagine a bit more patience or any semblance of just... I wanna say discipline? Like not needing to fully commit, because I feel like the second you see those BKBs, why are you quadruple cooking in? Like just back up, chill, wait out the BKBs, and then you can multiple kisses them to death.
The thing is, they could have killed the Kaz and it would have been an entirely different story.
Yeah,
so that's also another point of contention. I mean, they just don't really know how to push the high ground. The high ground is, in fact, something that you need to talk over. Like, it's not easy to push the high ground. You have to talk about, when we are going to the high ground, how are we going to use the banner? How are we going to siege? Well, which hero is supposed to do what? Are we supposed to all stand behind the SF and just let the SF hit? There are always going to be conversations like this. And most of the time, if you're jumping into the enemy base to initiate, like you said, you know, it's going to put you in a position where you're exposed. Yeah. And the enemies are going to use buybacks to defend the base. So oftentimes, the safer choice is to just sit behind the turret and let the turret hit the base.
Yeah.
Which is the SF.
Yeah. Just leave him be. It's not like you don't have save, right? You literally have 2 Ringmaster boxes, no nullifiers on the side of Gamer Legion just yet. He would have been fine. But instead, you try for this crazy commitment. Malik, a hero like the Snapfire, yes, it can go in and set up crazy plays, but not into BKBs. That's the hero's arch nemesis. Rune Eaters, they're not out of this one just yet. That was a costly mistake indeed. It extends Gamer Legion's lifeline in this game by maybe 5 minutes or so. Or maybe it could end all in an instant if they're not ready for this smoke move.
And it's also the morale. Like, your morale is going to take a huge hit. You're so far ahead, and how did you lose the fight just like that?
Yeah, the past 3 minutes, right? Giving over things they're not supposed to. Maybe the stress kind of starting to set in a bit. Gamer Legion, this is a game that they have no business winning at this point if Rune Eaters play it right. But Rune Eaters, they fumbled quite a bit.
Just one wrong placement from the banner. The banner placed behind would have just
catapulted everything.
It would have just eased so much of the pressure, because you just wait for the creeps, the catapults to kill the Rex.
I mean, on the other hand, I think it might have been the starting domino might have been the Tormentor, right? Because they see you at the Tormentor and then they're in such a hurry to place the banner that they just put it a bit further.
But that was
than they
also
would
way back. Like the first catapult wave in the mid lane, they should be pushing.
That too.
And then that would have made it hard for Gamer Legion to hit the Tormentor.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of small little things cascading and just stacking on top of each other. And it made the players kind of felt like, oh my god, why is this happening? Why are they getting away with this? And then you kind of want to force things.
Yeah,
and then
you quickly put a banner down, you realize it's in the wrong place, Dark Lord still sticks around, you take a fight that doesn't work, suddenly you're losing heroes, you're quadruple cooking in, you're smoking as a response immediately after coming back up, find nothing. And now Gamer Legion, they have their place back out on the map. It's not a clean game for them. Nullifier complete for Ghost, so now the box is going to be not a reliable save if Ghost can get his hands on them. And this matchup is actually pretty nice for the Kaz, right? Ghost, as long as he's able to collapse upon the Shadow Fiend, he will be able to bring Dark Lord down. Especially now with the nullifier. Maybe you're relying on the cookie, but even that is kind of rough into the Falcon Rush. Closing the gap is Kez's specialty. And SF, he hates it when you're all up in his face. Both teams moving out on opposing sides of the map here. Roche, 1 more minute until that's up. Of course, only we know that. Copy again, being the front line, fearless as usual, charging ahead with his Ember Spirit, trying to light the way for the rest of his team to end the game. Gamer Legion, the cautions there. Got a note, a Hex and an Aghanims on Big Num. Those are two very big tools for control in the team fight that Rune Eaters might not be prepared for.
And 7-0 and 13. He's definitely trying to make a statement with his Ember Spirit.
He is popping
But he has to win the game.
Job's not done, right?
But he's not the person that has to end the game. It's the SF. The SF is the one that needs to end the game.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying with this team, right? We've seen each of their individual members pop off, but I've yet to see Dark Lord bring one home. I've yet to see him step up to the plate and hit the home run when the team has set him up for that success. And this is his chance to really prove himself in a game that matters so much for this team. And the overall standings and their potential progression in this tournament. I mean, hey, not getting eliminated in the group stage, that's one step. You still got survival to talk about, but you need to focus on what's ahead of you, and that's this Roche. Secure that objective. Gamer Legion in no position to really contest.
Round 2. The good news is they have another opportunity to try again. Another banner, another Aegis.
Yes, sir. Prophet's Pendulum now. Perhaps the best item in this tier. I mean, without it, you're just getting instantly decimated by so much of the damage. A refresher shot given over to Copy, because the Snapfire already has the refresher orb of her own.
Time to push. Catapult waves coming.
Come on. Let's get moving, folks. Stop hitting those creeps. It's time to end the game.
Wait, where are we going?
Where are we going indeed? Any idea, Winter? Just clear out the creep waves, perhaps. Looks like they want to escort this wave of the catapults up in top side.
Yeah, but can't they just go through mid?
There's a Kez and a Coddle sticking around the top side. The Coddle's now escaped. And yeah, evacuation. So it's just clearing out this lane. Maybe they're worried about the geography of the mid lane. They don't know where the Axe Call can come from. This approach in the top side will be a lot more linear, allowing Copy to just take the frontal position and maybe Malik a bit less cookies on the aggression this time. And save some of that for the post BKBs. On paper, you look at the stats, you look at the gold lead, you get the feeling that this is not a game that Rune Eaters can lose. This one is in their hands. They just need to play the remaining cards correctly. But they've been also prone to some strange bouts of decision-making that have left us scratching our heads. But now's not the time to pull a magic trick. Now's not the time to get funky. Do what you need to do. Close this one out. Keep the survival of your team in this group within your control. At least for the most part, rather than the less part. Still not in a rush. They just...
Where's the banner?
They just gotta put a banner down onto some catapults, baby. There's the banner. Called that way this time. Eki tried to blink forward for the catch. They forced off Dark Lord forward. That was cheeky. Able to immediately blink away. That's a good play. Viper strike now onto the SF.
Feels like they can still hit it. It's the same thing.
Well, they got Bushwhack to cover now.
It's
clear out Viper. Yeah, it is very near indeed.
Because you don't really need to use it in range of the creeps. Just the catapults. Only the catapults.
4-star forward. Viper strike in. Try for the call, but there's a save. Mortimer's Kiss is now making it hard to fight. Gamer Legion need to back up for now. Ignis Fatus right in front, trying to kite. Ghost is on top of Dark Lord, but he has that second life, so Ghost won't commit for more. And would you look at that? The banner's gone. Catapults are being wiped out as well. Gamer Legion holding off this push again. And even though Dark Lord has that Aegis, he got a bit scared for a moment, backed out, and Rune Eaters. Now, what's the sitch? Are we waiting for banner number 3?
They are not defending the banner, Mike. When the opponents go for the banner, you have to stand and fight. You cannot He had A-gates, but he's running away on the SF.
I mean, they tried to put some Mortimer's Kisses down, but clearly not everyone was on the same page, right? Malik was pressing his ultimate, and then everybody else was trying to retreat.
Ringmaster used his ultimate, but they are not committing for the tower.
And now they're telling Dark Lord, come on, brother, step up. We spent the whole game setting you up for this. He'll take the hint, at least bring down the tower, but 53 minutes in, with an advantage like the one that Rune Eaters have, you get the feeling that they need to get a little bit more, and they can get a little bit more. They're just not quite putting the pieces together to finish off the puzzle. They're getting itchy. They're starting to feel the stress. The 4-star forward, the call onto 2. The Ignis batters. The setup is there. They're in trouble. Hoodwink is lost. Ghost is being controlled though. Look for a setup speed. Able to get the curse, but Ghost dies beforehand. No one's going to be enough to chalk down Malik. Copy now, popping his BKB, trying to look for the back line, but RCY still a strong force in the front. Dark Lord likely to lose that first life. Fade looking for more. Onto Malik, and Malik is dead. Rune Eaters, they're starting to lose the numbers, and Copy, he can only do so much. He's on the back, killing off the Winter Wyvern, and now he's looking for more. Mortimer's Kisses helping it out in the refresher shot. He has a bunch of remnants to work with, and they're spying onto Big Num. Somehow the Coddle still survives the last lingering burn damage.
Like, how?
How
did he
are
live?
Gamer Legions doing this?
And Rune Eaters, they just don't know how to end the game. Like, the way they're sieging the high ground doesn't feel like they know exactly what they have to do. They have been forced forward by, I think it was the Viper, both occasions. He pushed Dark Lord into the base, they hex him, they go on him. And every time that happens, they are just not really ready for it.
Not at all, no. And the Viper
every time that happens, I felt like the Ember needs to go in with the Snapfire ultimate, and they have to kill the backlines first. They don't focus the Viper first.
they're not even focusing the Viper. The Viper's just kind of killing them.
Why is Hoodwink stepping so near? Right? He was in the call. Like, maybe we get to see it here. He was in the call. Like, he was in front. Like, why is Eki in front? Like, why is he in the call?
How did he even... Yeah,
why is he in the call?
How did he get there?
Like, he just stood there. He was hitting the base.
Yeah, the Squirrel's a little bit lost there.
Why?
Speed, a little bit unfortunate as well, because I think Speed could have very much saved Ghost if he got the Winter's Curse off, blinked right into a Requiem, which was unfortunate. But as you can see in the fight, no one's really focusing the Viper. RCY is just standing there, delivering the damage, and Rune Eaters can't quite deal with it. He's got a Nullifier of his own. He's got an Eye of Skadi. This guy is a menace.
I think we're in for a long ride right now, Mike.
This is going to go the distance, perhaps.
Rune Eaters have no idea how to close out the game.
Maybe there's a bit more to this game than we expected. We thought for sure that Rune Eaters would be able to get a leg back. They've been able to tie up with some of the stronger teams, but Gamer Legion, the grit is there for them as well. I mean, if you think about it, both these teams, the way that they play, it's the same, right? Gamer Legion, they've been the underdogs for so many of these events. They're used to these positions. They're used to the better team squashing them, and they've had to wiggle their way out of tougher situations than this. This is another day in the office for the boys from NA, and they showed up to work today to play. Not ready to go down without a fight. Same thing can be said for Rune Eaters, but maybe Rune Eaters too used to being on the back foot, not too sure really how to close things out with this advantage that they have. And it really comes down to it because you mentioned, as well as Copy is playing, as well as the Snapfire is playing, they can only do so much. The person that has to end the game is Dark Lord, and we're still waiting for him to step up to that plate and get the job done.
We've been waiting since 20 minutes ago.
We've been waiting since a few days ago, Winter. Even the games that Rune Eaters won, it was very hard to say that Dark Lord was the defining factor. There were moments where Ike, on his, Undying, clutch saves with the Tombstone and the Soul Rips. Malik, we don't even need to talk about that guy. Copy had an amazing game on the puck. I mean, hell, even Eki on his Bat Rider. But so far, we've yet to shout out Dark Lord's name. This hasn't really lived up to the level that his team is trying to elevate the rest of the gang to. But this is where they need him. He needs to clutch up. Has to make the right decisions and bring it home. We knew this was going to be a close series all throughout. I didn't expect the way that Gamer Legion were going to crush Rune Eaters early. In fact, I thought that this game number 2 would be extremely Gamer Legion-sided, but Rune Eaters have managed to carve themselves an opening. A huge opening.
I mean, it's also a team thing, Like the banner part, I felt like you can't say that's
it's
the SF.
one, but
It's not the SF's problem.
I mean, he didn't even place it.
Like, he placed 2 banners wrongly. Like the Eki, I think both occasions he placed it wrongly.
Yeah.
It's too far forward. They just use the Manta Illusions to kill it. It's not acceptable. If they kill it by fully committing into the fight and then creating some space to kill it, fine. You know, they have to pay a price. They use buyback to kill it, but they just kill it with a Manta.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Literally,
like, how?
not even a BKB, not even an ultimate.
Like,
they're
how?
just chilling.
Like, how can that happen?
It was obscene.
Yeah, that should not be allowed to happen. Like, these are things why we always talk about, like, the tier 2 teams, tier 1.5 teams, like, in terms of the macro issues, that they're not really very, very sound. They don't really understand a lot of the small little things.
It's just the details, right? It really is
Like,
such a
even
small detail.
just a small detail, the banner placement.
Yeah,
It's
the
just
banner placement. And to everybody watching at home, you sound like a maniac right now, Winter. You're talking about the inches that the banner needs to be shifted further back, but I completely agree with you. I feel like it made such a big difference. It allows Gamer Legion to take a much more favorable fight. And even in a game where Fade, he was initially struggling to find these calls. I mean, when Rune Eaters run up into them like that, when the squirrel is gonna blink into range of your SF, sure, you get a 2-man call. Why not? You're gonna take that every day.
I mean, I also get the feeling where every time the game seems like it's not progressing for Rune Eaters, Eki is gonna make a mistake. He's gonna do something crazy and then he's gonna die.
And this is something that we noticed when he was standing in for Liquid most recently as well, right? I think the hallmark for him is that he gets very eager. He wants to make things happen. He wants to progress the game. So if no one else is doing it or no one else is ready, he tries to take matters into his own hands. And that often ends up harming.
That's why it's good when he's bad. If you think Matter,
Bat Rider.
Yeah,
yes.
because he can lasso someone out.
Indeed, because he actually has the prerogative to do so. But when you're on a hero like a Hoodwink, yes, you can set things up by yourself, but you're in a stage of the game where that's not viable anymore. You need to play as a team, and you need to try and tee your SF up. Not blink right next to him and get a 2-man call on yourself. And I can't believe this, but we are waiting likely for another banner, which means 60-minute items are going to be on the table more than likely in 15 seconds. Rune Eaters, they're going to make sure to try to keep Gamer Legion on their side of the base so that they can't come out and farm those stones. Darklord's on the high ground. Okay, that was easy. That was that was easy. They didn't see that one coming. Big fight starting out. Ignis Spartus, meanwhile, copy on the back line again, being controlled up. He is doing so much for the team, creating the space for the Mortimer's Kisses, but they can't quite reach speed.
They're not hitting the racks.
Salvo of spells.
No, when they do this, the SF needs to be hitting the racks because they're making space for him to hit the racks.
I think they saw Ghost on a sentry and they got a little bit scared. The Kez was ready to put some salt in some heads. Call out. Fade, what is he doing here all alone? This is not the setup you're looking for. RCY will blink in, start putting the damage out. Gamer Legion trying to fight around this area, but Rune Eaters know if they can just push GL back, they can actually get the neutral item advantage. There's no need to rush right now. They're trying their best to farm up these mad stones, get towards those items. We're going to need a neutral item check real soon, but I'm sure they'll start popping out to the right.
Hirosh has popped up.
Indeed it has. Dark Lord straight into the pit. Not too concerned about mad stones, more concerned about the banner that this time for sure he'll place right. Third time's the charm. That's what they always say, Winter. It's going to take Rune Eaters maybe 60 minutes or more to get this done, but Roche will roar, and here comes Gamer Legion. An audacious Stygian Desolator. This Kez is going to be attacking at the speed of light. And Fade, he needs to land a killer initiation. Waltzing towards the pit. Smoke's not gonna break. We don't see Rune Eaters, and neither do Gamer Legion. Now a little bit of a showing. All gathered around Dark Lord. He's hidden around the ring, but Ringmaster will be the one to take first contact. Not really what you want. Ake is in trouble. He's trying to use himself up. Where's the rest of the team? Copy will try and make some space. Dark Lord there with the birds! And they get themselves the Kez! Instantly blown up, and big Gamer Legion, they just have to buy back. This is not the fight that they were looking for. That was such a nice setup, and from the start, game number one, we talked about Rune Eaters not able to set the traps. That's what lost them game number one. But it took them 60 minutes in game number two to finally learn that skill. And the Ringmaster, I thought this was going to be such a bad fight for the Rune Eaters, but he was just a bait in the end. Look at that setup. Malik and Dark Lord going in. Tier 5 items be damned. He couldn't get a single auto attack off while Copy just traces the axe. Doesn't allow him to get any semblance of a counter initiation. Buyback also available on the caller, but not wanting to use it because I think they understand at this point the Roach is forfeit.
Is this going to be the final banner of the game, Mike? The final hurrah.
Girl, I don't know. I feel like the game should have ended 20 minutes ago. I'm over here thinking they're gonna hit the rags, things gonna be clean, you know, they're just gonna choke them out. And then in certain moments, Rune Eater's the one choking instead. I'm confused.
Okay, come on, Ike. You can place the banner better.
Yes. Believe in Ike. I mean, Ike, at this point, maybe he's a bit frustrated, right? He's like, okay, I'm done. I'm sick of y'all baiting. You guys are doing a horrendous job. I'll do it. I'll step up. I'm gonna box myself, use myself. You know, you guys have all the time in the world to set up. I don't know whether that was intentional, but it's funny that it
I mean,
gets to this point.
I have a feeling it might not be over yet.
Yeah, me too. Especially
Again,
the tier 5 items coming out.
They know how to fight outside the base, but pushing high ground is different.
That's true. Okay. Vampiric Stygian Desolator, Fleet-footed Dazun Blood. Oh, that is big for this Ringmaster. He can abandon the boots if he wants to for another item. And the huge AoE on the Wheel of Wonder as well as the whip.
I mean, they have a couple of books, so they can use the Book of the Dead to push, I guess.
The cast range for speed as well as Big Num.
Eventually, they should be able to end the game, yeah?
Oh, the cast range is going to be pretty significant for the Wyvern, right? You get a curse in a position they don't expect.
I mean, I think it's hard for him. There's too much stuff. The Ember and the Snapfire, you can have an extra cast range with the dagger, but it's still going to be very hard to land a big ultimate. If you're counting on your pause 5 to land his ultimate on 3 heroes to win the fight, you are in already so much trouble.
All right, Winter. I have great news. The banner is in the inventory. He is going to place it. As soon as he plants it down, I want a rating 1 out of 10 for how well he's landed
He's
it.
waiting for the catapult.
He is waiting for the catapult timing. What a smart man. That's not a catapult. Those are some range creeps. 30 more seconds, baby. Game's not over yet. 60-minute shenanigans. Okay, can we get a quick recap of all the neutral items? Because you saw them one by one, but I just want to see them take stock all at once. So, Dazun Blood Rights for both the supports. Rune Eaters have a lot of AoE to initiate with. There's a Book of the Dead with Spell Amp. Ooh, that is going to hurt. I mean, Malik is close to that level 30. Ember's already there. And a Fallen Sky. That's an interesting choice from the SF. I guess maybe
to end the game.
He's scared to hit the tower, so he wants to just Meteor Hammer down. Meanwhile, the Minotaur Horn from the Axe. Pretty interesting that the Axe has also gone for a Glimmer Cape for himself. Just a bit of magic resistance and perhaps being able to hide on the cover.
He wants to hide.
Yeah. It's been so tricky for him this game. I mean,
no slots for gems right now. 60 minutes.
That's true. I mean, the support's still trying to make space for it.
All right, the catapult has arrived.
Ike,
the banner of... This is the banner
of destiny. This is the banner that keeps you alive at EWC. Ike, you've got to place it well. Come on now. A Ringmaster usually used to setting up circus tents. Where's the banner? Okay, there we got that. Okay,
nice.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That is exactly what you want to see if you're a Rune Eaters fan.
There you go. This is why you need the banner behind.
And look at that. How are you ever going to kill that banner?
They can't hit the banner.
They can't hit the banner, but they get forced off in the SF. Try for an attempt. Ignis Vater's down, trying to pull him back in. Copies throwing in though.
Hit the base. Hit the base.
Dark Lord is hitting the base while the rest of the team makes space. RCY is just dead. Instant buyback. BKBs and some ultimates use. Copy needs to fish himself out of there. But this is what we were waiting for, Winter.
Progress.
This is what they needed to do.
They figured it out, Mike.
Okay, so how long more do we need to wait for the next banner?
They don't need the next
They don't need the... Okay. Just double checking. I didn't know how much longer this game is going to go on. As to be honest, I also am not fully trusting that Rune Eaters will be able to close this one out. A Divine now for the Ember. He's done enough, man. Copy has done enough for 2 games worth of Ember Spirit performances in my mind. Waiting in the sidelines, not wanting to reveal it just yet. Okay. I guess it's hard, right? What do you put out of your inventory? Maybe the BKB or the Kaya Sanj?
I think right now...
It kind of sucks either way.
He needs to do the damage.
Yeah.
To help do the damage. Because SF is going to get control. He's going to get focus. And somebody else needs to help. Like the Snapfire with the kisses and the Ember with the slides.
I mean, Ember is doing everything in these fights. He's solo jumping in and just using the Mortimer's kisses as cover fire. Here comes the Ember again. RCY, he's just bought back into the game. In comes Ike, Wheel of Wonder. Who has he found? Only Big Num. They got the commitment onto the Viper, and the Viper is dead. This could be the beginning of the end here for Gamer Legion. BKB goes, trying to fight back. Slices up Malik. Malik doesn't stand a chance, but he has a buyback. Meanwhile, Copy's mopping up the rest of his team. What a huge Wheel of Wonder. Even if you didn't want to look at it, you'd have no choice. Fade will go down, and then it's a dieback. The hope starting to drain from the Gamer Legion side. Finally, Rune Eater's banner number 3. That
Fallen
is what
Sky.
they needed. Fallen Sky coming in, but Dark Lord, he gets himself into a pickle. Ghost will swipe him down, but Ghost, he will return fire. And yeah, Rune Eaters gonna be very, very happy about that one, evening out the series and keeping their hopes alive. This series was extremely important because both these teams in high contention for the final qualifying spot, behind Extreme, behind BB, behind Falcons, and now the fight will rage on. The final few games of this group stage are going to be that much more important for them.
Yeah, this game is just such an exhausting game. Lucky for them, every day you play one series,
And you have time to you're gonna need a lot of talking, because none of these games were clean at all. I mean, at least for Rune Eaters, especially in that game number 1, the way they got slapped around and manhandled, that was rough. And then coming into this game 2 as well, games that you should have won, you can't afford to be giving any one of these up anymore.
Yeah, both teams definitely have a lot to talk about going into the next day. You know, very, very important games, especially for Rune Eaters. They keep themselves alive. They have to figure out, still, you know, winning the last game, they still have a lot to talk about. They need to look back. Why did we not finish the game 30 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago? Why? What was the problem? You have to look back and figure out, was it just a small little thing about the banner, or was it also about other things? There were definitely other factors here. You know, I think the high ground push was a huge factor, but there were also the other factors where I felt like they were using spells and not hitting the racks.
Yeah.
The banner was one thing, but when the Ember goes in, he jumps in and creates space, and the Mortimer's Kiss goes in. Where's the SF? Why was he not just hitting the racks? Why can't he just stand there? I think he was just too afraid. He still had Aegis. Sure, the Nullifier will prevent the boxes from saving him, but he had the Aegis. I felt like he was just too afraid to die, and he didn't want to commit to hit the racks when they were throwing spells to cover him. He didn't trust his team enough.
Yeah, and as much as I hate to point fingers and sour the delight of their current win, we do have to address the elephant in the room, right? Like I said during the game, I feel like there's been a lot of moments throughout the Rune Eaters run so far where we've highlighted individual players, but so far it feels like we're still waiting for Dark Lord to step up. And even in this final game, it took Ike placing the banner to really do it for him. And overall, I think at some point, if you are the pause 1 carry player, you need to be able to close things out. At least for Rune Eaters, this time round, they even out the score, continuing to find draws against some teams that some might expect to defeat them easily. And the struggles will continue, the matches will continue to matter as they will try and vie for the 4th spot here to qualify. Because, I mean, at this point, Extreme Gaming, BB, and Falcons, they are making a sprint for the first 3 places. But yeah, I mean, there's still the options open, right? Gamer Legion now in their final series of the group stage, final few series rather, I should say. It could just turn it around, overtake Rune Eaters. A lot of it is going to be down to how they perform. They're gonna have to lock in. Winter, you already said 1 game a day, meaning that at any point in time, they're just studying, which there's gonna be a lot more studying needed if you want to close things out nicely and not get eliminated here in the group stage. But let's stop the negative vibes, because we have a wonderful man joining us here on the panel for an interview. It's none other than Eki from Rune Eaters. Eki, how are you doing? I mean, that was an exhausting game. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your body language. What was the feeling like when you finally got to close that one out?
I mean, it was pretty surreal. I'm still surprised. Like, I'm still a bit like in the game, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
My adrenaline is still a bit in the game. Like, I'm like, oh, when are we gonna close them on high ground? Banners, siege waves, you know, all that stuff. But no, it was a grind.
Yeah.
But we definitely did it step by step, and I really we were very methodical, I would say.
And what would you feel were the issues, like why the game dragged out so long?
I think honestly, one of the main issues is just the fact that us and Gamer Legion were both kind of very heavily contesting for that last spot to the knockout stage. So I think there was a little bit of tension, like even from game 1. Some things from our planning before the draft didn't work out, and in the game it felt a bit tense. And I think, you know, when you're in a situation like this, you don't want to give any chances, so you're playing even more safe than you should in a lot of ways. I think that would be the main reason. So glad we won.
Yeah.
And we're still fighting.
So moving forward, what do you think are the aspects of the game where your team has to improve on to get better? Because you guys had a lot of very close games against the better teams. Sure, you might have lost some, you won some, but what are the aspects you feel like the team needs to improve to move forward to contest the tier 1 teams?
I think honestly it's a lot of the times it's about the adaptation, like how you adapt between game 1 and 2. A lot of the games we played against like the Falcons and all of these teams, we were usually the ones leading in game 1, and usually we would even win the game 1. And then it's about like resetting, going into game 2. They're really good teams. They're really good at changing the draft, changing the way they play, adapting to their opponents. And I think it's, for us, it's about also matching that level, so we could like close out a series 2-0.
And do you feel like maybe you guys don't have like enough tools against them? They have more tools, so they were able to adapt more than you guys. You had to get a certain specific amount of heroes to make sure that your team is really comfortable playing.
I think it's partly true, but I think it's less about that and more just about the fact that you need to find like the strength, the things that you feel strong with as a team. And I think for us it's been very experimental. I think if you check just our drafts, our priorities are all over the place. Sometimes we're on this train, sometimes we're on that train. We're still figuring it out, but I think the closer we're getting, I think all the teams feel this way, the closer we're getting to the final like set of matches, to the determining matches, everyone is already fleshing out, you know, their rates, what they want to pick, how they want to play. And I think for us, we're kind of basically figured out what we want to do now. So I'm really confident going into the last series.
Where would you say the team is at right now if you were to rate your team after today?
I think after today we would probably go down a level. It'd probably be like maybe a 6, maybe a 5.5, but
Damn, that's harsh.
But I think honestly, it's one of these things where you experience the stress. You're like, okay, we got pressured in this game. We know how it feels. Let's go tomorrow, but let's not, you know, repeat. Kind of like that.
Okay, well, that was a lot of questions about the game. I know you're still feeling the high of it. I have one final question for you before we let you go chill with your team. Not a lot of people might be familiar with the Rune Eaters. Not a lot of people might even be familiar with P+4. Can you tell us, just as, you know, as condensed as possible, how you guys all came together and what's the vibe like within the team? How are you feeling about your prospects as a whole for this whole tournament?
All right, the vibes. I'm gonna just tell you, this is just how the team stacks go. You're like, I want to play with this dude. And then this dude is gonna be like, I want to play with this dude.
Oh, it's a little train situation.
You asked that question 3 times, you got 5 dudes on your team, you know?
Okay.
And then we got those 5 dudes and you're like, all right, guys, we're either gonna suck this season and we're never gonna play again, or we're gonna own and we're gonna stay and, you know, become the next thing.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, you mentioned already, I promise, last question. You mentioned already, you guys feel like you're getting there, right? As the matches go on, you're getting closer and closer. What is it looking positive? Is the trajectory going to trend up for you? Do you think you have a good shot of surviving in this group?
Yeah, I think so. I think we have very good chances. I think tomorrow we're gonna show our best game. We're gonna show our best preparation, and I really think we got it. We can honestly qualify for playoffs. I really believe that.
Hell
it's
yeah!
It's gonna just take us, you know, going there, showing our best, being there, like in our prime on all of us when the games matter, and I think we can do that.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us, Eki. You guys have been thrilling to watch. Rune Eaters are a team that we've already been rooting for most of the time, right? We started covering them in the first day. They started to grow. I mean, I completely agree with Eki because I feel like as they play the games, they're getting closer and closer. Some of the moments may be a bit too experimental. You know, sometimes they try things, it doesn't necessarily work out. But I love that he mentioned, and I love that you asked this question, Winter, because he admitted himself, the tension of this being such a crucial match for them, it really affected the play, and you can see it on both sides. They were so hesitant in moments where, Winter, you were saying, guys, get it going. You can win the game right here.
Yeah, it's something that we don't have the privilege, you know, to be in the player's position.
Yeah.
The state of the tournament, they need to win this game so badly, so it messes up with your mind, you know.
Absolutely.
Sure, you want to try to focus on the game, but at the end of the day, we're all humans. It's going to
Exactly.
affect us one way or the other, and we just didn't really realize. I didn't realize it because I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Now that he brought it up, then I realized, oh yeah, whenever the match
Matters
very
so
important.
much,
Yeah,
right?
it's very important. There's so much at stake. It just makes the players more stressful.
Yeah, it really does. But it's nice to hear that Eki and the boys, you know, they're feeling a bit more confident. The reality of teams like his, It's so harsh, but it's so true, right? Sometimes you just get a bunch of 5 guys. You're either going to suck this season or you guys are going to be the next thing. Rune Eaters, it feels like they're so close from making it happen for themselves. But that'll be a story for tomorrow as we continue on to Group B matches. Coming up, this will be perhaps one of the most lopsided matchups we will see in our entire few days of casting the group stage. It is Enigma Galaxy that is on fire up against the very much struggling Level Up. After a short break, you won't want to miss it.
Nope.
He still needs charges.
At least he has a couple stacks here to go back to. Nice little level advantage for P time in the end here. After this laning phase.
Yeah, even in experience, but...
I mean, they have a level 4 line and they're up XP, so that's got to be a good sign in some ways.
Yeah.
Are you going to bring the Drow mid again?
They also have stacks to be done. Stolen kick pushes him back into Makoto. Bushwhack tries to land, doesn't quite make it, but with the line coming in on the other side and Wits joining in once again, the silence is killing Makoto.
I'd be so mad if I'm Makoto.
Yeah.
I'm just getting chain ganked by a Drow Ranger. Like, what is this nonsense, right? Nobody does this. The only other carry I've seen move this much on this type of hero is Yatoro when Spirit are just cooking.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, I'm in my prime form. I'm just going to move around a lot. But this might be even more active than that.
Yeah, Drow Ranger is a pretty crazy hero to be making these moves.
5, 1, and 4. Affecting all 3 lanes.
And yeah, more stacks on the side of P-Time, so that will also help boost their experience advantage.
Gank rotation, though, through the gate. Will be interrupted by El Misho as he tanks Nightfall's strength here. This Wind Ranger still very farmed, so you have to be wary about where he's moving.
Yeah,
but they do get the Drow out of there.
Got to keep him away from Wits at all costs.
Yep. Still biggest threat on the map. Probably Dark Mago. Vessel done. Level 9. Shield Rune in the bottle. He is probably the best Shield Rune user in terms of the value you get out of it in the early game.
Sure.
So he is super strong right now, and he has TP available. So if you're Aurora, you really have to keep that in mind and not overextend and give the Earth Spirit a great fight. They do get the bottom tower, power of the Jakiro. But P-Time, they're going to smoke through the gate anyway. They want to fight down here. Smoking straight on the Nightfall.
Yeah, they're going to sandwich him. He's definitely dead. They're going to try and hold off on the Doom. Never mind. Frank just says, okay, you know what? Let's just make sure we guarantee this kill 100%. Aurora thinking that because they take the tower, it's kind of free. But P-Time with the late rotations come through and punish them.
Definitely a weird move you don't expect. Well worth it, though. That's a big kill. He had no streak, but 500 gold.
Ooh, Bushwhack, that misses. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting now. Like, Wits has been super active. Now the question is like, when is Dark Mago going to assert his strength, right? Like, can't let Wits be making all the tempo plays.
Take that.
It's working out for him,
I guess.
Haste Rune on Makoto is going to stem some of that aggression. I think very hard to make a move onto the Ember in the mid lane, and I think that is the point of attack. It's pretty hard to go into that Doom lane top. Frank just continually getting harassed and hunted here.
The roll in is going to miss. Frank, see if Makoto's still able to run him down. Looking good for it with the Remnant catching up. Again, this Haste Rune, very deadly rune. And Dark Mago is not able to make the same use out of the Shield Rune. As great as it is for him, a Haste is just the superior of the two.
I'm surprised he's not rolling in there. You're so tanky. Maybe you can get that broad kill? Didn't want to risk it, didn't want to spend the stones. They do get a support bottom as the Wits train continues. Now they're going to make a move back onto the Earth Spirit.
If they still kill him, this is terrible for P-Time.
Can't roll.
Kodo chasing him down. He's just dead. Catchy lick to finish him off, and Frank forced to TP in just to try and help him.
Mega chaotic game. And usually I'd say that favors the SA team. P-Time should be happy with this kind of pace and tempo, especially for their support duo. I think their support duo loves to play at this pace more than any other in the world, potentially. But they're not necessarily getting the better of the exchanges.
Yeah. I'd also say that would usually favor Earth Spirit.
For sure.
And it would not favor Drow Ranger, but it seems to be the opposite. The Chaos has actually enabled the Drow Ranger to make kind of crazy moves, and our Earth Spirit is, weirdly enough, been the one to suffer.
A very strange game in terms of who's involved and who's actually benefiting from the fighting. It feels like these two carries have had a very nice start here, showing you that the one position can still be a very active role, despite what some carries would have you believe.
Schofield almost has his Blink Dagger, surprisingly enough.
I don't know how, but sure.
Well, it helps that he has boots and windlace, and that's it.
He's still the most farm support, though.
That is true.
He was like level 2 at 7 minutes, and all of a sudden, he's cooking here. Found a finger charge. Has finger back available. Definitely a threat around the map. Kind of surprised he's even looking mid. Maybe just go farm a neutral camp, finish it up, and make a smoke play.
Trying to run down Frank. Shackle shot's not going to land, nor, well, the Ice Bath does land, but they've already given up on the chase.
Did roll that ship vest. Pretty nice here.
Oh,
His
yeah.
first farming rate and against the Wind Ranger. Does do a significant amount of damage. And the smoke is coming through, but Nightfall sniffs it out. Ungankable.
That's right.
The king of the TP.
Made the most efficient move possible. TP to the tier 3 to farm some safe neutrals. Probably will make his way back to the tier 1 tower at some point once he feels like the smoke has failed.
Definitely could. At least gives Aurora options to potentially defend this tower if they wanted to. So I like the heads up play, but they're just going to concede it. Decide to play through the Ember mid. Look towards this mid tower. WS preemptively setting up here. Maybe going to try and just instantly jump whoever shows. For P-Time, they're the ones ready for the move.
They had a high ground ward that spotted out WS, so they're going to get that initiation right away. Ember Spirit does some decent damage, which is actually going to take a lot here, but they don't have enough to follow through. Power shot almost hit him. Meanwhile, the Ruby's going to die. Dark Mago in some trouble. Nice long-range stun there from Schofield. Does that get Dark Mago out? The roll away. Tick, tick, tick. Though the Spirit Vessel is going to finish him off. Silence onto the Ember Spirit from Witz. Witz is playing a dangerous game. These power shots keep landing. He's getting lower and lower. He just has to retreat now.
I feel like both teams are feeling a little lucky they got some of their big heroes out of there, particularly the two carries. Very dangerous scenario for them to just enter into a mid skirmish like that on close range when you have so much gap close in these lineups. I guess P-Time get a slightly better exchange there, but losing the Earth Spirit doesn't feel great, especially with how this starts. You get WS in theory for free. I mean, I say for 3. They took a lot of damage off that macro pyre, so I don't know how free it was. Almost get Dark Mago out of here. If he has roll up a second earlier, he might survive. Too much burn damage off that vessel.
Ooh, with that shot, now just saw it, that the Ember Spirit blocked the shot that was aimed at Nightfall from El Micho.
Straight back at it. Now you don't have Doom.
I mean, surely they know about the ward this time. They will kill it.
We'll eventually get this tier 1. The Jakiro can just keep chipping it. Not an easy tower to defend if you don't have the Doom available who can just sit on that front line and initiate for you. So likely just give it up here. And
El Micho goes for the deny, does take that away from Aurora.
Nice deny.
Still maintaining a very even game, 29 kills in 17 minutes. Have been very chaotic back and forth. Way different than our previous series between BB Team and Extreme.
I mean, look at the XP difference. 5.
5 experience difference.
Wow. 5 experience difference at 17.5 minutes. A 500 gold difference. This is as close of a game as you can possibly have.
But the panel laid it out. This is favorable for P-Time because they have clearly a better late game. Aurora have much more of the tempo lineup.
I don't agree with that, actually.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess I'll tell the 2-time TI winner.
No, because I think this Wind Ranger does have a lot of gameplay against Drow when both are fully kitted. Because you can buy Satanic and he doesn't. And I also think Largo negates a lot of the Doom scale and kind of forces you to go into that Axe build.
Yeah, I guess
so he delays your scale timing in a sense with Encore and all that nonsense.
Yeah, it should be good against Drow Ranger, right? It's just a bunch of armor stacks.
Yes.
Bonus armor stacks.
I think Largo always kind of delays your scale timings, and I think that gives you a lot more room to play with. I've also seen Aurora execute these kind of lineups in the late game. They make them look a lot stronger than they appear on paper.
Okay.
Like Makoto's Ember is his signature, right? He's going to start dancing on you. We've seen what this hero can do with 6 slots. Nightfall, this is one of his signature heroes. He makes this hero work a lot better than other people. I'm not as convinced that P-Time are going to have an easy time in these late game fights.
Well, hopefully Makoto warms up because so far he's been dancing with 2 left feet. Nice roll-in from Dark Mago. Kick back. Get the pick up on Jakiro.
Nice find. That is one element of the scale, is if you get to the late game Earth Spirit, you always have that displacement. And that could be a big issue for Aurora. So Dark Mago really is a wild card here. Want the early Blade Mail too, trying to negate some of the focus fire options. Don't mind that here. Let's see how much value he gets out of it. But it looks okay on paper.
And Doom doesn't have those same options. Ooh. It's a
get kicked.
hefty kick away from Mira.
That spell always looks so weird on this hero.
Yeah. the extra range. He doesn't even make contact with a hero. They just get sent flying. Trying to chain up some stuns onto Makoto, but there are multiple heroes from Aurora joining Makoto. A push away. Schofield, he's going to be chased down. Turn around finger, trying to do what he can. Now El Misho joining in. Can he help out Dark Mago? Bushwhack, it's going to completely whiff, and Dark Mago's roll is going to be blocked. The Magnetize will not get a kill anywhere here. Aurora going to be perfectly fine.
And that's another thing. This Largo can negate a lot of the Earth Spirit's presence. Your natural Dispel, your natural AoE heal, your Dispel buyer as well on top of the lick.
Cutting off Wits.
Tough matchup. Yeah, you're getting licked here.
Frog stomped. Pulled back, and now the entire team is on the way. Wits knows he's dead. He's just going to try and pick up
Centaur.
A little bit of CS before he dies.
Lost the Mad Stone, though.
Dead.
Stolen Hex for Mira as well. There's some good spells in this game.
Well, now we're definitely seeing the tempo of Aurora.
Oh, yeah, they came alive.
Especially with as mobile as their heroes. They've got 3 cores that just move around the map very quickly. They go from mid to bottom lane pretty quickly, take Tormentor immediately afterwards.
They turn that one Doom kill top into almost 6k network. By swinging it quickly into mid, you get a numbers advantage fight, you get some nice Rubik's deals, and then you shift at bottom, you get a Drow kill, and then you get a Tormentor, and suddenly you're up 6k network. Like, you just broke this game wide open off of P-Time not reading the map, not stabilizing after they lost rank top. They basically just got team wiped, right?
Yeah.
A rough sequence for them as Nightfall now takes pole position, and his BKB is done. Very fast timings here.
And it's going to be rough. Before in this matchup, we saw the Lincolns. Wits currently has queued up. I mean, he's got a lot of items. It's going to be Hurricane Pike, and he thinks BKB is necessary in this one. And then Silver Edge.
See if he commits for all that. I do like Silver Edge on this hero. I think it gives you a lot more options in terms of entering the fight, kiting the fight out. It's not, I don't really view it as like I'm going to threaten heroes on the map, old school style, but I think that initial hit into multi-shot, it hurts.
Yeah, especially for some heroes that usually move pretty quickly. That guaranteed slowdown.
Yeah, nice against the Ember.
Really
nice against this lineup in general.
Dark Mago hit by the Ice Path from the high ground. They were sitting in his triangle, and he clearly did not expect that.
If Mira has Impaler Hex, these plays are just too easy. So you really have to watch what this Rubik is stealing in this game, what Aurora are able to do with it, because now they're going to swing that same sequence into another Earth Spirit kill straight into Roche.
Yeah, this is becoming way too easy for Aurora. For such a tight game in the first 15 minutes, like P-Time, it's just like they kind of took their eye off the ball here.
Game slowed down for them. Didn't find the continual pickoffs. They didn't really force fights behind the Earth Spirit. Even though he got some power runes, he just had an amp damage expire in his bottle while he's dead. I mean, that's pretty bad, right? This is a Blade Mail Vessel Earth Spirit with amp damage, and you didn't even get a fight out of it for Roshan. That's just Aurora making better moves, faster moves. Reading the map a little bit better here. So you got to set something up. Got to use your 2 supports between the line and the Hoodwink to find some more pickoffs in this game. Get some deep vision out. They are scouting Nightfall top. So it'd be a juicy go. They got the Hex. Nightfall in trouble.
They're going to blow him up. Nightfall is dead. What about the rest of the team wrapping in from behind? P-Time feel like they can take the fight still with a roll in on top of all these heroes. So it's a beautiful ice path, but still a lot of AoE damage is beginning to mount up. The Doom's going to be placed onto Largo, trying to take him out of the fight. Frank walking away so low and will die as Mira finishes him off with the Fade Bolt. Even though they got the quick kill onto Nightfall because of the extra life on the Ember Spirit, this is still not a clear win for P-Time. Ember Spirit's going to chase after heroes, and yeah, Mira is just destroying them right now, but he will eventually die to Wits. His reign of terror comes to an end at the hands of Wits with a triple.
Oh, great fight for the Drow Ranger, and a really nice sequence for P-Time coming on the back of that Wind Ranger kill. BKB for Nightfall, great in this game, not if you get initiated on. You're just completely dead in the water. This Ice Path did a lot of work to disjoint this fight against the Roland from Dark Mago, but ultimately this is gonna be a losing fight, especially once the Doom comes out on the Largo. You're kind of just screwed. Mira salvages it a lot. You get a Doom turnaround. He finishes off Frank. He's doing a lot of work on the back end, but nobody's gonna contest the Drow here, and without the Wind Ranger, you don't have that staying power. Wit's able to clean up a lot of gold injection for this Drow Ranger. All of a sudden, he's top of the chart.
So back to a 5,000 net worth lead. Aurora didn't lose too much off of that, but does stall up their momentum, and they do not want to let this Drow Ranger get too big. At this rate, BKB could be done for Wits. That would make him exceptionally tanky.
It's a great BKB game for P-Time in general. Nothing pierces the debuff immunity in this game on the side of Aurora, and they have a lot of spell damage that they've been relying on. You get triple BKB here, you
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Dota 2 at EWC 2026 continues here with more group stage action, and this is where it all gets real. We just saw an extremely important match for both Gamer Legion as well as Rune Eaters that ends in a 1-1, and that prolongs their lifespan for now, right? These matches coming up tomorrow, that's gonna matter, but you could see the relief. We had an interview with Eki after he won game number 2, and it's just like, oh, okay, now you can at least relax for today, go back to the practice rooms, study the material, and make sure you're fully confident for the next game. But we have an even bigger problem, because coming up into our next series, if the previous series was meant to be one that was even, this is the opposite of that. It's Nigma Galaxy up against Level Up, and we know, Winter, Nigma Galaxy on LAN, they are a problem, and they've been a problem so far.
Yeah, Nigma is definitely the team that have already leveled up, you know, not the not the level up team. I think their performance in the group stage, in the earlier group stage games, it kind of blew my expectations. I didn't expect them to be doing this well right now.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really hard based on the games we saw yesterday, the day before, for level up to really do much here in this series. I mean, they have to try something, and I think the best way to do it is to have some sort of draft that simplifies the game. Like, you need something that allows you to play the game easily. So you want to have a balanced draft. You want to have a lineup that allows you to have decent lane, good team fight, you can siege high ground, and you can take objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, our first series already wrapped up. That was Rune Eaters versus Gamer Legion, as I said. And that was a draw. And so far, Level Up have yet to even draw a game. They've only lost all their games. So if they even lose one map here, even a draw against Nigma Galaxy is not going to be enough to keep them alive in this tournament. This match is a matter of do or die for them. They cannot even for one map lose. If not, they're out.
It's tough, man. It's tough, man. At the same time, I will always say that teams at this level, 1.5 level, even at tournaments like this, but even when it seems like all hope is lost, you cannot get out of the group stage, it is a still important process for you to go through. You need to learn. The learning part is extremely crucial. You need to be able to bring something back when you go home. You need your team to improve and get better and learn things that they can actually help the team grow. I think being able to grow is more important than having a good result. Of course, having a good result is important, but I think growing is more important.
Yeah, it's different stages for different things, right? If you're already one of the top teams, you want to be achieving these results, but you kind of got to set your expectations, ground it into reality a little bit. But for Nigma Galaxy, the roster on our screen, some of these players, new additions very much, right? Devi only joined recently. He was with them since the Division 2, where they started their climb upwards. And then recently, they removed Noob entirely, brought Devi back in, Sumail's now in the carry, Laurenov in the mid. Overall, as much as I love Noob, he's a sweet guy, you know, lovely player. He's been with the team for such a long time. I gotta say, this roster is a big upgrade, right? Laurenov coming into the mid lane brings a more traditional mid lane experience, and Sumail has looked amazing on the carry in the games that we've seen in this group stage so far.
Yeah, I think with the team right now, with the state of the team right now, it seems like when they change something up, everything just feels fresh and everyone just has burdens being moved away. Because when you have the same teammates for a long time, there's going to be baggage, there's going to be burdens on your shoulder. And you kind of have to play knowing that certain things in the game will not change because the player that you're playing with has been playing the same way for...
He's not going to do anything new.
Yeah, for a certain amount of time. He's not going to change, you know. And so having this little change, not a little, but a couple of changes for the team, it kind of looks like it's working out for Enigma, and it looks like it's a good decision for the short term.
Absolutely. And this, whether you want to call it a honeymoon period or a sort of trajectory towards success for Nigma, has brought them here to EWC. And that's where Nigma, regardless of who's on this team, it feels like whoever's playing under the Nigma tag, you get to an in-person event, you just power up. This season is especially important for Sumail, right? He is such a storied player, and he already hinted that after this last TI that Nigma were able to qualify for, it could be the final time you're seeing him on the competitive stage. He doesn't know whether he's going to continue. So for the Sumail fans, this one is a big one. If they could chain up an amazing result here at EWC into TI, it would be a very fitting end to the King's career.
Yeah, all good things come to an end.
All good things. Man, Sumail has been such an icon for so long. How can you hate him, man? Like, since his days early on as DAC, oh my goodness, how can you forget? And then TI winning that at such a young age. He was trailblazing for all the kids in the LAN shops around the world. I know in Southeast Asia, you know, he's a hero. Everybody's trying to be like Sumail on the mid lane. Everybody thinks they can do it. He quite literally, alongside many others, paved the path for this dream towards being a pro player, even at a young age. But then you look on the flip side, Level Up Esports, these guys, let's not beat around the bush, right? They have been struggling. They have not really been able to find their footing, find the gameplay that they want to bring out. And I think I keep coming back to this interview that we have with Mira describing them, because I think he put it best. You can't really expect to draft or play the way that you do in pubs or in these tier 2, tier 1.5 tournaments and expect it to work here. These teams in your group are on a whole other level, and you need to live up to your name and match that. I will say though that it's nice to see the boys on Level Up still smiling, still some good vibes, because the last thing you want is to feel all doom and gloom, right? Like you said, it's still important what you take away from it. Even if there is pressure to make things right in this game, you can't drop a single map. You don't want to be all tense about it.
No. Having the right vibe, the right mindset, and going into the game with a positive attitude is going to help them get through it, you know, and make better decisions, because they are clearly not making very good decisions in the game. I think if you look at their drafts, sure, maybe you can make comments, criticisms about the heroes that they're picking. But at the end of the day, you got to understand maybe they're just not going to be able to play certain heroes.
Sure.
That's why they're a tier 2 team.
Yep.
I mean, you can bash them, say, why are you drafting like a pub? You know?
It's like, oh, I can't believe you're playing like this.
Yeah, but they might be just limited to that hero pool, you know. They can't really move away. Maybe some adjustments can be made somewhere. The coach has to figure things out.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's how they play, the attitude that matters the most. What are they taking away from this? What are they learning? How can they change things or make adjustments to become a team of a better caliber?
The scary part about all of this is that Dota 2 is very much a knowledge gap game. That's why a lot of the times, especially for these tier 2 teams, you see maybe a veteran who no longer plays but used to achieve a decent level of success come back in as a coach. Compare that to Sibadouche on the side of Level Up. Sibadouche. I think that's how I pronounce his name. I'm sorry if I butchered it. But he's not really someone who has achieved heights further than his players, right? He's also been at the same level, kind of floating around these Eastern European stacks mostly as a coach. So you don't really have anyone to rely upon, not a veteran in the team, not someone who's had an experience like this. Everyone is fresh-faced, and when it's the support staff, the coach that has to try and right the ship and lead the team to the proper direction, if you don't know what that looks like yourself, it can be really hard. But they're going to start things out with a frog to deal with a squirrel.
How does that work out? A frog dealing with a squirrel?
Don't you know that certain large bullfrogs eat squirrels alive?
I like a large bullfrog, you know.
Oh, you're the
very high protein content, low in fat.
Winter. You can't stop this man about talking about food. He's always gonna put himself in the food chain somewhere.
I want to be on the top of the food chain.
The frog eats the squirrel, and you eat the frog. That's how it works.
Yes.
Hopefully, it doesn't go higher than that for your safety. We'll just leave it at that.
Yep, I'm not gonna be going to North Pole anytime soon, you know, to play with polar bears. You know, I believe polar bears are on top of the food chain.
No, don't mess with them. That's why it's a good thing they get tucked away there in the polar ice caps, because if they were unleashed in the streets of Paris, it'd be chaos. It would be horrific. Now, I will say this Largo does surprise me, because it's not like what we've seen from them before, although I know Baby 3Packs does love playing it. And speaking of Baby 3Packs, the level up offlaner, he is someone who has not impressed me so far. I don't think I've seen him have a good game at all. And you could argue to say maybe if you lost all 6 of your games, of course, how are you supposed to have a good game? But there were some moments specifically from, let's say, Queasy or even Inkrat in the mid lane where there are glimmers, right? You could see that at certain times they know what they need to do and they execute it nicely. Baby 3Packs, though, I don't know. Just never has really won his lane. Can't really find a way to recover in bad situations. And when you're on an offlaner and you don't know how to recover, you...
Midas.
Yeah.
Midas Doom.
Midas Doom. And then there was still that one instance where he was a centaur. He was jungling. He's getting solo killed by a Chikiro in his own jungle. It's like... what's going on, bro? But this Largo, maybe it's a comfort pick for him. Maybe it's one that he can prove us wrong on. I certainly hope so. Some specific bans coming out from the Nigma Galaxy side. Lion, Snapfire, Darkseer.
I mean, with the Lion ban, it kind of triggered the Puck ban, because Puck is one of the heroes where you can just pick right now.
Yeah.
And if your opponent doesn't have any good solutions on the support or on the cores, no silence, no hexes,
it is cool.
You can't catch the hero. And this tells me that they don't pick the Puck, because they open and drop with a 9 Largo. And Largo and Puck is probably one of the best duos in the game.
Maybe they're just not confident to play the Puck blind, because right now all you see is a hoodwink, right? And then it could be
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't?
No.
So you think they should have 9 Puck?
Why not? You already banned this Lion ban.
Holy.
And then you ban another hero that counters the Puck, and then you
the Lion only got banned
because... they could have just banned, theoretically, they could have just banned the Night Stalker. So the enemy banned Enigma, ban Snap, and Lion. You ban Night Stalker, and then you pick Puck. Then what? They have only Void Spirit.
Yeah, fair. I can see what
are you worried about the Huskar? Those are the things that you have to think about and consider. Is Lorenov a player that will pick Huskar right away, or is he a last pick Huskar only player? You know, and I feel like it's something that you could take a chance with, because Huskar is not really that strong of a hero if you are not a master on the hero. And I would say that even if you're a master on the hero is just not as good.
It's limited right now.
It's not as good as before. Like, the only teams picking it right now quite frequently is usually Falcons and maybe Mouse. I think those are the 2 teams that really like the hero.
Yeah. But for Mouse, of course, there's a special side little asterisk of the fact that it is a flex pick, right? Crystallis can also play it. So let's leave that out of the discussion. Dazzle selected by the side of Nigma Galaxy into a Necro. So similar concept to the Oracle Necro that we saw yesterday. And this is something that Nigma Galaxy have not been shy about picking. As soon as they see a lane that the Necro can take advantage of, they'll snap it up. Whether it's for Lorenov, maybe Sumail can make it work as well. It's still a flex pick at the end of the day, and it's going to work very nicely with the support duo.
It's also a Davai hero. So right now...
True.
You're kind of thinking, can you actually fit the Doom in the draft? Or you have to pick something like an AA. They go for the Willow. So there won't be a Doom, I suspect. Dark Willow against Dazzle in the lane. So this is like a direct counter matchup. Dazzle, pause 5, you want to throw the poison.
Yeah.
So Dark Willow, you dodge. You go into the Nether Realms and you hide.
Can't you just then turn your attention towards perhaps the offlaner? Like if you poison touch the offlaner.
He's gonna lick himself. It's a Largo.
Oh right, it's a Largo. For some reason I thought maybe the Largo's going to potentially be a flex support, but you're absolutely right. We see both supports now, meaning that this Largo is likely the offlaner. So what are we thinking? Is the Necro still a solid choice into Largo Dark Willow with not much help from the Dazzle?
Yes.
Do you want to now put it in somewhere
They need
else?
a Vessel anti-heal hero, like Doom or some anti-heal.
You mean from Nigma Galaxy side?
No, from Level Up. Level Up needs to pick something to counteract the heal. That's Necro and Dazzle.
Can't the Largo build a Vessel? I've seen quite a lot of Largos go for the early earn.
No, but they go for the Doom. Doom is like the best counter. So whether they're able to make it work in a lane, but right now the laning phase might be a little bit complicated. How are you gonna assign the heroes? Are you able to play the Largo mid, or do you need to play the Largo off lane and the Doom on the safe lane? So those are the questions that they need to. I'm sure they already have some sort of a semblance of an answer on how to put their heroes on the lanes. And right now, Kuroki is gonna have to find a way to. I'm sure he already expected the Doom that could possibly come up. He's kind of like tempting them to pick it because you already have a Largo. Largo plus Doom together kind of maybe upsets your system in the team because you might have the same person playing the same two heroes. So maybe he thinks that if they pick Doom, they will have two players playing. Two heroes being played by the same person. So they're not really.
It's compromising the draft.
Yeah, they're not really gonna be able to adjust accordingly. You know?
Sure. I mean, this Doom could still be a carry.
Oh my
bit
God,
of
the
musical lanes.
The Green Nation continues.
Ugh. Nasty. Well, the previous time we saw a Viper, it didn't really hit so hard, right? And you were saying, with the way that the game has changed, it's a lot about the game scaling, which Viper can also get to that point.
Viper can scale, but it's about sacrificing your draft integrity. You have two cores right now that don't have stunts, so you have only Hoodwink.
Hey, I'll tell you, yesterday Nigma Galaxy were able to beat Liquid and they only had one stun, Shackle Shot.
It's a classic Kuroki draft.
They don't need stuns, brother. They're top of the groups. Who are you to say they need stuns? They need whatever the hell they want. They can do whatever they want.
Am I free to make my own opinion, Mike? Or I have to follow the opinion of if a team is doing well and then I'm not allowed my opinion?
Well,
so
you can say
if
your
a
opinion,
team
but
is doing
you're
well,
probably going to be wrong.
If they are the only team that's doing well with one catch or no catch at all, does that mean that it's a bad strategy? Tell me, Mike.
You got me there. Okay. Well, speak your truth, Queen. Don't let me bring you down. What's your thoughts about this draft right now?
One-dimensional, so they need like a last pick that would provide them with some stunts to round up the draft. But Davai is not exactly that.
He's not a stunt man. He's not a stunt man.
So it might have to come from somewhere else.
I feel like they're gonna last pick a mid, no? For Lornoff?
I mean, Viper is two. They have two people playing the Viper, mid and off lane. So I'm not sure what they want here. Maybe they want the Viper against the Doom matchup. That kind of would be great. And they're gonna last pick some Ember or something. You know, they need some sort of catch, small little catch, to enable the team, especially the supports. You have Dazzle and Hoodwink support duo. You need somebody to set up. They need a setup hero like Ember, a Void Spirit. Okay, they're gonna go for. So this is the setup here. This is probably the carry.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be Sumil on Tiny. He's the setup. So he's gonna be the +1 with the Hoodwink. The Viper, I think, is going to be a flex with the Necro, depending on the lane matchup. But it doesesn't. I don't feel like it changes anything. Viper and Necro, they're the same hero.
Yeah.
So whatever shits,
it's just about like what happens in the lane,
shits on Necro is gonna shit on Viper. You know,
Yeah.
it's not gonna change.
So what are you hoping for? Like, what do you want to get from Level Up that would shit on these heroes, as you said?
I don't know. Maybe it's Sniper. Is Sniper good against these heroes, or do they need something else?
It's kind of hard for them to close the distance on
Lina,
Nigma Galaxy.
Lina, I don't know if Lina's good into the Viper.
Yeah, it could be tricky.
I mean, Lina sounds
Lina
nice.
and Largo would be nice though.
Yeah, because you have the magic burst to go through the decrep. I mean, the ghost form, the ghost shroud, and you have I think a way to play the lane. And if you talk about +1 combinations, Lina plus the Dark Willow or plus the ring, you run around, you see a hero, you're gonna kill. Like anybody's gonna die.
Sure. So we're expecting Doom carry and a Largo off lane, and then last pick is the mid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what are their limitations, but usually they would last pick the mid so far in the game.
Yeah, for Mr. Inkrad.
Yeah, and he's talking a lot, so I think he's looking at his hero here.
Yeah.
He's played DP, but I don't think DP is good here.
I don't think DP is good at all. No.
I'm personally liking Lina. I don't know if Lina is in his wheelhouse. Some sort of long-range artillery. Lina, sniper type hero.
Lash,
Lash.
a short range, definitely artillery, but needs to get up close and personal. Can make the Necroforce's life hell, so I can kind
But
of
don't you
understand
just
it.
put the Viper mid?
That is exactly what they're doing. Winter, you are so smart. This is why they pay you the big bucks.
Stop, Mike. I know you're just making fun of me.
Why would I do that?
You like to bully me around.
No. We're best friends.
In another planet. In another universe.
In Paris.
Only in Paris.
Only in Paris. you hate me every other place on the planet. Okay, but jokes aside, I mean, this overall last pick, Lesh is certainly going to do a number onto the Necro, but as you say, they can just switch things up, right? They don't need
I think they just forgot the Viper and Necro are interchangeable in terms
There's
of lane.
no way they forgot. Come on, you're kidding me.
Like, why
How
would
could they
they
forget?
pick the Lash then?
Or maybe they just think the Lesh is actually
Good
possible.
against both.
Yeah, maybe possibly good against the Viper.
Okay, let's just sit back, relax, enjoy the show, Mike, and make our decision later.
Yeah.
Whether the Lash is good against the Viper or not.
Yeah.
In theory, it sounds like...
I mean, lane-wise, right? You're thinking about the mid-lane dynamic where
Yeah.
you're meeting each other. But technically, in the game, I feel like Lesh does a lot of damage that the Viper can't stand up against.
Yeah, and you can kill Necro through the Ghost Drop.
Exactly. So I can understand why they want the Lash. Maybe the lane's going to be a bit more rough, but perhaps he can Lightning Storm his way through that and still try and find impact later down the line. So you talked about the limitations of level up. Maybe this is where the line is drawn, right? Lash is like the best case scenario he can provide. So that's what they're going with. And I very much prefer that level up go for their comfort, because this is Enigma Galaxy where stars are absolutely aligning for them. They've come in, they've qualified for these big events, and they are throwing us for a loop in this group stage. They are doing fantastically against most people's expectations. Because honestly, you look at the rest of their group, P-Time, Liquid, Aurora, these are terrifying teams. Maybe you could argue that Enigma Galaxy behind L1 and, you know, level up, you kind of expect Enigma Galaxy to be in 4th place. But now I think they're standing a good chance to finish top of the group, if I'm being honest. Into the game we go. Game 1 of this best of 2 series. Just to remind you folks of what's at stake here, it is do or die for level up, and they want to start things out right. Finding the lake onto Devi and Omar. Nice pushback onto 2. Queasy's in trouble, but first blood drawn by Woe, traded 1-for-1 for now. This is going to get tricky though. Inkrat still trying to let the lightning fly out. Omar's healed up and he will drop. Looks like Baby 3-packs could fall as well. Waiting for an opportune time to lick himself. I don't think he's going to get out of this. The poison attacks keep on stacking up. Slow to Oblivion. And the frog will fall to the bushwhack. There you go. Trapped him up. Knocked him down. 3 kills for Enigma Galaxy. That is an excellent start for them despite level up getting the first blood.
Yeah, they kind of didn't really focus on the same hero. I think the Largo, Baby 3X, he kind of wanted to use his spells on the... He was going on the Hoodwink, trying to get him on the secondary Bramble there. So they kind of wasted a lot of time. They got the first blood, but they wasted a lot of time because they weren't really on the same target there and costing them dearly. Losing 3 heroes in the process. It was definitely not worth it for level up.
And they were probably going in thinking that they got the Lash Lightning Storm is going to do a whole number.
Yeah, but you also have to take the fight wisely. You need to use your spells on the right target so you kill them quickly and you take efficient trades.
Yeah, they got a little bit split up, didn't they? They ran in and just kind of decided to pick different targets. Very common situation. I'm sure all of you have experienced it in your pubs. But yeah, you don't really expect that sort of dissonance at the top level here, but there's a reason why we've been saying time and time again, level up not quite at that top level as compared to the other teams in the tournament so far. And now's their chance to prove us wrong. And against Enigma Galaxy, what a statement that would be, especially since Enigma Galaxy, they've been not having trouble with the rest of the stronger proponents of the competition. I don't know about you, Winter. For me, it's nice to see Enigma finally back on land. They've got a ton of fans. You know, people love them. Even though the members of the team have changed, you know, Kuro's still around, GH still around, Sumail's kind of making the last hurrah. Inkrat will drop again. I mean, we knew this was going to happen, Winter.
Yeah,
Enigma Galaxy bat chests out,
He
everyone.
needed to plant a tree there. He wasn't paying attention that the Viper actually got a mango, double mangoes delivered because he saw the Viper being out of mana. So he was thinking that was my opportunity to get some last hits in the lane.
Yeah, walks up, just gets poisoned attack. He's like, hold on, I'm just dead.
Yeah, he didn't see that serving of mangoes, the 2 serving of mangoes that Viper got. Delivered from Thailand. The best mangoes around.
Yeah, only the best here at EWC. I'm gonna be so real with you. I've only heard good things about the player catering that they have. All of them are so pleased with all the food that they're getting.
You have a choice of fish, beef, chicken,
a bajillion pieces of protein.
Ramen. I know you enjoy the ramen counter
There
area.
is ramen there, in fact, yes. They brought ramen to Paris for these players who have a bit more of a inclination towards Asian cuisine.
Yeah, but this left is just getting beat up.
Yeah, we're talking about what the players are eating right now. The only thing Aincrad is eating is shit in this lane.
I mean, it's a hard matchup, but I felt like the first time the Viper dove him, like I've seen this from Lash against Viper matchups a lot. You have to plant trees to hide behind the trees so he can't...
Yeah, like fog him, right?
Yeah, so he can't actually throw all the attacks on you, or he has to run into tower range to do it.
Yeah, and then that's where maybe you peek out from behind the tree, catch him with a stun, and then kill him. That's like...
Stun? No, bro, you won't have a stun. It's Edict and your Lightning Storm.
Okay, well, you think he's not even gonna get a single value point at 4?
Not now.
Okay, relax. Sorry, I didn't know you were a Lash skill build purist. Couple of kills happening already. I mean, Enigma continuing to
Look
build
at your
that
screen.
advantage.
Does he have a stun?
Yeah, okay, I get it. Is this any way to treat your best friend?
I've already been nice for you in one series.
Oh!
There's a limit here.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm glad you clarified that on air to everyone in public. Anyway, it's already a 2k gold lead at this early stage of the game. That's kind of crazy. And Devi, he's gonna start taking some hurt now that Woe's gotten the chain lightning creep. That is very annoying. Of course, I don't know whether Woe actually has the mana regen to keep this sustain going. It's actually outdoing Devi's healing. Blood Grenade comes out. Just need a bit more damage. They find him. Zap him down. Whoa, that's not what's supposed to happen.
He was about to live there, but yeah, definitely did not expect the damage that he could have just Fairy Fired and his heal would have came off cooldown.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to die.
Yeah.
Because he was like so low on resources, maybe it would have been just better for him to go back to base.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he misses like what, 2 or 3 creeps? That's okay. GH in the top lane surviving thanks to the Lotus. Queasy being chased out, but Sumail has been duped. A bit too quick on the Dark Willow, gets around the tree line. Meanwhile, GH will have the same privilege. Shambles his way on out of there. Okay. Tiny is farming up a storm. I don't think the Lago can really do much to him. Oh my goodness,
God,
Hatred.
get the regen. Get the regen. Oh no, did he get his items?
Okay, there you go. Got him. Hatred is screwed with a capital S. Is he actually going to try and go through the Twin Gates? That'd be funny. I mean, he's just cowering in fear. He can't really help his Doom out. Yeah, all the calls on Enigma Galaxy doing a great job keeping their CS up. Meanwhile, the Lash suffering, Doom suffering. Not by a long margin, but still painful. And Aincrad will go down again. And we've seen this before, Winter. In a previous series, Aincrad also just got absolutely mid-diffed. Ends up, I think he was playing a Snapfire and he just died like 3 times in a row, 4 or 5 times in a row. Omar's gonna commit suicide.
Yeah, that was worse. That was Snap against Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
This is at least understandable.
Sure,
Lash against Viper, you're supposed to lose the lane. Okay, Dagger does not hit there.
So,
I mean, even committed into 202 on the ring. Doesn't have a point. Nowadays, it's very rare to see this. Usually you have just 1 point because of the value it gives. You have 3 daggers, 3 charges of the Impalement art.
Okay, Devi is going to walk this one off. Actually, I've seen some Ringmasters switch up their builds to max the Tame the Beast instead.
Yeah, usually you max the Tame the Beast and you have 1 point in the box and 1 in the dagger.
Yeah, the value points, right?
Yeah.
But
Shrines are about to spawn Nigma. They're playing very, very aggressive. They're winning the lanes. They want to snowball it out of control.
Omar's come through here. Baby 3 packs will drop. Even though his CS is good, Sumail is kind of having a free one up here. Still a bit more until 7 minutes. I mean, the Frog is going to come back with full resources, so maybe possible for Baby 3 packs to call for some backup and defend that Wisdom Shrine, because that is important. Ward's been spotted out. Queasy will get the D-Ward. That's a nice start. Here comes the TP. No more creep wave to work with. Baby 3 packs. Okay, there are 2 supports here. So on paper, Omar shouldn't be able to get this. Managed to get in range, but Hatred already goes down. Omar's gonna try and fight. No one's in the ring just yet, and somehow with the presence of Lorinov, Nigma Galaxy will secure themselves the shrine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, no one's at the shrine just yet, so Nigma can go back for that. And that's a huge EXP loss for the level up supports.
Yeah, very nice move from Lorinov on the Viper. You don't often see Vipers mowing around because this hero has a very slow base move speed.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to be tracking around with just brown boots, but he absolutely understands that that's an important moment in the game. That if he sacrifices one wave of his time, he's going to help his team get ahead by a huge margin. That was absolutely worth it for him to make that long trek over.
It's one of those situations where you pay the cost immediately, but the returns are exponential because then your supports are going to be that much stronger. They're going to play the map with you. They have their ultimates.
Oh, giving me some investing lessons right now.
Don't worry about it. You wouldn't get it.
I would. What the hell?
It's more for the audience than you, not gonna lie. You don't listen to me anyway. It's all good.
All right, if you say so, Mike. The
Some
one series love has also ended for you.
Yeah. I'm matching your freak, Winter. You heard of that? You know what that is?
Nope.
Okay, that's fine. That makes sense.
I know you don't bother to explain to me.
No, I'm not getting...
It's like you're telling me some Zoomer reference and you expect me to know.
You know you're not that much older than me.
Well, that can...
That's a matter of perspective.
Yeah,
okay.
that's a matter of perspective, not that much older.
Okay.
That is a question mark right there.
Do you think that with the current game state, that Level Up have already let this early game slip far out of their control, or do you think it's like there are ways for them to pull this one back? Because as I can see, Lorinov is making movements around the map.
It's kind of difficult because their heroes are all like very greedy cores. I would say like Lash, Doom, Largo, they're all very greedy heroes. They don't really move naturally. Lash, you can move if you get a root.
Bot lane, they're getting device, so off lane for off lane. Okay, that's something.
Yeah, that is something on the board. The Lash has to move even though he's not really in a very good spot. Yes, XP, his dagger timing is not going to be so early this game, but they have to try to play through him. He's the only hero that can be moving around right now, trying to help with the supports or gank the side lanes. The Doom and the Largo, they are going to just sit and farm. Maybe the Doom you can help out when you have Doom. You can try to make some rotations, but Largo is mostly not going to be doing too much in this game.
There's still a replay of that attempt on Baby 3 packs. Nice little wraparound play. That's how they get him the first time. Omar from basically out of nowhere. The position was one that Baby 3 packs just didn't expect. And good try there from Omar, right? He slows them down with the bushwhack, but just the Acorn bounce damage rips up Hatred's HP. They find Baby 3 packs as well. So making good on the rotation. Nigma Galaxy early moves on point. A divide though, a little bit unfortunate for him. I mean, he was living on borrowed time anyway, right, if he stays in that lane, because the Doom was available, so you have to expect that people are going to come and try and get a kill on you as the Necro.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to die, tank it. Because if they use Doom on him, they're not going to be able to contest the other objectives.
That's true, but now they use the Doom onto the Dazzle. This should be another kill. Big magic damage from Queasy, throwing in that Shadow Realm auto attack.
I like that
GH
TP
will
cancel.
just die.
I like the TP cancel.
Yep. There's nothing to be found there, right?
There's
like
nothing to be done. They need to play wherever they were, like contesting the rune, trying to get something, and now they get the rune onto Viper. Like, this is also something that the tier 1 teams are a lot better than the tier 1.5 teams. You need to accept that you are going to lose a certain hero and not do the 1-by-1 TP.
Yeah, don't react, right? Sometimes reacting is bad.
Or even if TP you don't die, but you're wasting a lot of time.
Viper strike. Full commitment in the mid lane, even with the Wheel of Wonder, not enough to keep Nigma Galaxy away, and Hatred will take the world's shortest tricycle ride over to the safety of the high ground. Couldn't save his ally because, look at that, he doesn't have a value point in the box.
if you don't have 2-1-2 at 5, you go 3-0-2 and you're not getting kills. Like it's not a build that I would recommend if you're not snowballing. I think if you're snowballing,
It's okay.
you can make an argument that okay, fine, you know, I can keep killing heroes. I'm ahead in the game. But in this sort of game where they're not exactly ahead,
No, far from it actually.
this is not.
It's a bit of a strange one. I think he could have salvaged that situation at the box.
maybe a 2-1-2 build.
Yeah.
And these are all small little details that would impact the game in such a large way. You know, every single detail just matters a lot to the overall flow of the game. Because if one person dies, somebody has to push the other wave, and you don't have to use more time if you don't have that hero dead. And it affects all the map, the placement of the creeps. The creeps are going to be nearer to your tower because one hero died. It's just like a very, very bad situation when you lose just one hero. Even from one hero, it could create the next cascading move that kills off the other hero because somebody needs to replace that hero.
Yeah.
There's a wave coming in, and then he has to show.
Then
and
the balance of the map starts to fall apart.
Yeah, someone else dies on the other side.
Yeah. Even this early on, the win probability already favoring Nigma to a high degree. I believe I caught a glance 83%. That is not a good feeling. Level up. I'm sure they're starting to feel the tension in the air as well.
I'm pretty sure they felt the tension 10 minutes ago after the 3-1 trade before the creeps came out.
Yeah, that was not
And then
ideal.
they're stuck in a Viper against Lash matchup.
That they very promptly lose, and I mean, I get it. It's according to matchup expectations, but it's still... It doesn't really feel too good. And now, your Lash, he can't quite get to the game state that you had in your mind. Obviously, it's bad for the lane, but then the assumption was he'd be able to get past it one way or another, even if it was a struggle, and play with his team, right? They have some good spells on level up that if they bring it together, they can actually kill heroes. They just haven't found the opportunity to do so just yet. On the bright side, your Doom is farming. He isn't the top net worth by any stretch of the imagination, but he is keeping up. He's getting his way towards the Radiance, and that's when he'll really start to catapult forward. But Device going neck and neck with him. Same item build as well. Now Sumail with a fresh blink, heading out on the map looking for some action. Not often you see the mid laner, oh sorry, the carry, the first one to make the move, the first one with the timing. Quick Shadow Realm. That's the trouble of the Avalanche, they can't get the kill. That is uncomfortable. And now Woe will hide away into the tree line. Nothing to be found for Nigma.
I'm still tracking the Doom down here. And there's gonna be a scan, so they know Level Up knows what's up here. Woe is running away.
Yeah, good defensive plays there from Level Up, not getting too greedy, especially on the carry. Understands that just by surviving, he's wasted Nigma Galaxy's time. You got the Blink Dagger on the Lash, not sure where he was blinking to, maybe just to secure the rune. This Invis is going to help a lot. It's going to allow them to maybe find a pick off here between the two of them. Maybe connect up to the top lane where Baby 3pex is setting up. But look at Nigma Galaxy, mess TPs in. And get avalanched, toss back over to Devi. Baby 3pex, there's the Scythe. It's not going to be enough damage at the level 1, but he still drops to the Heartstopper. That is not what you wanted. Level Up, they were the ones looking for a play, but they find their frog dead instead.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice little kill there. You saw how patient Sumail was. He saw the creeps being targeted by the Frog Storm. He waits for the TPs to come in, and Dagnya here, he's scouting, he's following, he's hiding, he's a spy. They don't see him. He's following Devi.
But don't give it away, Devi. Uh-oh. Well, this was the Lash versus Necro, and they...
Whoa.
I mean, okay, that was going to be bad for Devi, but the fact that he threw the Doom out, I think he's like, okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll die to the Doom with Devi's, man. I wonder what was that. Do you think they were scared that maybe there was a dazzle behind him?
Maybe.
I mean, that had to be the only reason, right? Because he was walking away into the fog, and they didn't know if he was going to be graved or something, so...
Yeah, but again, after the kill on top, Devi was gating bot, so he kind of knows that the opponent would be tracking his movement, because you just move top with a TP and you're gating. And I felt like they needed to accompany him towards the bot lane. Because whenever you have someone already exposing himself in lane, and he needs to go somewhere else to clear the wave, he needs a bodyguard.
Yeah, and he has a big back he has a big like marker
Target.
on his back, right?
Yeah,
Like
because
people
he
immediately
just use TP.
Exactly. So they know that he can't be anywhere else other than where he's been shown. I would have loved to see maybe GH tag team with him and just make sure he was safe. That's probably why WoW committed the Doom, to be honest, just covering their tracks. And it is a big kill on the Necro. They continue to find Divine in some of these situations, but it doesn't really close the net worth lead that Enigma Galaxy have on them. The disparity is starting to grow. Sumail continuing to make motion happen. Aincrowd in the mid lane, quick toss back, but the box is there. Nice setup. It was a bait. Level Up were ready for it, but can they follow up on the Tiny? He's standing his ground for now, the auto projection keeping him safe. Meanwhile, Bedlam on the backside. GH in some trouble. Should be able to ensure himself big Holy Locket heal, but none left for Omar. He doesn't need it. Scurry away. Enigma Galaxy able to force a response and extract themselves cleanly.
That was a good read by Level Up. Hatred was like waiting behind. He knows that something might be coming, you know. He gets off a good combo, gets off a good box into the Wheel of Wonder.
Yeah.
I mean, the Impalement Arts as well, doing a ton of damage to Tiny because you have percentage-based damage against a high HP hero.
Exactly. Close to 3k HP at this point in the game already, Sumail. Right, that's just the power of the Tiny, right? The strength game is immense.
And he's by far been the most active core on the Enigma Galaxy side right now.
Yeah.
Having the dagger, always been in the smokes. And now I like that he's taking turns, right? He's already done 2 moves, and now Loranov is in the smoke.
Viper Strike onto Woe. Still have a box hiding in the side. Hatred ready again. What an excellent play from the Ringmaster. He's everywhere he needs to be.
Yeah, 2 very, very key saves by Hatred here. The 2 kills could have definitely snowballed the game out of control, but now they're still kind of hanging on, you know, in the balance. Doom is still alive. Lash is going back to base. I think it's time for them to strike. Radiant is up soon. They are not necessarily as weak as I think they are. Like in the team fights, if you get the Doom on the Necro and you get the Lash to jump the backlines, especially the Dazzle, if you can kill the Dazzle off right away, that would set up the team fight very, very nicely for the Level Up side. If Dazzle is dead and you get the Doom on Necro, I think that is your win condition.
Trying to set up, put those ultimates to use right now. Sumail hiding around. Shadowblade. Queasy's gonna get spotted straight away, but Shadow Realm's there. What do Level Up want to do? Are they still gonna try and take this fight? Wheel of Wonder onto Sumail. Where's the save? GH needs to grave him. Finds it. But look at War on the sidelines, ready to come down, perhaps with a Doom, need the vision. Will run into Omar instead and just Doom the Hoodwink. Okay. Well, I guess they're gonna settle for 1 kill. Squirrel's not making it out of this one. Sorry, folks.
He might be actually fine, you know, from the last take.
Wait, what? He's surviving?
Yeah, it's okay.
What the hell? Okay, I mean, meanwhile, on the backside, Sumail finally finds his mark. Queasy was trying to finish off the kill, presumably onto the Hoodwink. Finds his death instead.
I mean, this GH Dazzle is just doing so much work. Keeping Sumail. Sumail looked like he was screwed right there. Keeping him alive with the Grave, the Lockets, the heals. And now, you know, every time Level Up throws all their combo with the Wheel of Wonder, the Doom, you don't get a kill, you are going to be put in a very, very uncomfortable position. You have to retreat and farm backwards because you can't move forward. They are very reliant on the big spells, you know, the Wheel of Wonder, the Doom especially. And without those spells, it's going to be very, very tough for them to contest. Sumail knows that, and here he strikes again. Again, you know, like the squad, the gang squad with the Hoodwink, they are going to kill anybody they see. Maybe except for the situation where the Ringmaster is sitting behind and he can get a box off.
Yeah, but the Ringmaster can only protect 1 person at a time, right? That's the issue. And he was busy trying to make sure that Baby 3-Packs wouldn't go down. Here's a little bit of a bait. Baby 3-Packs now might have chased a little bit too far forward. Doom isn't available. Divine now in trouble. Do you have another save for him? Big Holy Locket heal. Woe's trying to come up forward. Lick back, helping Woe out, back up to the high ground. Divine, he's dropping so low to the Wheel of Wonder. And GH, he's stressing out, trying to save left, save right. He manages to get it done. Meanwhile, Level Up also fished their cause out of trouble. It could have been scary. In comes Sumail. No more save for you. Slams the tree straight on his head and protects the ward at least momentarily.
Yeah, Sumail has been on point with his Tiny.
Dude, Sumail is a monster right now.
I think this is the secret sauce for NGX. They found the secret sauce. They play their carry on the mid and the off lane, and they play their mid on the safe lane.
Yeah.
But Sumail feels like the mid laner right now, running around, setting out kills. He's the one in the smokes, he's the one initiating. And this is the formula that seems to be Nigma's choice right now. This is working really, really well for them.
Yeah. they've been chemists in the lab, right? We've followed them since Division 2 with Noob on the mid and Devi on the offlane, and we kept talking about how these players, they're a lot greedier or less greedy or more active or less active than the people typically playing their roles. Nigma had a hard time balancing all those factors together, but now with the recent additions to the team, it just feels like they've gotten a perfect blend. And GH, I mean, we have to give the props to him. There's a reason why Nigma Galaxy was so confidently picking the Dazzle. They knew that he could put in the work. I gotta say, this Doom was a bit strange here. I guess he just wanted to secure one kill, but then it doesn't even end up actually happening.
I mean, the way he's using the Doom is just not very good.
It's really random.
It feels like he doesn't really understand this hero very well. The way he's using the spells tells me that he doesn't really play this hero a lot.
Yeah. And this was so rough because Inkrat, he dies here to the full combo, but the thing is, he had a shield rune on. So the Tiny and the Hoodwink burst through not just one of his HP pools, but both. Now into the Roche Pit they go. And Sumail has controlled this game from start all the way to this point. Somehow the win probability for Enigma Galaxy has dropped since the early game. Maybe that's because the gold lead hasn't really scaled exponentially with the time in the game. There's also decent scaling on the level up side, but they need time to get there. I don't think Enigma Galaxy will give it to them. Ages now for Lorinov. Perhaps more pushing and swing. Devi's going to walk into a fear. No Doom for you because Sumail is there to save the day. The Scythe instead. That is so tough, man. Sumail is just everywhere.
Man, this is the best I've seen Sumail play in the last year. I think last 6 months to a year. He is absolutely feeling the game. He knows where he needs to go. He knows what he needs to do. And he is precisely at where he's best at in this team.
Sumail is just one of those players. When he is feeling the game, oh, the rest of the teams in the tournament, they gotta be real scared because he's about to put on a masterclass. It's just one of those things that don't really make sense, right? How is he everywhere? How is he doing so much? He's found the perfect blend, and it's these boys on Enigma Galaxy. It wasn't the mid that he needed to do. He just needed to play mid from the safe lane.
Yeah, precisely, because the safe lane heroes, kind of some of them feel like a mid hero, like Tiny, for example. Yeah. Tiny or Wind Ranger.
The space makers, right?
I think these are the two heroes that feel like they kind of function like a mid laner. I don't know if there are more, but right now, I think Tiny and Wind, they kind of help the team a lot. They gank, they set up kills, they play for the team.
Yeah. And specifically
it's just like a mid laner. You get levels, you get items, you rotate, and you help your team.
I mean, in theory, that's what the mid lane is supposed to do, and it works perfectly because we've discussed this at length throughout our time casting Enigma Galaxy. Devi is such a greedy offlaner. But then it works if your carry is willing to go Skeeter mode and give him the space, then you're kind of achieving a bit of a Team Falcons blend. You got stable hands on your pause 5.
Yeah, it's all about finding the right balance in the players you have. Not just following what everybody is doing. What are the conventional methods of playing the game?
Yeah, you got a different set of 5 people. It's always going to look a little bit different. And man goes up. Lorinov's ready to push with his shot. Mana's always a problem for the Viper. He gets himself topped back up.
Yeah, he needs a keeper of the light in this game.
Yeah, he does. And without Omar on that Hoodwink, I think they wouldn't really have found quite as much action. So I don't think he's too sad, but he will be taking quite a bit of damage. You have to watch yourself. Takes down the tower. Bone dry on mana. Big Lotus though. He's back up to full. Sumail's in. Initiation. Instantly dead on the Ringmaster with no buyback. Devi just surges on forward, ready to rumble. Just forces out the spells onto him. Meanwhile, backline, Inkrat, he's trying to do the damage, but he can't even get onto GH. Sumail cleans him up. Somehow the Tiny is on the front line, and the back line, and the middle of the fight. Everywhere you go, there's a big rock ready to rock you down. And Sumail, I mean, what a player. He is really feeling himself this tournament. The group stage has been all his to claim.
And it is such an impressive game by Enigma Galaxy. Like the way they crafted their strategy, the way they identified what they needed to do in the game. I mean, you could say that they had a really, really easy start to the game, getting 3 kills off the bat, but still, you know, having the understanding to play around the map, play with the right heroes, do what they're doing. This is something that would, I think, signify that this team is on another level right now compared to a couple of months ago, 1 or 2 months ago. They are looking to strike fear in the enemy teams right now. I think this is going to be one of the tournaments where Nigma actually has a very, very good chance of doing really, really well at.
Yeah, I'm feeling the top 6 already. Sumail's going to keep playing like that. You want to learn how to play a space-making carry? Download this replay.
Again, you know, another Doom just, I don't know, like...
Yeah, like what's he doing? Easy harpoon out. I mean, GH is still fully alive here. Incred will try and work down Omar, but there is the save. GH always ready to back his buddies up. Steady pair of hands. Sumail's back in, and it's a double kill for the King.
I mean, this is why we mentioned the hero pool problem of level up, right? They might not be a team that doesn't understand how to draft, but they are limited with the hero pool. I felt like the Doom was a very reasonable solution against what Nigma had, but they just can't really play the hero. That's why they were really hesitant at that choice.
Yeah.
It was very obvious to pick Doom, but they took a long time to pick it.
Yeah, and you were spot on, right? And maybe that's why Nigma was so happy to give it over, because even though on paper it's an excellent Doom game, it just messes up the integrity of the draft. Clearly, Woe is not as practiced on this hero. He's throwing out Dooms that don't really add up, and when you're going into a game that is the main barrier between you and elimination, sure, maybe Level Up have already accepted their fate here in this group, but you wanted to show a bit more fight than this. I mean, them losing this map quite basically means that unless some miraculous circumstances happen, they are already one of the teams that are set to be eliminated here in Group B. Final hurrahs here. Sumail won't hear it. He's ready to finish the game. Godlike beyond that, sorry. As the Vi just BK being up and walking up front. Each of these calls taking their turns to stand in the limelight right in front of the entirety of Level Up. Telling the Ringmaster this is not your show. You might have had a couple of nice saves early on to slow us down, but we can't be stopped. I mean, the headphones off, the frustration clear on the faces, and the GGs are called. Level Up. I mean, they stood no chance in this game. In a meta where games take 30, 40, even last game, 60 full minutes to end, Nigma Galaxy wiped the floor in less than 30.
Yeah, this was a very, very nice clinical game, you know, from Nigma Galaxy. From start to finish, the control of the game, the fight before the game started, the 3 kills, they were able to position themselves to get an advantage before the creep spawn, and after that, rotating around the lanes, they won their lanes, and Sumail, he was definitely the talk of the game. He got his dagger, he made a couple of very, very important rotations, smoke plays, he pressured, he closed out the map for Level Up and enabled his teammates. And after that, they had the knowledge to also swap him around. Okay, it's back for you to farm.
Yeah.
Now, Loranov, it's your turn to come and fight. Davai is always like just baiting and he's just trying to get whatever farm on the corners or to make sure he might tank a Doom. Yeah, sure, whatever, you know, Davai is gonna die, he's like the tank. But Loranov, I think he's the true carry of this team. He's the tower damage. He's the one hitting and getting the objectives. Sumail, he's the mid laner from the safe lane. And Davai, he's just the crazy off laner that you have to let him off his leash and do whatever he wants. If he wants to play a tank, if he wants to play an Enigma, just let him be.
Yeah. Davai unshackled, Loranov in form, and Sumail playing some of the peak Dota that we've seen from him, at least in this season. These are all recipes for success, and of course, you can't understate the impact that the supports have, right? Omar with the Hoodwink, that's always been a steady pick for him. He knows exactly what to do. And this GH Dazzle, it's not a hero we see very often, but it's one that he is supremely comfortable with. They banned out some of his other stuff, like the Kotal, the IO that Nigma Galaxy have also picked, but he has a long, long list of stuff you need to be concerned about, and Dazzle is one of the big ones. I wonder whether we'll see Level Up try and target out any of these heroes, because you play a game like that, you get smashed so hard, you're like,
it's too much. It's just too many. They have to ban too many heroes. I think it's just at this point you have to pick your poison.
Yeah.
What do you want to deal with? And you have to look at your own hero pool. Okay, this is what we have. What can we deal with our set of heroes? And you have to adjust the bans from there. It's very hard to just look at your opponents. Oh, they're really good at this list of, I don't know, like 7, 8 heroes. You have 7 or 8 there, and you can't ban everything. And you have to choose what to give away based on what you can play. What do you have is good against which heroes they have, and you have to just choose and veto it and hope for the best.
Okay, before we go for a short break here, at this point in time, we've already watched a significant amount of Level Up games. If there was one thing they could cling on to, if there was one aspect of their gameplay that you could say, maybe this is the one shining hope that you need to try and use to drive through the despair, drive through the trenches, what would it be? Is there any semblance of that you've noticed so far?
I think it's hard. They have too many problems. They have hero limitations. They don't understand the macro of the game. Laning phase not great. There's too many problems, you know. It's very hard to find something out of the murky waters that I'm looking at level up right now.
Yeah.
I think they can only try to focus on what is their comfort and try to go from there.
Yeah, well, if you can't find it, I'm just going to try and cobble something up. I think the only thing I had remote faith in is Aincrad. There were 1 or 2 games where I feel like he was trying his damn best, but the team couldn't quite keep up. If he can somehow get into that form again, that might be the difference maker, because level up, they need all the help they can get. At this point, they've lost 1 map. They might already be out of the group based on the circumstances, but they still have a chance to at least bring back this series and show us something good. We'll have game number 2 between them and Enigma Galaxy after a short break.
However, the Rax is dropping. Corrupted jumps in for a 3-man stun, but it's all on his Losum. Nobody's there to back him up. Respect, meanwhile, just being chased by creeps. He's just getting the Lycan experience.
Oh, yeah.
Zayat's down as well. Corrupted, completely surrounded. He'll drop. Here comes Mirage to try and salvage this team fight the best he possibly can, going after Mickey. Mickey will go down. Now on to Nisha, they'll find another. They do find a couple now. Ace, he does kill off Snowy. Zayat is going to buy back. Ace will continue just moving in. Don't forget, they've already secured Megas anyway. So they don't really need to stick around any longer if they don't want here, Team Liquid. They will eventually look to retreat. But I say that there's 3 heroes still down. No buyback committal from Snowy yet. So maybe they could keep going.
You know, lots of gold flowing out there for Mirage. Just wondering if it's enough for him to get one major item to try to play against these Megas. The Megas alone aren't really the biggest issue. You do have decent enough clear from your Drow and from your Void Spirit to kind of get that done. Maybe less so on the supports. And for L1, I mean, because of what's on the line here, they can't afford to just GG out. They have to play this out. If they can even hope to find a slow crawling way to a draw, I mean, they'll have to take it. They are at the bottom of their groups. They are at risk of elimination with a 0-2 here. So they're going to be hanging on and trying their best to find some opportunities. A Yasha Kaya up for Mirage. The damage is starting to scale a bit in that Void Spirit, but not quite to the point where it's like insane just yet. Going for the Shiva's Octarine. Trying to be as slippery as possible. This timing on, say, Workhorse feels like it's going to be amazing on L1. But it also just feels like it's so far away. And with how these fights are breaking, it also feels a little bit challenging to actually get that follow-through, to get that saving grace out for your teammates here. We'll have to see. Just so many tools up on Liquid. Like, the damage is going to be ramping up now on Mike. I do believe that entire last fight...
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
The struggles for level up continues, but the winning for Nigma Galaxy, they just can't be stopped right now here on Stream C of Dota 2 at EWC 2026. We are probably going to find out whether level up can even make it to the next stage, because mathematically speaking, I believe level up still have a very very slim chance and making it to the survival bracket, but Lord knows they're not qualifying to the first 2 seeds. They are too far down for that. They have lost their 7th game in a row, Winter, while Nigma Galaxy seem to have cracked the perfect formula for success. Get your bet chests out because Sumail is back, the king on his retirement run. He's doing an absolute number from the carry position.
Yeah, I think they've already successfully found a formula to enable Sumail. I think Sumail kind of looked lackluster the last couple of years because he was kind of also struggling to find his identity. Where is he going to play in the team? What role is he playing? Because the mid role kind of changed a lot. He was really good before in the mid role when it was like the playmaking role and you get to own your lane. And nowadays, the mid lane is not a lane where...
different.
Yeah, it's not a mid lane where you can win the lane just by denying creeps. You know, denies doesn't matter so much. You have to play patiently, you have to farm, you have to get the runes, like you have to wait for the support. There's a lot of things that are out of your control.
There are prerequisites that you don't get to just kind of get with your own Storm Spirit skills alone, right?
I think individually as a player right now in the meta, as a carry, there's a chance that you can actually impact the game a lot more as an individual compared to a mid lane.
Yeah,
because the mid laner in the first, I would say you have a lot of power in the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Yeah. But after that, you are very reliant on that +1 combo. You want to go with the support, you want to play according to the side lanes. The side lanes need to win their lanes. If the side laners don't do well in the lanes, you don't really have a lot to do on the mid laner. So I feel like maybe overall this is the right place to be, you know, for Sumail. He needs to be on the carry role, get his free farm, get his item timings, buy his dagger, because he is a super aggressive player. I think you want him to be on a hero that runs in. You don't want him to be playing backline heroes like Drow, you know? That's like not his...
Yeah, because I was wondering...
Sumail playing Drow, you know?
The thing is, you know what I immediately imagined? We were talking about how Sumail looks amazing on these active carries. Like, what if it comes to like, I don't know, like a Drow or Muerta or like a... I guess you could consider Spectre somewhat active, but it's not really as playmaking as the Tiny, right?
No. Tiny is one of a kind.
Yeah, give me the Tiny, give me the Wind, maybe even the Clinks. We saw Wits able to control the tempo. Just like in this hero, maybe.
Or maybe Elk, you know.
Or maybe Ricky.
I remember seeing him play Elk.
He did play Elk. It looked great.
Why Ricky? Stop with the Ricky. You're telling me.
You keep saying Invis hero. You keep saying Invis hero, bro.
You keep saying I'm bringing up the Skyruff, I'm bringing up whatever
the Rave King.
And the Rave King.
Would you say Rave King is an active hero? If Sumail started playing the Rave King, would you be happy or no?
No, Rave King is not active.
We're going a bit too far there, maybe.
Rave King is a Davai hero.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I can agree with that. Okay. So into the draft we go. Some adjustments needed and immediately being made. Level up. Ban out the Viper this time. No chance of a Lorinov sneaky, dirty pick from there.
So what did they leave in the pool? The IO? Yeah, they left the IO in the pool. Last game they banned the IO.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy have already picked IO at this event.
This is going to be a tough one. Choosing your poison, what are you going to deal with? So they go for the Hoodwink. It's something that I think Squeezy is also really good at, this hero.
Yeah.
That they're just going to get this hero right away. And it's also kind of like block picking because I think the same can be said for Nigma Galaxy. They really like Omar on the Hoodwink.
Yeah, it just feels like a pick that can't really go wrong for them, right?
Yeah, because of the +1. They are playing with pairs. They're playing with 2 heroes moving around. Hoodwink just gives you a lot. There's a catch, there's damage. He can kind of also push waves on this hero. I think this hero is very strong. Very good in lane.
Yeah.
Give me one weakness of Hoodwink. It's just mainly probably just Zoo. You don't deal with the Zoo well because you can't do anything to the Zoo.
Yeah.
But other than that, this hero gives you everything.
There was a period of time where it felt a little bit lackluster. I remember the win rates being not necessarily positive. Is this a hero that has obvious counters in the game, or is it just so well-rounded that it doesn't really matter? Other than the Zoo, of course,
the counters are kind of heroes that can get him because he's very elusive.
Right.
He can hide in trees.
In the tree lines, right?
So you're talking about heroes like Bat Rider, like Spirit Breaker, maybe
Primal Beast?
Spectre, Primal Beast. Yeah, there's type of heroes that can.
Is the Hoodwink the type of hero that needs to be killed off at the start of the fight? Like, is that bad of a backline spellcaster? You can't afford to let him be alive.
You could put her there.
Okay.
If she gets a couple of bushwhacks,
it's like free,
it's
right?
like game winning in the team fights.
Yeah, and no one has time to really cut those trees down mid-fight unless you have that inbuilt in your kit. I will say I am a bit concerned for Nigma Galaxy because the IO clockwork it's a nice support duo, but it's one that also has some glaring gaps that I feel like the rest of the draft will now have to fill in. You don't really have a lot of damage.
High damage.
Yeah.
Not very high damage, but it's going to come from the cost. But on the other hand, they're revealing their support, their double support, so you can actually just pick Puck right now. These two supports, they don't do anything to Puck.
Do you like the fact that Nigma went for this approach? Because we know the IO is very high value for them and Clock is just a great hero in the meta. On paper, they've secured things that are top tier, right? This is high on the priority list, but then you've always said before, revealing your two supports straight off the bat, that might be a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, but your opponent's gotta have the hero pool to take advantage of it. If you feel like they don't have the hero pool, they don't have the mid heroes to bully you, they don't have the spirit heroes, but usually when you reveal your double sub, you get bullied by the mid heroes like the Embers, the Storms, the Pucks. But if your opponent does not want to do that, then...
Or maybe can't do that.
Yeah, or can't do that, then you can just gladly pick your subs right away.
So what is the idea here? You said Spirit Heroes. Is that like an opportunity maybe for Aincrad? Because we've seen him play the Void Spirit, it looked pretty solid.
Nah, not Void here. You need to pick either Ember or Puck. I think most likely Puck. But I don't know if he plays Puck because the last couple of games, it didn't seem like they wanted to pick the hero. So they go for the Undying draw here. I mean, it's also very solid.
I mean, that's excellent, right?
Yeah, Undying draw plus Hoodwink. Very, very solid trio. And now can Kuroki conjure up some magic against the draw and Undying? What do you want to do against draw Undying?
Yeah.
Usually the Darkseer is the answer. You push the creep wave, you force her under the tower. But now what do you do? Do you find a range hero like with Clock?
Enigma?
Oh, he's gonna go for the Lycan here. I mean, this is going to be like a game counter, not a lane counter against the draw Undying. So you have to pull the waves. You don't really want to play the waves, the lanes as Clockwork. And after that, you're just going to be roaming around, just leaving the Lycan to his own devices. It's a very good hero against the Drow. Super, super hard counter. And on top of that, Spectre's already banned. So this is also one of the counters to drop.
Oh, there you go. Lorinov Sniper. That's a special for him.
Is
been
there
really
a pick
liking.
they can pick right now for Sniper, to deal with Sniper? What is incorrect?
Earth Spirit?
Yeah, Earth Spirit's kind of good.
I like Earth Spirit. I mean, it's a bit tricky into the Clockwork because if you end your roll in the wrong place, you might get cogged.
I mean, it's also the mana burn. Like, you get owned by the mana burn from Clockwork.
But I think this would be a good two-man duo if the Hoodwink reaches the Sniper. Magnetize can't really be dispelled right now. A lot of good options. I mean, the Spirit Vessel is also going to go a long way into the IO healing.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised that they picked the Sniper just open like this without seeing the mid
I'm
matchup.
telling they think that the opponent doesn't have heroes. The mid laner doesn't have heroes against this.
Yeah.
Like, I think they need a catch hero. Like, it has to be a spirit hero. Some sort. Okay, Pango is kind of like a spirit hero.
This is a Pango that is very obviously picked into a Sniper. How does that matchup go?
I mean, the lane's gonna suck, but you're good against him later.
Do you think it would have been better if they went for something like the Earth Spirit like we were suggesting?
I mean, it's the same. Those three, you kind of suck in the lane, but it's good later.
Yeah. What would you say are the main differences between the Pango and the Earth Spirit?
Pango is in between. It's still like a scaling hero.
Okay.
Because he likes to play greedy heroes that do a lot of damage. I think Pangolier is somewhat between a spirit and between a greedy hero. In between.
Maybe it's back to what you said about the limitations, right? Maybe Earth Spirit's not really in his wheelhouse because you were saying that Earth Spirit is such a strong hero right now and maybe some teams are even sleeping on it. Surprised that they didn't go for it.
Yeah, so they need a front line, they need an aura hero to run out the draft. Something to protect the back lines.
Underlord sounds decent.
Yeah, Underlord sounds good. You can counteract the global presence of the IO.
You could also do Centaur Warrunner.
Yeah, not bad. You can run away from the Lycan. Yeah, those are really good options. Underlord, Centaur...
Or the Dawnbreaker for the global potential. That's a nice ban. I think it's rough, right? I keep thinking these heroes not that great into Clockwork. Like, try and enter a fight.
That's why Clockwork is an annoying hero.
Annoying little bugger.
Blocks a lot of the strength, spell casting heroes. You get mana burn, you can't do anything. Very, very hard to deal with in the laning phase.
Even the melee carries, we saw Kaz back in his prime just struggle to deal with the cogs flying out at him.
Yeah, but unfortunately their draft requires another melee hero. In my opinion, with the Hoodwink. They need a body to protect the draw. So there's Centaur, there's Tide, there's Underlord. These are the three, I think, prime options for rounding up the draft.
Yeah. They've closed out the option for Sumail to go back for the Tiny. That would have been a great body on the front lines to make space for the Sniper and the Lycan. A very similar composition for the side of Nigma Galaxy as compared to the first game where, you know, Clockwork, the position 4, he's really the only one with lockdown. Everybody else is a stunless damage dealer. They have something working for them, and I can't say I dislike it.
Lycan has a stun, he has a creep, he has
he has a stun.
Prowler,
He can unlock the stun with money.
Money
Yes.
solves problems.
That's true. That's true. Okay. Muerta is an interesting ban. Maybe they're just worried about the carry-to-carry matchup. Also excellent in Topanga. You have limited magic damage presently. I think one thing I want to point out about the draft so far is that apart from the heroes being picked, the reserve time also tells a very clear story, right? Nigma Galaxy are so sure of what they want. They've not had to crack into reserve time very much until this point. And then you look on the other side, maybe Level Up are taking a bit more time, a bit more, you know, discussion really to lock in their heroes because they have 15 seconds left on the clock.
They're gonna pick Tide.
It feels like it would make the most sense here. Tide versus Lycan, that's excellent. A lot of physical damage. Centaur War Runner. Okay, that was one of the options that we wanted. Maybe just something a bit more comfortable for Baby 3 packs.
It's weaker in a lane with the Hoodwink type, plus Hoodwink is a stronger lane duo. With the Gush and the Acorn shot, you do a lot more damage, you know. But Centaur is nice because of the mid-game. You get to kite the Lycan ultimate, you get to gap close into the Sniper, and you're very, very annoying, you know, very, very hard to kill. You buy the auras. Like Crimson Guard could be an option here. Normally we see Helm into Heart. I think that is kind of like the flavor of Centaur right now. Helm straight into Heart. But Crimson is like a good option here against Sniper and Lycan. Very, very good.
This is a killer Crimson game. And what's the last pick going to be for Nigma Galaxy? Like we said, the Tiny would have been excellent to create the space. What do you want into a Centaur War Runner? Maybe a melee hero that can bully him? Monkey King, perhaps?
He has to play like some kind of monkey. With Stuns, Monkey King, Elk type of hero. I think it might be Elk.
I wouldn't mind a monkey for the king.
Monkey King, Elk. Any other melee heroes that can jump and start the fights?
Something that plays well with the IO, right?
I feel like Venge.
Ooh.
I kind of like Venge.
You've been on this Venge train the whole past few
I think
days,
Venge
brother.
is strong. Like against Draw, you swap her into the team fight, and then you can kind of swap the Pango and the Venge aura with the Howl. You do a massive amount of physical damage.
Yes, you do.
I like the pick.
I mean, you already have tons of physical damage, so I'm wondering whether you want to kind of get a mixed damage carry to split things up. That's my concern, because you have oodles of it coming from the Sniper and the Lycan.
I think it needs to be a stun. No matter what, it needs to have a stun.
A Luna feels a bit rough into this lineup, though.
Luna is not, bro, Luna is not a stun.
How about a Gyrocopter?
No? It's not his style.
Gyro IO?
Yeah,
Alchemist. There you go. Okay, well, yeah. We've seen this one before. Nigma Galaxy, not the first time they've run this carry for Sumail.
And the lane's very nice into Centaur because Centaur is very low armor. Acid spray, physical damage. Unstable concoction, physical damage. So you have to probably buy a couple of rings to offset that in this lane as the Centaur.
Centaur's just a big old hunk of meat. He ain't got much armor on him, so you can very quickly carve that up with some acids.
How is that fair?
What, not you with the fairness talk again. When has Dota been fair, Winter? Have we ever had a fair patch of Dota 2? Wouldn't you say right now the match or the meta is unfair because no one can go high ground? How is that fair? But only if you're Shadow Fiend or Drow Ranger. That's not fair at all.
Yep.
You know what else is unfair? The fact that Level Up are staring down elimination. The fact that they might have already been out of this tournament. But you know what? When they came back from the break, I noticed something. They came back into their seats. They were all smiling and laughing. And that is important. Because if you're overcome with the bad vibes, if you're just thinking about, oh man, we're out now, things suck, you know, everything's going down the drain, we're gonna lose, it's not gonna happen, blah, 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 blah. You ain't gonna be able to play your best Dota. I mean, this might just be the last few times we see them at this stage, at a LAN for a long time. So you gotta enjoy it at the end of the day, right? And it's nice to see Level Up with some smiles on their faces.
Yeah, I think you are enjoying the game as much as they are. You have a big smile every day. I come down to work, I see you with that big fat smile.
Yeah.
Holding your glass of orange juice.
Ah, yes. You gonna call me out on my breakfast options. What's wrong with some orange juice? What you gonna? You gonna tell me he's unhealthy?
No.
You gonna tell me he's bad for my gut?
No.
I don't know if you guys listening to this broadcast have ever met a middle-aged or older Asian person, but the one thing they will tell you all about is your health and your choices and how the choices affect your health negatively. I get lectured all the damn time.
Yeah, wonder by who.
What kind of stupid ass comments? Okay, Nigma Galaxy want to continue their rampage here in Group B while level up. This is not even a struggle for survival. This is clinching at one final chance to maybe turn their fate around. I mean, hell, if they manage to put a win on the board in this group, I think this will be, at this point, something that they can be somewhat proud of. And I'm not trying to talk down to them. It's just what we've seen so far, Winter. They have to transform into a whole different team, though. I mean, based on what we've seen so far, if I'm referencing that, I don't know.
Unlikely, but it's a good draft.
I don't know how they can do it, but yeah, like you said, it's a good draft. It makes sense. The pieces come together in a good way.
Yeah, very, very solid overall lineup. Whereas I think this game, Nigma's lineup is a little bit more high execution. They need to do really, really well.
But I don't know, honestly argue to say, I don't know whether you've seen the rest of the Nigma drafts. Wouldn't you say they're all high execution by proxy of not like? None of their drafts are easy to win with, but the way they're playing makes it look so simple.
He understands Kuroki what to give his players, or maybe the players understand what Kuroki wants.
I think that's the secret sauce.
Because every team you look at Kuro's led in the past, they always have a similar strategy where they don't really have catch.
Yeah, I wonder what the concept is, because it's easy to point and be like, haha, no stuns, but clearly there's a different priority for Kuro and the Nigma Galaxy boys. There was a period of time where it was about map play, right, back when Noob was on the team, but obviously the identity has changed a little bit. Whatever it is, whatever they're talking about, it's working, because the way that they seamlessly transition from responsibility to responsibility, how they manage the big map and who's moving with the supports, it's beautiful to watch. They could really play spoiler here in this tournament. And Nigma Galaxy, they don't really have a lot of titles at this EWC as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure whether they're competing in many other disciplines. Maybe one or two more, if I'm not mistaken. But they could play spoiler to some of the other clubs trying to vie for that club championship. That big pot of a prize pool that would go a long way. I said it before, Winter, it can absolutely bankroll some of these organizations. Early laning stage, I mean, 3 for 1 on the runes, especially, is he just there? How did he get there? Was it just a wave pool and then it was caught out under the tower? Yikes.
I mean, he just played too aggressive there. How did the Undying die to the clock at level 1?
Yikes, that's not good. So a few little fumbles already. First losing 3 bounties to an Alchemist lineup, and then now getting caught out under the tower. I mean, you're supposed to be crushing this lane as the Drow Undying, and instead Divine now is free farm and Oma's got a kill.
Yeah, these are the little things that make a huge amount of difference. The level 1 plays, we've seen this twice already. Both games, they lost on the level 1 play.
Yeah.
The level 1 play takes a lot of discussion. Like, there's a lot of prep work because you go through replays and you look at how your opponents start the game.
When they move, when they smoke.
Yeah, when they move, when they smoke, what are the priorities? Is it based on the hero matchups, or is it based on side? Because some teams, they make their decisions based on whether being Radiant or Dire, and you need to comb through the replays and understand what is the issue, how are they making the decisions before devising your own plan how to start the game.
Yeah.
I think if you look at the tier 1.5 teams, the tier 2 teams, oftentimes they have problems with identifying and coming up with plans with this.
Hatred has to kite very far away from the cogs, but Omar, this time it's his time to step up a bit too far. Will get caught out by the tombstone.
I mean, that's okay.
Yeah, Devi's still farming.
The Lycan is supposed to suffer because his hero is going to be so good against the Drow and the Undying later. So he needs to suffer. If the Lycan is not suffering right now...
Why the hell did you even pick the Drow Undying? We're wasting our damn time here.
Yeah.
Is it the same, you would say, for the Pango versus Sniper? A situation where the Pango struggles early, but then later in the game, the Pango's actually good into the Sniper?
Yes, but he's not struggling. Like, look at the CS.
True.
He's not getting mid-diffed, so we are happy.
Thank goodness for that. I did say that I think level up, their brightest point is going to be Aincrad on that mid lane. It might not be a name that many of you recognize, but during the period where Team Secret was struggling to rebuild post the TI finishes, post the retirements, Puppy was farming really the leaderboards for talented players, and Aincrad was one of the few that he came across. A short stint on Secret, not really panning out. But it means something, right? The fact that such an experienced captain has looked towards him before and said, maybe this guy has what it takes. Still yet to prove himself on this stage just yet, but he still has the chance to. Just needs to tide out this early stage of the game, get to the team fights, land some rolling thunders, and then we're talking. The Vi is taking some hits. Multi-shot will make him hurt. That's a good kill.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice one. Like, Drow's level 4, Lycan's level 3. And you have to get as much as you can before the Knight kicks in, you know. The Knight kicks in, the Helm comes online, and the Lycan is going to be very scary for the Drow.
He starts howling globally. Ooh, that is scary business. Hatred, did he suicide?
He just suicided to get back to base.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because low on resources.
Undying and Skywrath, infamous heroes to do that.
Yeah. Are there any others? Trying to think.
I think generally you can do it with any hero, but you just see it more on Sky and Undying.
Yeah, you just spam out and then you go back, right?
They use their mana and HP a lot in the lane, and you just want to go back, you know, you want to get an Uber ride back. I mean, Baby 3X is doing fine in this lane, despite what I thought it was going to be like a tougher matchup. I guess all the nerfs adding in, you know, on the Alchemist. Alchemist is not a really strong laner anymore. Yeah. Especially when you're paired up with an Io. It's not the best lane.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. They know that he's coming for the bounty rune, and they're going to try and catch him out. Manages to grab it, though. Blood grenades out, trying to slow him down.
He's screwed.
I think he's dead, actually. Try for the cogs. Ooh, just off the mark. He's going to try and TP.
Kicking it again, kicking it again. Oh! Now he's ruined, even if he doesn't kill him.
The World Cup game happened yesterday, but that was a goal and a half. Still though, it's a little bit awkward because the rest of Level Up are here to party. Who's beating in who? I mean, Oma might have gotten a bit too hyped from that goal because my goodness, what a shot. But now we're in this absolute mess of a situation. I think Oma's just going to be able to walk this one off.
Boy.
Is he dead though? You need to land that shot. He gets into it again. Oh my god. Oma is laughing all the way home. And now Sumail's back from the grave. Claims a kill onto Hatred. What a silly sequence of events there. That was insane.
And that was tilting. That was very, very tilting. That has completely destroyed the Pangoliers game. The sniper has been sitting at mid, peeping away at the tower the whole time. 40 CS, 11 denies.
Tower's gone.
With the catapult wave. Oh boy.
Dude, and then you try and make this entire play. It falls into shambles. You as the Pango, you're not controlling the runes at all. So Sniper just gets your tower, gets the runes. You're doing nothing on the map. What a sequence of events. And the way that all started as well. What a heads-up movement there from Omar. He knew the Pango had zero resources. His last chance was that bounty rune. TPs to the tier 2, intercepts, and lands a couple of cock kicks that just tipped the game completely out of the hands of Level Up at this point. I mean, this Pango, it's going to be a long road to recovery for him. He's wasted far too much time.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we're in for a long while. This one, if it keeps going like this, I mean, at least the Drow's having a good time. At least the Drow's having a good time.
Top of the net worth chart, 60 CS almost at 7 minutes. And here comes Lorenov. Like, this is what he does best. He kills his tower and he comes to the side lanes to gank.
He loves rotating at the 7 minutes. Secure, he supports the kill and the Wisdom Shrine. That's long-term investment that we're talking about, and he's moving on over to the second tower that he wants to take down. Just peeping away. Double Wraith Band, Power Treads, Band of Elven Skin. Already making his way towards that Dragonlance. He is farming up the Storm and creating the space for his greedier cause to get their net worth. So it's not just really about Sumail being the only one being active, right? They kind of split the responsibility each game.
Do you get to call your other cause greedy if you're playing Sniper? No, you don't, Mike.
Well,
no,
it's an alchemist and his whole identity is built around getting gold. So I think you can say that. Believe it or not. You gotta give back, right? If you're picking Sniper, if you're picking Sniper...
Sniper calling his other cause greedy.
He's trying to make space for them. They're taking too much, they're taking too much room. Nigma Galaxy, off of that set of plays to ruin the Pangos game. He is bottom net worth of the cause. We knew he was going to struggle, but he's supposed to scale up later to have impact in the mid game. Unfortunately for Aincrad though, supposed to be a shining spot for Level Up. Now, a damp, dull corner in the jungle is all he has to work with.
Yeah, that's why you do not go to the enemy bounty to refill your bottle. You go back to base to refill.
It is too risky, and Nigma Galaxy had the right vision and the right, I guess, mindset of how to approach that situation.
All right, heroes.
Yeah?
Clockwork was the only hero that could
Who
have
could do that? Yeah, that was insane.
Okay, maybe you have Mirana, you can cancel his TP.
Bro, I never knew what it would be like to maybe commentate a soccer game, and I think I just got a little bit of an experience of that. This is probably what people feel like when France scored.
If you're a Clockwork player, you would understand that feeling.
Yeah.
It's
I'm not.
It's not many. There's not going to be many opportunities when you can kick the same cog to cancel a TP.
That was crazy stuff. Like, I've never actually seen that happen in a pro game. It's like setting the ball up for yourself. That's madness right there. Superstar midfielder Homa taking big strides this game, scoring goals for the team. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like Oma's role, specifically in this team, it's not an easy one because more often than not, he's the only other person with a disable. Right? So the team fully relies on him to find these setups, but he's found his comfort. He loves doing this. He's really good at it too. Now they're chasing onto Woe. Here comes a relocate, the full collapse. Nigma Galaxy in. Getting in onto the creep. Woe does not stand a chance and Hatred cannot help. The Haste Rune Lorinov chasing onto more. Any way of stopping? Ooh.
Not this time.
Look, it was on the mark, just a little bit slow. Needed to put a bit more power into that kick that time.
Imagine if you're spamming your button on the cogs will move faster.
Oh, it's like one of those old school web games where you're playing, like trying to score the goal on the goalkeeper. You can adjust the power level. That would be pretty funny. Add a whole new dimension to Clockwork, why not? Holy Locket already being worked on by GH. This is one of the splits that we see more often, right? GH, he can play a greedier position 5 when he's on his IO, when he's on his Kotal. Even if he doesn't have a dedicated partner, he'll just go on and farm and enable his own game. And then he scales up, he's got a Holy Locket at an obscene timing, you can't kill him. I don't know, I really would have liked to see maybe something like the Earth Spirit over the Pango, because the Pango, as you can see from his inventory, very much needs a Diffusal Blade to get anything done. But the Earth Spirit, even if you get shammed in the lane, you can at least still make your way towards an eventual Spirit Vessel just by getting involved in some kills. That's what the Pango will try to do, pathing towards the top side, wants to use the Rolling Thunder on a key target. Lycan will be exposed. Swashbuckle off the mark, but they should be able to get this kill because Shapeshift not available. Level Up will claim their first major kill. A big win for them here in this top lane.
And they have to get as much as possible before the night time kicks in.
Wow.
The moment the night time kicks in, he's even farming the enemy triangle. Stacking the enemy triangle.
Stacked the enemy triangle and they found it. Come on. Offering a shrapnel to boot. And all of the Hoodwings' hard work flowing into Sumail's pocket. That is rough, man. And he's just finished up the Radiant, so he's catapulting his own net worth. Yeesh. That's the thing, right, with Alchemist. You can have less farm, but your net worth's still going to be significantly higher. This is, all things considered, alongside some of the kills and the bounty runes that are amplified because of the Grievo's Greed. 3k gold lead already. Do you think we're gonna see him prioritize gifting Aghanims to others?
No.
He's gonna play for his own game, right?
Yeah, you buy your own items now on Elf. You get your AC. It's important to get AC this game against Drow. Dagger, AC, BKB. These are items that he needs to have.
Hookshot in an awkward position. Omar, Ramis, they are in trouble indeed. GH comes in with low HP and they get mowed down. Very strange attempt there, and Level Up were ready for it. This time they're the ones to set the trap. They knew this was coming, and the slight whiffs from Nigma Galaxy cost them.
That was a very, very dangerous attempt. He was in front of the tower, the center was in front of the tower, and he's not an easy hero to kill. Very, very tanky hero. Like, even if they landed the combo with the stun on the Elk, I find it hard to see how are they gonna kill him here. I mean, so they relocated in for the... I'm a little bit confused. What was the plan here? Were they just trying to push the wave, or did they actually have an intention to kill the Centaur.
It seems like they thought they could kill him, but it's hard to really imagine the damage being enough for those three heroes. Clockwork and Io, like we already said, low damage supports, and the Alchemist doesn't have a lot to offer early on as well. It doesn't come out in bursts. Alchemist needs to close the distance, hit and wail on you for extended periods of time before you really feel the pinch, especially on a hero like a Centaur War Runner.
And here comes Loranov as well. They don't have the dagger yet on Sumail, I believe, so he's not able to initiate.
Yeah, I mean, any of these moves that you try to make, you need the damage from either Loranov or Divide to close up these kills. The heroes on level up are getting tankier. They found their first items. Not so easy pickings anymore. Here's the gang squad. Omar, Loranov. Regardless of the heroes, they'll find a way to make it work. The two keen folk. Trying to find a target. One to close the distance and one to snipe from afar. Couldn't have asked for a better pairing. Queasy will be found. Can hook shot here, but immediate sharpshooter away. That was cautious.
You were scared, Mike.
He was. I would be scared too if Omar was running up to me in the jungle. Okay, over the tree line. Off the mark there. Omar guesses wrong. Aincrad will be able to roll up, and a series of whiffs from Omar finds him in an awkward spot. He's under the tier 2 tower. The Prowler's still doing work. Big soul rip there from Hatred, and the Prowler's gonna be controlled. Still trying to find the kill, but it's now awkward to keep this dive going, and in fact, he'll lose this really big creep, so Hatred gets rewarded for his troubles, and it's a shapeshift used, a Clockwork dead, and nothing found for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, the last two attempts by Omar that really griefing his team hard. Two bad choices to initiate. I guess he was really feeling himself after what happened earlier with the Pangolier, and sometimes it gets to you. You done something so amazing in the early game, and you think you can just
You're like the king of the world,
yeah,
right?
you think you can just get away with anything you want, you know. So you tend to make very, very aggressive plays, and those two plays very, very bad for his team right now. So we're back to 50-50.
You need to get your head back to the ground, right? You might have
Yeah, you have to be grounded.
Exactly, because the way Nigma Galaxy have been playing, we know that they can pull these smart moves off. But
You
Omar's
have
just,
to think, if Kuroko is in the team right now in the comms, what is he saying?
yeah, he's like, Omar, brother, what the hell are you doing?
Play the game. We
Play the
haven't
game.
won the game.
Focus on this game. You know what I'm saying? Okay, hook shot in, finds the Pango again. We got a few good peeps. That's what we're talking about. Keep it fresh, keep it simple. You know, play with your team, don't stray too far, don't try and dive tier 2s alone, and we're Gucci.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They have to try to slowly move towards the bottom side to get Roshan. That would be really, really looking forward to get the Roshan with the helm on the Lycan right now. But they're on the Radiant side. It's 70 minutes in the game. Rosh is on the bottom side, so they need to figure out, are they going to stay top and farm the enemy jungle and find a way to go bot, or are they happy to just wait for the Roshan to move towards the top side in minute 20? Or are they going to plan to contest the Tormentor? You know, these are the questions that you have to already be asking yourself. You do not ask them at 19. You have to start asking yourself at 18.
Pre-planning,
Yeah,
pre-planning
you
for
need
sure.
2 minutes to plan everything so people will push the waves and go to the right places. If you talk about it minute 19,
You're too late.
People start moving 19, 20. You're gonna be late. You know.
Yeah? What does the BKB first over the blink tell you about what Nigma Galaxy are thinking? Because
On L?
Sumail has prioritized his BKB.
He thinks he can't run in the team fights because there's Centaur Stampede, there's the Pangolier roll, there's the Undying Tombstone.
Okay, well, that's a good start. Rolling Thunder used for absolutely nothing. Aincrad will tank quite a lot of damage. Narrowly escaped there. But I guess better than nothing. And he, at the end of the day, continues farming towards his Aghanim's. That's going to really help him scale.
I don't really like the BKB first though. I felt like the recipe for success for Nigma feels like they need a dagger hero.
Yeah, they need Sumail to be going in, right?
Somebody needs to go in, and then you farm and scale after.
Well, I guess you don't need a dagger when you got Omar flying in from the side of the screen. Sets up for another kill onto Loranov. Maybe this time round it's enough that Clockwork's doing the job. Maybe they're just limit testing, right? Because earlier on we already said the Nigma Galaxy lineup was a bit greedy, and then Sumail filled in the gap. Now they're saying, okay, maybe Omar can do it alone, and maybe Sumail can take some farming privileges as well. Just trying to see how far they can go in terms of the greed. Loranov will get spotted out. Multi-shot to start.
No shot. He does not
Where
have
is
a
the
shot.
bushwhack? Finds him. Lornoff in trouble. Lornoff dead. Huge kill there from the side of Level Up. Great angle to take, and they catch the sniper with his pants down.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice angle because the clock was kind of bodyguarding the sniper, but he was on the left side, and they came on the right side. So the clock, there was no way he could have protected Lornoff. Lornoff had no shot, so no way out.
Yeah, the left side is also where Nigma Galaxy have confirmed cleared out the vision. So it's interesting that Omar chose to take that position instead, because you'd imagine...
yeah, that's actually a good point.
Yeah, because if you already have wards on one side, you'd think the bodyguard should be on the other, right? You cover all angles.
But at the same time, it's about the smoke, right? They could smoke and come in from the side that has a ward as well. So
is someone in the pit? Or Level Up? They've taken this opportunity to just walk straight into the pit. And I don't know whether Nigma are going to make it here in time.
Know? They don't know, right?
They should have some sort of an idea.
I think they don't know.
Oh, you might be right. Clockwork Rocket Flare is completely off the mark. It's scouting the triangle instead. They don't know. Level Up. Robbery right under the noses of Nigma in a game where Nigma, they were doing so well in the early start. Hookshot off the mark. Sumail still wants to go. Blink reveal onto Inkrat, and he will get chopped up into little pango pieces.
The dagger and elk starting the game right here for Nigma Galaxy.
That's what we wanted to see.
In Undying Drow, Undying SF. Every game you see these two heroes, the Roche just goes down very, very quickly. I mean, this is not the fastest one, but surprised Nigma didn't really make the read there.
Yeah.
But they understood that because they had to use a lot of resources, especially the Flash Golem, to finish the Roche. So they knew that they are vulnerable. So they were running into the Level Up side, you know, with the hookshot, even though the hookshot didn't land on the Nigma side. But now they're going to get the Tormentor. At least this is not a free Roche.
We've said it before that most of the time, the team that gets the Aegis will naturally get the Tormentor. But this game's a little bit different from that, because Level Up, this Roche was never theirs to take. The fact that they managed to get it already is a huge bonus. If only they didn't lose the Pango while they were doing that.
They get the Shrine too.
Queasy also steals a little bit more. This is what Level Up need to do, right? They need to just kind of pinch and pull whatever pennies they can find from their opponents. You know Nigma Galaxy are trying to amass the gold in their pockets. If you can just snatch a little here on the map, find a little pick off on the right, maybe you can still have a place in this tournament. We'll say, though, that the Alchemist is powering up at the speed of sound. Still, the Drow is pretty close by, all things considered. Woe has done an excellent job keeping up in terms of the net worth. Now looking towards Lornoff, blink in, stomp up. Where's the save? Nowhere nearby. Lornoff again caught stranded, and the Sniper's just not expecting them to make these plays.
And the mid wave is pushed, you know. They were able to shove the wave because of the Aegis, and right now, Nigma, they're stuck in a very, very weird position. They need to get the waves out together. Elk has to be with the team all the time. If Sniper is pushing a wave, he needs his team to be around him.
And this is tricky. They wanted to make a go with the shapeshift, but Baby 3-packs with that heart complete. I was talking about how he hasn't had a great game so far across the entire group stage, but this might be the one. The Centaur didn't have an excellent lane, but was able to be left alone, farmed up, and even though he hasn't gone for the Crimson yet, his body alone is a good enough object. Enigma Galaxy can't run past him. They'll find a vibe, thinking about the relocate out to the left side at the last moment. Of course, he trusts GH to save you. The GH might come back into his own death here. Do they still want to fight? TP's coming in. They spot out GH at first. Probably just going to give him up. Holy Locket out, needs a tether target, but instantly flattened by the rest of Level Up. Stampede out. Oh no, Inkrat can't afford to die there. Long range assassinate, barely misses the mark. Wait, the tower shot. Ooh. I think he survived by a sliver. Now you need to get out on Woe, will be fine. A bit of a messy sequence there from Nigma as they're not able to preserve their heroes. It's a great save from GH to bail Davai out, but still, the fact that Level Up can actually do this despite being down in gold, it's kind of a big deal. This is perhaps some of the best we've seen Level Up play in the entire tournament.
Yeah, they're getting the waves pushed very, very far. Nigma is not able to deal with the wave, and they're getting jumped on the wave. The waves are always pushed onto the Nigma side. They can't really move out. They need the waves to push out with the Lycan and the shards of the Lycan. And Alchemist needs to be in the smoke. He has to be in the smoke, and the IO needs to bring someone over with the relocate. Or they have to be together, you know, the IO with the Elk, with the clock, and they find a kill, and they can progress on the map, and they can attack the towers, go into the enemy jungle. Right now, Level Up are the ones occupying the Nigma jungle. They're doing a very, very good job occupying the jungle. They're 6k behind, but having the Aegis on the draw just gave them enough confidence to make all these aggressive moves.
Yeah. And we have to remember that Nigma, at least in the draft, we were complimenting them a lot for being able to make a difficult lineup work. They knowingly gave over Drow Undying. They chose to prioritize GH's IO and the Clockwork. And sure, Omar's had some flashy plays so far, but there's a reason why Drow Undying has been the pinnacle of what's prioritized in this tournament. It just gives the team so many tools.
There we go, Mike.
Baby 3-Packs, he is very tanky. Sumail starting to rip into him. It's enough. Horse meat on the menu. And Hatred will drop as well. Woe will be able to make it up to the high ground, but the chase is on. Rolling Thunder to try and cover. Immediate relocate. Inkrad is doing the best he can, but poor thing, the nullifier just prevents any form of escape. And Inkrad just has to leave his carry to die. That is a very, very sad sequence for Level Up after the wins that they've taken in the past few minutes. They have it all come crumbling down.
Yeah, that was the jump that Nigma were looking for the last couple of minutes. They couldn't really push out the waves and get the jump. And this time, they get the waves out, they get the smoke. Alchemy starts on the Centaur, and they were able to just kill. The Centaur just died, like disappeared. Like all the minus armor.
That's crazy because
killing him.
Yeah, I was like, damn, bro has a heart. He's got a bajillion HP.
He actually had a plate.
He had a plate mail, had a ring, had an essence ring. Not enough. And now looking towards the Crimson Guard. So once he gets that item, it's going to be a major difference. But still, the armor shredding potential of all of Nigma Galaxy. You got the Howl, you got the AC, you got the Acid Spray, you got corrosive weaponry. Stacks up for sure. Omar, I believe he's got a Solar Crest flying out to him as well.
I mean, Level Up have to be careful not to get jumped again like this. They need to be the ones getting the initiation. Whoever gets the initiation will have a huge, huge advantage in the fights. It's gonna be about pushing the waves. If you have to deal with the waves,
oh yikes!
And
Tombstone committed.
You're revealing your position, you're gonna get jumped.
Yeah, that's kind of what just happened to this poor Undying, right? Nice preemptive calls to stop the chase in. Omar being very cautious there, and it pays off for him. But yeah, like Undying, he's trying to come out, decay the wave a little bit, and immediately the sniper's on his head. Maybe you can try and bait the sniper in that way, you think? Like if you show the Undying and then suddenly the Centaur or the Pango's on the side ready to react, that could be something.
Yeah, but you need to see them, you know, you need to look at where are they. And right now there's like a problem with the map. Because Nigma, they have the relocate, they have the global presence, and they have the wolves pushing the waves. I feel like they have the better time shuffling the waves right now. And see, the moment that Pango has to show this happens,
just
like,
dead, yeah.
he has to show in the lane to push. Like nobody, who's supposed to clear the mid wave? I think maybe the Pango has to clear it in a more defensive manner where you swashbuckle
from a range,
backwards, or you swashbuckle from a range, and you don't prioritize getting the last hit. So with devs like this, usually when you look at the replay and you're talking to your players and you're trying to understand, are you trying to farm, or do you understand that it is so dangerous right now that getting the last hits actually doesn't matter?
Yeah, that's a privilege, right? That's a luxury you don't have.
Shove the wave and get out.
Yeah. It's a difference in terms of priority.
See, again, you know, they're pushing the waves and he's just getting jumped.
Well, he just almost died 100-0 there. You don't have a hook shot, but you got assassinate to give the vision.
Gosh.
Oh my goodness. Baby 3-Pack saved by the tomb for now. They're going to try and turn things around. Omar will drop, but look at the wolf come running on in. Centaur managed to get back out to safety. Hatred not so lucky.
Oh, nice initiation.
Good try there, Sumail, but he's going to get gunned down from a distance. Pops the BKB, gets the save from GH, healed back up to full. Pretty interesting item build there, Sumail with the Shivas. He understands his role, right? He's just there to give vision, there to be a body.
The sniper's the carry.
Indeed. And the tips come through, Baby 3-Packs. They're just laughing at him. You got all that HP, but you can't do nothing. Nice heart, brother.
Is he going to feed an axe to anyone at this point?
I wonder.
He's all decked out on the.
I mean, you wouldn't wolf bite the sniper.
No.
No. You could wolf bite the Clockwork.
Bro, no. You wolf bite the elk.
Okay. Sorry about that.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it could be fun. It could be funny.
To wolf bite your sniper?
Wolf bite GH, and then the little wolf runs around tethered. It's like a little companion. I know you like dogs, Winter. You got a whole bunch of them.
I don't ask them to bite me, even though they've already bitten me in the past.
Yeah.
During the rebellious period, when you just bring them home, you're trying to tell them, these are the ground rules, there's no peeing in this corner.
Yeah.
You only get food when I say so.
I don't think there's been anything of the sort for these new Nigma Galaxy players. They've just fit in so nicely. All very well behaved. They know exactly what they need to do. No arguments. No taking a dump where you're not supposed to, you know. Everybody's respectful. Just the way Kuro likes it. Into pit they go. The smoke move coming out from level up though. I feel like this should be obvious for Nigma, and sure enough they have Omar guarding the main entrance.
Here we go, this might be the last hurrah. This is going to be a very critical fight. If Level Up can once again find some magic here.
Wow, the Ghost Scepter preemptively trying to salvage himself. Aegis already gotten by. Lornoff and Sumel's on the front line. Shiva's vision onto everybody. The Rolling Thunder just can't get into range while they're collapsing onto Whoa! Stampede's only going to get you so far. Where is the backup? Even the Crimson Guard can't help you. Glacier up onto the high ground, but they bring you back down into the earth. One final hit, they find it. Whoa accepts his fate, turns around, start hitting the wolves. They're chasing onto Aincrad. Ooh, the assassinate. That stings. Shot down. And the two supports of Nigma continue to show us why they belong at the top level. I mean, GH, the fact that him as an IO is taking contact. I mean, he knows they just don't have anything into him if he just pops the ethereal form. Just stands there, Ghost Scepter, they're looking at him, do we really want to commit into the IO? The Roche is going down. The Roche goes down, and they got nothing else to give.
Yeah, Pango and Drow, they're all physical damage. The Ghost Scepter is just super valuable this game on GH. As long as he pops it off, he's not going to die, and he can be first contact.
Yeah. It's so easy for him to connect back to the rest of his team. Here's a hook shot in. Maybe 3 packs, all the meat in the world. Crimson Guard as well. Doesn't really seem like it's doing anything with how fast his HP is going down. Bam! And Level Up, they are being mopped up by this sniper. This game is looking like it's coming to a close. We had some longer games in the first series, but Level Up just not really able to pick up the slack. Can't really find their footing here in the group stage. And just like Eki said, it's a reality for a lot of these tier 1.5, tier 2 teams. You find a bunch of guys, you play together, and you try and hope for the best. Either you guys are the next big thing, or you come out here and you can't quite show the Dota you want to play. You can't quite match up. And unfortunately for Level Up, that seems to be the story for them. We've followed them since the start of this group stage, and we've yet to really see any signs of a growth spurt. How can you, right? You're against a Nigma that just looks so spectacular. One final hurrah. In onto the sniper, he's still got the second life though. You need to try and make him work, but silence, Orchid and Nullify. The Undying doesn't even get to play. He buys back immediately, but Lornoff is still full HP. Trying to TP out, the ball gets flattened by the sniper. And you're fighting on in the back line. Devi and the gang just ravaging all of them. Trying to find an opportunity for the Drow to do damage, but the Centaur, all he can do is reflect damage. And he doesn't have any more HP to play around with. Soul Rip will keep him up and running, but the silence will pop him in the corner. That's the Orchid from Devi. Level Up, this is their last stand, but their legs are shaky, the knees are weak. Arms are heavy from the losses of the previous days, and mega creeps have been attained by Nigma Galaxy as their rampage through this Group B continues. It can't seem to be stopped. The King's on his retirement tour, and he wants the crown, not just at TI, but EWC as well. Wants to make an impact, wants to be remembered. And this game, decimation from start to finish. This series really, decimation from start to finish. And you can see the realization perhaps start to set in on the Level Up guys. They've maintained a good vibe. They've tried to keep things positive. But now, surely, they will know their time here in Paris, it's borrowed. There's only a few days left because they, mathematically speaking, I don't know if it's possible for them to make it out no more.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, you know, the reality is gonna kick in, it's gonna set in, and you're gonna feel the negative vibes, you know. But at the end of the day, if you look at the overall state of the team, how far are they behind the other teams?
Yeah.
It's kind of expected results. You know that they have a lot of things to learn. You have to improve on your hero pool. I think especially the hero pool. I think maybe they should start there. The hero pool, the macro, these are the two important things. I think laning phase, overall, you can give them a pass. You know,
Sure, yeah, we'll close one eye. That's fine.
Yeah. But on the macro part of the game, the hero pool of the game, these are things that they have to slowly but surely improve on if they want to move on to the next level. If they don't improve this couple of things, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to ever compete against the better teams.
Absolutely. And
even amongst the tier 2 teams, tier 1.5 teams,
yeah,
it's going to be hard if they have this sort of problem right now. They are going to find it hard even against the tier 2 teams.
And I think the biggest shame for me is just, it feels like when you come to these events, you travel all the way, you sort out all the details, you've worked so hard to be here. I kind of touched on this on the first day, right? There's no doubt that these guys have prepped, boot camped, worked, tried their best, screamed, you know, spend all the off time possible trying to build towards that goal. But sometimes, like you say, Winter, the gap is far too big when the list of problems is so high that even you, in your infinite wisdom, cannot find a single shred of hope. I mean, I was asking you whether there was anything, any shimmer that you could see within the level up side that might just be able to spark that initial bonfire, right? That blows into a full-blown flame, and there was nothing. It was just level up. They continue to struggle, and they continue to seemingly be outmatched by the better teams. They still have one more series tomorrow, but you know, you can imagine the vibes are kind of low. They're going to be quite sour.
Maybe they won't be. There's nothing.
There's nothing left to lose, right?
Yeah,
So
nothing
maybe
left to lose. Why would you be sour?
Yeah, maybe it's one of those situations where now that you're potentially formally out of the tournament, then you play a bit more free. There's no more pressure, right? Because prior to this, because you qualify, maybe there are some expectations with what you think might happen. Like maybe we can take a game off these guys, or we should be at least drawing here. And then now you're just like, okay, whatever happens, happens. Let's just try and play our best.
Yeah, I think that should be the attitude towards the final games. You know, you still need to finish the games. You still need to try to use the games to learn and improve. And there should be no negative vibes. There should be a positive vibe where the players are trying to improve. They're trying to learn. Take it as games that you need to practice. Just have fun. And at the end of the day, you are looking on the long run.
Yeah.
What do you need to learn? What do you need to improve? How are you going to get the team to the next level? That is which is going to make a difference for the team in the long run.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit too ambitious to look to this tournament and this qualification as an isolated experience, right? If you're just trying to... Of course, you would love to win. You would love to proceed.
Who doesn't
want to win? Everybody's here to win the damn games. But sometimes you gotta kind of maybe ground yourself a little bit, and I'm sure this is a reality that Level Up know very well themselves, right? Coming in, I'm sure the expectations weren't anywhere near as high as maybe some of the more established teams. They wanted to come here, wanted to experience it, and now they have. And now they can go back, take this and learn from it, and that's what the priority is. Maybe into next season, who knows whether these 5 players will stick around. That's kind of the curse of all these stacks in Eastern European Tier 2, Tier 1.5 teams. There's the constant shuffle, right? So you don't really know whether we'll see this set of players again, but their individual experiences, what they gain from it, maybe it's just about internalizing that and focusing on yourself, right? You want to talk about overall, you know, synergy? That's something that's hard to find. That's something that's really hard to build, because for a team like Nigma Galaxy, they've been playing together for so long. Even the new members, like what? Sumail back? Oh, cool, new player. Laurenov back. This guy's been standing in on lands for what feels like forever. And he has that magical effect, right? Because every time a Tier 1 team needs to stand in, they call Laurenov. Hello, Mr. Artem, are you by any chance free to own some noobs? And he comes in, gets the job done. I mean, that sniper performance was magnifying. And I feel like the rest of Nigma just really followed suit, right? They're a team that thrives off that energy off each other. We've seen it before. It's all about the positive vibes, that sense of family that Kuro's built, and the players' familiarity and comfort with each other. And of course, we can find out a lot more about that from the man next to us right now here for an interview. It's the very lovely Omar of Nigma Galaxy. Welcome to the panel, sir, and congratulations on that win. I'm sure that with the recent string of success you guys have found, maybe coming into this series, you guys already felt like, okay, this one was going to be perhaps easier than other opponents you faced so far.
First of all, thank you very much. Second, I mean, sure, I think we've built up some confidence after our, like, I would call it recent success. No way, no means to disrespect our opponents today, of course, but it just, I think we're growing a lot, and we're progressing, so we were very confident for today, and grateful we won.
Yeah. And I have to ask, because for myself and Winter, we've been covering the Nigma Galaxy games since sort of the earlier part of the season where there were struggles, right? Back when Noob was on the team, back when the roles were a little bit different. And back then, at least in Division 2, we saw that there was some sort of strategy that you guys were employing, kind of using the mid laner in a certain way to take space on the map. And then Devi obviously is a bit greedier. Something that we always discuss among ourselves is that there seems to be a unique balance, right? In typical Dota sense, there's always the position 1 that's like the hard carry, the mid that makes space or whatever. But you guys seem to have a specific way of blending that. Your calls don't really follow that formula. So I wanted to confirm it for myself. Do you feel like that's the case with your team? Do you feel like you guys are taking very unique blends towards the approach of calls, or what's the idea?
That's a very tough question to answer, but all I have to say is we just follow whatever our strong players calls, basically.
Right.
Which are, our main guys are like Lordnov and Sumail.
Yeah.
So we just have to agree with one of their vision. One of them shares it and we just follow it. I think that's what makes us strong, to be honest. That we just agree on one vision and we just go by it. And considering like Llama being greedy, I don't think it's like this. I think there's a very unique offlaner in this meta who, like, he's been there for years.
Yeah.
It's called Ammar.
Yes.
He showed that the offlane role is actually a carry role, which funnily enough, the guy just farms. I don't think it's like greedy. I think it's just how it works because of heroes mainly.
Right.
So we just like to have 3 big cores. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's fair. Winter, you got any questions?
Yeah, but does anything change for you, like on the support role, when you have a, maybe not greedy, but you have a farming core and a non-farming core? Like what does your role change in that aspect, and what do you prefer, or is there something you like more than the other?
To be honest, I don't have like a personal preference. I just want to do whatever makes us win. I think that's where the hard part comes for the support in this case, where 3 cores are kind of focused on farming and scaling. We just, as supports, have to find our footing in the game. We just need to do our job, which is not easy, I would say, because we have to choose. Like, it's very critical what we do actually. That's what brings them a good game. So we just have to adapt on supports and play good actually.
Yeah, but what do you think is the key for the supports in this sort of game where nobody really wants to move? What are the key components that help you make a better decision in the game in what you have to do? Does it change like all the time? Like obviously it's gonna be hard.
It's always changing. You just really have to find the best play that secures your core's games. It just always changes. Like I can't say there's like one specific move, one specific item, hero. It's not related. You just, every game it depends on what you need to choose to do in order to secure their game. One game it could be you feeding, one game it could be you doing some insane play. It just really you just need to adapt as a support player in these cases.
But do you follow the cause with their decision making, or do you have to make decisions on your own in these cases when everybody's like kind of farming?
The way I like to see it is, even if somebody is making a call, I still have to make my own decision despite his call. I need to follow his call, but even during his call I need to make my own decision inside it. So as I said, we have 2 strong players. They make the calls usually, but even then I still have to make a decision for myself, and that's, I think, it's the best way to play the game actually. Everybody needs to be responsible for his own decision making, and he needs to do good decision making in order to win.
Yeah. I know it's been a long interview and I don't want to take too much of your time, but I have one final question because you have to. We asked for you for a reason. Early on that Clockwork game, Pango's in the bot side. He's trying to TP. You land a double kick, Cox. I don't know if you heard us, but we were popping. How were you feeling in that moment? Because I know the World Cup was yesterday, but you just scored a couple of goals, brother.
It's actually one thing I've been putting a lot of thoughts into it. This double hitting the cogs actually. I feel like it's underused in some cases. and I'm just glad that it actually came to use in one of those games.
Nice.
Because I always keep it in my mind. Because I see a lot of players I saw some moments where people can use it actually, but they don't. So I just had it in my mind, and in the moment I just quick thinking and I went for it. Actually.
We were going crazy. It was amazing, but I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you so much, Omar, for joining us.
Much.
Lovely to speak to him as always. Just a pleasant fella and always good vibes, right? When you have a team that has so many experienced players, sometimes, and I think Winter, you've mentioned this before, you might get the feeling that, okay, you know, everyone is so experienced, you have your own ideas of the game, and why should I listen to you?
Yeah.
Right? I know better, and we kind of got a hint of that as well, right? Because no matter what calls people are making, you also need to make your own call, and you need to decide, okay, is what he's saying relevant to me? Do I need to act upon this? How should I contribute to this play? And it's kind of nice to see that even though they have a new team composition, it's still so nice. It's so harmonious. And he is an absolute soldier. He's like, I don't give a shit. I'm going to do whatever it takes to win. And Nigma Galaxy, they've been winning. The Nigma Galaxy fans can rejoice. Bat chests out, folks. But that is it for them for now. We're going to move over to Group C, where this upcoming match you won't want to miss. Southeast Asia fans rejoice. We got Reconics versus Team Spirit, brought to you by Malibu Jesus, and Atomo. After a short break, you won't want to miss it.
Hello and welcome everyone to a very hype podcast. There was like a question I wanted to ask. How do you deal with emotions? Like how much space do you give that? Like
Well, emotions, when people lose, people get very emotional, right? And you guys used to coach me, both of you. And I remember getting like very emotional after
no,
each
it's
loss.
never happened.
So like, I kind of use like copy paste it, like your PMA and stuff. Cause all the players come out, we all like have dark clouds over us, and I see like you guys are like happy, smiling. Like, it's okay, guys, we got this next game. I feel like that's a very important aspect a coach should do to try to lift the spirits of players. Because if the players come out of the booth to a defeated coach, that team is not winning game two. So you have responsibilities to always be like the pillar of strength for your boys.
And how do you find that? Because you also deal with emotions as coaches. I mean, you watch a Dota game, you're not stoic, like, like no emotions, robot, we win, we lose. You're dealing with your own stuff. What's the process like? The game ends, you're feeling how you feel, I don't know, frustration, anger, whatever. What is the process for you guys before you meet the players? I guess these seconds are pretty important, right? Or minutes. You don't get a lot of time usually. It's kind of rushed, especially in a big tournament, LAN situation. Who wants to share a little bit? Share your wisdom with us.
For me,
enlighten us.
I mean, I'm more similar to David. I think I used to get very emotional as a player too. I think what helped me the most in recent years is going for like a walk, writing down on my phone like what my thoughts are. So in the moment I don't get like, why are you laughing, dude? Why are you laughing, dude? Why are you trolling?
I'm only the problem is with me is like I think jokes in my head, but like I'm just like I gotta let you talk.
Let it go.
No, talk.
Well, that's a trap.
That's a
This
trap.
guy's too funny,
I can trap him. He's easily trappable.
Yes.
Nice one, dude.
No, so you're mentioning like putting distance with your own thoughts and your own emotions, like taking time for yourself before you meet them.
Yeah. Usually I think that's what helps me.
Okay.
It's like imaginary talking, like there's like some new scientific shit you can do to help, right? Like wash your face and stuff, right?
Wash your face.
Wash your face.
That's a good one.
So,
I don't do that often.
You don't?
Washing your face?
Yeah. I don't do the Zinq 08, approach.
Like I was also gonna say something, but I had to hold back. But
what's your approach, Puppy? The game ends. It didn't go the way you wanted to.
It depends on the scenario, because overall, it's like it depends on who fucked up in the draft, who fucked up in the game, and whatnot. Because like obviously, I can marginalize on the fact that I have a plan for the next game, regardless of what's gonna go down. Either I'm mad, angry, or like or super fine with it because we're supposed to lose this game. Because look at what we did at the end of the day. If I just recollect like my thoughts over the, few months that I've been coach, 6 months, I guess, I've usually just, all right, this is obviously not working. I know exactly what can work, and just come to them and say, we got a new plan. It's fine. Because like I don't really know what to say else. Because like we can't obviously do the same thing. We have to do something else. I have a lot more time to process the idea. Because when I was captain, it's like I'm playing the game and I have to consider things like maybe we could have played better. But when I'm actually sitting on like, a perspective of just spectating the game and just being, I'm not even thinking like we could play better. Like, I don't care if we can play better. We have to do something else regardless. Yeah, it's much easier to just plant an idea rather than to think about gameplay.
Yeah.
I never really, I think what Puppy said about like being authentic, like I'm not the type to like fire up in general. I'm usually like very just level. And so
at least it's that level, not higher.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think like, I read something once that was like, you should never treat your players different like before the game as you do after the game. Like, some people might play really well, some people might play really poorly. You don't want the guys that play poorly to feel like, everybody kind of knows in Dota, or at this level, I feel like for the most part is self-aware enough to realize when they've messed up.
Yeah.
Like, what am I going to do to be like, bro, like, I usually just try and be like, okay, what's next? Pretty much like win or lose, the first thing I think of is, like, let's say we had first pick in the first game. I just immediately start to say, okay, what do we do for second pick? They'll probably take it. Let's like, what are the avenues and stuff like that?
To help them like snap out of whatever just happened and move on to...
Yeah, like Matu taught me that. He's like,
when times are bad, like you got to be positive and just like move on to the next thing as fast as you can. And when times are good is when you can like get more out of people.
Yeah.
You know, like if you win a game, you can be a bit more stern. Like, guys, we could have won this game even more. Like, here's where we can improve. But when you lose, it's generally like, okay, strategy, next thing.
Like one thing I learned with No Tail, with Johan, and that really stuck with me for long is to also remember to focus on what's positive also, and to focus on what is going well in the games, even the games that you lose, and what you're doing well as a team. Like, I remember our first replay session together, we would sit down and he would just show us how we won the fight and how well we fought. And I'm like, this is so cringe. Like, why am I watching my mid laner? Like, he already killed the guy and he's just outlasting him. And he's like, no, I want you to see how good this guy is, you know? I want you to see what he does, what's happening on another lane. And it actually helped me a lot, because like then when my lane is crumbling or my support is just doing a bunch of stuff, and God knows, yes, I was doing a lot of weird stuff, and I'm like, where's my, so I haven't seen my position 4 in 8 waves. And then I know that my mid laner, if he gets help, stuff like that. So that kind of, it's to bounce on what you were saying, that to, kind of like finding the positive also, and promoting it, I guess, nurturing it, it goes a long way, especially for players that have to deal with a lot of emotions with the games, right?
I had a question. Puppy, you've been a coach now for like 6 months. When you guys just recently won Dream League, right?
Yeah.
When like, do you feel the same level of hype as winning that as a coach that you did as a player? Like, what is like the emotion behind it now that you've had some time to like be a coach?
I haven't felt much winning tournaments anyway in the last tournaments.
I was almost gonna say,
yeah.
Did you ever feel like
No, like, let's say like this. Okay, so I haven't won a tournament. Like, okay, the difference is that I've actually won a tournament over like 4 years or whatever.
Yeah.
Or 3. But I don't know, like I share the same vision as like Zai does, like to me, winning is a relief that I didn't lose.
Okay.
At this point, it's not like it's not that massive for me, because I've already won so many tournaments, and I'm not gloating or some shit. I just don't feel it anymore, like this epicness of winning. I just want to. I like the game. I love the game. I want to play the game, but I don't want to be a loser. I don't want to, like, in my own head. It's nothing to do with anybody else. I just don't want to actually lose. I want to figure out the game. I want to be the best, and I want to show my best appearance. But like, if I do win, I'm like, oh, thank God. Thank God I didn't lose, I feel relief right now. So it's not necessarily the same thing as like winning tournaments in the past. Just don't feel that.
Do you get that feeling though? Like the same relief anyways? Like, do you get like the same lows when you lose as a coach?
Yeah, I mean, I still feel good like that way. Like I still like, yeah, it's nice, it's a nice feeling. I'm not hyped, but it's a nice feeling, of course.
I felt.
Scouting Zeus ult.
I'm just looking to see if there's someone nearby for them to gank on top where that smoke is, but it does give them vision bottom. They're going to come through the twin gate.
They should have seen 3 heroes here. They got to be a little careful on this.
Y knows no fear. Goes for the Nightmare. Lelis looking for the Bane. Does get the Demonic Purge out. Will start stacking up the Shadow Poison. And with jabs here, they're going to realize, okay, we may have bit off more than we can chew.
I'm a little confused on that because they used the Zeus ult to scout it.
They saw the 3. They're like, maybe they split.
Maybe they split up. Yeah, I guess so. But that was a bit greedy, and they get punished for it. But don't worry, space for carry Zeus farming back there. All part of his plan. How close is he to the Ags? Over halfway.
Yeah, he's over half.
It's going to be like a 21-minute, maybe 22-minute Ags, depending on how many more kills he's able to secure.
He's actually going to pass this.
I knew he was going to pass a core. I thought it was going to be the Tide Hunter, but actually it's XM who's been sacrificed, and that's why he's getting the Midas. And they're just going to try to line up BKB timings. We kind of mentioned the lack of damage.
This is a really good ward. We're going to look for the opening here on the Shiro, but Bach has that Ravage at the ready. There's going to go ahead and beat the Requiem to follow it up, but Jabs has a BKB, a Nightmare to save, but the Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. Can they finish the kill? Shiro is so low. The Death Requiem doing quite a bit as well. But here comes Analog. Puck goes in, drops the coil, gets the silence, the magnetize. It's going to expire now. And Rubicon, well, he's got to run from the Zeus. Bach trying to zone him out as well. He's stuck for now, but can they actually find the kill? Great defensive disruption. Analog, does he have the silence? But it's not in time to save him. 4 dead for Vici, and it's just the Tidehunter versus the 3 remaining heroes here of Nemesis. He's going to pop that Kraken Shell, try and reduce as much damage as possible. But the Shadow Demon, he's stacking up here. They just give up the chase, they will. Too much effort, not worth it.
They're worried about the Bane respawn, but actually he didn't have TP, so maybe they could have dove. The perfect timing for the BKB on Kunkka. Otherwise, the chain stuns would have come out, but I think the Requiem wasn't able to connect on him, so he's able to use his abilities, and that's what allows them to win that fight. A very close one at that. If Zeus was able to get there a little sooner, I think that does go Vici's way. But as we tune into the replay, yeah, we see Bach do the initial interruption, and the Requiem just not able to get to the Kunkka in time, and that's why all the boat stuff comes out.
It's just your BKB timing, right?
Yeah. A little unlucky on the Chain Frost as well. It could have killed Shiro a bit sooner. That might have made the fight easier for Nemesis.
The second the puck comes in here, I'm like, oh yeah, this fight's cooked, right? Like you kind of hope that your Zeus is going to be able to get a little bit more damage in, and he does, and almost kills Rubicon, but Lelis just buying this much more time pretty much seals Xinq's fate because he has to stick around now. And he's worth a lot of money. I mean, look at this. There's like 460 gold for Analog, plus the remaining team bounty. They'll grab themselves the Tormentor. Good attempt there from Zeus to steal it, but it goes to Lelis. Your cleanse now online. It's going to do some work this game.
That's a great shard to have versus the Earth Spirit. And then even the Bane, actually, you just can't be nightmared. So you can now send in, I suppose, Puck or Lycan.
Probably the Lycan.
Depends on the situation.
Lycan's not going BKB anytime soon. He's got the AC queued up. Can we get a Wolfbite Puck, please? I really want to see that one. Go Parasma, Wolfbite, Puck. Do it.
Maybe if the game goes late enough.
That's a great way to throw, isn't it?
I don't know. If they win the game, it'd be pretty sick.
I mean, Wolfbite Kunkka is not that bad. Especially once he gets his Tidebringer talent. Like, if we're talking real late game.
He's also going damage. We were pitching Orchid or Auras, and he's like, how about just straight up damage, please?
I mean, first item BKB was bold, but it already paid off. So I like it. Going back for the Shadow Blade.
Maybe he will. Okay, back in the draft, we're like, is this carry Kunkka? No, it's offlane Kunkka, but maybe it is carry Kunkka. Maybe he will get wolf bitten.
Oh.
Steal the item.
Oh, what did he drop on the ground? I have no idea.
It's probably like a stick or something.
Yeah, well, it was an Iron Branch, I believe.
No, they have the model.
Oh, yeah, they have the model. I have no idea.
So does the branch.
Y dying to the summons, but Shiro will clean him up. Nicely done. He's going to have to go find the new creep. You can't deal with Bach. Like, Bach can walk right into the middle of the enemy team, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Walking and balking.
Oh, Jay, they actually scout him with the Nimbus. That's going to be the Ags reveal from the Zeus, but Puck, he's found the backline. They're going to get a huge Chain Frost onto XM off the Spire. It takes him out of the fight completely. What is better, a Nimbus or an Ice Spire?
All right, I hate to do this to him, but can we click that Earth Spirit? Yeah, you see that Midas?
Oh.
That could have been a BKB.
That could have been a BKB.
And then you don't die to Chain Frost.
But wait a minute.
But maybe you still get this Roche.
They do still get the Roche.
Requiem to secure.
That's kind of cool, actually.
All right, so maybe the Midas is the bait for the Chain Frost, so then they don't have the Chain Frost for the pit. It's all part of the plan.
And they did commit everything, right, to not die. We saw Jabs have to BKB. He didn't have boat. He got Chain Frost, Disruption, everything. So, yeah. That's like really good recognition from Vici Gaming to just call it.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. We are here to continue your action on Stream C in Group C. I'm Malibu Jesus, joined by Atomo, and we're going to have Team Spirit taking on Reconyx for you very, very soon. And it is do or die time for Reconyx.
Yep, 0-6 in the group is not really a good score. They could end up at 4-6, which is fine. That gets you pretty much, almost guaranteed tiebreakers, maybe into even the survival stage. But it's a tough one. They have lost every match. They even had a lone druid against P-Vision and still couldn't eke out a victory. So against Team Spirit, the defending champions, I'm hesitant to back Reconyx, really.
I also would be hesitant, but Atomo, this lone druid, we were discussing it on the way over with some folks, and I think the upper teams leave it in as a bait for the lower teams because, they have the desire to want to split the map, draw the game out. Well, if you're one of the qualifying teams, chances are you haven't risen up to meet the challenge of those Seed 1, Seed 2 teams in the pool, and they tend to fare better in those longer games.
I feel the same as well. Like even Poppy was saying, we were baiting the lone druid. We want to see if other teams will take it or not, see who's going to take the bait. So yes, there is some truth to that, I feel. Also, a lot of times the lone druid is banned, so maybe you don't even get much practice within competitive play anyway.
Absolutely, but Reconyx, our first team from Southeast Asia, one of our qualifiers. Let's take a look at their roster real quick. These 5 players who we have.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, Jikro in the carry. Then we have In Your Dream. FBZ, I followed his career for a long time. He used to be part of Enigma Galaxy at one point as well. And then we have Delul as well as Varesh.
Yeah, and this is their 4th LAN of the year.
Yep.
Frequent qualifiers, still searching to really make a deep run in any of those 4. But, Reconyx, as an organization, 2 days ago, they had their 1-year anniversary.
Yeah.
Forming up here. But, the boys are happy to be on LAN, getting that S-tier experience, even if they are on the bad side of the beating. But, Jack Roy, look at that. In Your Dream. FBZ, the off lane, Delul. He had some great games yesterday, even if they lost, and Varish as well.
Yeah, I like how during the whole time that they were showing the video, FBZ is looking around. He's like, "Where's my first victory? Where is game? Win number 1? Is it here? Is it there?" I was like, "I can't seem to find it, unfortunately."
No, they haven't found it yet, but maybe today, day 4, could be the first. It would be a massive upset, but Stream C, it's the stream of dreams. This is where it could happen. They have been able to push some of these games to 35, 40, 45 minutes, but to get their win, they're gonna have to take down Team Spirit.
Yeah, a much more difficult sort of group, a big challenge for them with Yatro, Laurel, Collapse, Not Me, as well as Rue. And here's an important thing. Reconyx has to 2-0 them to stay in the game.
Yes.
Because I believe tomorrow, there's OG versus Virtus Pro in the group as well. OG has 3 points, Virtus Pro has 1 point, and they're playing against each other. So they're going to be getting points from each other. You have to be somehow get 4 points on Reconyx so you can challenge OG and still hope that things happen.
Yeah, well, OG versus Pro will be in Pool D.
Yeah.
Reconyx Spirit here in Pool C.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, but they do need to get these 2 wins to stay up because you know, Pool C is a little tighter than Pool D. I think OG, as you mentioned, is 3-3, but here Vici is the third seed, and they only have 2 wins so far. So this, you know, even though the competition is a little tighter here on day 4 for Reconics, the grouping, the win-loss is a little closer for them, but I mean, 2 wins seems like 4 wins in an easier group, perhaps. But you know, 24 teams, the top 3 seeds in each team here, even some of them 4, it's just mountain peak of difference.
We already have in Group B, I believe the bottom 2 have already been eliminated. Mathematically, they can't even make it there.
Liga and Level Up?
I might be. Also, it's L1, my friend. L1. Thank you. Yes.
Team.
We don't want to say that. But yeah, so some teams have already been eliminated from the tournament. They have no chance to advance. They still have a game to play. But yeah, they, you know, we're solidifying the groups at this point. And Reconics, anything less than a 2-0 against Team Spirit, it's a tough one.
Right. I think Spirit, they've only been 1-1 because they are second in the group. So it's P-Vision on top with 6-0. Team Spirit 5-1. Those 2 teams, they play in 2 days on the 12th of July. So, you know, Team Spirit, you know, Reconics might view them as an easy opponent, as similar as Yandex did with ICX. Perhaps underestimating them could bite them in the backside, but to really surpass P-Vision and clinch that top seed of the group, they'd love a 2-0 here, set themselves up for success against P-Vision and, you know, get a 1-1 or maybe just even a 2-0 there. But teams are at their battle stations. What are you looking here for the draft, Antomo?
Well, I mean, they got Lone Druid yesterday. But I don't think Jikro is actually comfortable with it. A lot of times I've seen him turning to bear form and joining the fights, and you're like, that's not right. That doesn't seem how it should be done. I've never seen that before. But he's more comfortable with heroes like the Tiny and the Gyrocopter. So we haven't seen his Gyrocopter. We haven't seen much Gyrocopter in this tournament in general. But I do think that that's something he could, like, comfort beats everything else right now. So I would like to see some of that. And Lone Druid Recon.
Thank you.
Reconics like, yeah, I don't think we're going to let this one pass. You know, we don't want you to have it, and we definitely don't think it is going to work for us.
No, it didn't work for them yesterday, and they just don't want to deal with the issue today. So as you mentioned, perhaps that Gyrocopter coming out, but no Treant Protector. So the hero suffered some nerfs.
He seems to be, where is he in the window? He's very high, by the way. He's only been picked 8 times and won 6 games. So even though he's only been picked 8 times, I think he's the second most contested here in the tournament, only behind Lone Druid. So very popular, banned like 75 of the games so far. So no one's letting Lone Druid through. I mean, sorry, Treant Protector. And we're gonna go Clockwork as well as Shadow Fiend, and now first pick here for Team Spirit to set the mood. What do you want to be starting off with? The Hoodwink is in the pool if you want to take it. There's also the Bane. It could be solid opening, but don't reveal too much of your draft.
Do you think Spirit wants to grab the Drow Ranger right off rip?
Surprisingly, Drow has not been as successful as I thought in terms of like overall win rate. She is something. I mean, it's a great pick for them. I'm sure they're going to have a good time with it, but it's actually lost more than it's won, the Drow Ranger, which is shocking. It's something like 31% win rate overall. It's pretty low. So, but they're going to take on Team Spirit. Let's be fair. These 2 teams so far, based on tournament records, don't seem to be quite on the same footing.
Sure.
So it feels like the draft is slightly less relevant than usual.
Yeah.
But they do pick the Primal Beast for FBZ. He's very comfortable with this hero at least. It's a good opening. It works okay on the Drow. Yesterday we were like, oh, Drow, it was like Drow Wyvern or something like that against the Primal. And Primal still got a couple of kills in the lane.
Yes.
So I like it.
Okay. And we know FBZ, certainly a specialist, had some great rock throws. As well, some very clutch plays, some off-target pulverizes with the AoE, mini stun coming out as well. He's a playmaker, and this is one to enable him to do so.
They paired it up also with the techies for Delol yesterday, and that was all a great combo. There was one point where he throws the rock, it was like barely out of vision, but he was like, I think it landed, and then the sticky bomb comes out and follows the person, and they're like, okay, I know where he is, and they got the kill. That was a huge comeback by Reconics, but unfortunately, they still lost that match.
Right, so perhaps with the Primal, maybe even branching out and bringing the techies back for round 2 today.
I wouldn't mind.
Could see a better rounded draft with your 3,
Yeah.
4, 5 picks.
My issue with yesterday's draft was really not the off lane. Like the Primal and the Techies were a great combo. I thought Varesh on the Enchantress though was very kind of off by himself, not very involved, and that was sort of a bigger issue for them. So I would like the 5 change, but keep the Techies if you can.
All right. Well, let's see if that will come out. No Nature's Prophet to be played. No SF. Okay.
It's just. Well, yeah, SF was banned. SF was banned before. I was like, they banned the SF when they're on. Like, oh wait, that was first round, man. Sorry. No, Drow SF though would have worked a few years ago mid Shadow Fiend.
Would have.
Not bad. Minus armor. You get a lot of benefits from that agility.
But what will be next on the ban list? You get one more here for old Reconics.
They got rid of the Tiny. They really respect the Jikroy Tiny. That does leave his Gyrocopter. Again, we haven't seen much of it, but it could work.
Yes. Yes.
And I like the idea of a Gyrocopter because you can keep your distance and still damage the Drow. It's one of the nice benefits about Gyro is like, okay, you know, like they have a ranged carry that's kind of hard for me to get close to. It's fine. I'll just hit everyone else, including them most of the time. So it could work.
Absolutely. Being able to spread these fights out, maintain your vision across the fray, reach the Drow out of reach of herself. Not bad, not bad. Primal, a good person to go in for you and follow through. But what will it be? Reconics diving deep into this reserve time here for their final ban.
Yeah, they get rid of the Bane, which is one of the opening picks that we thought Spirit might take.
Yeah.
All right, Reconics, are you going to take the Techies or something like a Hoodwink? I feel like Techies or Hoodwink could work well with the Primal. Gives you a bit of lockdown, nice bit of burst damage as well. It feels needed, but we'll see.
I do like the Bane ban. We see Drow Bane so frequently.
Bane in general, it's not like... But when we see that the Drows picked up, you start thinking about Winter Wyvern. I've seen this pairing like a couple of times right now. There goes the Techies.
Yep.
It's just a very good combination. You probably feel a little bit more confident today than yesterday because you're like, well, we've seen the Drow. We beat it in the lane, or at least came out very equal with a Primal Techies combo. There's no reason we can't do the same thing again.
Absolutely. Proof of concept for Reconics in practice and in theory. But revising that pause 5 will be necessary.
I wonder if they're going to consider Undying with the Drow. I'm liking the Undying or the Winter Wyvern, but Undying is particularly good because Primal can't actually hit the Tombstone. In the middle of trampling, the zombies will hit him and he can't do anything. And it's like Techies with his one of the worst attack, well, it's a very slow attack speed at least.
Big wind up, slow projectile.
So it's not a bad combination, but they go for the Rubik. Okay, that's going to be Not Me's hero.
A lot of good spells to steal already just from these two.
Pulverize. It's very cute when he does it, right? He lifts the Primal Beast himself, and you're like, that doesn't seem... he's very strong.
Arcane Supremacy will help you achieve a lot of things you might think impossible. So don't give up yet, folks. That letter's coming in the mail.
I like spell steal, but I didn't realize you can steal muscle, you know, like to carry a house like that. But they go for the Lich, not Winter Wyvern and not Undying.
So this Lich Rubik combo, a lot of damage coming out. Decent amount of control, some protection for the Drow, especially once the telekinesis comes online. But tells me you're going to need some kind of beefy mid, some kind of beefy offlaner to really start these fights, give vision, give information.
Yeah, Earth Spirit is in the pool. Could be something that Laurel will take for Team Spirit, but they go for the Enchantress again. This is exactly the same draft that they played so far in Reconics as yesterday. I think they paired up with the Tiny, but Tiny was banned out at this stage, so you're going to have to pick up another carry or your mid laner. But I believe the mid was a Beastmaster in your dream, yes, and he went for the Axe first, which was like awkward timing. I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing a Gyro. I wouldn't mind seeing a Gyro right now.
Okay. I can get behind the Gyro. Not a ton of steroids offered to them, but the Puck. Welcome addition here, and stealing that away from Laurel before they get the chance to get their hands on it on Spirit. Or ban it out. Very nice. Very nice.
I like it too. I like this Puck pick. Apart from the Rubik lift, you should be able to, you know, Lich really... It's kind of hard for him to get close enough to use the Sinister Gaze. Drow, you can keep your distance from her. It's just the Rubik lift is like that instant grab. Of course, it sets up the other two very nicely, but as long as the Rubik is kind of not around, you're okay. And there goes the Earth Spirit. As we said, like they need you. You're talking about a tanky mid laner. Earth Spirit. He's got very impressive win rate. He's got the most highly picked hero in the tournament so far, Earth Spirit. I think he's been picked in like 50 games.
And to retain that success across such a wide sampling is remarkable, and I fear Earth Spirit Nerf might be in the future just when he arrived back at a playable state. It's amazing how the tuning of this hero is just so difficult to maintain.
My favorite part is that, he just shows up in the spotlight and he gets nerfed, and Sand King's like, hello, first time here, buddy.
Oh god, my beloved Sand King, I dream of Sand King in the off lane, but those days are just gone.
The PL ban's good. I've seen this matchup a lot. PL usually can beat the Drow Ranger kind of easily as well. You might think, oh, marksmanship, you can hit all of them. It's like, yeah, sure.
I believe we saw Pure take the PL into the Drow with 1W.
It crushes the Drow. All right, so on the other side for Reconyx, they need to get rid of offlaners here. Earth Spirit's good. I feel like, okay, no Axe, no Dawn. What would Collapse want to take? Doom, I feel like is... Yeah. I'm thinking something more along like the Centaur, perhaps a Largo or a Tidehunter or a Mars. Some sort of big AoE ultimate kind of hero.
Mars Collapse.
Say
less. Say less. Magnus still in the pool, but I think it's a bit of a... not a super difficult Magnus game.
I want something that is a bit more of a body forward. The Magnus oftentimes like that, initiating he blinks in, catches one, goes back. Not so much he's more dangerous when you don't see him coming.
Yeah. So you're looking for something that's more of a I'm here.
I'm a
Look
body.
at me, not my Drow.
Yep. So like an Underlord, a Tide, Centaur is also good. Mars and Largo are fine as well. I'm just gonna list every offlaner, so I'm gonna be right.
I mean, that's a good approach. Unless they decide to experiment.
Put Earth Spirit off, and then they're like, haha, say that.
Well, yeah, that could be an angle. I was thinking more, I don't know. I don't think I like the Enigma too much. There's just so much that could go wrong. Don't see Collapse Enigma a ton either.
It is a little bit different for sure. Now Reconyx, they need a carry. Gyro is in the pool. What else would you want other than the Gyro? I kind of like the Gyro because he's also not single target. So when the Lich armors one person, you're like, that's all right. I'm just gonna beat everyone else along with that.
What about the Lifestealer angle? Because you're looking for maybe a more beefy offlaner who to present themselves.
True.
Protect the Drow. Well, you present yourself to an Ace, and you might want to think twice.
I mean, it was one of Jikroi's heroes that he's actually been playing, right? So it wouldn't be crazy. Or you could consider a Muerta. The Drow doesn't actually hit her in any way. There's a chance of a Necrophos as well, but there's like decent amount of magic damage. I think there's good options here. Necro, though, yesterday when we saw him, he had a lot of sustain behind him.
Yeah, but I mean, Reconyx, after being beaten down by that Necrophos yesterday, they might see a new angle.
Oh, and you were talking about percentage damage. There's Heartstopper. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, I'm thinking, I'm liking the Necro angle more, especially because on the other side, there's no Nullifier buyer. So Necro could be a decent one, or the Gyro. All right, no Tides. That leaves Centaur. That leaves Mars, Largo.
So you no Nullifier
Underlords.
buyer exactly, but you could get a Yules on the Lich, on the Rubik, and then just buy out the time on the piercing of the Veil,
It helps for sure. So Underlord, Centaur, Largo, Mars, I think any one of them could work. Maybe the Underlord gives you that nice catch on the puck, that's pretty nice.
They go for the Doom.
Oh, okay.
Now, you ban out the Undying, or sorry, the Tidehunter. I thought that was Undying. What does that signify? Are you looking to play like a safe lane Beastmaster? I don't like it exactly, and now especially with the Doom, the Drums of Slom would be rendered useless for the sustain.
The Tidehunter, I guess it's just like the body we're talking about, but Spirit's thinking we don't want to see a Necrophos come out, and one of the best ways is to take an anti-heal like the Doom. That stops that completely. So if you're a Reconyx, you're saying, all right, we gotta back off the Necrophos, go for the Gyro.
What about I'm gonna go crazier. What about a Wraith King?
I always feel like that's a good option. Is
it too slow?
It should be okay. You just get the radius. It's not that expensive.
Right. I'm thinking little friends, 20 skeletons.
They're not little skeletons anymore. They're big boys.
Yeah.
I would love to see a Wraith King, but Gyro. Oh, Luna.
Okay. We've not seen a Luna yet. Up tempo agi based carry. A little bit of damage reduction once those glaives get spinning. Can farm quickly, push with the team, and scales well.
Yeah, and those glaives, they reduce all form of damage.
Yes.
It's not like it looks. It says red, which you think is physical, but it's all damage.
Yes.
So it's quite useful here. I mean, you're pairing it up with an Enchantress. It's not a bad draft. It never is a bad. It's very rarely you look at one draft, you're like, yeah, it's completely like a 0% chance.
Right.
Like Reconics has ways to victory.
They do.
But it's just the team difference.
Now, this Enchantress Doom, having them in the same lane is interesting, you know, because usually you're looking to block the easy camp, keep your easy camp unblocked. But these are two heroes that both want the easy camp unlocked for themselves. So what do you expect to see here with the lane equilibrium in Reconics' safe lane and Team Spirit's off lane?
I suspect they'd rather keep the camp unblocked, of course, for Iconics, because you benefit from enchant a lot more.
Right.
We're seeing Doomstick Devour at level 4 now, right, with 2 Scorched Earths, 1 Infernal Blade, so he's not actually eating creeps like he used to.
All right, so you expect to see it blocked by Spirit, whether it's body block or sentry block for the first few minutes and then ease up later?
Yes, you know, like once it's like 5 minutes in and he has that 1 point Devour, that would be the way I imagine. But, you know, there's also that second cap, maybe he'll just eat something there, you know? You're like, I don't have dessert, but I still have dinner.
And I mean, against this Luna, getting an early Frost Ogre,
it's very
quite
good.
Nice.
It's very good. They have, so it's what, Doom Rubik against Enchantress Luna. I feel like that's not much of a kill lane, to be honest with you. It's it's okay. There's like some decent control from both sides, but it's not much.
I think once you get level 2 creep, if you get a Hellbear or a Centaur, Lucent Beam poke, a couple clicks, maybe with a Blood Grenade, but Rubik, not me. He's been playing exceptionally well. I don't think he will fail to see the dangers there.
Yeah, on the other side, I do think the Primal Techies could do well against the Drow Lich, but that is also like, it could go either way very much.
Yeah.
But it's not such a, there's no chance. You know, like they automatically won that lane for Spirit. We've seen them contest it because one of the nice things about Primal Beast is very tanky.
Yes.
He can just charge right on top of the person. So you're like, it doesn't have to walk to you to get slow. He just shows up right there. So it's a good amount of damage.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, folks, here we go. It's all G, no pause. We got Reconics on the Radiant and Team Spirit on the Dire. You're here today. EWC Group C, round robin, round 4, game number 3. I'm Malibu Jesus, joined by Atomo. We'll be your guides through this Dota 2 tour for the rest of the day. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying your time watching our tournament as the group stages get into the middle and ending.
You know, I wonder if can we look at that mid tower again when he was touching it with the puck? I wonder if they can see. Can we look at this? Do you see when he's bobs against it? Yeah, you see that?
That break?
Yeah, I wonder if they can see it because you can see it bobbing on the other side as well. This is dire vision.
Yeah.
So maybe you can actually, like, I've never noticed this before, but perhaps you're like, hey, he's in the shield or the bubble or whatever.
I think the attack would come through, but the smoke does break.
Oh no,
so cool.
Interesting enough, the attack range of the tower is less than its vision range, basically. Right. Oh no, sorry, the other way around. The attack range is higher than the vision, so that's why you need a ward. So it can sometimes, like, it can't see you, but it can attack you, which is weird.
Yeah, it needs a little bit of assistance to get going, but I mean, that's an early morning for that tower. What can you do? Smoke play coming out, looking for an early grab on the rune, but it's just gonna be a 2-for-1. 1 bounty rune remaining, and okay, 2-2 split, a la not me. And we are going to see a little bit of early conflict here. Taser taking at level 1, so FBZ won't suffer the right clicks for too long. Blood grenade to land. FBZ has the trample. Will go active, forcing him under the tier 2. Mr. Yadaru now going to turn around and start blasting. Going to force the TP from the Primal. TP's to the offlane tier 1 as Delul stepping up to bat. How's it going to work out here? 1 fairy fire left with uphill miss could come to play, but Yadaru survives through the end, getting first blood by Rue. Good start for the Dire safe lane.
A little bit rough for Iconics because they kind of weren't fully committed on FBZ. He got down to half health. He's like, this is not worth it. I'm going out. But at the same time, Delul stays. He's like, dude, I think I can make a move happen here, and doesn't lose his life in the end. So a bit unfortunate there.
Absolutely. In your dream, starting behind Laurel at a 4-3 CS count here in the mid lane. Bit of a tough brew for the puck. But as levels come out, should normalize.
It gets easier for sure. Early on, your like spell damage is a bit low. You know, the Earth Spirit can just tank it, doesn't really care too much. But later on, becomes a little bit more oppressive for him.
Yeah.
And also, this top lane, they do need level 2, preferably level 3 on the Primal. Because Trample level 1's damage is okay, but it's level 2 that's like ramps up significantly.
Absolutely.
So, with no Onslaught and just Trample level 1, it's kind of wishful thinking. However, he is level 2 now.
Could be a go opportunity.
Could be.
I do like that, you know, Rue only level 1, but steps up to try to body block the techies. Let the draw get some hits in post-taser. Kind of a cute play.
An interesting could be to take Sinister Gaze very early to stop the jump midway through.
Yeah.
You know, Techies jumps off, you give him the eyes, you're like, no, Habibi, come here, and he'll actually do that.
Loses a little bit of mana. Maybe he doesn't have enough for taser after the jump, too.
Sure.
Unless he precasts. But Water Runes will be spawning. Gonna go for 1-for-1. No pesky minions or supports rotating to deny.
How are we looking at bottom? Seems to be mostly a wash there with both Collapse and Jikroy getting decent farm. I love this, man. The screen thing's super cute.
Absolutely. And you know, yesterday around this time mark, we saw FBZ Delol get kind of aggro here with the wave pushing under the tower. I think they might be a little more cautious against Spirit, especially waiting for that level 3.
I love when you see Techie is about to jump. You see that wiggle that he does right before.
It's like a cat getting ready to pounce. Yeah.
He's wiggling. Oh, he's fine. I was like, why are you keeping your eyes on his wiggle, bro?
Watch it. Yeah. Watch that HP bar on the creep. Come on, look at the deny.
Bottom lane, yeah, it's looking very even there between Jikroy as well as Collapse. In general, the laning phase is favoring Spirit a little, for sure, but it's not much across almost all lanes. Like mid is 1 creep difference, bottom is like 2 creep difference.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal for either squad right now.
No, not at all. Luna has a fair amount of snap regen. The Lotus, decently charged up 1. The Fairy Fire as well. Level 3 power spec coming out from Collapse. Hits a Scorched Earth, getting that 6.66 regen, as you know. Oh, Woodland Spirit's not going to reach over to Jikroy too much. But Luna, with Curry arriving, has a little bit more regen. The Tango's going to help out. Back to the mid lane. Wet screen top. Spells being cast back and forth. No direct threat, just pokes.
I like that poke, though. It does give Collapse like a 6 creep advantage, forcing the Luna away. As here we go.
Speaking of advantage, Silence coming out, pushing the Primal back. Rue will still get trampled a little bit. Split shot coming out from the Drow. The disarm on the Lich.
Got the eyes.
Oh, yeah. Giving him those eyes under the tower. One more attack will do it. The Primal goes down first, but gonna add that techies to the kill tally. Yadaro picking up 2 under his tier 1, but don't fret, Reconics fans. Luna getting 1 under the tower. Mr. Collapse to fall.
Huge kill on the bottom lane, honestly. Like it does help equalize a lot of what's going on around the map, getting Collapse out of the field. Especially because I feel like FBZ is kind of more important for Reconics than Collapse is for Spirit in this game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, FBZ is your playmaker. Collapse is your moderate economy to control, you know, your limitation for the Radiant. What do we see going on here? Bounty Rune stolen away. Laurel gonna get a little recharge, but top side. Yadaro looking for his 3rd kill of the laning stage. Delol putting on his best dancing shoes, but unfortunately he's got 2 left feet. FBZ has to resort to wave skipping. Usually you want to drag it to one of the easy camps or the medium camps up here, but Rue hot on his heels.
He's gonna just try and do. Oh, look at that! Maybe he can get 2. Nah, Voshi.
Has no TP.
Yep.
It's
gonna walk here. See who's fall. Rue is like, alright, I'll get on him.
Laurel coming up as well. You see him inching away from his mid tower up the ramp, looking for FBZ now, only level 3.
Oh, onslaught canceled.
The slot is very canceled. Nice silence, and Laurel picks up a bit of a freebie.
Rue has no poison Frost Shield, just wants the Sinister Gaze for the interrupts. It's great against the Onslaught because also, like, you know, you want Onslaught for, you know, a couple of seconds. Not really, you don't have to have a couple of seconds, but let's say half a second at least to get some distance. And that's more than enough time. It's bottom lane.
It's off to a smothering start. Spirit showing why they are at the 2nd seed here in Group C. Absolutely suffocating here, but
Laurel getting to the rune spawn. A bit of leapfrog played back and forth. However, it is top. Yes, my friend. And Rue will pick up the region. Now turning his sights to help out his Earth Spirit, but just a bit of a standoff. A little tag going back and forth.
In Your Dream has to start getting active around the map, help his team out. He's having the best game on his squad for sure.
Yep.
And you're up against like a Drow, a Lich, a Rubik, plenty of low health targets for you to jump on.
Yeah, a lot of burst damage to come out against these low health targets, but what are the chances that you'll see these kills come out?
Non-zero, which is all you can really hope for at this point. 20 minutes until the Wisdom Shrine comes out. Is any team going to consider making a move? It doesn't seem like Laurel is rotating anywhere.
No, I think he is happy to stay mid, continue the beat down and limit this puck. But, you know, I say limit the puck. CS is caught up.
Oh,
certainly in his favor. 37 and 8.
He's happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, In Your Dream is having a good time for now. I wonder if he's like, I don't want to leave, guys. If I leave, I might die.
Yeah. Oh, Cole coming out. We'll roll through the snap. That is... Do you think that's fair?
Doesn't seem like it should be. It should work that way. I was actually looking, I was like, oh, he's going to get stunned after. He's like, no. He doesn't care.
Yeah, you turn invulnerable after that window, and then the breakage of the coil doesn't really affect you with that boost from the stone.
I wonder if In Your Dream was expecting that also, because without the break of the coil or him staying around, it's like you're not really killing him. He's an Earth Spirit. As collapse, he's angry.
Oh, talking about kills, looking for another Varish coming through. Gonna be maybe the next target, sacrificing his life for the Luna, but Spirits healing him up, only level 2, has a Fairy Fire as well, and topped off full HP. Back to farming, but Rue might have a different idea here for this safe lane Luna.
They see him though, he's under ward. So it's not like a surprise for Iconics.
Left Yadro all alone in the trampling. He'll be stampling. Yadro to fall. And okay, Iconics claiming back some gold, some territory.
Yeah, we can look at the net worth now and see what we're working with. But Rue, he also oh wait, collapse. He's gonna be fine.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I say fine, you know, he loses 8% of his health. He's fine, he's alright.
Ooh, he's hurting. Raindrop to help out against the Lucent Beam, but only one more charge remaining. As you can see, the Doom.
It'll be very, very close. I think he's gonna live.
Okay. Place your bets, folks.
Don't switch boots. Don't switch boots.
There you go. Has the salve available. Now you switch boots. See him backpacking those items to reduce his overall stats. Make that salve more effective. Heal up even quicker, but no range damage to throw in from collapse to cancel it.
Goodbye block by Varesh. He's like, nah, I'm not gonna. Okay. That's a DD rune.
On to 2. DD rune active. Rolling in. Going for the kill on the puck, but it will be a dead Luna bottom and then a dead puck top here. You only get the Lich in return. Looking for Yadro. Searching. You got bodies here, but the Pulverize will come out. I believe it will be cut short. Yes! Laurel picking up another one, and Yadro escaping by the skin of his teeth. It's a full team wipe in favor of Team Spirit.
Man, how that fight goes so badly. They had a DD puck, but he gets silenced by the Drow, loses all of his life, isn't able to put out any damage. The Pulverize comes out, I believe, like after they were able to kill the Lich, gets level 6.
Taking a look at that replay. These silences adding up.
Look at that. Just instant silence. That's all their damage. And he doesn't hit level 6 until the Lich dies. Tries to get on top of Yadro so he can use his ultimate, but... oh, well.
Well, just spirit things.
I'll get eventually.
You kind of expect this coming in, and that Pulverize just falling short.
And I think
it's on him beforehand.
Yeah, and I think the Jikroy also died on the other side of the map, so it was a team wipe all over for in favor of Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Well,
must have been a solo kill, right?
It's right, because they had like 3 or 4 people there for on Spirit's side, so I don't know. Collapse is doing collapse things as Enchant stolen.
And that's my creep now. Thank you.
I know you can't like Chant. Okay.
Whoa! First chain frost in the game. Good bounces coming through. That golem will get spaced away, but the damage mounting from Team Spirit onslaughting out with the blast in from Delo. Level 6 now. Proximity Mines will come out, popping some damage, but Delo will sacrifice his life to get his primal out of the fray. Chases on. Not me. Rue will pull back from it.
They really need In Your Dream to like be there for these fights. Again, his net worth despite the state of the game, his network is pretty decent, you know, in comparison to everyone else. I mean, even FBZ and Jiko, they're not behind, but they are behind. Like, you're feeling it more and more. But the puck's damage is still good.
Yeah. Yeah, puck damage won't fall off too much once the Switchblade comes out. I don't think we'll see a pipe come out from the Doom.
Oh, yeah. I don't really need it. Probably going to be like Blink BKB with drums or something, as there goes the Mask of Madness.
Yeah.
Interestingly, unlike OG, who give Natsumi everything, Reconics are trying to spread out the, you know, give everyone some love.
Yeah.
Which is...
You know, we've seen that the lower seeded teams, they're playing against the 1-wins, they're playing against the Yandexes. They're converging their forces into these early pushes, channeling all 5 heroes into one lane for a tower, while the rest of the map, 2/3 of it occupied, split evenly, and the farm is being distributed pretty well across the board. So maybe a shift in strategy. Whoa, speaking of shifting, you're going to shift that glitch into the grave right beside Luna. 1 for 1 in favor of Spirit, and add a second to the tally. That's Yanaro's second double kill of the game.
It is, and they had a decent, like, they were able to spot Root coming. They had a few mines there, so it was an easy kill on the Lich. But again, I'm feeling like Reconics, you've got to find some way to get the team on the same page, because we just don't see in your dream showing up.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think he's waiting for that blink?
I feel like you're probably going for the Witchblade first.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, do you think he's getting
Witchblade, then
and
blink.
then saying, I'm still not sure?
I mean, he did this yesterday, to be fair with you.
One more item.
Yeah. He's like, he had the blink queued up on the Beastmaster. We're like, all right, that's good for him to fight. Then he's like, nah, I'm going to go to Aghanims.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Yeah, that second blink could have been the ticket on top of Primals as well.
Well, Primal, or FBZ is working towards his, and like the little, always goes with the Guardian Greaves into, I think, the Vessel and Hex. That was he had yesterday. Yeah, FBZ is going to be the Blink Dagger, just to give him a chance to sort of jump in, get some damage out, and control, of course.
Love it. Now, Tomo, how do you feel as a support player, seeing all these damn mid laners buy your blood grenades?
It's fine, you know. It's not. Yeah. It's good. Someone should buy them.
They're the ones with the disposable income.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. You know, I'm glad Infused Raindrops doesn't run out of stock though. That's the crazy one. I was like, that I need that.
Please.
Just one raindrop.
Get nuked, man. I just want to live. FPZ level 9. This wave. Rock level 10.
Oh, look at the mines. But these are all not me's mines.
Okay.
You know, he's just putting them on the ground. It's like, okay. And
giving Rubik mines might be one of the worst feelings as the techies.
Fresh. There's gonna be the Warden here.
Yeah.
Takes another one.
Like Jordan, blink on Primal. Has the T1 to TP, should have been needed. Let's see how it all unfolds here. Varesh, very low, slow attack speed, but the damage mounting. And Laurel picks up another.
I love the animation of the Doom when he's so slow. It's like, all right, in 3 seconds, you're going to feel my searing fury.
Doom's attack range, especially with the Infernal Blade, you can hit a little further than you always expect. And I find myself canceling my attack animation when I should not.
Too early.
Yeah, way too early.
You're like, I need to keep chasing because I'm not, you know, so I can keep it. Like, no, you actually get the attack animation off as oh dear, not me.
Oh dear is right, not me.
They should know. They should.
Oh, Centaur should. Oh no. Okay, he goes down. Not bad, but it takes the coil to do it, and 3 heroes.
He's off the map, and the areas. You know, we demined it successfully, boys. There are no more mines there. It's like what?
The demarcation zone has been swept.
It's now safe. It's like, how do you know? What technology do you use? Human technology. Like,
Technologia coming through. A little stack action here. Collapse trying to get greedy with it. But let's see. Luna level 10. 1.6k behind the Drow. Do you feel like this is time where she can accelerate farm to match Yadaro, or has he just simply gotten too many kills and too much space?
Yeah, I think he can catch up. If you're the interesting thing will be after Manta. There's always the question of, do I go Aghanims or do I go right click for Jikroy? He hasn't. I don't think he's indicated yet which one he prefers.
I despise the Aghanims. I've been baited into it too many times, you know. I see, oh, okay, yeah, I've got 2 heroes that go in. I'll throw it. And then they blink in. have to remove themselves immediately from the situation.
But to be fair with you, if FBZ has the Eclipse on him, he jumps in, catches someone, unless they have a Linkens,
right?
Like there's no way to stop it. He just grabs them, tons of extra damage, and he hold them up for the beams come out twice
For the
as fast.
duration, yeah, for the entire duration of the Eclipse at that point.
So I wouldn't mind seeing that.
No. Okay, well, maybe you talked me into it, Atomo. I just don't know. I've been hurt before. I don't know if I'm ready to trust again.
You'll be hurt again if he does it. Don't worry.
And speaking of hurt again, I think Delulu might need to change his name to
Delulu.
Delulu is a good start. Yeah. Well, someone's got to do it. You know, the lane creeps in. The economy is just too valuable to let it shove in.
I was like, I need to get out. I believe I'll, make it out of this. Like, sure.
Yatoro, Dragon Lance, Yasha, Treads, going for the pike.
He's slightly catching up on Jikroy, though. You can see that, right?
Second net worth,
700.
When we last spoke, it was 1,600.
Yep. I mean, no matter what, given the same item and the same space and whatever, the Luna should outfarm the Drow. She has slightly more movement speed because, she's on the Panther. Drow's on her legs only. And
it's tough walking around the city, but it's good.
It's nice to walk here, though.
It is.
It's very nice. Definitely built for walking, this place.
Really built for jaywalking, too. I know we have a lot of talent out there. Based on your cultural differences, it pains you deeply. You see the stop sign, the little red man says, no. But
we'll just walk.
Yeah, we'll just walk. We'll just walk.
I'm like, no, for me, I walk. I'm like, there's places to cross specifically.
I see a crosswalk.
That's crazy.
What do this back home?
What do these zebra marks mean? All right, Blink is finished on In Your Dream. He has been very quiet this game. Sometimes you don't want you show up later to the party. You don't want to make your presence felt from the start. You want to slowly build up your items and your nervousness, whatever.
Right.
But he's ready.
You got the old Primal Beast, the old FBZ for the uproar. He's the one that can make the noise.
Yep. Techie is still working.
Rune bottom. Going to be an illusion. Very nice for the dispel against this puck, but a solo kill.
It's fine. I mean, like you mentioned, Versailles has to be somewhere making...
Right.
Like, the sports have to be somewhere making a little bit of space. He gets caught by Yato. It's not the biggest deal.
Now, a question for you, Tomo.
Oh, good stun.
I thought Doom on the puck. Oh, you wish you could have blinked out of this one, but it will be In Your Dream to fall. Illusory Orb stolen, but not me. Playmaker, now he is very enabled with his spell.
I like how Reconics respects team spirit, but I think they respect them a bit too much. It's like, guys, you got an item, you got a few items here. We can make some moves. We don't have to go and into their high ground, but we can get a pick off, put a deep ward, smoke up. But Reconics is very comfortable.
Yeah.
Or maybe they feel that maybe there's some pressure on them, but they are not playing that thing where we're smoking out, we're looking for kills.
Right.
We're not coming back until we get someone off the map.
That's right. I really love the vision split that you are seeing from Team Spirit as well. Aggressive wards, they don't give a ton of coverage, but they show you access points to what would normally be the safe farm, where you could really... Whoa. Sinister Gaze on FBZ, turn around with the Pulverize, Collapse on the high ground, puck going down into the low spot. Yeah, Silence coming through, and Collapse next on the threat list. He will fall. 2 kills for Reconics. Not me throwing the orb. Yatoro waltzing his way out of there. Going to be Manta for the next item. They're not done yet. FBZ gets pulled away. But will they be able to find him? Not me to the river, but he will not survive.
I mean, Reconics can take a fight.
They can.
See, that they got a little bit lucky that Puck got the signs off just as Collapse blinked in.
Yes.
There was a bit of luck there. We're not going to argue. No.
Now round 2. Fight. And it's Puck on the ground, not me. We give some confidence to his ally, but it's a bit of a back and forth here. Onslaught from the mini stun into the disarm and the multiple mines crashing. Beautiful body block on that rolling boulder. Can Laurel get to Roshan? No, he falls. Dead for 46, 45, and a free arcane rune.
Unstoppable streak as well. He was worth nearly 1,000 gold on that Earth Spirit. Reconics.
What does Varish do with this infusion of gold net worth?
Oh, he's probably gonna go for a Hurricane Pike eventually. 4 staff first, the Hurricane Pike. But yeah, look at the silence. This comes out a bit lucky. It's a bit lucky that In Your Dream was able to get look at the silence just as he blinks it. The onslaught comes right after. Yato is the only one who actually makes out this engagement alive because they bring down not me and then Lara about 30 seconds after this.
All right. Yadaro, he is your king of net worth in this fight. Had around 11.8. I think he's probably ascending a little closer to 13K by this point. But yeah, beautiful succession of poke back here. You lost your puck, but clawing back those gains on Earth Spirit, very needed, very worthwhile.
Yeah, they cut the net worth down to about 1,000 difference, but then they got Tormentor on Spirit, and I believe it was not me who got the shards on the Rubik.
Great shard.
It's very nice being able to lift allies. And of course, upgrades any shard ability you steal. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. First big eclipse of the game. Yadaro under threat. BKB from FBZ. Proving its weight. It's worth in gold. Coil on top. Mines are down, and Yadaro trying to fight his way out of a big corner, but back against the wall, he will fall.
Oh, dude, can Reconics do it? Like,
can they hold on?
Can they win this game, please? They got BKB now on Primal. Apart from Doom, nothing can stop him, right? Like, he is able to get his pulverized every time. What is Jikroy's item build? There, I get him Scepter.
Oh my god. Well, when you're winning, try to stay ahead. BKB coming out, Collapse even going for the Doom, but he holds on to it. Kill going down. Collapse picks it up nonetheless, and Techies will be next. You asked, can Reconics do it? I don't know. Long form, maybe pointing to no. Short form looking troubling at best. Will be Varesh under the next threat of death, and that threat is fulfilled. Realized. 310. It's back and forth. This is the Dota you want to see.
Yes, it is. The Icon Scepter is going to be a big one for Reconics right now on Jikroy. If he's able to throw it on to FBZ, FBZ jumps and grabs someone before they BKB, especially if he uses his, that could be a huge amount of damage, especially on Yatoro, for example. But this Roshan, could they delay it? It doesn't seem like it.
No. Now, if you had that Eclipse up, would have been nice.
Would have
been. But Aegis claimed by Yatoro.
Oh.
Orb going to the high ground. That shard, not me, gained from the Tormentor. He loses a ton of HP, my god.
It's like, it hurts. These mines, like, yeah, now you know.
Yep. Blade Mail against Techie's Mines is very fun.
My favorite, though, was when you played against March of Machine Tinker. And you had like 5 people Blade Mail walk into it and he just dies in the base. I only did that once in a pub with 3 of us.
Oh, it's so hard to get people to coordinate like that. Yeah, guys, everybody.
Get into the March of Machines, though. The temperature is great. And,
the bots are warm. Hop in.
Just put...
FBZ forced to pop the BKB. Doom still available. No one on Reconics nearby. You see some TPs coming out now. Okay, the Enchantress is in the neighborhood.
Trample stolen, by the way, on Not Me. It's going to be massive when you see it. It's like, not exactly a full screen, but pretty huge when he does it, thanks to the Arcane Supremacy. Varesh walking to No Man's Land. Going to be vanished soon.
Oh, Telekinesis throwing him in. A little bit of initiation. Varesh, as you mentioned, in No Man's Land. And none of his allies coming to assist. Gotta imagine. Yeah?
What's that tiny trample? Did he use it on the Rubik? It looked like it was very small. He even stole something else. Nature's Attendant. He's like, I don't want that anymore. Oh, it was gonna be like this massive trample.
Yeah.
Like,
what can you do?
Like when you get Anchor Smash and you do it,
dude,
it's
the entire
so good.
screen.
So good.
Staff Smash. All right. Well, from Staff Smash to Tower Smash. That'd be a good custom game.
Sure. But yeah,
you have any favorites?
Custom games?
Yeah.
I like the ones where you play with more than 10 people. Usually, like those are more fun. It's like it's very chaotic. We don't know what's going on.
20v20.
Overthrow or things like that.
Right. Oh my. Collapse finds the Techies with someone else. The Eclipse a bit wasted looking for Laurel, but he just walks away. Now, Spirit, do they fear anything here?
Eclipse was used.
Yeah.
He threw it out, and that with nothing there. I feel like you have to wait for it. A lot of your net worth on this Luna is in that Aghanim Scepter. So when your Eclipse is down, not worth fighting.
No.
Just hits 18 as well.
Okay. Yeah, great time to throw that out if you had it. But yeah, so Luna, fighting in your dream. Spirit still occupying the territory, and of course the devoured Croaker from Collapse. This has his Ravage at home.
I like what Nami did as well. He threw the Essence Distiller for the vision, and then was able to get the lift off like exactly. Because if you have creeps there, they're kind of unreliable. If they die suddenly just when you're about to walk in, it's not great. But he used the Essence Distiller first to, 0% chance I miss.
Yeah. Puck, notably good at killing creeps. So just covering your bases there, very nice. Spirit whittling down the Dire base here as Reconics trying to split the map, see what they can garner.
They still have a farmed Luna, but look at that. It was actually in favor of Reconics at one point. The win percentage.
Yeah. We've seen this story before, Tomo. It always seems that 25 to 35 minute mark is where the game breaks away from our underdogs.
That's good. Stuck in the animation.
Right.
It's like when you're driving, you just look at what direction. You're like, yeah, I'm sure that's where the danger is.
Yeah, you get a crick in your neck. But crick in the neck of techies. Dead for another 40 seconds. I think that also, if you get hit with it on AA, it used to make you not be able to release. I think it was changed recently.
The onslaught?
No, Ancient Apparition when you ultimate.
Yeah. Oh.
Your frostblast, like if you would cast the tracer around and then you got silenced, you could not release
that was
for the
changed.
Secondary. That was changed, thankfully. Thank you, Valve.
You always can throw the ice blast now as long as you're not stunned. I'm like, yes, fight. That was so annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually fancied starting to play a bit of AA.
It's a good. He's a fun hero, and you get that Chasm Stone on him, makes it a little bit bigger. I like him. Hurricane Pike finish though on Jikroy. He has his ultimate available. About 30 seconds left for the Aegis to expire. It feels to me like Reconics is stronger than they think they are, and if they had when they take fights together, they win these fights. But they're maybe worried that Team Spirit is going to do more than them or something like that. But guys, you can take a fight. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder, like, other than just maybe the expectation that they have of Spirit, how they're able to space well, how they're able to swap, Reconics has been focusing this target. Let's lift him out, bring someone else in to tank the damage, buy us more time. What factors?
Oh, what a backstab. What a backstab.
Good usage here, and they're looking for Yadro. Pops the BKB to dodge the magic damage. Gonna go for the TP out. Anything to pierce through. Where is the Primal? Nowhere to be found on the Luna. Instead, turns his attention to the Rubik. A minor win. You'd prefer the Luna, but, you don't want to chase two and get none.
Yeah, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
That's right.
Also makes a mess on your wrist. But unfortunately for them, they had Yatoro, but he gets the BKB off. I think that we didn't actually see it, but I believe FBZ was probably controlled by Not Me throughout that fight, and FBZ gonna be controlled some more.
Yeah, FBZ just turning around. Gonna grab Doom on the collapse. Oh, is he on the collapse? Is he on the run? Big Chain Frost coming out. Where will it bounce next? Ravage coming out from collapse, stolen from the Kuroker. And is right. Those glaives spinning around. Yatoro returning to the fight. Doom comes out on FBZ. No more trample, no more onslaught, except from Team Spirit with this magnetize from Laurel, turning their attention to Luna on the high ground. They are on the chase. Luna dwindling in HP and allies. No one else around, but collapse to fall. Varish getting that kill somehow.
2 for 2.
2 or 3 at the end of it.
It's all right.
You kind of expect that. If you have the audacity to go in and finish off collapse, you're probably going to suffer the consequences.
By the way, In Your Dream is going for 0 defensive item. I mean, there's a blink.
Yeah.
You can, that's fine. But he doesn't want a Lincoln's, a BKB, or Yule Scepter. He's all in on just Octarine Core, Witchblade, and it's full offensive stuff. It's good for sure, but he's relying on his maneuverability and that's it to survive.
Yeah. Octarine, great pickup here on the puck. Also, of course, lowering your blink cooldown, lowering your Witchblade cooldown, increasing your damage, your options to pursue here in these fights. And folks, you've seen just how crazy, how chaotic these fights can get. So just being able to branch off from the main battle, the main combat, finish off these targets, not a bad option. What do you think his next path is? Full Parasma?
Probably, with the way he's going. I still wouldn't mind if he went for Lincoln's or BKB, honestly, just to survive.
Yeah.
But he's going for Parasma into the Shard, and Shard adds, 20 magic damage per hit, regardless.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people think that it's only when you use the, not the jaunt, the phase shift, but no, it's every attack that you use.
Yeah, they say the Shard adds 20 pounds.
That's the camera.
Yeah.
And we have 30 pounds because we got 3 cameras.
Also, Octarine here picked up by Doom. Collapse.
Oh, look at that. An AD Ruin, an Octarine Core. All your ultimates available. I believe FBZ's ultimate is going to be up in probably a few seconds. It's a very short one on the Primal Beasts. Oh, here. Okay.
With a BKB of his own, will just waltz right out of the Eclipse. The Shadow Blade picked up on the Luna here. Going to go into the full Silver Edge. But now Yatoro with a free shard. Mobile high ground, mobile damage. Gets a little scary here.
I wonder, did Jikroy use his like Eclipse just now to force out the BKB, or did he think that Collapse doesn't have his BKB ready, right? Like he might have used it recently.
Was it oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's like one or the other, but because there's really no way he would have gotten him by himself with a solo Eclipse if Doom has BKB.
Absolutely.
I was like,
yeah, if you knew that already, didn't have any context.
Okay.
But Eclipse cooldown, what are we working with here? Delo found out here right next to the tier 2 tower. Trying to get forward and kill the creep wave here with the Enchantress creep to delay any push afterwards, but will not have much luck. The Mad Explosive with the Acorn shot delays it a little bit.
He's making space.
Yeah.
All right. He knows that Eclipse is down. They're not going to take a big fight. No matter what Delul does, we're going to praise him. Yes, they. Whoa.
Walking forward into the shield rune here. BKB pulverize the Eclipse coming out. Is the damage going to be enough? I think.
What a save.
No, beautiful save from Not Me. Teleports to the high ground, and now Primal going to suffer the consequences of their aggression. Koresh next on the chopping block. Pike to the high ground. Will it be enough? No. Chases on. 3 dead. You know, with the techies falling earlier on the tier 2 top side, options of Draconics becoming more limited as this game progresses. The net worth gap opening to a wide amount here. 15k advantage for Spirit. Roshan now up. Gotta imagine that'll be the next objective. I believe the roar will be signaled if the Spirit elect to damage him appropriately. But looking for the puck. Beautiful coordination of spells here from Collapse. That's stolen, well, devoured, Croaker Ravage, Tendrils of the Deep.
You know, even though they had vision of him, because he did a cute move on Collapse, he blinked to the high ground where the creeps were in the river. So you wouldn't have vision of him. But there was still a ward there, so they saw him. But he still gets the stun off and throws the Doom on the puck. And that's when you start thinking, like, well, you know, Lincoln's defensive items.
Looking for more here. The duo, the dynamic duo of the offlane. Telekinesis to the high ground will not. He's contained to the trees, the poor guy.
Great spell to steal, by the way.
Not much of a lumberjack. Yeah. Good poke. Now, what with this Octarine core on the Doom? Of course, Roche dropping the Aegis goes to Yatoro banner as well. What's the cooldown on the Tendrils of the Deep? Banner.
Actually, not sure. Can we hover over the Doom and see his stolen spell for a second? Yeah, the stolen spell. It's next to the Infernal Blade. Can we? No, the Doom. The Doom. Yeah, the Eaton spell. No, the next one, the one next to it.
One more.
There we go.
15 seconds. What the hell?
That's not bad.
Can you imagine? 15-second Ravage. Say, hey, Doom, get over here. Come on.
It's 300 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
I'm surprised. Usually these spells like 100, right? Okay.
We've seen Earth Spirits get like Bloodstone as well for the AoE reduction.
It's got I didn't think it was 300 damage. That's very high. As Delol just doing his best.
Oh no, Essence Distiller proving its value here. Piercing through the glimmer for the video. No, you don't do this to somebody. You just do not. Solo kill for Not Me.
That's just filthy. Yeah. How do you do that to him, the man?
Usually don't pay too much mind to Rubik as a worthy ban, but maybe reversing here. BKB coming out from Yatoro. He does have the Aegis as well. Pulverize on top of the Earth Spirit. Will it be enough to get Drigor to safety? I don't know. A rolling bolt into the high ground. Tries to sidestep and walks right into it. The Luna's dead, and Drow might not even lose her first life. Hypnosis, the Sinister Gaze, will pull him to his demise. Laurel picks up another 3 dead, and it's not done yet. Not Me using the Mind Stolen again. 4 dead. Where's the puck?
He's in the base.
Puck, he's,
the fountain, basically. As Yatoro, even if he loses his life now, that makes no difference. They already were able to get on nearly a team wipe. And these problems that they have right now, Rakonks, they were like in the making for a while ago. When we see them, you know, Puck has Witchblade but doesn't want to fight. He wants to get Blink Dagger. One more item. I'm always waiting. And you always feel like, Rakonks, you could take these engagements like more. You're stronger than you think you are.
Yeah.
but Team Spirit, they've outscaled them.
We need some reconfidence. We got Reconics, but where is their reconfidence sitting at 0-6?
Coach.
You might understand why it's a little hard to find here, especially up against the reigning champs.
You can't blame them for being it seems like being intimidated by them, right? Like this is, as you mentioned, there ain't chance. Team Spirit in good form.
Yeah, full set of racks finished, thanks to the banner and the number advantage. Yatoro still with the Aegis of the Immortals still intact.
They have all their ultimates up and everyone else now in about 2 seconds as the ult comes out. It's gotta be a pretty good execution though.
Yatoro's cosmetic game is out of this world. The red projectile, are you kidding me? Whoa. All right, second.
I hear
second
coil.
Rax now under threat. Coil in the mid lane. Jickroy. Okay, they got the Rubik, brought him down. Aegis also claimed, but FBZ under threat of death. He is doomed. Laurel and Yatoro turning their forces to the big bad beastie. Chain Frost bouncing on the back line, and Yatoro with the BKB active. Fires a couple bolts, but has to back up. They have some saves. Force Staff or 2. Lincoln's applied. Or Lincoln's active. But Puck poking. Looking for an opportunity. No Eclipse. Oh, how's your damage looking? They go on the techies. Tendril for the deep coming out. Brought down immediately following. Now, Paresh has to go out. Broken with the Shadow Blade. Return break here coming out from the Luna. Mr. Yatoro getting back to the low ground. Glaives bouncing around, spread the damage nicely. But a half hold here on the bottom lane. You lose 2 heroes for it. Delaying, pushing the game. Now a 28k advantage for Spirit. What does this mean, Atomo?
I mean, at least for Iconic, they left because they saw Eclipse was coming up. They had used all their BKB, so they're like, we don't want to give them any chance. And 99% for Team Spirit, so there's still a chance.
You're saying there's a chance?
There's still a chance. Oh, SEA fans are like, we stayed up late to watch this, by the way. Reconics and OG, they play at the later stages of the day, and
that's right. You gotta be a real fan to stay up to support through the suffering here.
Laurel hits 25 as well. I believe that's undispellable. Oh, Magnus is himself. Okay.
Yeah.
So
you can have it up for like a minute.
Yeah,
right?
because it's like you have to time your rocks, basically. I guess the spell one has been removed a while ago. Sorry.
Does Refresher refresh your stone count?
I think it does. I think it should, because like a cooldown based thing. Yeah, it should.
Wow.
All of them, I believe.
What do you have at max? Like 8, 10?
You get more as you level up.
Right,
yeah, it's like every 7 levels you get 7 levels you get 1. So I think you max out like 8 or something.
Should our Spirit be the hero I play next? I learn next.
But not at your age.
Not at my age.
No, sorry.
I'm like actually as old as he is in the lore, though. It might be appropriate,
You're like vengeful Spirit. You got like 3 abilities.
Nah, the attack range is too low for me.
Of course.
You go to trade and you overstep,
You're dead again.
Bad news. No ags.
Actually, maybe Wraith King there in that case. It's like I just press 1 button.
It's a good button.
It's a very nice button.
Yep.
Right now, though, Reconics, and they're having their buttons pressed here by Team Spirit. As
not my buttons. Oh, travel 2s.
He's keeping it, by the way. The Congregations of the Deep.
Well, how could you not?
That's so good. He's done so well with it. So in this game. As Rubik, is that the Aghanim Scepter on Rubik? Of course. What's he got? Lunar Orbit. Nice damage. Yeah, that's the damage reduction.
Yeah. I'm the tank now.
I feel like you could keep that ability for. I mean, when you steal, you can eventually lose it, but having 20% damage reduction is just really good.
Yeah.
Lich has Vlad's because Yatoro wants lifesteal and damage.
And he's not going to use a slot for it until his final. Well, until that Lincoln's get popped, or you use your BKB, swap it out for the Satanic. But I mean, I like it.
Lich's name rhymes with another word.
It does.
Who does things for other people?
You itch.
Yes, the itch.
Yeah. But I find myself returning to this like percentage damage increase over time. You get the drow percentage increase with the high ground.
True.
You get the Vlads. There was another hero that was operating in combination. I think it was the Wyvern Shard, maybe from the other day.
Percentage damage, yeah.
Percentage damage base. Get a pack leader's aura. We've really liked the effect of the Congregations of the Deep, but also the Riverborn aura from that same the same Croaker creep.
2 and 1.
Yeah.
Wait, someone's in trouble.
Oh, and it's not the one you'll want to be in trouble. Travel 2's on top of the ledge. Oh, the damage is bouncing, and they will be trouncing not only the techies, but the Luna too. Dead for a minute and a half. Return kill on Collapse, dead for over 100. But that might just mean death for FBZ. Rolling Boulder finds its mark, and so do these crossbow bolts. 2 dead and a buyback now on Luna, walking up into the mines. Lara with a sweep, and the staff is whirling, putting that axe, well, not exactly to use, but it's at least flashy. More of a fashion statement at this point. But broken Luna gets hit with the stolen Lucent Beam, and Yatoro finishes her off. 1400 damage crit, and that's a 41-minute GG call. Game 1 going to Team Spirit.
I gotta say, I wish that we saw a little bit more from Reconics in the early game because they had more to give.
They did.
You know, sometimes you look at a team, you're like, oh, they're crushing the laning phase. There's no real comeback. There's no real avenue. But they weren't.
No.
Yeah, the laning phase wasn't perfect. I think they were at one point they're like 4,000 gold behind. But then they took a fight, reduced it to 1,000. And you're like, oh, okay.
There's some motion.
There's hope.
Yeah.
You know, we believe. But they didn't have the confidence.
They did not.
To go forward.
Yeah, I've got a trademark on that term, by the way. So, Reconics, I know you've only been around for a year now.
And 2 days.
But it's time for you to start paying your dues, if you want to use that on your branding. So hit me up after this match. But you can see not me with the... I need one of these jerseys, man.
His one's very cool.
They're sick, yeah.
It's very cool, though, Team Spirit ones. I wonder if I'll get a few. But Reconics, they put up a very decent showing.
They do.
To be honest with you. Like, we were coming in here joking around a little bit, you know, saying how it's kind of like I'm not saying it's a cakewalk for Team Spirit, but that they are the heavy favorites.
Yeah.
And they did really well. They did crush them.
Yeah, and looking at our scoreboard here, outscored over 2-1 here. Team Spirit with 46 kills. You have an MVP?
I don't know if I want to give it to Yatoro or Laurel, right? Because they are like involved in almost every kill.
Yeah.
Yatoro top lane. We saw yesterday that Satanic actually got not crushed, but he got hurt by this combo.
Very challenged.
But not Yatoro. He's like, no. See, the young ones, they still got a few things to learn from the master.
Absolutely. I like how Yatoro, he'll take the brunt of the assault early on, but as he gets lower, retreats to the higher ground, has his support step in for him, buy him that space. Because, I mean, you have a little bit of HP, you can still turn around and do some damage. We saw under that tier 2, got the double kill to start the game. Oh my god, there's wild plays coming out.
Even the kill on Delol, right? Like before the Horn even shows up, he goes up to high ground, he gets the fair fire, he's like, I'll leave the fair fire too, gets the kill. But I think the biggest issues from Reconics seem to be like that. They don't stick together. There's not that confidence-based problem where I see every one of their core separate all the time.
Yeah.
And they were like, is it a time where we only converge at 20 minutes? Before that, everyone's out by himself.
Right.
And you see Spirit, Yatoro rotates a lot. Lara's in everywhere. There's more teamwork there.
Right. Would you like to see maybe a more global draft, like a Spirit Breaker coming in? Spectre's gotten a couple picks here. Is it too weak of a laner for them?
I feel like it's fine if you want to go this way. It's more like the mentality has to be that we can teleport, because you don't need to use Spectre to use a TP scroll.
That's right. Well, we'll see. We'll give them a little bit of time to talk about it, see if they can use their TP scrolls a little more effectively. But we're going to teleport out of this for a brief intermission. So don't go anywhere, folks. After this break, we'll be back for Game 2 of Reconics versus Team Spirit.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. We missed you. We hope you missed us, because I know you missed Reconics and Team Spirit. We're going to be here for Game 2. Going to be beginning shortly. Spirit, as you know, took Game 1 in about 40 minutes, 41 minutes, something like that. So, you know, Reconics able to make a bid for success in this game, but just unable to push through their lack of confidence to a better stage of a challenge. But Atomo, we're back. Do you think they can, I don't know, what do they need to do? Do they need to draft for more scaling, more control, more damage? What do we lack in here?
I don't know what draft fixes more sticking together.
Yeah.
And I'm not quite sure which one that is, but you did see.
IO.
Yeah, you see. Well, that's a good one, IO, right? But you did see mind control. He grabbed the team. He was like, "Come on!" Like, I don't know whether they talk because they're a bit of a distance away from us, but he was telling them like, "Hey, here's what we could do. Maybe they're gonna listen to that. Maybe they'll help them out because there were chances for them to win that game."
Yes.
I would have felt like if they had put in a little bit more, I won't say effort because I know these guys are practicing their ass off,
Right.
but more teamwork, more coordination, more let's go, more aggression.
Yeah.
That would have really served them well.
So when you think you're the underdogs like this, you are so focused in executing the fundamentals to a T. You know, landing your spells, landing your CS, hitting your pools, helping out with your rune control. And you're just so bogged down in the minutia that the bigger picture items just kind of don't come up to the surface?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they made it decently through the laning phase. They wouldn't win, but they made like okay through it.
Yeah.
And then it just seems like, oh, In Your Dream wants to get a Witchblade and a Blink Dagger. FBZ wants to get a Blink Dagger and a BKB. And we're seeing Jikroy is like, I'm going to get Aghanim Scepter, which was an item that did not pay off, even though you liked it a lot.
That's a lie.
No, that's a lie. Okay.
The detector test said that was a lie.
It was like a
yeah,
for a second.
exactly. Started buzzing immediately. Luna Aghanim's absolute bait. I would not advise you to do it. Just go right click, go farm speed. Just get in there. Maybe even like, build up, get you a swift blink. Jump on top of that back line.
Would have been
shred him up.
Would have worked out really well for him because I love the time when he was going up high ground. He sees Collapse on the Doom. He just throws out the Eclipse, the Collapse BKBs, and goes, question mark?
Yeah, and speaking of high ground, we'll take you to our eye in the sky. Get a look at these two teams ramping up, getting ready for competition. Right now, you're taking a look here at Reconics as they get their headsets on, get comfy in their battle station. You can see Mind Control, the coach, in the chair to the far right, ready to help his lads through the draft here.
He's like, all right, boys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to pick this and this. I'm just going to run at them. Do you think he's like, if I could just mind control them, have them move the way I want, easy game?
it would be very nice to see that that change up for them. But unfortunately, Mind Control, while a clever name, not sure how far his powers extend.
He's trying, right? He's trying for the coach role. He's like, what if I sit behind here and tell my minions what to do? Will they follow through? As Spirit, they get rid of the Lone Druid. On the other side, the Drow Ranger and the Clockwork are removed. Sitting next to Jikroy. I was like, Jikroy, don't worry, I'm gonna set you up right this time, buddy. Don't you worry.
And Tomo, it's interesting to see Spirit respecting the Lone Druid still.
Yeah, I also thought about that because maybe they didn't just, like, watch the game yesterday. Although there was an interview with, I think it's Rue, I'm not quite sure, but I believe it's Rue from Team Spirit, where he says, like, we don't know anything about Reconics, but Maposhka was up last night researching them. So I imagine he would have seen, like, the latest game they played and been like, all right, maybe he's like, that was a one-off. This guy's actually really good with Lone Druid, or just like it's too meta.
Or he meets the baseline for Lone Druid to be a threat.
Exactly, right? It's like, yeah, he had a bad game. I mean, look at Team Spirit. They get rid of In Your Dream Puck.
Wow.
So
okay, catering respect to the previous match, not bad.
Okay.
Also, my thoughts are they view Reconics as another notch in the belt. A requisite, they have to push through this to then fight Paravision on July 12th, coming up in 2 days. So they're banning now, like they will ban maybe against them.
Fair points, right? Like, let's see what they take here. It's a bit of an exercise for us. And a reminder for people who are watching is that tomorrow there will be no Group D, C, or D matches, because if Group A and B have tiebreakers, we'll settle them tomorrow.
Yes.
So that's why tomorrow's a break for both of these teams.
What do you think they're going to do with their break? Scrim?
It depends on where you are. If you're Reconics, you might just go sightsee. If you know what I mean, like that might be better use of your time. You go home, to your family. Like, guys, I went to Paris. I really saw. How did you play? I saw Paris.
Let's not talk about how I played, Mother. I'm so upset right now. Right? Leave the camera.
Like, do not get me the chicken nuggets. I'm just gonna throw them all over the place. But Reconics, they start off with a Shadow Fiend for Jikroy. Okay. Nice bit of strong, decent lane.
Yeah.
Some flexibility, although I feel like it's almost always a carry.
Yeah.
But strong laner. On the other side, it's the Darkseer. But hey, Enchantress is there.
We spoke about this Enchantress, and we did not want to see it, but we did.
Yes.
It was more of an exposure, really, but I don't think I want to see it again. I want to see our boy play something else.
I would like to see that as well from Varesh, but it is his most played hero. He might go for Crystal Maiden, actually, which would be wild. It is his most played after the Enchantress. Unfortunately, he's kind of like set up. Team Spirit's like, here it is, Darkseer. Look at all the things you can dispel.
Right. You want to do it. You want to dispel the old shell, the old surge, but we'll see. Awesome.
Wow.
Pudge ban.
Yes.
We saw LGD play this the other day.
Do we think, like, has Reconics, they won't have scrimped Team Spirit, so someone else must have told them, hey guys, maybe they pick Pudge occasionally, something like it's
as a joke.
It's
perhaps
it's a very out of.
Hey, let's see if we can get them to ban this when they play Spirit. Maybe we can get them to waste one, but no Pudge, no Tusk.
Yeah, the Tusk makes sense. The Pudge.
Maybe that's something Not Me plays, perhaps. Not Me, certainly the newest addition to the Spirit roster, could have a pocket pick.
Right, like maybe they're all here, so maybe they pop to they go in for a pop.
Yeah.
You see your rival right there. He picks a Pudge. You're thinking, hey guys, he might clown on me in a professional game. So they get rid of they focus on Dream quite a bit.
Whoa. Speaking of clowns, didn't you deserve some face paint, some makeup, something from the other day?
The makeup artists ran out. They're like, we don't have the big...
Actually, they are too professional.
Yes.
Yeah, they could not put you on stage. That would be a liability. But yeah, shout out. Actually, shout out makeup stylist.
So good.
The hairstylist.
They're all very good.
S-tier.
Very nice.
S-tier. The best of the game.
But, well, Enchantress is gone. They pick up the Bane, so they do not want to deal with that. They say, okay, the Enchantress is still too annoying against the Darkseer. They have focused on In Your Dream quite a bit with both a Puck and a Beastmaster band there. But there's Bane, there's Darkseer, there's a lot of purple. So Faceless Void has to come out next. We want only purple heroes.
Last time I saw a Yadaro Faceless Void is when it was Faceless Void Helm Dom. when he was the first to do it, really. You know, throwing it up.
Ooh, snap. Okay.
Okay. Reconics, they've picked this before with us. I believe they played this against P-Vision a couple times. They had it on the 4. They had it on the mid. You know, you said you like to see our boy on a damage dealing 4.
Yep.
Adds up.
I mean, we haven't seen either in. Oh, there's a Crystal Maiden. You know.
There you go.
Enchantress was removed from the pool. Varesh likes the CM. Says, all right, I'll be picking it up against the Darks here. Used to be seen as a decent counter just because Frostbite is like low cooldown, lasts a while. So it's decent. Now, Spirit, who are you going to pair up with the Darks here? I do believe that they have actually played a lot of Not Me Bane. After Rubik, it's his most played hero, and Rubik is his most played hero.
Yeah.
So
before Bane, what are the strengths? Why would you prefer to see it on this 4 instead of a 5?
I suppose, and sometimes like I'm not quite sure. Maybe just the matchup and the safe lane would be a bit too annoying for you, so you pick the Bane. Like I think Bane would do well against the Crystal Maiden, but maybe in the top lane there would be a bit of an annoying matchup. I don't know what they would think about exactly. They'll say, oh, this should be a Bane 4, not a Bane 5 game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, maybe you just want to have more of like a cohesive. I don't know, because even then Bane 5 plays pretty directly with your safe laner.
Yeah.
If you were to be on 5, but maybe there's just a better pairing. You have a carry lined up for Yatoro here, and you just want someone with a bit of a tighter grouping or more synergy. But
it's Bane 4. It's Bane 5. It's Hoodwink 4. Yeah. But also Hoodwink, I'd say the Crystal Maiden can do well. Basically, it's like we can both kill each other. Who has it easier? Crystal Maiden can find her with the Crystal Nova, then use the Bite. Sets up some decent kills with the Shadow Fiend, tons of damage, and also a bit of mana sustain. So it's nice there. But at the same time, Crystal Maiden is slow.
Right.
Easily bushwhacked, easily killed right after. Low armor as well. So it can go either way. Now, Reconics, Centaur in the pool. I want something melee. I feel like this is a snap 4. Could be an In Your Dream snap as well, but something for FBZ like the Centaur.
We've seen him twice on the Primal.
Yeah, he did well, to be fair.
Solid performance, but didn't really, I don't know. I don't want to discount his performance just because the entire state of the game was kind of nonplussed, but yeah,
it's like
I'd like to see him play something else. Axe is still in the pool.
He goes for the Lycan instead. So there are some wolves that you can throw. They keep flexing the snap. It could be a mid, could be a 4. We don't actually know because it's right there for them. And they get rid.
Great into the Bane. Right, helps out Nightmare distribution as well.
Very solid, the Lycan. And Bane in general hates any hero where he's like multi-targets. You know, Lycan, I wouldn't say Beastmaster so much, but like Lone Druid. But Lycan's among the better ones. Naga Siren, where you can have so many people who deal damage to you, and you're like, oh, I can only Phoenix Grip one of them.
Who's it gonna be?
Usually the big wolf.
Well, also once Helmdom with the Overlord comes online, those interrupts are able to be picked up. But final ban's coming out. No Naga.
Pango is a more In Your Dream ban, but I guess it could also go offlane for FBZ, but I think it's more for In Your Dream. I mean, there's a Lycan, obviously. We don't even have to think about it too much. It's like an offlane. It's always going to be In Your Dream. Unless...
No RTZ mid Lycan.
No, I was going to say, unless it's a Snapfire mid and they're wasting their bans, right?
That's right.
I mean, Snap can do decently against the Invoker. But, alright, Spirit gonna showcase their carry next. They did not stick to the purple strategy.
Maybe they'll round it out with a third purple.
Yeah, but you don't get points for 3 out of 5.
Well, you might get 3 out of 5 points.
3/5 of a point. You round it up, becomes a point.
There you go.
Alright, something here for Yatoro. Shafin's gone. The Terrorblade is gone as well. Clinks is in the pool. You're up against a Lycan in the lane.
He does love his Clinks. It's an easy way to get on top of the Shadow Fiend, burst him down before Requiem can buy him time.
I'd prefer, I want to say Sven. Sven, I would like a Sven more, just because then you're able to protect your allies from all the summon damage from the Lycan. Shadow Fiend's minus armor is irrelevant as well.
True.
We
saw Satanic Sven.
Yeah.
Now would be a good time to see if the Yatoro Sven could perform on the same level.
I'd like to see it. I would like to go for the Sven for Yatoro. Otherwise, there's other options like the Lifestealer, the Wind Ranger, the Morta, Necrophos. You're unlikely to be dealing with a Nullifier, but there's a decent amount of magic damage that makes Necrophos iffy.
Right.
The Ringmaster ban.
Oy. Interesting.
Signals a Necro. That's a signal.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Seen the Ringmaster continually picked up as a provisionary protection against the Necro. Shadow Demon still in the pool, however. Nice save against the Necrophos. So,
but what?
Something to keep in mind.
Reconning's gonna take. I think it's gonna take a while with this one. They got 100 seconds while they think about what they want for the last pick. The biggest question is, where does the Snapfire go? Because where the Snapfire goes means that that's the empty lane. Sorry, the other one's the empty lane. It's either the 2 or the 4.
Man, 100 seconds, huh?
It's a long time.
If you had 100 seconds to yourself to rest and recharge, Atoma, what would you do?
I'd eat M&Ms.
You've been a fiend on those M&Ms. You and John.
Yeah.
X-Fire.
Yeah, we steal all the candy.
Boys are working together. They're scheming. I've never seen a bigger heist. Maybe Mission Impossible. Maybe Ocean's 11. You guys have just been devising new ways to smuggle M&Ms.
They have bags. Oh, Bass Rider comes out. There he is.
Bag Rider.
Still flexible, by the way. But yeah, for anyone who was wondering, they do have like these gigantic amounts of candy in the talent room, and every day we go in, we steal like 6
You don't
of them.
steal. You use them for their intended purpose.
Which is, to eat them at home, right?
No.
That
Eat them here, you eat them in the car. Yeah, you eat them everywhere. I think you just have like a little Pez dispenser, just popping those boys out all day. But it will be the Kez.
Wow. Where is it gonna be? This is gonna be a mid snap. So it's going to be a position for Bat Rider. Very good against the Bane most of the time.
Okay.
Solid to give you vision on the Hoodwink, so good catch. What is scary for Reconics is how do we start fights? Because is it going to jump and catch someone, or is FBZ going to run in? This was an issue in the draft I felt in the game 1. Sorry, because you see at Reconics, they only have one guy who starts fights, was FBZ. You know, because in your dream, he's playing what? Puck.
Right.
It's not. He wants vision before he jumps in. Same thing this game with the Snapfire. You look at Team Spirit. They usually have 2 people who can start a fight. 2 sort of like bruisers who want to go in first.
Right. Well, maybe it'll just be the chicken with the head cut off. Running around the map. Anybody shows on wave.
Yeah.
And go after them. You got Invis Wolves to scout for you eventually if you can make it that far. Well, I think they should be in that. Chip is in danger.
Is 0-7 at the moment, so 3-7 is the best score they can get.
The Crusher's warming up.
I mean,
Crusher's warming up.
Crusher, it's already crushed too, if I'm not mistaken. It already has 2 things it can. It's ready to crush.
That's right.
Reconnect is like, is that ours too? Oh well, FBZ. What's First Blood Zoomer gonna do?
Oh, First Blood Zoomer. Do you think he'll get First Blood this game? I believe he's got something cooking up. I know. I'm just leaning into the lore a little bit, but Spirit ready. Sonic's ready. Which Jack do you favor? Spirit due to the lack of initiation from Reconics?
Yeah, I don't like it when all our team relies on one guy to start a fight. You know, there's Tip of the Spear and all that. And to be fair, you will have like a Bat Rider providing some vision, but it feels so much easier when you have 2 guys who can approach, not 1. You know, there's a Darkseer and there's a Kez, and then when both of them can start the fight, the other side, it's really the Lycan.
They pause right before the Sunstrike comes out.
I think Lars like, does he have issues? He's the only one not moving from the base just yet. Look at the rest, everyone's out.
So he did his initial Sunstrike from Pit. It was on cooldown, so maybe waiting for the next round.
I see.
What's the cooldown on Sunstrike level 1?
Is it like 17 seconds or something like that? It's not that long. 23.
Okay. But I mean, you get plenty of information. Right now, you know, Tomo, as you mentioned, Reconics lacking the tendency of grouping up, putting their strengths together. So maybe they're trying to remedy that from minute 1 or minute 0 even.
Yeah, it seems unlikely that Spirit was going to be taking that Twin Gate.
Yeah.
Smoking up though from both sides.
Another Sunstrike. Where is he going to cast it? Waiting. I was
like, did he throw it top? Where? Observer's like,
it gets pinged out. Or something gets pinged out. Not me.
Oh,
breaks
Varesh.
Tough break here. Reconic still on the prowl. 20 seconds until the horn sounds and the bounty spawn.
What do we say? Who's going to give away first blood? Not me.
Not me. That's right.
It's going to be someone else.
I like that sentry blocking the medium camp in the triangle.
They actually have also solid ward in the top lane, right? Close to the tier 1 top.
That's right.
But this is the biggest issue when you have CM. She's so damn slow, dude.
She is.
Breaks the smoke and he's like, yeah, there's nothing. Roo.
Ooh, yep. Nah, it's fine. But regarding the speed of CM, I don't know. You always see these boots first clockwork just because you know you're not really going to get any gold.
True.
CM ever in a position where she can do that? Or her stats just too low?
Yeah, I feel like you need the stats. Yeah. It just seems if you solve one problem and have another. Oh, sorry. When I mentioned she had a problem with move speed, I didn't mean that she didn't have problems other areas. That's just one of the many.
Yeah, problems exist around for her. Oh, sidestepping, so he
very good.
Hits the creeps with that, but not the invoker.
But the strength of the CM are also quite a lot, which is that in terms of nuke damage, level 2 power spike is massive for her. Sustains her ally in the lane in terms of mana. I believe it triples for your.
Frostbite level 1. Interesting.
Yeah, more standard one, honestly. So, yeah, I like it. I like. She can work, but she requires a lot of maintenance.
Oof. Yeah, you have that. Needy little support sometimes. Cookie to the high ground. It's point blank scatterblast. Laurel taking the harass early on, but you know that Forge Spirit just clicking continuously. Not me. Frozen under the tower. A couple creeps to tank the tower shots though. Thankfully, doesn't draw aggro. Good discipline.
The collapse is just burning through these. Oh, well, is he going to be in trouble?
Oh, Varesh might just be in more trouble. Level 2 with the bushwhack. Collapse now getting level 2, so a little bit of HP and mana regain thanks to that innate. Also, well, I'd like to talk about Collapse's itemization here, starting itemization in a moment after this this conflict, because you know this bushwhack is going to land. The damage is there. Collapse draws first blood. Varesh takes it. No, Jake Roy with this.
Oh, come on. And is he going to let himself die for this?
You should.
Yeah,
right.
Probably.
You just hit the creep camp after.
Yeah, he wants to get all of them, but oh no.
Level 3
levels
gets that
up.
Extra HP and mana gain. And now it's just too risky. He's got a courier coming. Curious as to what's on it. But Atomo. Yep, south. There you
Interesting thing that Varesh did is that he didn't go for. Wait.
Whoa. In your dream, holding the Q, gets it. Nice. Maximizing the right click time. Knowing that he'll do more damage staying close and pushing Laurel back off the wave. In your dream, he's putting up a very good contest in this mid lane. In fact, he's
won it.
Top in the charts, yeah.
Now, interestingly, Varesh took level 2 Arcane Aura rather than Crystal Nova. Now, one of the strengths of the CM, that's a good kill.
FBZ bottom one.
Good job.
But the low, quite low, might bleed out to the katana damage. No, he's okay for now. But not me. Eating a tower shot or two.
Yeah, I saw the collapse. He's going for the Helm of the Dominator, and I've seen 2, even 3 Sage's masks. Just because the mana efficiency of that item is very high.
Through the roof.
It's it is very, very good. It's a Null Talisman gives you twice as much mana regen for 3 times the price. So you can see the efficiency of a Sage Mask.
Yeah, it's not a good deal at all.
No. And you have to finish the item for the nulls to get the value.
That's
whereas Sage Mask does like instant mana.
Now that's a return you can trust here at the Bank of Team Spirit.
4 Sage Mask support Zeus.
Going for it. Doesn't have both of his spells, haven't used a Scatter Blast before, but he might not need them. Cold Snap, giving Laurel plenty of space. Okay, Water Rune coming up in about 10 seconds. Interesting to see how this split goes.
He doesn't get the kill, but look at Laurel's CS. 10.
Yeah.
To the 23. I was going to say 22, but it's 23. On your injuries got. This could be it.
Going for it. We'll get it. Yeah.
Nice tip. Like, alright. Laurel denies the Water Rune, but doesn't matter. Mechanics, like, you guys can do it. You don't have to respect them so much. You know, give them a kick in the nuts once in a while.
Right. You've earned your spot.
Yeah.
Here, you qualified, playing, giving some good teams some really hard games. Don't be afraid to reach and go beyond.
No, Crystal Nova still on the CM, but the Frostbite has got a lot of value to level it up. Lasts longer.
Uh-oh, we just sung your praises in your dream. You can't give it up like this.
He's fine. Practically full health.
Ice wall, whoosh. No tornado yet.
Yeah, so second point in the the Frostbite for the CM. Lower cooldown, a little bit more damage, a little bit more duration. Just a very nice spell to have. It hasn't really slowed down Collapse in a new way though.
No.
Let's look at the bottom lane. That's the one we've seen mid and top, but how about bottom? Yeah, we want on the big screen, not a tiny one. Ah, shit.
Well, that's gonna be a second solo kill in the mid lane. You're baiting.
Yeah, I did.
Poor Breathe.
He shakes his head at me. He's like,
Yeah.
"What? It's your fault. It's not my fault."
Like, I was doing the right thing. You pulled me away. Trust your observers. Trust your producers, folks. Rely on those around you.
We just wanted to see what's happening bot lane, you know? Rue died. Reconics.
Uh-oh. Revenge. Not yet. The ad, but not me. Reaching, pushing for that. Take a couple tower shots, but it's well worth it. Get the snap off the map, preventing her from maybe getting the 6-minute rune if the cards stack up in your favor.
I'm wondering if Reconics right now, In Your Dream is doing really well. I wonder if they're going to be using that sort of snowball. They have VZ on the Lycan. Could consider playing a lot more aggressive here, taking those early towers.
Yeah, the attention shifts away. You know, maybe Spirit have to cater to Laurel a little more to address the needs and recovery over this Snapfire, and then all of a sudden, FBZ shoves a tower, drags a wave, maybe threatens Yadiro, spacing out spell usage, but uh-oh is right. Those supports arriving here, and look at Kez's courier. Did you see this?
Yeah, it's just for a tiny bit of vision, I guess.
The vision for the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine spawn, potential creep wave dragging as well. If you can micro it well enough. Do you think there's any world where he wants to get the Ring of Health?
Nah, maybe, right? He wants to build a Battle Fury, but that doesn't seem very likely. We've always seen like Deso or Witchblade.
Right.
But it is going to be a content with
Mage Slayer, yeah.
Wisdom Shrine.
Oh, Wisdom Shrine coming up. 3 seconds. Not me. Oh, make short work of the Wolves. And unfortunately, the Wolves don't operate like a Spirit Bear.
But they steal it on the other side, I believe.
Oh,
there you go.
Fresh, nice move.
Nice.
Spirit on the prowl. Bushwhack into the Raptor Dance. Gonna go for the instant TP out. Sunstrike coming through. The damage does not add up enough. We'll take some damage over time in the fountain, but healing up nicely. Now, does that open an opportunity elsewhere? In fact, it does, but it's for Spirit with the TP, with the control. The damage is there, and they bring down In Your Dream.
Yeah, they might need to start playing around him. You know, we saw this kind of similar issue, but in the game 1, where Reconics, though, they had a tougher laning phase.
Yeah.
Here, though, it makes more sense to actually stick around with each other because we really have a really strong Snapfire. Well, we had.
Yeah, 2 kills will do that.
Yeah.
Taking the momentum, the wind right out of the sails. How do you move forward? What's our Shadow Fiend looking like? Oh, well, hold that thought. We got a little bit of a battle coming here. Kisses coming through. The Sunstrike lands on Varesh, but not me. Somehow dodging most of this damage until the final round of the Kisses.
Ooh. Varesh. I think that guy's brave, right? Goes forward, not scared at all. He also helps In Your Dream land his Kisses thanks to that slow. What are we looking at in terms of net worth right now? Collapsing at the top of the CS charts. It's actually, Yatoro in terms of net worth, but very close contention.
Keeps going back and forth and back and forth. This is what you want to see. An wide open mid or early game. As we get out of the laning phase, looks like a Helm Dom finished now on Collapse. Double bounty rune waiting to be claimed here by Spirit. Do you, how do you feel about the bounty change? How they don't continue elevating in net worth?
It's, I mean, I don't know. When these things change, they affect everyone. It's hard to really have some opinion because like, it's changed for everyone. Doesn't make a difference so much. Whether we like it or not, the changes here.
Yeah.
I feel like most of the time I was just picking it up as soon as I could because I didn't want anyone else to steal it. So I guess now that's more justified in a way.
Okay.
You know, I walk around, I see 2 bounties. I'm not thinking let them cook. I'm thinking I want them now.
Tomo, the kind of guy to pull something out of the oven and burn his tongue.
I was like, I didn't realize it was hot. What does the smoke mean?
that it's hot and bad.
That's ready.
Yeah. And speaking of ready, not me. Looking for a little aggression. Spells have been used. Oh, nice sidestep from the squirrel. Can you get Nightmare into Sunstrike? Cookie in 3 will not have it to the high ground. Sunstrike will be on the mark. Bushwhack. Plenty of time to reset, and that's a kill on the mid laner. I believe that is the 3rd death on the snap.
They do get the bomb tier 1 though, so it's not like Arconix is you know, seceding ground for no reason. They're like, all right, we'll give you a little bit. I'll take a little bit here.
That's right. Yeah, losing your mid laner, but maintain the tower for now. While I say that, Forge Spirit, Alacrity, Catapult Wave arriving. Mid tower now under threat. Running the risk of just letting Spirit open and crack your map right through the middle.
That's not right.
That's not, no. But
Jick
Roy, no uphill vision. Yadaro steps right on top of a landmine.
Beautiful.
Well, have you seen that before?
No, not like that.
I haven't either. Collapse with the stomp thanks to the Centaur, and now revenge is spelled FBZ. But he's the wrong way. Where are you going, little bro? Oh, I know where you're going. You want to get the Bane. Eliminate the control. Look at all of these units. The skeletons, the wolves, the Centaur. Oh my.
That kill on Jick Roy, bringing down Yatoro, and then afterwards they move around and get a kill on Rune. Not exactly who he wanted, but still a kill and a tower possibly after. Here's Yatoro.
Oh, here's Johnny. Looking for a slash and a dash. The meatball coming down, but the cookie over the low ground gets him out of dodge. However, the sharpshooter and a heal afterwards. Was that a wand usage? Yeah, it looks like it. Big cooldown.
Very good on FBZ. He's like, I think that there's a Sunstrike coming. Sometimes you don't know which direction. You say, just stand still. You know, they expect me to duck and weave and dodge, and it's like, nah, I'll just stay here.
Duck and stay.
Duck and
stay, yeah, right? Just hide under the desk.
And I'm like, they're gonna miss me. How? Because I'm not moving.
That's right. Their vision is based on movement, Akomo. They can only see you when you're moving.
It's like, Larl's half dinosaur.
I would believe it. Believe it. The guy's got a killer instinct, right?
He does. Although that Jick Roy kill on Yadoro was... He's level 11 to the level 8. That is massive.
I believe he was level 9 when that kill took place.
Yes.
As well, yeah.
It just, like, exploded right on top of him.
Collapse still top net worth, even with that in consideration. But for how long? The Helm Dom with the Ion Shell split really accelerates your farm.
It does. But they also got a Helm Dom on the other side for FBZ, and that's resulted in them taking... I thought they took the mid tower, but just the bomb tower so far.
Yeah, but no Ion Shell, you know.
No Ion Shell. Doesn't... Although I guess you could buff him with the roars and stuff like that, the howl.
True.
But still...
It's an accelerant.
It helps. As Yadoro has finished the Wishblade, I think he's going for the Deso after. This might be a game where he might want to rush the BKB though. I feel like without BKB against Snap, CM, and SF, you're not fighting.
Yeah, the Bat Rider, a bit of a damper on the BKB usage, but I think you got to pay to play here.
How close is Delul to his blink actually on this Bat Rider? Yeah, I was looking at his overall net worth, 2,000. Can't be that high.
I like the maximal use of inventory space though. Boots, lace, a couple sticks, but Snapfire travels. This is...
Get around the map, right?
Yes, I like it, but we have seen tendencies in the past where Reconics have gotten these items to enable them in movement, and they've been unused.
Yeah, it's like you buy it. Okay, cool. Well, are you actually going to teleport and join fights?
Exactly.
Or otherwise, it's like you could have gone Blink Dagger, whatever gets you in the fight. We're hoping that's the boost of travel. Laurel has one too.
Are you going to use it or are you going to lose it? And you know, it's interesting. Laurel had a Meteor Hammer queued up first.
Oh, here we go. Here we go again.
Uphill again, walking right into it. The lasso pulling him back, but the wall's down. Illusions have been created. And a lot of damage on top of the Sunstrike with the Bushwhack. The Shadow Fiend low. It'll be a big kill on top of the vacuum. They find it. Team Spirit on the Prowl. Kisses coming through. Maybe you get a little bit of cleanup here from the Snapfire, but not looking likely. Max range on these Kisses. Grandma can't reach that far. Come a little closer.
She's like, I got arthritis, son.
On my lips. Granny, you might also have something else because that's a bone disease.
Unfortunate though, that was a decent move by Jico. But again, there's just more people coming out from Team Spirit, and they need Reconics to stick together. this seems to be a trend that we repeat a lot. But
Very circular, and that creep is barely alive. The freezing field. Flame Break back into range.
There
And a
you
kill
go.
for In Your Dream. Putting those travels to use. You love to see it. What's next for Reconics? Keep the momentum up, lads.
Drums on Varesh says that, hey guys, if we stick, we'll have the extra attack speed for everyone. Could
Good.
be a big, boon for them. And Collapse working towards the Shivas. Man.
What the?
He wants to get those big vacuums.
That's right.
They're good. They're good.
They are, and dude, Shivas, we were talking earlier, and we want to see more early game veils.
Okay.
Fresh, and they want to go right past him for the SF. That Bean's grip holding him in place as he falls. Sharpshooter finding its mark, and Varesh not looking like he's going to stick around after that Sunstrike.
I gotta admit, even though that happened there, that's not good for Reconics. I do like that Jikroy is pushing the envelope and saying, hey, let's go. I want to fight. I don't want to stay here. Last one and wait for them to make a move. It would be nice if the rest of the team got together.
Or, or even just had like a split push happening.
A split push? You want a split push and them to and an actual push? That's too much.
Yeah, well.
Reconics, they're too posh to push.
They certainly are. Let's take a look at that replay. I just love how Spirit, they identify the most appropriate target, the biggest bane for their buck. And then they can come back for seconds here on Varesh.
Biggest bang for their bane?
The bane for their buck.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. FBZ joining the fray, but you lose the low immediately. Focusing here with that helmet, the Overlord looking for Rue. No Bean's grip, but the cookie interrupted by the whoosh of the tornado.
Unlucky.
What a play. Unlucky, but the kisses might be what you need to get out here. Nice smokes application. Bonus move speed coming out, and now Yatoro surrounded on all sides. The big bird will peck his way out of this one. And Collapse gets the vacuum wall off in a freezing field as the running away will not be successful. In Your Dream falls after the CM. And it is looking dire for Reconics.
Well, see, now that Jikroy is pissed off, he's not joining the team. He's like, I wanted to fight, and no one shows up. Well, now I'm not fighting anymore. And the Deso is finished on Yatoro. He's going to go for Ags first.
That's right.
I thought that we see a bit more team fight, 5-on-5, but because they're not sticking together, you can get away with more damage-dealing items like this.
Yes, absolutely. When you don't run the risk of getting controlled through and through.
Reconics had their hands on, on the pulse of this game, but it's fading a little bit.
It is. Blink Dagger close for the Bat Rider here.
Okay. As well as a Shadow Blade for Jikroy, so two ways to initiate, either with catching someone with the bat or just with a big Requiem from the start.
Big Requiem. My favorite song.
Really? Big Requiem.
Big Requiem for a Dream. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that one.
Snapfire, Blink Dagger next. Yatoro. 2 charges. Could be a big one here, but the bind coming out from the dominated creep. But Laurel arriving just in time, and FBZ will go down as well as his Big Bad Beastie.
Both going to Yatoro as well.
Instant TP out from Laurel. Wanting to get these waves shoved out. Gonna go BKB. So forgoing the Meteor Hammer altogether. And now a lasso play on the bottom. Yatoro gets hit with the fear from the Requiem, but a lot of control coming out. They're still able to bring down the bird, and now Not Me, got that bushwhack to buy some time, but he's gonna pay for it. Chase is on, and the burn is happening. 2 kills.
That's really good. You bring down Yatoro as we're waiting for Hoodwink as well. And the Bat Rider reveals his blink. The question is, will they get more from it? Oh, Jikroy.
Oh, Spirit might get even more. Fiend's grip on top of the wall. That illusion hitting with a left and right and a left again. Gonna be a dead SF. Kissen's gonna come out on top of Laurel. Oh, you lose your CM, but maybe a couple more rounds. The Smooch is coming through with Rue. And Your Dream gets hit with the Enfeeble. Not too consequential, but it might not be enough for them to go forward. Delol gets hit with the brain sap, and now TP's coming back in from the Snapfire. Thank you, Wolf. Oh, Kisses miss. Or sorry, the cookie misses. It's, I don't know, you got a favorite type of cookie? Oh, what the
chocolate chip.
Collapse with a stomp, by the way, to stop that golem. Chocolate chip. Standard, but classic.
If we can go back to that replay, the Wolf actually U-turns a little bit before In Your Dream finish. Oh, wait, In Your Dream is still here, actually.
Whoa. in your dream with a blink, and he dodges the sharpshooter just by staying still. Sometimes that's the best, and yeah, you got the vacuum.
It's like the smallest thing, but the wolf turns before In Your Dream finishes his TP. And that puts him too far to actually use his spell. When In Your Dream reaches, he could have cookied the wolf itself, which was closer.
Let's take a look.
So the chase right now, this is the good stuff here. They have actually no long range stun if the Lol cannot blink and lasso.
Right.
So these are free Fiend's grips.
How do you stop that? Lotus?
Look at the when he starts TPing into the wolf. The wolf turns a little bit at the end, there you go.
Oh.
And he doesn't cookie the wolf itself, which would have been on top of the Bane. A little bit of miscommunication, a small mechanical mistake here, and suddenly the Bane lives.
Yeah, I think the wolf turns to remove the nightmare from the target, but
still can't.
Still loses the opportunity.
And he could have cookied the other wolf as well when you landed, because that one was right next to the Bane, but he cookies himself. It makes sense. He wants to get the Scab Blast, but the stun is more important.
Yep. You lose that engagement. Now you're going to lose the Tormentor because of it as well.
It's like these are paper-thin differences that if you... And most of the times, these small mistakes wouldn't make a difference. Oh, your wolf is, a tiny bit 10 MS back where he should have been. You still would have gotten the kill, but this is Team Spirit.
It is.
And that's Laurel.
Ice Wall, Ghost Walk. Plays are now coming out soon. But yep, this the shard on the Bane, great in this game, it's gonna throw so many summons at you. You can really find the Shadow Fiend. Big grouping from Spirit. This is what you wanted to see game 1 and now in game 2 on Reconyx, but not in the works.
Reconyx sticks to I feel like Jikroy has made a lot of solo plays, and some of them have worked, but a lot of times he's getting caught as well. There's a bit of a disconnect here, but there's no disconnect on Spirit. Both Shrines of Wisdom. And I gotta say I'm a fan of Laurel. I know he took there was some a little bit of growing pains, but he got crushed in the laning phase.
Yeah.
And you were mentioning he doesn't go meet your hammer. He doesn't care. He just wants to make space and get his spells off.
That's right. Speaking of space, you might have a Bane-sized hole in the line with Spirit, and you do, but return kills on the Snapfire. More to follow soon. Stun coming out on FBZ. Not able to be slowed in the wolf form, but I don't know if that's going to matter at all. Not me. Getting away from the summons as Yadro alacritied up from the beak up, and they will find a Sunstrike. The damage over time is enough. Thank you, Mage Slayer. Thank you, Katana. And no. Mr. Shadow Fiend, Jikroy. Jik sad. No joy there. And DeLol gonna be the last body on top of the pile. It's a team wipe. Spirit surging ahead to an 11k advantage. That's 2 BKBs. That's a lot of items, right?
It's almost 3 BKBs. 3 BKBs. The 1-by-1, the way they went in that fight, not ideal. They do bring down Rue early, which is great, but unfortunately, FBZ, he goes in wolf form. There's no one to really get on top of. They don't have Jikroy for the damage. I believe he was still dead when that fight started.
Yeah.
So, and by the time he respawns, he just dies again.
Without souls, right?
Without
souls to really contribute max damage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even then, we mentioned about Laurel, he struggled early on. He is, his damage looks normal.
It's normalized.
Yeah, sure, it's better, lower than the Spirit guys.
But it's ahead of the Snap. Which might not be saying much, given how the game has gone after, Snap had such a great start and then got killed 4 times back to back.
Still incredible recovery as Laurel walk in.
Laurel, BKB active, looking for the aggression. We'll find it, and the lasso coming now. Dragging the Bane, I believe, somewhere.
Okay, solid.
Yeah, okay, a Nightmare saved temporarily. Not able to get the next Brain Sap off of the heal, but 2 dead on Reconyx. FBZ and the Zoo are on the retreat. Yadaro approaching from the left.
And another instance of Reconyx not completely on the same page. Jikroy trying to get his farm in the top lane, but sometimes you gotta throw some bodies in the meat grinder. I was like, guys, I need some space. Hey, they're coming.
Yeah.
That's okay. You can die for me. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
It is, but this meat grinder continues to grow in both stature, power, and does not seem to be breaking down anytime soon.
The appetite, it only goes higher.
I'm so hungry. That's what Yadaro is saying. And Birdseed will not satisfy the feed. He's got to find some wolf for dinner. And they will just get it. Collapse. Collapse gets a kill with the shell. Oh.
In the previous game, there was that pulverized. Jikroy.
Oh no.
He's got Shadow Blade. Doesn't matter.
I agree. Oh no. Oh, I like it though. Not being discouraged from shoving waves, however, showing that close to the tower.
They made our observer sad.
Yeah.
And I guess he's a Reconyx fan. In the previous game, we did have that ion shell, not ion shell, sorry, the Eclipse with the pulverize on top, and you're like, okay, it's an Aghanims Luna with a primal, it could work. But Reconyx are doing this thing again. They and Jikroy not on the. We got someone.
Okay, good grab here. If you can prevent the BKB from coming out, it does come out, but the damage is there. However, vacuum wall. Gonna do a lot of work here for Spirit. Burning down, Delore will fall. See him as well in your dream. Next on the chopping block, Collapse finds his target, but a kiss buys a little bit of time. However, it will not be enough to Snapfire to fall, and FBZ walking into the welcoming arms of Collapse as he skips rope. And we'll put that rope around the neck of the Lycan and says, get on the leash, doggy. Or dead.
A move without Jikroy, and they get Laurel, which is good, but the Shiva's Guard on Collapse makes those vacuums super easy. Apparently, it makes the gem of the vision you get when you use it high. I did not.
Yeah, increases AoE on that too.
I realized that. I was like, wait, that's bigger than usual.
That it increases the Virtuous Scale from the
Caesar Serenity. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Maybe even the burn. No, probably not the burn from the Cloak of Flames.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, I'm almost, because it would increase the radius on your
Radiance.
Radiance.
Huh?
Radius on Radiance.
Oh, that's. No, but definitely from the GD pollen bag would work.
Yeah.
But all right.
Well,
Team Spirit, they're knocking.
They're putting it in the bag.
Reconyx. Oh, we found Ru.
Found who? Ruhu. They're gonna be saying Ruhu after this game. Crying all the way to the graveyard. Jikroy gonna be the next addition. You know, they say enemy has vision, but I don't think you're in any position to do a thing about it. Reconyx, 2 heroes down, about to be 3. Echo Slash going forward. See him, no HP. Collapse. Took the wolf from the Lycan, and it's looking rough here. Self-tip, team tips coming out, and FBZ trying to find his way through the woods. But this wolf might need some armor. In your dream, spacing, trying to not get caught in the same salvo of spells or Echo Slash attacks coming through. Oh yeah, FBZ already commenting on the final status of this game. A mauling indeed. Maybe they'll spend a little bit of time at the mall to recover. A little retail therapy could lift the spirits here. But we see in your dream, pushing, making some space, trying to get the waves away from the base on the top side of the map. But FBZ finding Ru with his summons, trying to space the body out, gets the howl, but oh, EMP, whoosh, ice wall, sharpshooter coming through, and a big vacuum on top, pulling in the remaining members of Reconyx. Yatoro picks up 3, and Jikroy still not with his team, and folks, that is good game. Team Spirit take it off of Reconyx. It's a 2-0 win for the boys on the left side of your screen. Spirit take it in very convincing fashion. A much faster, much quicker game too. Just shy of 28 minutes.
Oh man, it didn't really feel like in the previous. We have the same problem in both series. In both games in this series, where we can see Reconyx at some point is stronger, but isn't able to take the fights. And this one, it was more like we see Jikroy in particular, right? Like he did that solo move on Yatoro. Beautiful, wonderful. That was great. But it's not going to happen many times. You're not going to get that successful or that lucky every time you do it. And then we see him taking engagements or getting caught, and the rest of the team making moves. Like that kill on Laurel. You killed him, that's great, but Jikroy's dead, and you're probably under vision, and then they get a 3-man vacuum and bring everyone down.
3-man vacuum, too good. And we saw yesterday the use of Darkseer. Any 2-person vacuum, valuable, especially if you find the initiating target of the enemy team. But taking a look at our stat line, outscored again, over 2-1. Team Spirit take the win, 36-15. Taking a look back at the highlights here from game 2. But Collapse, certainly my MVP. 10, 0, and 20.
He's going with that blink, with the blink catch that he was able to get on for his team. Where so many good vacuums, so many good vacuums there, especially on the high and on the like onto high ground. And I like the rushes on the Shiva's guard for the extra radius. It's really good.
Absolutely.
Early on, we saw Laurel get crushed.
Yep.
We did also see like it wasn't the best, the soul kill on Yatoro slowed it down a little bit, but Collapse like, that's all right, guys. I got this. I'll handle it.
Don't worry, boys. We'll pull it out together. But yeah, the net worth explosion on this Dark Seer. We saw just the discrepancy in early levels, giving him that sustain, unable to really punish it. Reconics just not able to meet the challenge from Spirit. But I mean, Team Spirit, they're maybe P-Vision.
Maybe P-Vision.
Maybe in 2 days.
But it is like Team Spirit. They're in really good form. Unfortunate for Reconics, but now they're 0-8. There's just no chance for them to advance any further in the tournament. They still have one more game to play, but they're basically out at this point. And Team Spirit march off to a 7-1 score, if I'm not mistaken. But look at that.
Yeah, taking a look back at the highlights. Great cookie to the low ground, but that sharpshooter goes through the damage over time. The wand gets him out of that one. Whoosh. Did you see the interview with Crystallis?
Which one? Which one did he say?
I can't go around the map. I have Ice Wall, EMP, or Ice Wall, Forge Spirits, whoosh. And I just die every time. And that's what we're seeing from Laurel. Invoker just really strong in this meta.
I like some of the freezing fields we saw from Varish.
Yeah.
They last quite a bit, did decent amount of damage. I didn't actually get to look at his damage just now, but man, the Sunstriker to the damage over time from the... look at this, they kill Laurel, but Jacroix is dead. It's like it would be nice to think you're going to get this pick off, but they show up very quick on Team Spirit.
Consistently attacking without one of their key members of the team. Reconics just caught in waves. Time and time again. It's just unfortunate, but as these games proceed to go, Group C, we see the cream rise to the top. The elite status of P-Vision, the elite status of Team Spirit, and OG also, sorry, another team, but we'll talk about that later. Just really separating the top from the bottom. But speaking of the top from the bottom, we got the cream of the crop here. We have Collapse joining us from Team Spirit. Collapse, congratulations on the 2-0 win.
Thank you.
Thank you. How does it feel to have Mposhka back? He used to be a player telling you what to do. Now he's a coach telling you what to do.
I mean, he's treating us like we're his kids. And he's talking to us sometimes like on screams. Like, you don't need to do this, guys. This is Bobo. This is Fu. Gaga, gaga. And we...
no problem. We want you as close as possible to us. We're hoping that your MMR comes to us in a way. Do you enjoy having him back? Is it because I know with Milan you were saying like it was more like having a friend with good vibes, but with Mposhka is it different? There's a very different coaching style than Milan.
Yeah, I mean he's like Mposhka is more like sure about the heroes, about drafts, because I would say Mion sometimes he's just like he's looking for some like others' opinion. Probably one of the players or someone else. Like this, it's not that like always happening, but sometimes. I think right now they're combining good because they're like always have some conversations about the hero, and they both need a guy who can just like talk with them about heroes, and it's okay, I think.
Okay, so it's working out good for you guys. And how has it been with Not Me? He's kind of new, right? He hasn't been on the team for that long. You feel like you guys are getting better and better together. How's he improving?
I think a lot of work Mposhka is doing right now with him, because he like always after games we're playing like scrims, officials, pubs. He's like talking to him, like doing saying what he could do, what he could like his mistakes and something, and he is like working with him a lot.
Nice.
And it pays the price. So right now he's playing good. I'm also like surprised because like previous 2 weeks, he was trash.
Damn.
Yeah, he was trash.
Trash.
He was trash, bro. Right now, he's like one of the best.
Okay, so if I pass by not me, I say you were trash, but now you're good. Right?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. He will take it.
Okay, good. Now, before Not Me joined the team, had you played with him in pubs before? Had you seen him in any of the lower competitive circuits?
It's yeah. We were playing. His previous roster was Yellow Submarine, and we were playing against it. Yeah, and like in pubs, maybe several times I met him, but I don't remember pub game with him. Like before Team Spirit, after Team Spirit, of course, we snipe each other. We're like. He is win trader, I would say. He's
win trader.
He is giving me too much of Mara this week.
That's a good support. All right.
He's not happy about it.
Don't worry, even that's fine. But I want to ask about other teams. So you guys, no Team Spirit, not Team Spirit. Who is the strongest team without you guys?
I think it's right now. I would say it's Aurora, Parivision.
Okay.
Like, and Aurora Parivision, I would say right now, because I feel they have some aura, you know, like big aura. They are playing too good right now.
You're aura farming right now.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. So, Collapse, tomorrow you all have a day off, a day to rest. After that, July 12th, you play against P-Vision, top 2 seeds in your pool.
Yeah.
What do you have in mind tomorrow to plan for your match the following day? Pubs?
Do I have a plans for tomorrow?
What do you guys? Yeah. What are you doing tomorrow?
I don't know. Maybe like 6 games.
6 games.
I mean, manager will will get us some scrims and we will play it like whole day because I mean we will get like our rest. If we go from the first place, we have like 5 days off.
Yeah.
So we just need to like go full work, full pressure, just to like keep it in.
Yeah.
Take the first place, and then we can chill. He said like you can if you get first place, you can just do whatever you want, guys.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. I guess last question is that if you have those 5 days break, what do you want to do in Paris? City of Love, right?
I don't know. I didn't think about it yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll give you some ideas, and maybe we'll all go out together then. Okay.
I want to go to like FLF Tower.
Yeah.
How is it called in English? On Russian, I know.
Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to see Eiffel Tower.
There you go.
And then maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Well, we'll see. Eiffel Tower is good enough, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
I didn't plan much. Because,
That's a great start.
We just need to win, at least.
That's right. Win, and then you'll get those 5 days off. But Collapse, that's all for now. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory. And we know that you'll continue to tower over the competition here at EWC. Absolutely. But folks, that is our 3rd series of the day wrapped up. But don't go anywhere because we have a 4th and final series coming up very soon. And I know that Atomo and I are going to be ready to bring that to you after this break. Bye-bye for now.
despite our not so best performance this year, I can see that we're like a good team and good players. I think we sometimes struggle to get back up when we lose. I think very often it happens that we like lose an important match and then it snowballs from there. Coming into this tournament, we're not in the best shape as we just lost the TI qualifiers, and that is not a good thing for our team, but I believe that we can turn it around. Usually the person that takes the lead when we're back down it's Bulba, but I think it's also just like kinda on each and every one of us. I try to do it myself, like having some team talks organized by the coach. It's helpful and it's for sure like needs to be done. But I also think it's like each person just reaching out to one another, making sure that we're like still on the same page, that we trust each other. Finding the consistency is hard. That's why I think we've not figured it out yet. I think for some people, they try to do it through like concepts and I guess strategies. Like I think Bulba is the type of coach that likes things to be ordered and then everybody kind of knows what's happening. Sometimes I have like a little bit of problems with that because I would say I'm an intuition player, so I just kind of go with my gut, which I'm sure also contributes to the inconsistency, because if I'm feeling it, then yeah, you know, I'm cooking. But if I'm not feeling it, then I don't have like this baseline to fall back on. It's just like, it's just bad. As far as the roster is concerned this year, I mean, there were times and losses where we were like tempted to see if there is something to be done about the roster, but it never felt like it was one specific person's fault, so there was never reason to like kick anyone. And I think like everybody on this team has the potential to be the best. We've been kind of thrown to the wolves and we like gotta figure out the way to beat these like better teams. So it's been just more pressure on myself to like be better, to be a better player, but to also just be able to make better calls and like find a way to win the game.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. We are here for our fourth and final round of play on stream. Seeing today, we're gonna have Virtus Pro taking on Inner Circle Insanity. I'm Malibu Jesus, joined by my partner Atomo, and we are ready to get you going here. But a little bit of background information on these teams. ICX, Inner Circle Insanity, currently winless. An 0-6 record, similar to Reconyx that we just had against Team Spirit. They'll be taking on Virtus Pro. I believe they are sitting just a little bit above with 1-5. So the bottom three of this the Group D that we are now operating in, there's a bigger split between 6, 5, and 4. I believe there's a 3 and 3 OG pending today's current results. So, you know, a little bit more room to climb. VP really need a 2-0 here to make a bid at playoffs, whereas ICX also need that 2-0 to even stay viable. I believe pending some kind of crazy upheaval. But Atomo, what are you expecting to see?
Well, because the OG and VP are playing tomorrow, one of these two teams is going to earn some points, right? So it's like, yeah, ICX has to go 2-0, like you mentioned, just to stay in the running, which is crazy for them. ICX has looked okay in some of the matches. I feel like they've played a lot better than, say, Reconyx did against similar, you know, level opponents as well, like PSG, LGD, for example. So they are a strong team. I think we saw it against 1W, was it?
Yes, we have we've not seen them play against LGD.
We have not seen LGD, yes. We saw them against 1W, but they are overall in a solid spot team. But this is what we always said, this group, all the teams are playing for, some of the teams are playing for 4th place, which is OG, VP, and ICX. This is a chance for you to go up against your main competitor and hopefully get some points out of them.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, it's do or die time here. ICX need those 2 wins to even stay viable. How are they gonna do it?
Well, I like when I see 4-3 on his Broodmother. Hasn't had so much success in this tournament just yet. I think he's picked it like once and lost twice.
Yeah, I believe twice. We saw it day 1. It was an unexpected sighting. Because the game just wasn't really super great for it, but maybe preferring comfort over slotting in a draft, you know, that can sometimes give you the space you need to get a win.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday or something where we saw it against like a PL or some sort of Amanta picked heroes. So and he goes Orchid first, wasn't exactly fantastic for them.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, Orchid first didn't work out because then there was like an inopportune illusion rune that was like taken out. But taking a look here, we've got the members of ICX showing it off here. You got everybody. So Fernandes. Who else do we have here right now? Stoikov in the mid lane, 4-2-3 in the safe lane.
Lays
and
in the
our
off.
laner, yeah, Lays.
Being
Tier
very
1 talent.
very highly ranked according rated, sorry, not ranked, being very highly rated according to Puppy, so they like him a lot. I feel like ICX, to be fair, almost all the qualifier teams have struggled. They're not the only ones, but they are in a group where it's possible, if they really do well, to make a comeback. But even then, they win today, sure, 2-0. Tomorrow, they still got one of the top 3 to play against.
Yeah.
So ICX, they're really here. What they're going to do is, are they going to stop VP from qualifying or not, basically?
Do you play the role of spoiler, or are you the opener of doors for a Virtus Pro? You can see those members right here in front of you. You got Fly, Saberlight, amongst them, Abed. We got a crazy lineup here. This is like the old Shopify lineup. Of course, Tomato holding it down on the pause one. He played Lone Druid yesterday, and I think it may have been a bit of a bait, but Abed from the mid lane had a couple performances on Pangolier yesterday, and of course,
Mr. Hellscream.
Boy, Mr. Hellscream. Yes.
It feels like if you're not going by name, like the VP group is a lot more well known than the inner circle. You know, like maybe Hellscream are, he's a little bit newer compared to the other 4, but they're all they are veterans in the scene, right? They've been to several LAN events. I mean, they've been to TI. These are very big names that we're working with, and so, common sense would say that you'd favor VP over ICX.
Absolutely. The most recognizable names and titles. They played on the biggest stages in the world, including here at EWC in the past. Also recently, Saberlight grinded up to rank number 1 on the Western European leaderboards. That is not a small achievement by any means, of course. Western Europe, one of the most competitive regions, if not the most competitive region. I'm sure our Eastern European friends would like to differ.
Like what?
To differ about that, right? But, it's going to be a match of the gatekeepers versus, I don't know, what would you call the
challengers, the contenders. It's really all up to this match. This kind of decides who will be advancing in 4th place. There's still OG in the wings. There's still quite a bit of a game to be played, though.
Absolutely. OG will have to wait to find this team tomorrow, but to the bird's eye view, you can see the coach slotting themselves in. We got Bulba helping the drafting stage here for Virtus Pro on the right side of your screen.
So yeah, VP, what are they going to be opening up with here? There's been one of the teams that's plays a lot of Spectre, which I've been looking forward to seeing. Abed has also played Pango. Even though Pango doesn't have a very good win rate this tournament, he still is, it's like that Bulba influence where you play one hero for the rest of your life. So he's like, Pango!
Well, you see, Abed already suffered that influence. It was Storm Spirit. That was the agreed upon one. But maybe a bit of a shift, and hopefully it will remain on Earth Spirit. Statistically superior.
Yes. Very high win rate hero, considering how often he's been picked. The most popular hero in the tournament so far, the Earth Spirit, and just gives you a nice buy to go in the front lines. On the other side, Stoikov saying, give me the Lina, I'll burn him to a crisp.
Yeah. Was it ICX that suffered at the hands of the one-win Lina?
I think so. Lina's only been picked 3 times, so that would be one of them. She's won all 3 games, by the way. One of the few heroes that has a 100% win rate with, more than 1 pick, basically.
Absolutely.
So Lina who's doing really well against Earth Spirit, the most popular hero of the tournament. Okay, all right.
Absolutely. Seeing if there's anything in the water there. Be distilled.
Some fireworks in the mid lane already here.
Did you hear those fireworks last night?
Yes, I did.
I'm glad that I was not already asleep in bed, because that would have made it impossible to get back to sleep. It scared everybody on the street. It was hilarious.
That told me who won.
Yep.
I was like, if there are fireworks, I know who won. If there's fire, I also know who won.
That's right. That's right.
I'm very glad it was fireworks.
So do you think Lina will be the indicator of who is to win? Have you seen the Stoikov Lina before?
The Stoikov Lina... No, he hasn't actually picked it in the last few months. So it must be something that he's been practicing a little bit in pubs. It's kind of like all of a sudden you hear, oh, Centaur's crazy, and Saberlight's like, destroying everyone.
Centaur
with
was
it.
crazy. Don't pick it, please. Yeah.
You're like, what? He is? And he's like, yeah, he's going hard first. Like, that sounds like what I hear at the pubs. And they're like, well, yeah, he's winning all the pubs.
That's what I hear at my little brother's pubs, right?
Oh, they go for Axe for Lays, giving them a decent amount of initiation. Solid laner as well. Good damage, pure damage. And it works well with the Lina going for the Light Strike Array. I think we actually saw a Chasm Stone Lina the other day.
Yep.
Just for that. So, I mean, the only thing you improve of is the Light Strike Array, or that supposed to stay the same.
Yep. A little extra AoE never hurt nobody except your enemies. But yeah, Lina, a very, very good provider of the burst damage to make sure those chops land on their mark every time. But the bans coming out here, also something to discuss. No Clockwork, no Bane, no Undying.
Oh yeah.
No Legged.
They have Snapfire if they want to take it right now for Hell Scream. Could pair it up with the Centaur later if they choose to. There's also both Drow and Shadow Fiend are in the pool.
True.
Now there you go. Went to Wyvern. Is it going to go out with the Drow? No, Coddle instead. You don't need to pick an offlaner because you already know that they took an Axe. They can't ban anything. You just take the Centaur later on.
Yep. Coddle, Wyvern, great sustain between the pairing of the two. Great wave shove. Both able to shove without showing on lane for too long. A little bit of missed chance. We saw Coddle played masterfully yesterday as well.
Yeah, I like the Coddle pick overall. Works fairly decently with the Air Spirit. Tends to have lower cooldown abilities, so it's like you percentage-wise you reduce it by a lot. So I like it as a pick.
Yeah.
Winter Wyvern can be a bit dicey up against the Axe and the Lina, who both have those kind of positional spells like Light Strike Arrays. It has a bit of delay before it comes out. Axe Berserker's Call is like, hey, you set me up perfectly. But probably both supports gonna come out for Inner Circle right now. I mean, as I mentioned, there's a Hoodwink, there's a Snapfire. There's the Hoodwink.
There's the Hoodwink. Where's the Snapfire?
Would the Snapfire come out? Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing a Phoenix because the Bane's gone. Phoenix wouldn't be so bad.
We've seen safe lane Phoenix before in the 5. I believe it was. Well, this was a game that we did not cast, but we observed it was Yamson, I think, was playing it. And the level 1 is just so weak. If you're unable to hit your spirits and then not get counter harassed.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, in general, I'm not a big fan of the Phoenix in the lane, but later on, it does feel like it can do a lot. Now, to be fair, Sil has played some Hoodwink, so it could be a Hoodwink 5. I'm just leaning towards the 4, and I'd like to see the Phoenix, but they go for the Doom instead for Lays. So, last pick support.
This could be the 4-2-3, right? The 4-2-3 Doom?
I imagine it's going to be the 4-2-3 Doom, right? Because you put the Lina mid, you put the Axe off. Unless
carry Lina?
Unless you do carry Lina, or you put Lina as a position 4 and you put Doom as off. Like there is
when I play with my
stacks.
My not so great stacks. The Axe Lina combo comes out. Or no, that's more in my pubs.
Pubs
also
and stack.
Not great. But you get what you can.
VP, there comes the Centaur. We talked about it because you don't need to pick the Centaur early. You probably want this phase. It's going to be banned out if you take a carry instead. It's Saberlight's clearly best hero at the moment, so why not? And you're up against Lina, tends to have high attack speed. It's mostly I imagine it's a magic damage based Lina, but if they try to do shenanigans, the Centaur stops that.
Yeah, she's shenan once. She might shenan again, but the Retaliate, nice addition, especially once that Retaliate aura comes up. Curious to see who. I don't know. But also, the Doom going to counter a lot of the regeneration, some of the healing, the sustain from the Coddle, the Wyvern, and also really puts the nail in the coffin against any potential Necrophos. Right?
They could take a Necrophos on ICX, in fact, but I don't think I've seen 4-3 take it. And they have to remember that there's always going to be the Centaur cart when people get doomed later on, so I don't feel like the Doom feels somewhat countered a little bit by Centaur later in the game.
The Stampede reset
is also good,
the Curse reset as well, also very effective at bringing you back to the status quo and a baseline for, should you go back in or reassess and find another fight.
VP, they're wondering about this. They're saying, okay, there's a Doom, Axe, and Lina. Logic would dictate that's the 1, 2, 3 right there. You have them, and then there's a Hoodwink support, position 5. But is there a curveball coming? So
Could be. We've seen Nigma play the support Axe. multiple times.
And they're failing. They get rid of the Enigma there, which is I guess
no
that's
lone druid in the pool who, like, you know, Enigma, a known counter to LD, lanes well against it, but as you mentioned, suspecting perhaps a Lace Enigma, or maybe even like support Enigma a la LGD with King Jungles, perhaps.
But they definitely believe some sort of course coming up because they ban out the Kez as well.
Yeah.
So on the other side, Shadow Fiend is in the pool. Shadow Fiend gets picked up instantly. No Drow.
El Temadito, Shadow Fiend, very classic.
His second most played hero recently. Now on the other side for ICX, because of the nature of the draft, it's very hard to predict. I still feel like it could be, I want to say Phoenix, but then the Centaur comes out, like Phoenix feels a little bit less useful.
And why is that?
Because you could just stampede away from the egg most of the time, or stampede into the egg and crush it.
That's right.
So I feel like Phoenix feels less useful.
Okay.
Some sort of, but it could be a freaking Lina support. And they pick they pick
Lina support, Axe support. The options are there, Atomo. It is, look at that art style, really getting into the discussions there on the comms.
Here's how I won TI1, boys. That's the story. Like, you just do this like TI1 was 50 years ago. Alright, we ain't got time for that one.
No.
Now 30 seconds left. What are you gonna show us here on Inner Circle? I would like to just see a position 5, something with a bit of stun. And that's really it. I worry that they might go for something a little bit more complicated. Is Clockwork is banned? They go for Beastmaster. All right. Is it Axe or is it Lina support?
That's the question everybody's asking.
It's an Axe 5.
There you go.
It's an Axe 5.
I don't want to say I called it, but
you can. Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, we were always wondering, we're like, is there going to be a curveball here?
It's going to be a lot of slow in that safe lane, a lot of range harass, the boars, the axes, the battle hunger, pure damage coming out.
That's good. And it's also like Saberlight, the retaliates won't be that useful in a way because, like you mentioned, there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from either summons or from spells. And it's like, your retaliate's not really great against, like, it's great against summons, sure, but they don't care. It's like, they're there to die anyway. So I like this from Inner Circle, not because I think that's better or anything, but I like that they're trying something. All right, this is our style. We want to try something crazy.
Yeah.
Let's try our Axe 5.
And I mean, worst case scenario, these cores, they scale decently, have some high EHP values, HP armor, get kind of tanky. It could be a point in the game where they are just too big to fail if the laning stage does not crush them. Speaking of the laning stage, how do you feel this will add up? We've got Axe Beastmaster taking on Centaur Coddle. A lot of burst damage on both, well, on the offlane side at least.
I think you're gonna be fairly happy if you're Inner Circle. Although the Infernal Blade's kind of annoying when you're too melee, but like you mentioned, so many slows, right? So it's gonna suffer. I say Infernal Blade. Sorry, the Centaur, like, you could try and stun them when they get close to him, but that's about it. The top lane is going to be Doom going up against Shadowfiend Winter Wyvern, isn't that right? Yes.
Yes.
That's tough for the Doom.
Yeah.
Even the Hoodwink's not gonna help you out too much in that situation either.
No.
So I don't really like the Inner Circle off-lane duo much. And mid lane is going to be Lina versus Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit just shrugs off her damage and farms normally.
Right. Kickback plays certainly online for Bet on his Earth Spirit.
The thing about VP though is that they're fairly tanky. Both sides are quite tanky, to be honest with you. But they have sustain on VP, which is good, and chance to escape with Stampede. Draft-wise, I feel like I could be swayed either way, but one win, huh?
He's spinning so much, man. He's gonna get dizzy. But draft-wise, you could be persuaded either way.
But 1 win versus 0 wins. So I'll go with VP. I think they could take game 1.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. I just don't see this Earth Spirit hero failing. If Doom level 6, that could be a good timeline for ICX. And they've made strong statements in tier games against stronger opponents.
For sure.
So VP have their work cut out for them. But folks, if you are just joining us, welcome. We have ICX on the Radiant, Virtus Pro on the Dire. I'm Malibu Jesus, joined by Atomo. We are here in Group D, our 4th and final game of the day. It's do or die time. Elimination very close to being on the line for both of these teams. Still on the hunt for their tournament lives and playoff lives.
Yeah, I feel like a 2-0 for either side. Basically, they eliminates the other one. So even a 1-1 is like sometimes like 1-1 will it'll be okay for VP if they beat OG and OG gets no points today.
Well, OG played 1W today, so it is not unlikely.
Yep,
that OG are not able to claim a point.
Fair, but they beat Yandex.
Yeah.
So
for one map.
That's still
After 70 minutes.
You only need one map.
They had Earth Spirit.
You only had to get one map.
Just don't let them get Earth Spirit.
But meanwhile, this game, so Tomato on fly top lane. I feel like this is gonna hurt ICX a lot. We can see the CS right now. Axe probably just he's thinking about it. He's like, I got one.
He did. He did.
He's like, what's good?
No.
Fernandes will have to do a little dragging. He's gonna block the camp. See who he can catch later on.
Yeah, good use case there of the Acorn shot level 1. You know, it's always a toss-up. Do I want to go for the bushwhack? Do I want to go for the Acorn shot? Well, you're Doom unable to close the gap and get that range creep CS without eating a ton of harass. I mean, you've got the raises, you've got Arctic Burn or the Splinter Blast, whichever one they decided to go with.
Yeah, it's usually Arctic Burn. You take 3 points, then eat the book at level 5.
Yeah.
And then you get maxed out level Arctic Burn. You put the 5th point much later on because you actually get 50% bonus. It's not like a full level. So the big thing is jumping from level 3 to 4. Level 4 to 5 is actually not much.
Right.
And we'll see how Fly is going to be working with that. But, oi.
Oi, indeed. Oh, the deny on that range creep. Tough break for Tomato. But looking across the board, Lena, Earth Spirit, quite even. Just one deny in favor of Abed. And as soon as I say it, Stoikov proves me wrong. You'll love to see it.
Decent damage coming out of Abed, actually. But, makes the move.
Okay. And it's water break time. Or hydration break.
Hydration break. That's what we're calling it at the World Cup.
I like that early damage on the wave. Pulls it towards him. Makes it less painful for Abed to get this water rune. And it looks like the waves will rejoin here. Abed able to use the tree line to obstruct vision, knowing that he has his observer on the high ground to help him out there. And he still gets that nice.
Very well done.
Oh, he's a gamer.
Some would say so, right? Some would say so.
Some would not.
Well, top lane, Lace is having an okay time, honestly. Like, to be fair, you need that level 2 Shadow Raise. That's when the damage really starts pumping in. So that's when it gets scarier. But for now, he's getting the CS he needs. No problem.
Nice deny on the range creep. Also, regarding Lace, I do appreciate that he's already got a salve arrived. Because, you know, that level 3 power spike, as you mentioned, great for the Shadow Fiend, anticipating dual to triple raise combo should you survive. And do not want to waste any time.
It's like the pain's coming.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
speaking of pain coming, Abed going. Gonna have to walk all the way back to base.
Yeah, the harass from the Lina, it does add up. Even with the fact that he's an Earth Spirit, he's fairly tanky, it does hurt him in the end. But Sir is able to pull his camp. It's a double camp as well, so we'll kill all the creeps unless Hellscream throws a big blast right there. I'm seeing 6 CS, so I imagine he might have gone 1 or 2.
Yeah, you're gonna,
there you go.
My God, 6 to 9, very nice. Mr. Coddle, almost top of the chart. Oh my God, he's got 10, he can't be stopped. Hellscream, uncharted territory.
Yeah, you actually don't mind as much. Some heroes you don't mind if the enemy pulls because you're like, well, I can just get it for myself. You know, like it doesn't bother me.
And thank you for that contribution to the bank of Kundalini.
It's mid lane. Stoikov, no points in stun. I think this is fairly standard just because you know you're not going to be landing Light Strike array most of the time early.
Jesus, how many spells did Tomato eat there? Full Scorched Earth.
How is he losing the lane to Lace is quite unusual. I mean, you have a Winter Wyvern, kind of seen as one of the better protectors. No, they don't see this very often.
No, you don't. But let's talk carry-to-carry matchup here. Beastmaster versus the SF. What are your projections on strength, timelines?
Well, Beastmaster definitely, like, he gets those early power spikes with the Aghanims. Those are more impactful than anything the Shadow Fiend can get early. But as we go on later and later in the game, I do think that the Shadow Fiend surpasses the Beastmaster quite a lot. You know, once we're entering like 35-minute plus.
Right.
I have underestimated the damage from Beastmaster before.
You have?
But I
Have you atoned?
No.
Okay, well.
I shall continue to do that.
Should Lace atone now? But he is not misstepped. However, picture in picture, you can see Mr. Saberlight a little low, gonna eat the clicks and the axes. 4-2-3 to draw first blood on the Centaur War Runner.
Horsehide is tough, but those axes are even tougher.
That's right.
Just able to cut him down. Poor Saberlight. He is actually struggling quite a bit. In some ways, you could say that Hellscream is picking up the slack. You know, yeah, sure. He's not getting as much CS on Saberlight, but the call is getting a few.
Yeah, 15-0, or no denies. We'll be going the old wand into gotta be Holy Locket here.
Yep. Surprisingly, some of them don't like to take the Tranquil Boots because if you take Tranquil Boots and you get hit, you actually lose attack speed rather than having a Wind Lace and a normal boot, which gives you consistent movement speed.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting philosophy there because I feel like Carl's one of the heroes who you won't generally get hit, if that makes sense.
Do they have a fair amount of random damage flying out. The axes have pretty good reach. Lena with the Dragon Slave can really reach you from afar as well. The Battle Hunger, I mean, he's already stolen enough farm from his Centaur, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Although I think that Tranquil Boost only deactivates if you get right-clicked.
Right-click?
Yeah,
spell damage?
So magic damage doesn't matter too much.
You're fine.
Yeah, it's like, come on,
Why are you
dude.
afraid of Tranquils, gamer boy?
Here's what you can do. Get Tranquils and a Wind Lace.
Or disassemble them.
And
then reassemble them.
Oh, we can't do that anymore. It's like there's they nerfed that somehow.
Oh my god. Why? Why does Valve remove?
Oh, I think it's when you
little broken thing.
When you reassemble it now, after disassembling, it's automatically on the 13-second cooldown regardless. Something like that has happened.
Okay. Yeah, we just can't have fun anymore, folks. You know, they take all the broken stuff. Luckily, you still have stacking to work with, but Wisdom Shrine's coming out. Going to be a 1-for-1 split. Saberlight notably taking it for Virtus Pro.
I would say maybe he kind of needs it. Look at mid lane. Stoikov has won the lane quite nicely there against Abed.
Look at that. 3K to 2.5. You know, that's okay though.
Yeah. Tomato is also having a good game as well. Same thing with 4-2-3. It's mostly Lays and Abed who are a little bit behind, but even then not so much. Oh, sir. Okay.
Mr. Position 5 Axe.
Yeah, that one's weird.
Stepping up to bat.
That is very odd. What's he building on this position 5 axe? Of course, you're going to get a blink at some point. He's got the Wind Lace. Fused Raindrop, maxing out the Battle Hunger. That's good. Pure damage is nice.
I do have a fear that the inventory he has now is the inventory that will remain. But Abed eats a full Laguna Blade. Doesn't really suffer too much. So not able to get continuing harassment or repositioning with the call out. But tier 1 tower down, the damage is done. Oh, it's a deny. Ooh.
Well done.
Oh, actually, Hellscream. Holy.
Old man's got moves.
That's right. That attack range on Coddle is commendable.
He's taking stacks. I'm not stacks, so he's taking camps here on Sir. Going like, I can just farm, right? And like, yeah, I guess you can.
Yeah, 5.6 HP regen a second.
It's very good.
Without any bracer, you know, any ring of regen or ring health, even.
On the other side, they do have Hellscream though, and Call's also one of those supports who can farm very nicely for himself if he gets a chance.
Yeah. Yes.
But overall, it's quiet pace.
It is. It is. Both teams know the stakes. They don't want to make unforgivable early game mistakes that they cannot bring back. And also, Stoikov has that 8-minute invis rune, something to play with. 2 bounty runes, as we saw earlier. So he's just gonna farm it up, get those bottle refills, and he's already got his Falcon Blade, so. A little bit of HP, mana regen, some damage. Not bad, but any move mid.
It'll be interesting to see how Suh itemizes this support axe. Blink always on the cards, but then you sometimes see they go, Phylactery or Blade Mail, or you start going for utility items. It's very open when you have a core being played as a support.
That's right. That's right. Do you think early drums could be good, or are you just leaving that for your doom?
Early drums. I mean, you can have 2 drums, right? Like just pop your bongo after he does his.
It's a bongo duo. Oh, smoke play coming out. Virtus Pro on the prowl. They said this axe, Mr. 423, you've had way too much time in the sun. Rainy days ahead, perhaps, as you also see Mr. Saberlight on a Centaur in the lane. Does not want to scare anybody off, and a TP away as Tomato even comes through the twin gate. 423 only TPing to the neighboring tower. Still within arm's reach. Yeah, we'll keep farming, but this tier 1 now under threat.
I feel like Inner Circle has a scarier group up early on once they have the Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster. Because like you want to approach him to kill him, but there'll probably be a Doom right next to him, so it's kind of scary to roll in. So I would be a little bit more scared of the Inner Circle group up early. Whereas Virtus Pro is like, it's fine, but I just think that the Beastmaster gives you a lot more than Shadow Fiend.
Sure. Also a cheeky creep steal with the Helm Dom. Saberlight stolen one of the boards. It should still have the timer and will expire soon, but good for pushing.
Oh, Tomato makes a bit of a Dragon Slave here. Sturkov will start putting points in Light Strike Array after he hits level 10.
That's right. Oh,
Haste Ruin.
A little bit of a kickback here. Haste Ruin is active. Tower shot will land with the boulder pool, but the Geomagnetic Grip not enough with that last tower shot.
Do you know he's switching power treads while he's bottling as he's running away? He goes to Agi just while he swags his drink, and then he goes back to strength. I mean, crazy.
Take a swig and keep on running. But Lays might need to get that memo. Bushwhack off the mark, but maybe a dodge from VP. Full duration curse, and now Abed in on top of the Requiem, looking to bring down the Doom. That'll be the first kill on the board here. 11.5 minutes in for Virtus Pro. Fernand's, still suffering the effects of the Magnetize, but will be okay for now.
Nice.
VP on the wrap.
He's fine. Basically full health at this point.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Lays lose his life, and they will VP trying to turn this into a tower. No catapult, though. So it's really mostly the SF who's contributing.
Yeah.
Interestingly, can we look at Fly on the Winter Wyvern? I believe he didn't eat the book yet. Huh. Now, the only reason you would do that is because you were hoping to get like more intelligence out of it. But most often, when you hit level 5, as early as you can, you want to eat the book. We say eat the book, by the way, not read the book. You have to eat the book. Consume it. I mean, I believe it's called consume, not read.
Right.
Reactive,
Like, I'm thinking back to the sound. You'll eat your words.
Yeah, right, I guess.
Who's the author? I think that's the question.
What words were he saying?
Mr. Suh going for the first big item, Blink. I do like the old Ash Legion shield.
Yeah.
What a great pickup for a support axe.
And in general, like, he's playing axe with the same, item build as a core, but as a support role, He's just like, I'm a core, but I'll be a bit slower, guys, and go, okay, sure, we'll do it that way.
Yeah, I mean, the pace of these games, the pace of these evenly matched games is slowing down.
It's very much a calm game,
Do you feel calm?
At the moment, no, because I'm receiving some rather scary news. So no, not right now.
That's right. His Spirit Breaker is removed from Dota 2.
Oh no, that's even worse.
Sorry, buddy. But to greener pastures, perhaps the Spirit Cal has been placed.
Well, so far, both teams are just kind of, getting their ducks in order, waiting for when they begin the fight. Centaur going for Heart makes him a great Doom target. They're like, hey guys, he's got 100 health regen. Like,
we'll stop it all. But then he still has 4,000 HP to cut through.
We'll kick his ass. You're like, this seems like a tall order at this point.
Yeah. Smoke play happening top. Remind me about cheeky little play Saberlight made down bottom after this. Move coming out. VP Tomato showing on lane, threatening this tower. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine will be spawning soon, and ICX, they don't feel pressured to respond to this push, maybe valuing the power room, perhaps, over this, the tier 1 Wisdom Shrine combo, and that's going to be both shrines.
A big win.
For Virtus Pro.
That's a big win. Oh, Lays.
If they get Lays on top of this, an even bigger win. The Hand of Might is having Doom under his tier 2 tower, looking to fall, but almost rainbow TPs coming out from the squad. Lays does fall to the Magnetize. 4-2-3 and Fernandez joining the fray. Bushwhack pulling him back in. I hear a sharpshooter. It lands, but a roll away. Stoikov in position, but he's silenced immediately. Great play from Tomato. Or Abed. Sorry. Tomato steps up, but his presence not needed. And Abed simply walks away. Doesn't even need a surfboard. And that arcane rune that I thought would have been so valued, just waiting for Abed.
And unfortunately, Sir walks in, almost tries to get both the Fly and Hellscream, but gets neither. They both like Delta split opposite directions. He roars, and he's like, it's a roar of frustration. He's like, ah!
Right.
Oh, they're gone. Oh, this is interesting by ICX. The Doom Midas indicates we're in for a long game. but it's like kind of a Beastmaster, so you think you might be wanting to go a bit early.
Right.
But I guess not. Maybe they're going to wait for the Beastmaster blink before they start fights. In general, it's VP dictating the pace of the game.
It is, but it is ICX on a wrap move. But things coming out. There's a bit of a split here. A little bit of interference. Abed gets hit with the bushwhack, pulled in as the cursed target of Lace. Will survive. Does get the Doom off. Abed has perished on the high ground. It's going to be a TP out from Saberlight. Big trades coming out. I do believe this one most likely favors ICX, given the current state of the game and, you know, mid versus off laner. But
yes,
Doom on cooldown is big, and Night Strike Array just a little too late. You're out of time.
I think Inner Circle is kind of okay. Lace is actually having a pretty bad game at the moment, you know? So it's like, it's fine if he loses his life and they are able to bring down Abed in return.
Yeah.
Not that Abed himself is, you know, thriving at the moment.
Much of a better game. But, you know, just swap out Abed for Saberlight.
There you go.
Which is a little tradesies.
I mean, a lot of people might be watching, they're like, wait, why isn't Saberlight the bottom of the net worth? It's like, this is his hero, you know?
That's right.
He's making waves with it.
And Helm Dom, too good. I don't want to say too good, because I've been using this item for a long time, and they said I was crazy.
Well, you were.
I was crazy once.
You were crazy. You still are? Still are crazy?
Yep.
Okay, but you were also before.
Oh, yeah. It's in a room. Rubber room.
4-3, about 500 gold away from the Blink Dagger. With that could be the big thing that starts to get, you know, turning on the engines for Inner Circle, because so far they played very reactionary.
Engine circle, but nice Requiem from Tomato will clean up a kill on Mr. Sup. Thank you to the tower. High ground, very nice for the Shadow Fiend hero.
Yep, we saw that in the previous game where Jikro was also able to get a kill on Yato, which was really really good.
We should have asked Collapse about that. Like, how did Yatoro react when he just got absolutely lambasted?
He don't care. He says, okay, guys, I will come back.
He knows he'll win.
Yeah. So that's probably what he would have said. As VP, still 2-4, 6 kills in 16 minutes. It's like a game of football, you know? It's like this is the end score.
Careful.
Oh, sorry.
Careful.
Oh, yeah. I forgot where we were.
That's right.
We got fans.
But Ale Bleu, 2-0 over Morocco. Well fought, well won. Nobody got carded out. Very good. And you know the next France Day is on Bastille Day.
Sorry, when?
Bastille Day.
What was that?
Tell we're gonna have to take we're gonna have to go on a couple tours around town, buddy.
There's a lot of culture.
Get you learned. Yes, my friend.
But Lace, the Hand of Maya, is working towards a Radiance, overcomes Abed. Abed is quite poor this game on the Earth Spirit. Now, to be fair, he is going to be serving mostly as that first point of contact, rolling in, absorbing some spells, very tanky. It is the Saberlight and Tomato show. And those two, they're very nice and thick, you know?
They are. They are quite thick. They've been hitting the gym together, lifting buddies, one to spot the other. Full Heart of Taras now finished on Saberlight.
There is a vessel, I believe, coming out on Fernand's. Usually you see Essence Distiller, but if the enemy team's got a heart, you're like, yeah, Spirit Vessel is not really optional at this point. It's like the bare minimum that we need.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to direct some attention to the itemization on Lina. Shadowblade. We'll be going for BKB after, so I don't know if we're going to be seeing like a full right-click style of the Lina. But you do see this on the Ags build as well, just to weave in and out of these fights.
That's more common, by the way. If you're going right-click, to go Shadowblade on the Lina. And if you're going to go for magic, you just go for like the Ags, Kaya, things like that. So this is, he could be going for a Silver Edge, break the Centaur, kill the Centaur.
Right. All right. Well,
it's a lot to chew through, though.
That's right. The proof is in the pudding, but the pudding is still in the fridge getting set up for us. But in the meantime, while we've been rambling, mid-tier 1 down. What's the relative game state here? 4-2. Narrow lead for Virtus Pro. Look at Abed.
He's doing what he needs to, just to sort of slow down the game. But as long as Tomato keeps farming, he's 2,000, more than 2,000 gold ahead of the enemy carry, who we did say kind of scales a bit weaker than the Shadow Fiend. I feel like you're okay with VP. The Radiance from Lays could speed up his farm, but it's the pace of the game where both of them are like, yeah, we got time.
I think the first big conflict we're going to see is, well, this could be it brewing. Double damage active. A curse on the back line. Looking to limit the effectiveness of the Beastmaster. Stoichkov goes down. Stampede coming out. Doom is applied to the Centaur, but it's a little too late to be ultra effective. And that's going to be Beastmaster torn down.
There's nothing quite worse than dooming the Centaur after he uses Stampede, because he was mid-Stampede and then the Doom comes out. You're like, oh, that literally did nothing.
Oh, you're going to want that one back. And now, Virtus Pro step into the pit. You know, it feels like so many months ago now that this was the order of things.
Yeah.
Roshan Tormentor, Tormentor Rosh. Either one, whichever one prior.
And they'll get this one, then they can go for Tormentor right after in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so near. 10 seconds till Tormentor spawn. Roshan gonna die before he would transition to the top side of the map as well.
Clean.
See Roshan lose his.
Very clean game by VP, and also they took the Seeds of Serenity on Saberlight, which gives a lot more healing than usual when you have a heart on you.
That's right. Yeah, can we mouse over that Seeds of Serenity, please?
I believe it's something like, what, 8 plus 25% of your health regen? Is it? Yeah, 8 plus 25% at the time of casting. So you're just going to have about like 60, that's going to be 15.
Whoa. Tomato finds another kill onto Suh. This time it's a full, clean solo kill. Even more gold going to the Shadow Fiend.
So 23 health regen in general from the Seeds of Serenity. Yeah, that's nice.
It's solid. I mean, especially think you got Axe Call.
Yep.
So most likely going to be stationary, but Axe, you know, a little repositioning going to come out of that. Ice Strike Array, the Roar. You're not moving after you get roared.
Look at that. Only need 3 people when you got, you know, a billion health.
Right. Look at all of that absorption. Also, Abed picking up a kill on the Hoodwink. So, you know, dire economical state for the Earth Spirit. Now he's only about 400 gold behind the Doom. So recovering slowly.
Oi, inner circle. This farm idea that they've taken, especially with the Doom against VP, who scales a little bit better than them. I mean, Radiance is 21 minutes Radiance with the Hand of Midas on Lays. It's not a whole lot of items.
No.
And they're still he's still working on the Big Dagger. He'll get it.
He'll get it. You know, only 2 kills on the map. The Sport Axe doesn't farm too quickly. You're probably not going to give him too many lanes to farm in either.
Top lane.
No. Play. Oh no, Stoichkov. Slow game state maybe lowered the defenses. I don't know. Just scouting the senses, you know.
Saberlight's not getting the Centaur next game, by the way.
No.
Yeah, and that's not happening.
No. Do you think they would give him the bait out the Lycan?
It feels like the Lycan might be more manageable than the Centaur, honestly. You just pick Winter Wyvern. What's he gonna do?
What would you rather fight, IRL? A Centaur or a Lycanthrope?
Oh shit! Is that's like being? Yeah, would we like to choke or burn to death? I'm like, I don't know. Neither one of them seems fun.
Morbid. God dang.
I think the Centaur, because you die fast. You
might
know,
be
like
able to appeal to his sense of humanity.
yeah.
Like I didn't ostracize you for being part animal, part man.
It's like you get bit a few times by the Lycan, that's gonna be painful. But Centaur's like one swift kick, and you're like, I'm off to the next world.
Yeah.
That seems, it's more like who will make you suffer least?
Which will be painless. Well, less painful. Yeah. Have you been kicked by a horse?
I wouldn't be here if I was.
No.
No.
You are not built for that. No, folks, I don't know if you know, but Tomo, he's a light little gentleman.
Not that light.
You're quite light.
Light compared. Everyone's light compared to you. You're bigger than the table.
But not bigger than the desk, thankfully.
What about Lace?
Oh, Lace is quite beefy, but that Radiance will only help him dodge a couple of attacks here, but they got plenty of spells on the side of Virtus Pro. And a little tippy tip to your mid laner.
So, despite kind of jungling most of the game on the Axe, has actually not been able to get much net worth going for him. Whoa. And this will be the last tier 2 left for, well, taken down by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and notice the distribution in the bounty runes difference.
Yep.
You know, mostly they'd been like pretty even, only 2 extra runes acquired, but just the growing net worth differential across the timelines. Really putting them in favor of Virtus Pro, who are 11k ahead.
Can we look at what's Stoichkov going for? Is it Silver Edge? I know he had BKB queued up at some point, and well, okay, once he has the BKB, maybe then he'll go.
Oh, I hear a Requiem, and it sounds beautiful to the ears of all of those Polar Bear fans out there. Virtus Pro surging ahead, and now just might look to threaten high ground.
they really haven't been able to get anything going on Inner Circle. When you have your offlaner going for Hand of Midas into Radiance on Doom, I mean, Radiance is fine, it gives you some value in fights, but a lot of times you see there's a bit of a farming item. And same thing with the Hand of Midas for sure.
Right.
So it's like, that's what, 7,000 gold
invested.
That I'm gonna be farming a little bit.
Yeah.
Then you get like a blink. It's like I have to wait for a good opening. It's not stats. That's Fernand's also.
Oh my! It's squirrel stew for dinner. Toma, did you do your homework? Your evening reading of Stone Soup? Report back to class tomorrow.
I completely forgot about it.
There were pubs to be played.
Yes, and I won them. What more do you want?
All right, what is so, folks? I don't know if you know, but Atomo, he's Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide. He likes to play in Southeast Asia. Now he's playing over in Western Europe. What's been the difference in your pubs?
Oh, people are a bit nicer here for sure.
Yeah,
and, but they've definitely been a bit nicer. It's kind of easier to play, or at least a bit more coordinated, so you can pick a draft that makes more sense. In C, you play a lot more like solo heroes, like Spirit Breaker and Bounty. Try to just get pick offs as much as you can. You win that way. But here, teams stick together, so you go for more team fights. It's nice. I like it.
Okay.
But I mean, I'd like to see a team fight from Inner Circle.
Would you recommend Dota tourism?
Yeah.
For those?
Yeah, you should go see all over the world how Dota's played in the different places. It's also very fun when you come here, you're like, I'm ranked, 2000. You come here like, where's my rank? It disappeared. Like, you're in Europe now, boy.
That's right.
Now, Greedy Cloak of Flames on the Centaur. Greedy makes a ton of sense. Cloak of Flames is just a bit of extra damage. But yeah, I really like when you go Greedy on those cores who don't, hit a lot, like Zeus mid, for example, or Leshrac. And offlaners, very few of them make it worth it, but the Centaur is one of them.
Yeah. Plenty of damage from Double Edge. Plenty of damage or control from your stomp. Right clicks. And I mean, honestly, like, you just get a creep wave on you and just walk it down to a camp. Retaliate probably is going to kill it by that point, by the time you get there.
You just double edge it anyway.
Yeah.
As Tomado is now 7,000 gold ahead of the Beastmaster.
That is, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Beastmaster, what? Ags, Blink, BKB. Okay, yeah, this is kind of typical. Going for the Manta next. Your Manta illusions contribute to the beating of the drum. Fernand's is the sacrificial squirrel yet again. And also, Atomo, more percentage damage stacking. Fly with the shard on Wyvern.
Yep.
Pack leader Aura on the Wolf. I think this SF is really going to get juiced up.
I think this might be the most one-sided match we've casted so far.
Yay for Virtus Pro. Good job, boys. You made it.
Well done, guys. You're going to have some points from looking like from this one because I like the idea of the draft from Inner Circle. I was like, okay, they're going for some unique stuff. They're going to pull out things we haven't seen. The mid Lina, this position 5 axe.
We've seen the mid Lina, but not the right click.
Fair, but it's like more. It's more unusual. I was like, okay, they're going to do. They're putting their own flavor on stuff.
Right.
But then it's just been like.
Oh, never mind. I was like, oh my god, 423 is going to get croaked up.
Just run around and farm so far for this entire game. Well, if you had fun with it, that's all that matters.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite farmer? Favorite, like, cultural figure?
Farmer, huh?
Old MacDonald?
Oh, no. I don't really think of farming that much. Sometimes
you do play support.
Sometimes you think about retiring and going on a farm, and Fernandez is like, well, we're going to put you in a farm, boy.
Oh, Stampede to track him down. Fernandez making the best use possible, even. Saberlight.
Solo killed. I think they used Roar, by the way.
They sure did. That's on cooldown, but arriving now, a lot of the damage.
Heal.
Just getting regen completely. Gonna be a BKB teleport out. Virtus Pro showing up. Stoikov even getting the BKB, and I think the Solar Bind might expire just before. Yeah, going for the TP out. Damage not enough. Nothing really left to pierce through that BKB. But the damage is done, Tomo. 16k of an advantage for the Dire. It's Virtus Pro.
Well timed by Stoikov. He was able to uses the Shadow Blade to get some distance, and TPs the moment it's available. So actually 5 seconds. He activates the BKB, has 9 seconds. He has a 5-second cooldown to the TP, so he has to get just right to make it out. So well done to survive.
Right. It feels bad, but well executed nonetheless.
Lotus Orb on Saberlight can reflect the Doom, can reflect the Roar, can reflect the Laguna Blade. There's a lot of ultimates
What can't it do? What can't it do?
Well, it can't hurt your broken feelings sometimes.
That's right. Cannot spell block, but you know what can? That Lincoln Sphere on Abed, who's made a near full recovery, but Fernandez will not have such luck.
He's out again. 1 and 5 here on the Squirrel. And there's Lincoln Sphere, by the way, as you mentioned on Abed. So you can reflect and you can just block it. Any spells coming out from Inner Circle. Now Lazy's like, guys, don't worry. Let me get an Aghanim Scepter. Let's put it on myself and run on them.
Yeah.
They won't be able to do anything.
But about 900 gold away from the BKB, and then another 4.2k away from the Ags. It's a long road.
It's been the story of the game, where everything is like, Inner Circle is like, we're waiting for something,
Yeah. Waiting for just one more item.
Just one more.
Always. We've been waiting for the past 4 days for just one more item.
Just one more and we're going to win the game, guy, for Inner Circle. There's a gem on Fernandez. I kind of like this. If you're able to go and cut away some of the vision, it makes it harder for Versailles Pro to follow you around the map. I mean, you clutch at any straw you can catch right now.
Yeah. And I mean, you know there are going to be aggressive wards down, aggressive sentries as well. So, always a good investment. I am a fan of Fernandez keeping that courier nearby because as good of an investment as it is, it can be easily ripped away from you.
Yeah, this could be a donation.
Could be.
It's like, oh, here you go. Then they went from 96 to 97% on VP. Oh, Blaze, they found him.
Oh, might even climb higher here for Virtus Pro. Fly giving a lot of information, and that's all you need to bring down the Doom.
Can we click on the Shadow Fiend for a second? I want to see how many extra souls he's got, because he's at 25. Okay. Oi.
Bring back Shadow Fiend souls from Clockwork Cogs. It might be too broken right now. It's just how common level 1 cogs are.
We got Silver Edge on Stoikov now, so there is that break. Very useful against the Retaliate, but a drop in the bucket as it's going to be Roshan Banner as well. VP has played the most textbook game of Dota ever.
Also, it's almost something I'd like to add. The Silver Edge on break or on attack, it limits the move speed, so very good against Stampede saves.
That's true. That's very good. So, he's gonna lose his life. No one to save him in that situation.
Yeah.
As Fernandez, he was TPing, but he's like, no, I think I want to stay here.
Yeah, and a little D ward off of that kill from Axe as well. And VP spreading the map quite nicely. Getting kills, getting these waves shoved in. Gonna be another power rune for Abed. Seems like he is just getting them all. The last one I really noticed that Lina get was, there was an invis 8 minutes. And I think there may have been a double damage in like a midfield skirmish, but that's about it.
Wouldn't have made too much of a difference as Saberlight charging in. BKB used.
Lotus. Place, good discipline. Does not use the ultimate, but you lose your hoodwink.
Fly.
And I think you just might lose yourself there. First Pierce's immunity and one more mischance. Saberlight a little early. BKB lasting, but the damage still delivers.
Has to wait for this double edge. He's like, all right, let me wait. Just when the BKB goes off, he is able to throw it out. And that is going to be a BKB used by the Doom to no avail.
No avail or no veil.
No veil at all.
No veil. No, sir. But, ooh, nice kick from Abed. Looking to go on Stoikov. Going, closing the distance. BKB active, but this damage is going to continue to mount through it. BP with no real reason to not dive unless... No. Mr. Suh unable to come up with anything for him or his allies, and now pushes on. Towers threatened, banner down.
Yeah, Versailles Pro doing all of us a favor at this point. They're like, this has been gone on long enough. We're sorry. We're just gonna call it here if you don't mind. Inner Circle. I don't think we've seen a single jump call. Even now, he blinked in. He's like, I'm not gonna call.
I heard.
Cancel.
That may have been player comms. Actually, we can hear him from the stage a little bit, but. Full lane of Rax down with the Vul Assassin there, just standing over the Remnant. Saberlight maybe taunting.
Scream's got the Axe Scepter, giving you that Will-O-Wisp ability. Very nice on the call. A big fan.
So good against an Axe as well, whether it's a core or support, whatever have you.
Okay, Stoikov's coming back.
So, the smoke. Here we go. This might be your last chance.
Throwing out Lotus Orbs on Tomato as
Will it happen? Boys looking for a jump, a last-ditch effort at making a stand here. But no. Our observer thinks not. There you go. Get you a little golem split into 3 because it's leveled up, right?
The cast observer, who do you think is going to win? He's like, I know. Not much of a guesswork here as Tomato is just going for the last step. Okay, some damage.
All right, a roar on the side of the fight. Look in with the backstab by the Will-O-Wisp. The curse on top of it. Doing a lot of work and splitting the damage. But now focusing on Saberlight. Tomato gets killed by back instantly on Sup. And doomed to fall. 4-3 will be next. Yeah, that meant to dodge. A nice try, but GG is called by Sup. Virtus Pro take a game 1 win just shy of 35 minutes. Boys, confident, but business is at the front of their minds, and they still got more work to do. The game 2 coming up soon.
Fly, by the way, he was able to keep Saberlight alive. Dot takes the sharpshooter to the face and activates his Aeon. This is like, get down, Mr. President. All right, Saberlight, you're doing really well. I want to keep that momentum, but honestly, it's like, I know they're trying on Inner Circle in Insanity, but it was just split push and drag, split push and drag, split push and drag for the entire game. They get 2 kills, and that was it. It's just VP running the map. I feel like I've seen ICX play much better against the stronger teams.
Yeah, I'd agree. Maybe they feel like, I don't know, just day 4, all L's, energy winding down. They defeated. Maybe they had some bad scrims earlier in the day on top of the difficult officials they've been faced with, over the week. But looking at our kill line, 2-25. This is the heaviest outscoring we've seen, over a 10-to-1 ratio. Tomo, yeah, looking at our scoreboard, what stands out to you the most?
I mean, Fly didn't die. Tomatoes 13-0-3. We see Saberlight have like this insane performance early on. Abed actually suffered in the early game. So I thought that we were going to be looking at Sturkov to make a lot of moves, but that didn't happen. And just the itemization from ICX where they go, like, it feels like a tempo draft a little bit, right? You got the Lina, the Beastmaster, and a Doom, so you think maybe we're going to play, but no, he goes for Midas and Radiance, and I'm like, that gives a very interesting idea where we're going to farm on a draft that kind of can run at you.
Yeah, it sure does. But taking a look at some of our highlights from the game, you can see the first real usage and coordination of these ultimates here around 11 minutes.
They bring down Lace here as well. Although I think this is the second and last death on VP, which is that they lose Abed, and that's it. No one else ever dies again.
Yeah.
And it's just a very, very passive game. VP chokes them out of the map. Inner Circle feeling like they can't make moves because, again, you have a position 5 Axe who needs items, and you have a Doom who doesn't want to join the fight. So you have 3 people really on the map who are functioning.
And the team cannot function with 3 heroes alone. And I mean, it's not like you even had a Helm Dom or anything to help you shove waves even more, or Darkseer to just go shove in the off lane, you know?
Yep.
I feel like that if you have that Doom, kind of need to be able to be active and play around him.
He goes for the Blink Dagger 3rd item, but we just didn't see any value of it. There was a couple of Dooms being thrown, but the one I remember was when he hits Saberlight with it, and after he stampedes. So he's just cruises to safety.
Similar to the Light Strike array that we saw cancel the 0.5-second black hole. Yeah, just a little bit of a misstep there. But, you know, ultimately, ICX outscored, outgamed, outmoved, outmaneuvered entirely. If you draft that active style of play, you need to reflect that on the map. Just throw bodies.
I don't really feel like that was a problem. Like, they had the net worth early on. It wasn't like a big issue. I mean, we look back to the mid lane, Sturkov won it very handedly. So it's very much, we're seeing this a lot with the teams that are qualifying, where lane phase goes okay, then they say, we're scared to fight.
Right. Well, maybe that's just where they are outgunned and outskilled. But folks, we will see if they have the mental fortitude to dig deep and find foundation to move forward in game 2. But we'll throw it to a break, and we will see you very soon.
Hello and welcome everyone to a very hype podcast. I mean, I'm very happy. I'm joined with the la crème de la crème, we would say in French. It means it's something positive.
Oh, I thought you
know
said
what it
something
means?
with pastry.
I mean, it
Crème brûlée?
it is like the cream of the cream, which means like the top of the top.
So it was a pastry.
It was. I mean, you have to refer. Can I stay focused on the topic, Puppy? Can you just?
All right, go ahead.
We're in France. We're in Paris. Obviously, pastries are gonna come eventually. So anyway, I'm joined with the best of the best, is what I was trying to say. A lot of IQ. Can I say a lot of MMR? Not as much MMR.
No.
How much MMR do we have to work with here?
I'm higher than all of you.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's a lot of MMR still. But most importantly, a lot of Dota knowledge, a lot of Dota culture. So yeah, we'll just have a chat about what it is to be a coach, I guess. I think that we don't get to hear about... There's the coaches' interviews, which this is something we need to work on also collectively, if I may say. I think they're not the best, usually, the on-site coaches' interviews.
True.
Do you feel like you're good at these coaches' interviews?
For me, I'll like them usually.
Yeah?
Like just say random.
That's what it feels like when we hear from everyone. Like coaches are like, don't bother me. Throw a couple info. Yeah, we have a good draft. They also have a good draft.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I try to show up as much media to the players as possible.
Okay. Are you good at the coaches interview, Puppy?
I haven't had many, but
I mean, how do you feel actually? You're the newest coach in town, right? Like out of this club.
Yeah, probably.
So how do you think you're doing as a coach?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing a lot. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing nothing.
Okay.
I mean, not particularly nothing, but I feel like it's not working what I'm doing.
Do you like, has it given you a different perspective you've known a lot of coaches, obviously, you've been coached by a lot of different players, like you've met a lot of coaches, like how does that work? Do you get inspired by what they've done or positively, negatively?
Like, let's say comparison to you, right? You give a lot of speeches. As I've seen, I don't know actually what you do behind the camera.
It's all fake.
They all might,
the camera.
It all may be just for the camera. No, the team might not be actually there. It might have been AI.
Yes.
But you know, like you do a lot of those talks, like, you know, we can do it and we are in their heads and all that stuff and whatnot. To be fair, like I tried maybe doing some of that stuff, let's say forcing it, right? It doesn't really work. I feel like you got to be yourself. And when I'm mostly just myself and I'm just like, if you just speak your mind and your mind is clear, it's going to work. For the people are different. Whatever you do it that way. Whatever I do it my way. And I think like everybody's thing works, just have to actually do like, and put love into it, you know?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this really resonates with me. And I think the key word is, I like what you said, like putting love into it, and as in authenticity, being genuine. Because at the end of the day, you guys are really close to your players, right? And you know them very well. And there's like a very strong relationship that's being built. And it's about caring after them, I guess. Do you guys agree with that? Like,
yeah. I mean, I think I told all my guys, if like you're ever done with Dota, I'll always get you a job. And like, we'll always make sure that like life will continue. And so try to always like set my guys up for success. Like I think when they first joined, I was teaching my guys about how to like invest their money, how to like manage it and stuff like that. Just to like, it's impossible, I think, if you're a coach for as long as you are, or like a captain, in your case, Puppy, it's like, you will just attach yourself to people. It's kind of impossible not to, I feel like.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We booked Esports World Cup.
Hello and welcome back, Dota 2 fans. We have one more game to go here today at EWC in Paris. It's going to be Virtus Pro taking on ICX Insanity in their final game in this best of two. Virtus Pro took first game 1-0 now over the boys on the left side of the stage. It was about, I don't know, Tomo,
31, 32?
Yeah, 31, 32 minutes. Unfortunately, like a 26-2 kill count. So this is the highest we've seen an opponent outscore the other team.
And with that loss, Inner Circle is effectively out of the tournament because now that we have OG with 3 points and VP with 2 points, and Inner Circle has 0 points, they're going to play against each other tomorrow. So OG and VP are going to rack up some points anyway, no matter what. Either OG is going to get 5 or VP is going to get 4, or even if they draw, it's going to be 4 and 3. There's no way for Inner Circle to come back. So they are eliminated from the tournament or eliminated from making it to playoffs.
Absolutely. So still have this series to play, and then maybe one more after. I don't know if their break day comes after or not, but all of the VP's chances now lie in their own hands and maybe the hands of 1W based on how that 1W OG match is playing out currently. Really excited to see the results or the updates on that. But Tomo, for a team who statistically is eliminated from the tournament, what are your goals?
Just plain have fun, hopefully, because that game 1 was some of the most nervous Dota I've ever seen with the teams. Everyone's got their own plan. Everyone's doing something different. It feels very almost like pubby, where it's like, oh, you go in, I pick, Enigma, but you're picking something that doesn't want to fight at all. Just want, you're picking Venomancer in the jungle, and like, well, hey, shouldn't we be pushing? Like, no, I don't want to. So they had very, very different ideas individually, and I don't know. Inner Circle did not look like a squad in that one.
Yeah, speaking of Venom in the jungle, we have not seen a Venomancer here on the second half of our days on Stream C.
More's the shame, honestly. But Lone Druid's been removed, Treant Protector's been removed, Undying's gone, there's still a Drow Ranger and a Shadow Fiend if you want to open up with here for Virtus.
For Virtus Pro, depending on where they want to go with that. Earth Spirit gone, as you mentioned. Should we first pick Clockwork? We've seen both fly.
Okay.
And has Hellscream played this?
Hellscream, yes, he's played a little bit of it. Neither Fly nor Hellscream have played a ton of Clockwork, just like once or twice in the last few months. So it's not like a specialty for either of them. So I imagine they see it as a very flexible hero. All right, Inner Circle. Now it's your turn. You know, where do you guys want to start? There's no Lone Druid, there's no Treant, no Earth Spirit, but you got plenty of decent options in the carry role right now.
That's right. And you know, Atomo, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Gonna be a first pick Drow for ICX. Let's see what they can do with this. But, you know, you get Clockwork. I don't think you can let the Drow pass through. Clock Drow, quite brutal.
It is very strong. It is very strong. I mean, they could have banned it in the second phase. They had one, to be fair, but why not take it for yourself? Seen as one of the strongest heroes, and although 4-2-3, yeah, he's played almost as much as his Shadow Fiend.
Okay.
And, I was gonna say, interestingly enough, he didn't take the Nature's Prophet, but then I see, Coach Bulba.
Yeah.
You know, the B-man himself, he's like, no. Let's just get banned first.
Oh, the Beeman.
Beeman.
Yeah, but
he's beaming right now.
That's right. Off of those stage lights.
Well, I was gonna say like more of a smile beaming, you know, like he's happy because they won, but you always have to go through the bald jokes. I don't know what it is that always reminds you that some people are bald.
You know, it's just like death for us all, right? But Bane, another B-man, banned out.
Bane, will they consider getting rid of the Centaur on ICX, or will they take it for themselves in the next pick?
That is the question. Okay, a little bit of respect paid to ICX, taking out the Enchantress. Maybe they've got the first pick. Yeah, they do have first pick here. And we know Fly, quite an Enchantress player in his own right, but not going to have the chance to get it for himself.
They could be considering the Darkseer, thinking, all right, if the Centaur doesn't make it through, we have options of either Centaur or Darkseer available for us. On this side, they get rid of Spectre, who's seen as a very, very good counter to the Drow, just because he can show up next to her. I would say that while a decent counter, I actually prefer the PL as an option against the Drow.
Do you think it's safe to get the PL early here in the second phase? Or can it be counterpicked too easily?
You don't have to pick it very early. You can wait. You can pick those, you know, the two picks coming out right now, and then PL the last pick here on the second phase.
Tusk has been banned out quite frequently here.
True. Great counter, great combo with the Drow as well. Solid save. You know, they're both ice themed, which is nice.
Now the attacks for tag team. Do they have to, like, so let's say I want the bonus damage from tag team. Do I need to be in the AoE of the tag team, or can my attacks be from range, landing on a target?
It matters where the Tusk is.
Where the Tusk and the target is.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where the outside attacks. Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
So, like, and there goes the Darkseer. You know, they very much telegraphed it. They said, we're banning Enchantress, we're taking the Darkseer, and Tusk is okay, I'd say, against the Darkseer.
Good body to trade.
For sure. But it might be Darkseer and Clockwork, and that's too physical against like the Tusk with the Ion Shell. There's no Dispels as well. Maybe they'll consider picking up a position 5 like an Oracle.
Yep. Yeah, Oracle is certainly a good way to deal with this Darkseer and his friends. Good way to bait that out, though. You can just wait for one Ion Shell. If the Oracle is less disciplined, maybe the Fortune's in a little too early, and then you have another Ion Shell, and perhaps a Surge afterwards.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the idea coming out here from ICX. But again, you probably want the Tusk with the Drow most of the time, right? Like, it's such a good combo damage-wise. Or you could pick Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker also quite nice, but they will go for the Puck.
Okay. Catch on the VP side is basically Hookshot into Winter's Curse. And that's... I mean, they still have one more pick, so we'll see. Oh, Windranger. Okay.
I think this hero is not doing so great.
No, she's not. She's definitely on the lower end for sure. I think she's like 28% win rate. You know, picked a lot, but definitely not. Where's the notes?
That is certainly on the lower end. 28.
28. So it's pretty low. And she's like one of the higher picked heroes as well. So, yep. Oh, sorry. 33%. 33%. And she's been picked like over 20 times. So not 28, 33. As Slardar is picked up for VP right now. Stoikov. Oh, sorry, not Stoikov. Abed probably.
Yeah. Plays nicely into the puck. Get that river region as well. Good high physical damage. Bash into crush. Really hard to phase shift that.
They now need a very strong body because you have Puck and Drow. If you can imagine any more, you know, squishy.
Feeble-bodied.
Exactly. You have Windranger as a support, probably. Tusk as well as a support. So you're going to need something like I wouldn't say, I mean, Timbersaw is great, but Bristleback, Underlord, whatever you can get that can take some damage.
Now, do Virtus Pro have first pick in the final round?
Here, no, I think it's going to be ICX.
Okay.
Because it's going to be VP
It was
ban.
first pick Clockwork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's going to be ban find VP, then ban ICX, and they pick. So that's going to be how it works.
All right. A lot of reserve time, both sides.
Yeah, time to think about this and how what you want to do here. For VP, it's obvious you want to carry. Unless they do something crazy and give Tomato Slardar, which is not, I think that's manageable, right?
Yeah.
Not the worst.
Mask of Madness.
You can get like a,
Milner.
Was it overwhelming blink as well later on? BKB, your damage is already kind of good because you have like, built-in armor reduction. I think it could work.
Yeah. If you're gonna try it out, no. You need this win.
Yes, you
cannot afford to experiment.
Yeah, if you're ICX, ban the PL. I feel like PL is the ban you want to go. We go for VP any strong body. Ban the Tiny instead. So PL is still in the pool if Virtus Pro wants to go for it. What else could they want? I mean, Muerta actually dodges almost everything they have on another draft. Like a lot of the Wind Ranger, the Tusk, the Drow completely, by the way.
Yep.
So you could go for a Mortar or a Necrophos or a PL as a good counter. I feel like one of these three would work.
All right.
We go for a Sven.
Well, none of the three.
None.
Instead, they want to bulk up.
I appreciate you calling out that he said none of those three. I'm like, yes, that's true. But yeah, they do want to bulk up with it. They're so hard to kill these guys, though.
Yeah. Armor differential, the unifying concept here of this draft. Darkseer tanky in his own right, minus from Slardar, plus from Sven. Lack of magical damage, though.
Yeah, it's all physical on the VP side. I mean, you have Ion Shell, which is fine, but I think on Inner Circle and saying you can now go Necro off lane because you're up against all these strength heroes or high health heroes with good regen. So like Necrophos becomes a solid option, or Doom because you want people who don't right click so much and they go for Underlord.
Okay.
It still has percentage damage, which is okay.
Atrophy Aura to reduce the attack damage of the Sven, of the Slardar. Not bad. Since Slardar kind of hate the pit.
Yeah, it's a decent body for sure. But every time I see these drafts where one side has multiple people who can jump in, the other side has one,
You know which way it's going.
It never goes well for the one jumper, So I'm gonna go with VP again on this one. It just feels like it's such a nice draft to play.
You might be undefeated on picks today, Tomo.
Undefeated on picks? Oh yeah. Well, they've been easy. It's an easy day.
Whoa! You calling it easy?
It's been easy. I mean, okay.
Competitive integrity.
No one went in thinking Riconics was gonna beat Team Spirit.
I don't know who you're talking. Who no one is.
No, I mean, no one would have gone with the Riconics on that one. Here, I thought it would be a lot more competitive. To be fair with you.
Yeah. ICX has been ramping up over the past 3 days.
They
now.
were.
Into the fourth. Hard to say what's happened. During the off hours, scrims around the town. In transit. Tough.
It's very unfortunate though, but I'm hoping that they give us something today because the next match is one of the top 3 teams, and what are you playing for at that point? Those top 3 teams have already qualified, so it doesn't even matter how you do against them most of the time. But here it's a chance to at least get one win at Atlanta at least.
Yeah, one dub would be nice, but I think they're currently playing OG. A little joke to get your last game of the day started off, folks, by taking a look at our teams. Chairs adjusted, coaches stations switched out. Bye to Bulba, bye to Mr. Art. And now we are ready to hop into game 2. We've got Virtus Pro on the Radiant, taking on ICX on the Dire. I'm Malibu Jesus, joined by Atomo once again for our final cast of the day. We hope you have enjoyed this long but rewarding day of Dota 2. Not sure what's going on stream A or stream B, but I'm sure they're having fun over there too.
We're having fun, and we're having fun over here as well. Hoping to see a much closer game 1, especially from ICX. Virtus Pro, they just shut them down completely. Did okay in the lane phase, felt like it was fairly even, but it was just the mid game right after. Even though it took us like 60 minutes to get our 3rd kill of the game. Double smoke being used. Stoikov breaking one of them. And he's gonna ready to break some more. Ward is being dropped. Stukov, there's no way you're gonna go for that kill. It's like, let's dive under tower. Catch the puck.
Ward handed off, I believe, to be smoked.
You see that? He gives him the ward, so he plants it on Fernandes because the smoke broke on the puck, so he's actually visible. And Fernandes plants it, although Fernandes also broke the smoke, and Abed knows. It was a cute move, but they had their ward planted. Like, such small things were being done by both teams. Inner circle, that ward passed because you're smoked and I'm not. But unfortunately, they already saw it anyway.
But would you see Abed's positioning there as a bluff? Like, you know, protecting the observer ward and still bring out a sentry?
Yeah, maybe, right? They're like, well, he's standing there. He must have a ward nearby.
Right.
And if he dewards, that gives you more confirmation they had a ward. Because he shouldn't have seen you pass by the tower.
Absolutely. But
mind games upon mind games upon mind games.
Right. It's a layered approach here at EWC in Paris. First creeps coming out, and it's a deny after a crush for Abed. Already up 1-1.
There's a video, I'm not quite sure, maybe by BSJ or something, where he was able, how one pro player was able to tell another that he had ward in the mid lane, because he went to the side to pick up a river ruin, and the other guy mirrored him. And then when he turned back, the other guy turned back as well. He's like, oh, well, he has to see me if he's doing it like that.
Yeah, movement will betray you. They teach you in sports to watch the hips of who you're trying to guard.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh, Fernand's gonna eat a... Well, just one right click. Fly unable to see him through the tree line. Lace eats another of the Arctic Burn.
So bottom lane, I feel like this should go fairly well for ICX. You know, it's Underlord. Fernandes should be able to go throw a shackle to stop any sort of aggression. So bottom lane should go well for them. I hope to see a much more active Lace on, you know, the very active Underlord pick.
That's right. The most active offlane hero you ever have seen. Underlord.
Yep.
And picture in picture, we see a little bit of action on both mid and top side of the map.
And mid lane's also not too bad for the puck right now, almost doubling the CS of Abed, so Stukov having a decent time. Although unfortunately there's not much to dodge here from the Slardar that gives you that puckish. You know, it's like,
yeah, puckish gonna be feeling a little peckish.
That's for sure.
Yep.
And Sven versus Drow is interesting because Sven's high armor should... I believe that Drow pierces base armor, not all armor. So and Sven's Warcry gives him extra armor, not base. Yeah.
And then the shard eventually, should the need arise, undispellable.
And you do jump on the Drow, so it's like it feels like it should be a decent counter. In general, Sven is slightly rising.
Yeah, do you miss the days of the old Superman Sven build?
Yeah, I kind of liked it. I mean, I don't...
So goofy.
It was fun.
Until your entire team dies while the Stormhammer is flying.
I mean, we still have something like that now, right? With the, I feel like with the shard or something where you can actually use it to Superman.
Yeah. Oh, wait, is it the shard? No, it's the full ag still.
Full ag's good.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
Yeah, dude, could you imagine just the shard giving you that?
That would be so good. Well,
ooh.
Well, bad, good, bad, good.
Right.
Saberlight.
Surge might be bad, good. But no, Saberlight is okay for now. Good wave drag, missed one creep, but Pobody's nerfed, as you know.
Yep. And Darkseer not getting all the CS he wants. The Saberlight. He's feeling the harass coming out from this Drow Tusk combo. Sorry, yeah, Drow Tusk.
Yeah.
Even
team adds up.
But then again, once Ion Shell reaches like level 2, even and especially level 3, that's when it starts really burning.
Right.
You know, damage goes from like 30 to 45 or 30 to 50 from level 1 and 2, so it does increase by a big amount. As oi.
Yeah. Couple clicks with a crush. Stoikov loses half of the bank. But any Drow Ranger worth their weight in gold is not gonna be taking Ion Shell damage level 1.
Oh yeah, for sure.
2, right?
It's more about your bodyguard. Because once Suh is not around, then you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, I did have to take some Ion Shell damage for Winter the other day. I remember that.
Right. Really? How'd that go?
I'm fine.
Okay,
that's why I'm the bodyguard.
We're walking around here. Anyone who looks at Winter funny, then you have Malibu right there. Just giving him, it's like, hey, it's my friend.
That's right. Natomo calling the shots from over top.
Well, so far, though. Apart from him, man, he is really struggling on Saberlight right now. Looks like Fly is thinking about making a rotation here. Drops a sentry in case he's like, all right, so you don't know I'm here, but still, Mox, I think he has specs in there. He's like,
we saw some good twin gate usage early on, game 1, but I believe 4-2-3. That's when he just TP'd away to the nearby tier 2.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh,
let's see if he's so lucky here.
Nice
Third
call.
coming out. Yeah, Cog containing him, allowing them to catch up. But power shot coming through. Saberlight low, but Drow walks into the Cog, gets ping-ponged around, and now level 4 for Saberlight. So a little bit of health.
Runs him down just straight up, and look at that Saberlight getting so much CS from the, well, not from that maneuver, but now as well.
Right, in the fallout thereafter. Yeah, up to 22. Now ahead of the Drow, though. Drow still 9 denies. Right back into it. 4-3 wants revenge. Says Fly has overstayed his welcome. Split shot coming out, but Cold Embrace gonna delay perhaps the inevitable, especially as Suh arrives. 3-on-1, not really the odds I would want.
Well, it depends on which side of the odds those are.
Yeah, I prefer a fair fight.
Nah, I like it when we're on the 3. You know, they have one like this. We can win. We can easily take him.
That's right. That's right. But our Sven versus Underlord, 12-fold denies here before the Underlord. Only 1 for Sven, and Wyvern didn't really pick up the slack, sitting at 2-0. So Underlord
doing all right.
Doing great.
Yeah. He's having fun as mid lane. Abed.
6-minute rune. Gonna be a bottled up haste for Abed. Coiled down, gonna prevent the spread here, but a beautiful Cog. Will they get the kill? Suh on the side step, but he hits the last one. Still survives for now. And Roshan might find a new friend. However, level 1 flare? Level 2 flare? What are we working with here?
That was a level 1 flare.
Wow.
Felt like it did a lot more than 80, right? I was looking, I was like, that doesn't seem like it's 80 damage.
It's not physical damage either, is it?
No, it's magic.
Yeah.
Like, how is that? I know he leveled up after he got the kill as well. He hit level 4. I'm like, is that really 80?
And it's not like it's not like he shot the spell, leveled it up, got the increased damage with a lower mana cost.
Could he have thrown the blood grenade? Could we? He might have thrown a blood grenade on the Tusk just so that to reduce his life to 1 hit from Roshan, and that's why.
Right.
I feel like that because that did not look like what 80 on a Tusk should be. Or I mean, it would be 60 as well because of magic resistance. I think he threw a blood grenade and died.
Yeah.
But either way, Virtus Pro.
Not only do you lose money.
Yeah.
You could have just backpacked it.
The blood grenade?
Yeah, you lose.
Oh no, but because you actually use health to throw it.
So it throws you over that threshold. Yeah. So not only do you lose the plus 50,
but you lose 75 or something.
Yeah.
So that's why.
I feel like Roshan still would have killed you though with 1 swing if you removed it from your inventory, right? He had minus armor, right?
Experts are divided on the matter, but they're not divided on what's going to happen here.
No. But a good silence, and so the bodyguard stepping up. Saberlight level 6 has the wall, but bottom side, picture-in-picture, you can see Mr. Fly gonna go get double rooted in the pit. However, unable to escape. Fernand's arrow.
Did you see that? He plants flowers. Can we look at where the Winter Wyvern died? They just go, look at that flower.
Yeah,
beautiful.
It's like the coup de grace kills for Phantom Assassin. Yeah,
it's very nice. Make a move here.
Arcane Rune protected, bounced back, but Hellscream does have to take it. Snowball coming in, and Abed playing bodyguard for Mr. Clockwork, going for a crush, but after the bash, maybe Stoikov gonna get hit with the Splinter Blast coming out, but beautiful protection coming out from not only Underlord, but Tusk too.
Good kill.
The flare does get him this time. And Fly will escape, but mid laner for mid laner, hook shot on the back line, looking for another kill. Beautiful cogs. And Hellscream, the discipline to stay on the edge so that the snowball would just drag him right into the bounce back range.
And now he's just running away. He has a TP scroll. Will he get the courier?
Get the courier. No one's around. Come on.
I didn't see it. He would have gone for it if he could. But damn, Hellscream with that rocket kill on Stoikov, followed by a chase on the Tusk. Very well done.
Yeah. Maybe Hellscream might not get Clockwork in their next series if the OG does their studying.
Yeah, I was gonna be like for this series though, at least it's even this game, sorry, compared to the previous one. It's much more even at this moment, and we do see the movement coming out from Insanities, particularly from Lace. As can we look at the Underlord? I believe he's probably going for Ags first. There's always that Ags first or Atos on Underlord. I think it's gonna be Ags.
Yeah. What kind of decisions guide you to, what kind of, like, I don't know, trees guide you to make that decision? But snowball delaying the inevitable.
I think if you feel like you have to fight right now, you might get Atos because it's a bit cheaper. I mean, they're both very useful items.
I love that word spot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The ones. Oh yeah, he's going for the Agam Scepter. They're not like super pressured. It's a bit more useful if you can get it. There's so many people you can. I like it. I like going Axe first most of the time.
Yeah.
But of course you're gonna get Atos anyway when you make Lightner. So yeah.
True. Now, does he have a hatchet, or did he have a tango, or did he use like the takeoff from the Arctic burn to kill that tree? That's what I'm curious about.
Oh, the top lane?
Yeah.
Probably just flew around, right? That would make more sense to me. Or ace with a tango. I don't think that you'll have Quelling Blade. Unless you're playing against like Nature's Prophet as a support, you just never buy Quelling Blade.
You get some cheeky spots though. What?
That's true. But then that kind of also signals what you're gonna do, right? If you can't, he's like, he's gonna be putting them into all those annoying hard to reach.
Be on high alert, everyone.
He's doing it again. As Saberlight is, highest net worth on his team. Him and Lace. It's the offlane show this time.
Yeah, I mean, Saberlight, man. He's always gonna be top net worth in the game, no matter what happens, right?
He's really having a good day. He's really, yes, definitely, definitely. You know, some people are really right now, like, no!
Right, seething. Seethe more, nerds, right?
How could you praise him?
That actually leads me, there was a point I wanted to discuss earlier. We saw in game 1, Abed suffered a bit more than normal.
Yeah.
Was this due to maybe a shift in resources to give Saberlight a better game, to drag them away from the offlane, or what's your read on that?
That seems to be the case in this game as well, right? Abed's getting like a little bit of help, but it's really the Saberlight show, him and Tomato. Maybe that is the new shift. I mean, Saberlight's rank 1. Maybe he's like been really grinding. He's like, okay guys, look, I believe you can give me this and this, I'll win you the game. You know, and Abed's very stable with what he's getting. Yeah. So it seems like a very conscious decision. It's not like Saberlight's playing out of his mind or Abed's doing mistakes. It's like, nope, we're shifting supports more and more resources.
All right. Something to keep in mind.
Something we can ask
the following days, and something we might be able to ask him. Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
For sure.
Yeah. Uh-oh, Mr. Wyvern, Mr. Fly, Cold Embrace, trying to heal up through the damage coming in. And a beautiful full channel power shot. Getting the kill on top of that. But Abed will get an AD bottled up for the next skirmish. And Saberlight just taking some staction here.
Staction. Yeah.
Staction. That's right.
There's going to be a Blink Dagger on Abed very soon. As this game, right now, neither team feels like they really need to make big move. On Inner Circle, it's the Ag's timing for Lace, right? That gives you so much more control lockdown. But on VP, I don't know if there's anything in particular that they're scared that they really need to like make a fight happen for them.
Right. Now, taking a look here, Mr. Stoikov, Mr. Ooh, right into the cog. Level 8 on the clock. Work. How is it going?
Oh, Essence Distiller being picked up there.
Great item.
Wasn't a big fan in the beginning, but now, you know, everyone's picking it on the pro scene, so you're like, yeah, I must be wrong.
The shared vision.
It's so good.
It's so good.
And no more Glimmer Capes.
Really great item. Great pickup against like a Night Stalker as well.
Yeah, I mean, in general, anyone who has like this weird mobility, like you can even throw it like a Winter Wyvern as he's flying across. Not that you have to worry about that in this game, but Puck tends to be very elusive.
True.
Another.
Well, you know, edge of the cog bounce from Hellscream, but will he make it out? Hook shot delays, but it's not enough for the Radiant to close the gap. And ICX Insanity already picking up more kills than they did last game.
You know, they've almost tripled, right? They had 2, and now they're having 5 kills.
Yeah.
So much better performance for sure. And that's going to be the Blink Dagger available for Abed.
Okay, just in time for the 14-minute rune.
Yeah, but it's weird because I feel like it's going to be counted almost instantly by Lace's Aghanim Scepter. You know, you blink in if you're the Slardar, try to get a pick off with you and your allies, and immediately there'll be a Pit of Malice on you.
Well, double damage and Ion Shell. See if this is enough to burst someone down before that ultimate comes out.
He's so farmed on this Darkseer. He is beating his own Sven.
I told you, it's Saberlight, man. He's going to be top net worth every game from here till the end of the tournament.
That cow's getting
And
kind of dry.
You can quote me on that, everyone out there.
Oh, there you go.
Drow Ranger found out. Hit with a gust, but beautiful sidestep for Hellscream to hit that hook shot. And now, walls closing in, Snowball save, delaying, but Saberlight is arriving on time, and Suh is not going to make it out of this one. The illusion cleaned up by the power shot, and Stoikov might just be next.
Oh. Does he still not have the Aghanim Scepter on Lace? Can we look at the Underlord for a second? I wonder if the courier was... I think the courier has it been delivering? Oh man, 150 as well.
That's tough. So close.
Because I was wondering like if he's going to go show up top, maybe he's like on the courier, but no, still doesn't have it.
Yep.
But it's not bad timing.
No, just a few creeps away, and Hellscream trying to creep away, but he will not have such luck. Back and forth.
That's a good game.
Yep.
Where we're seeing some movement here from both sides. Now the question about this, the Drow versus the Sven. I feel like I favor the Sven massively in that matchup, but you have I think a better support staff on the Dire side. Well, I mean, by support, I mean the rest of the cores, right? Like Underlord reduces your damage by quite a bit. The multiple pits are very annoying for a Sven to deal with. He might have to get the Aghanim's charge just to get out of it.
We might see, when all those like cheap dispels are needed. Like on a Necrophos, you got the Manta. I know
that's fair.
Sven always wants to have
the Bakab,
Sanj and Yasha, or BKB.
Of course.
But I don't know. You get a dispel. Or do allies get a dispel like in the area of Stormhammer, or is it just an aggressive dispel?
I think it's an aggressive dispel only, but I'm not quite sure because we haven't seen for some time.
Right. Can we mouse over the Sven's Aghanim Scepter just to help us learn?
Applies a basic dispel on the target.
Okay.
Yeah, so on the target. And but yeah, the traveling, because let's say if you are right inside the pit, just as it wears off, you can, because you are the hammer as it flies. So you can go through things.
So the chances of you getting double rooted
very low.
Low unless you get chain stunned inside of the pit. Yeah.
So I feel like it might be, you might need that mobility. Then again, there's also Harpoon. So there's some mobility options for this event.
Harpoon, Blink, Stormhammer with Ags is like, you travel 3 screens, just wild.
Alright, Lays working towards the shard. Very good increase in damage. 6-6 is the score. And I think in about 20 seconds, we'll see the Sven overtake Saberlight. And Saberlight will no longer be top net worth. Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, all good days must come to an end, Tomo.
Eventually, the carry has to get all the good stuff.
That's right. Don't forget it. Blink Dagger amongst the good stuff considered. I think if Virtus Pro take a fight where they kill maybe one core, you could expect to see a Roshan come out.
Yeah, for sure. Both sides have decent Roche potential, right? Because there's tag team on Inner Circle, so if they can get a big team fight out. Oh!
Oh, yeah. That's, they'll call them old fast fingers, Abed. The fastest hands in the West.
That's an oopsie. That's a big oopsie.
Yeah, and
good attempt, though. I mean, you want to make these tries, but unfortunately this means that they know there is no global presence from the Underlord.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to have to TP like the rest of them.
Expect to see D'Amato freak it here.
No.
Mr. 423, but he blinks a little too far. Stormhammer to hit, and a rainbow TP coming out, but the draw might just be cut down before they arrive, and that extra TP time will be no opportunity granted for ICX to counter the initiative of Virtus Pro there.
They want more.
Oh, and they just might get it. Saberlight on the prowl. Mr. Suh will be the first point of contact here. Vacuum back will snowball to the creep. Minor stun, but the hook shot to follow. Gonna push him back with the cause. The damage is arriving. A punch in futility. Saberlight will continue on to the next target.
Wonderful move by Virtus Pro. They see, like, obviously that the Fiend's Gate is wasted. They go, okay, guys, we got 100 seconds where we can do whatever we want on the map. They get a beautiful kill on the Drow Ranger, who, as we mentioned, is not going to have the best matchup anyway against the Sven.
Yeah, it's go time. They don't have to worry about that Fiend's Gate for another 15, and they will find the Fiend himself. Mr. Lace, under the Tier 1's protection, maybe wishing it was a Tier 2 or Tier 3 for certain, but even Sven getting there involved. And that's a kill on Lace. Gonna be this off-lane tower as well. Fiend's Gate's up, but your Underlord is down.
What could they, for Inner Circle, as you mentioned, they get a pick off on VP. They say let's go straight away for Roshan. They have a whole minute. They have a slaughter with level 2 Corrosive Haze as well. A very by-the-book game again for Virtus Pro.
That's right, that's right. And the book, has it been consumed on Fly yet?
I think he has, right? Was that just on the... Sorry, the what's Yeah, he's eating it. Yeah, there you go. That was tasty book.
Tasty book. But no tasty kill for Stoikov. In fact, he could be the kill. Coming up by a big hook shot after...
Oh, there we go.
Oh, damage mounting on Hellscream. Can he get out of this one? Coil containing him, but he's healed up by Fly. Saving him for now, but another pick coming out on top of the Fiend's Gate. It's enough to bring him down. Saberlight on the retreat. Orb scouting, but no jump, no jaunt.
Wow, even with the Venn diagram pit and the ice shards, still Saberlight makes out that alive.
Yeah, he's the top net worth in the game, Atomo. Of course he's going to make it out alive.
Of course, he's got a pipe as well, which really does nullify a lot of the damage coming out from both the Underlord as well as the puck.
Oh, yeah. Arcane, bottled on said puck.
What's drop? What's 423 building exactly? Oh, the Hurricane Pike does go a long way at helping you keep your distance from the Sven. He blinks on top of you, just push him away.
He watched Yadaro play it earlier. Went for it. But... gonna be Tormy. Or Hellscream. A great one.
Yeah, the flying, so much fun. I mean, the flying one's also pretty damn good.
Yeah.
If you have gone on the Winter Wyvern, it's also not one that you typically want to buy most of the time because you want to get Blink, then you might think about getting Ion Disc. And as Fly goes in, he's like, guys, wait, I need backup. I don't want to go there too early because they have vision from the Watcher.
Look at these TPs. They know Virtus Pro are sniffing at that shrine.
They spotted him just he walked in a tiny bit.
Yeah, and gonna be Stoikov scouting ahead here. Takes down the Ice Ogre, or the Frost Troll.
BKB gonna come out soon on Abed, and we'll see. So far, it's not... Like, the core net worth isn't so bad. It's actually the supports who are making the big difference here on VP.
Yeah.
Because you can see Hellscream's got like 3,000 gold more than, 2,500 now than the Wind Ranger. Another 1,000 coming out from between Fly as well as Sus. So it's really the supports. The core's fairly close to each other.
Yeah. And what has been the story of these supports? Is it just being involved in so many kills? Have they been making stacks to get gold from the assist? But, the Drow Ranger found on the back line. Big Hurricane Pike across the terrain will be enough to save him for now. But the Shackle Shot limiting Tomato's offensive capabilities, and now he's looking to get to the high ground, but the boat fire coming out. No one dead just yet. Return stun with the Stormhammer, and now Mr. Suh and 423 under threat of death. Threat will be realized on the Drow Ranger, and the chase is on. Tumbler toward the high ground, but you're not going to be able to dodge for now. Saberlight and Co. will be arriving very soon. 2 kills.
Really good move by Virtus Pro. They kind of separated the fight, but Stukov.
It's not done yet.
There's no
shot in the tree, no hook shot. Flare on cooldown after that scouting. Uh-oh. And no one's around to save you. Hellscream gets found, and Fly, no curse. No way to interrupt.
Yeah, surprisingly, Stoikov wasn't able to get his actual coil using that fight, but in Inner Circle, they had the Drow on one side in the north, and Laze shows up kind of like near the high ground that they have, whereas the Drow was near the tier 2, and kind of they get split up. You really want them to all stick together. Now Abed has a BKB, which means that on Inner Circle, apart from the Walrus Punch and whatever good shards you can get, you're not stopping this guy.
No, you are not.
You know, I think this game is going to depend a lot on Suh for this Tusk. If you can snowball while they're all BKB'd, you can save a lot of damage. Shard to block them, that's great way. And you have the only BKB piercing ability on your team. So it's really on the Tusk.
It's a lot of responsibility. A lot of pressure for one player. Hook shotting past. Looking for 4-2-3. Nice silence, but spin in, attacking in waves. Virtus Pro find the carry. Hurricane Pike buying more time, but both will fall. Tusk and Drow Ranger going down, and now Virtus Pro turning their attention to the mid lane as Stoikov just tries to farm what he can. What scraps he can find on the top of the map.
The rocket again, by the way. Like, jeez. All right, Abed he's with the AD Ruin. Gonna probably bring down the tower by himself if he really commits to it.
Yeah, could do it. But now Tomato coming by to lend a helping hand. Aren't Sven and Slardar like? Isn't Sven partial?
Yeah, he's Myrmidon or something like that. Yeah,
Myrmidon, partial Myrmidon.
He's part fish, part man.
All
muscle. Love. Sure, we'll go all that. I thought we were gonna go with the Shape of Water on that one.
You know, I still haven't seen that.
It's alright.
Not missing anything.
I mean,
Is that a Guillermo del Toro?
It's someone falls in love with a fish. How good can it be? You know?
I mean, it depends if you like fish. You a big seafood guy?
I like eating fish, but I mean eating, consuming.
You like fish sticks?
No. I like whatever they catch and they have the whole fish. I was gonna say boiled.
Only the finest Parisian delicacies here on Stream C, folks. You got boiled fish at the top of the list for Atomo.
Well, something's boiling here.
And the frogs are starting to try to climb out of the bucket as they're boiling.
Inner Circle, you know, if they throw out a Dream Coil with the Underlord on top, like they can also use the Ice Charge to keep someone trapped in, they have a solid team fight. But it's hard to execute.
It is, especially when you're 10k behind at 25 minutes, but bye-bye.
Well,
whatever that was. And will be the next Fiend's Gate coming out with the pit on top. Drow coming out from the Drow Ranger, but you lose your Tusk already.
We're going in, boys.
BKB active. Okay, a lot of the threat now.
We're going out, boys.
Just runs right to the pit. Sure. Why not? Why not? Oh, here we go. Round 2, but a beautiful silence coming out from Puck. Maybe another silence from 423 afterwards. Icy heal. Icy hot on those muscles. Back and pulling him back in. You got a pit, and Slow looking to jump in. Do we have a coil? Yes, but will it come through? Saberlight taking a beating. Keep on pleading for his team to back him up. 423 getting crushed on by Abed. Little ooh coming out, and Cold Embrace for Winter's Curse, but no full duration. Doesn't matter. Drow dead end. Pin on the back line, but overstepped his boundaries. Snowball up on Hellscream, but will he make it to the high ground? No. Stoikov unable to save him. 2 dead, and it's not over yet.
It's really hard to get those fights going against Virtus Pro because you don't want to catch the Wyvern. If you get stuck, and if you stick together to jump on him, he can turn it around. There's also the vacuum coming out from Saberlight. There's this very hard to kill Sven. Like Inner Circle, we talked about their team fight being decent. They have some percentage damage, but it's just they're lacking numbers.
Yeah, with the Drow behind, it's so tough. Can we mouse over the Darkseer talents, please?
He got the vacuum AoE. Yeah, he didn't go for the fast Shivas like we usually see. He did just stop for the pipe, which I like. You know, you see the enemy's got a decent amount of magic damage. This helps negate most of it. Because Sven's doing his part in negating the physical damage. You know, he just yells.
You gotta, whoa, BKB TP after killing the Tusk, and Coil on the background. Back line, gonna get a little bit of retribution. Wow. Clockwork dead for a long time, and that's a ton of gold from a little bucket of bolts.
I saw the same. I was like, he's 400 coming from the assist gold. When you look at the other side, they got 80. When Sven was able to kill Sa. Oh, okay. Darkseer wants to go for the Axe switches.
Okay.
And that's the one. He just wants to make illusions when he blinks in. A bit of a stun as well.
Right. Well, this Drow has just been escaping when she really shouldn't. This Hurricane Pike has been doing a lot of work. I'm not sure if there's another Force Staff, but the normal punch to put you out of position, a hook shot afterwards, Stormhammer, the cogs, and can then bounce you around. I like it.
Does have serrated shifts now on the Drow. Does help. It's good damage.
Look at Clockwork, top damage in the game. Well, on the Radiant. I'm so sorry. Of course, Stoikov passing him just by 1,000.
I think that's still a huge achievement right there for Hellscream. He's like, I'm got high.
A lot of 5-person rockets.
Yeah. I'm doing more damage than my Sven. I'm like, yeah, good job, man.
But also your Sven, probably the top net worth, unless, of course, Saberlight is at the charts. Let's take a look at
Standard
that.
Saberlight, of course.
That's right.
I know. He's like, just another day at the office where I'm highest net worth in the whole game.
Dang.
Some gap as well.
Yeah.
Must be, it's an anomaly to see this.
I don't know what I'm seeing here. This must be wrong. This must be incorrect.
Does happen. All right, he's got the Agams right now. Second Roche going to show up in 17 seconds. Saberlight will know instantly because he's got a creep there.
Oh, here we go. Hellscream found out again. Bucket of bolts might die twice in a row. Force Staff out, but it's not enough. Nice try from Hellscream, but look at that. Another 700 gold.
Coil was used though.
True. Yeah, is that worth it in your opinion?
I think so. It gets him off the map. By the time they all respawn, they're actually all there to take on Roshan. You know, you should have your Coil near ready at least. Okay. Plus, I wonder if VP is like, well, he's got down this second.
Right.
You know, you gotta get a feeling for these things.
Yeah, who's tracking respawns? Who's tracking cooldowns? You know.
I was like, this is fine. Fly's like, man, I've done this 1,000 times. I gotta do it more.
Dude, no doubt.
Yeah.
Poor support players always relegated. Okay, well, you're the numbers, man.
I'm so glad that we don't have to do things like this for Roshan. Remember when you have to, Roshan dies, you have to tie +8.
Whoa, okay. That Invis rune. Unfortunately, probably one of the worst heroes to run into.
Does mean that he's not there to throw out the Curse of Haste, so it's a much slower Rosh than usual.
It is.
Very slow.
But are you doing anything with this delay?
No,
you're not. Even the hook shot coming through. Hellscream, what a team player. What a guy. And now a haste rune for Fishman.
And they got the Roshan banner as well. ICX. They will have everyone up though for any big fight that happens. But unfortunately, Aegis on Sven, killing him twice.
Seems to be impossible, right?
It does. It does. The first step is we need to get them to waste their BKBs. Abed's got his as well as Tomato. And how do you get them to do that? It must be something that's... again, I feel like he has to do magic.
Who do you think, out of all the Dota players here at EWC, who do you think would be the most likely to know a magic trick?
Ooh. I think Saberlight's
I
very
have a good idea.
Yeah.
I think the best answer, but go ahead. Saberlight?
But yeah, he's very outgoing. He might know it.
Okay, let's write that down for the potential post-game interview.
Do you know magic? I was like, yeah, we'll see if he knows any.
No, I think. Well, Hellscream making a little magic happen here. Finding puck. Mr. Stoikov is gonna be blinking out, but for how long? The Winter's Curse coming into play, as well as the Coil. Fiend's Gate committed, but not gonna get any juice from that squeeze, Atoma. So, my most likely to know a magic trick, Malady from Team Yandex.
Because he's a joker? Alright, because he's...
Oh, I don't think he's too much of a joker. I think he's just that guy. He's just the aura farmer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we get a chance to ask him, we will. But in this game, right now, they just wasted the Underlord's Fiend's Gate, and they still lost Stokov. Even though the lockdown from V was really good, he was almost able to make it out, but Fly with a blink, as well as getting the kill with the Winter's Curse. Very nicely done.
Yeah. Yeah. Great item. Almost a requisite on
the Winter Wyvern?
On the Wyvern, yeah.
You go for blink, then you usually get like Aeon Disc, so no matter what they do, you're always going to have a Winter's Curse off until they get Nullifier.
1,000 crit, if you were curious, and that's without God Strength.
Well, he did have the Gunpowder Gauntlet popping off, so that does add the decent amount of damage with it. But
is that percentage based?
No, I think it's a flat 120, but then 50% of your damage gets cleaved or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, Inner Circle. You've been in a rough spot this entire series. Maybe Sir will get an Aghanim Scepter on the Tusk. Kick someone in. Boom. Easy.
The dream. Kicks the Wyvern in. Colder curses one person in the middle of 4.
It's like when you get the Tide Hunter, you're like, guys, I gotta be like, no, not him.
He didn't even have a blink dagger.
Order the bag of this, so you're like, yeah, it's alright.
Or collapses Doom with the Tendrils of the Deep.
That's
on a 15-second cooldown. What is that, man? 4 a minute.
That's Octarine Core.
That's Octarine Core at work, yep.
22?
And, wait, no, it's increased AoE with the Shard, too.
Oh, yeah, true. You get that. It's like 40%. It's pretty big.
Yeah.
So, alright. Inner Circle in their base, just kind of waiting for when VP wants to go high ground. VP, they got a minute and a half to go. All lanes relatively pushed in. Hellscream's now got the Blink Dagger. Helps him jump in and catch everyone. Unfortunately for Stukov, it hasn't felt like the most elusive puck, but the difference between carries is 11,000 gold. In a matchup which already favors the Sven.
Yep, that's that. That's all we could say about that. Unless you have more to offer?
No. I mean, The gap just continues to get bigger.
Octarine.
Octarine, Puck, okay. With the Parasma. There's still some okay damage from ICX, but we haven't really seen it ever like manifest itself.
No. No, I mean, we're seeing kind of the similar problems emerge here that we saw with Iconics in game, or our first series of the day.
I went for the Shiva's Guard on the underdog, not the Gleipnir.
Okay.
Well, I think they both give you the exact same amount of AoE increase of 75, but you often see Gleipnir just so that you can root Gleipnir, root again. But the Shiva's Guard, I guess, for the armor, which is pretty good.
The attack speed slow that pierces BKB.
The damage is good as well, yeah. Like from the pop. Okay. By the way, I think Fly went for an Orchid.
He did, and Mr. So with the shards will not block it off. Vacuum pulling him back in, and the normal punch will give you an illusion, a little more vision as well. Mr. So on the run, but he's just going to buy a little more time with the snowball. Good blink. Does he get the stomp? And Saberlight bringing the Centaur closer in a second. Normal punch. Look at that.
Unlucky that he went in the fairy dust. He's like, I can't blink because I took off.
Damage or something, yeah. Oh, and another normal punch. Plenty of damage arriving. My God. Insta TP across the map. They want to keep this momentum up and threaten high ground when they're up 2 heroes.
No Aegis though, at least. As Lays.
But you might not even need it. Whoa, the damage coming out, bowling the Wind Ranger right back in, but a large amount of HP regained.
Just Lays being popped, right, like a grape just now with no buybacks.
Big fat tick full of blood, just
has the Shivas, but can't actually use it from where he is.
True. What's the move? Shard hold.
Delay.
Oh,
Okay.
delay. But so many blinks, so many ways to reel you in here. You got the Butcher's Curse even.
Nice power shot there, just doing all he can to delay. 4-3 is trying to finish up an item. Can we look at the draw? What is the big purchase coming out next, I believe? BKB still needs 600.
Sell your wand. Then you have an open slot once you do make it.
Yeah.
That's so tough, man.
Even if you sell the one, it's not enough money.
Right. And then you die and you're just like, well, there we go. Okay. Cheeky Shackle.
Waiting for Stoikov as well as Lace to come back to life here. But these buildings, they can't wait.
No, they cannot. Puck up. The Underlord soon to follow. And folks, might seem like a bit of a slow game, but the disciplined approach is what Virtus Pro need. As a reminder, getting a 2-0 win puts them on yesterday's level with OG at 3-3. Now, that OG record, depending on how they play today against 1W, could put them out of reach temporarily for Virtus Pro, or put them right on par at 3-5.
Most likely, no matter what happens, whoever plays tomorrow has to 2-0 the other one, right? Because at the moment they're 3-3, and even if, let's say, OG gets 1 win, if you're VP, you can't go 1-1.
Right.
You still have to beat them.
Maybe 5,
so, very likely that the match between VP and OG tomorrow, which decides 4th place, is going to be critical.
Right on the like one of the final days of group stages too, down to the wire. You love to see it. Abed looking for his next target. He sees the Firestorm, so knows old St. Lays must be around.
He is now what? Nearly more than 13,000 gold on this Sven. Okay. Smoke coming out here for Inner Circle. Do they have any vision there? They have that ward. Well, they just planted that ward.
Yep.
So they don't actually have any vision for where they want to go.
Yep. Not showing too many on top. BP know that something might be up. Yeah, circles coming out of the map.
Still waiting for that next rush, which will respawn about 26. Oh, okay.
Okay,
fine. Got move.
Slide it out, and here we go. Looking to burst them down. They will get 1 kill, but Tomato going in. Big burst damage, over 2,000 damage on that hit, on that crit, and they are looking for one more, the most valuable target of them all. It's the Drow Ranger, and she's dead for 70. Snowball to delay, but likely not save as that normal punch gets through, and folks, that's a GG.
I mean, you really can't blame them. The game was just kind of a bit of a disaster. I feel like from not exactly the lane stage, but from the mid game, similar to game 1. But at least game 1, you look at it, you're like, oh, Stoikov is having a really good time against Abed. Abed was struggling. Here, not so much. It was just such a clean victory from VP, and ICX finding no room to make any sort of plays or comeback in this one.
Absolutely. And this clean play is the standard that Virtus Pro will need to survive tomorrow against OG and then move forward through a difficult position in the bracket. You know, benefits placing high in pool play. Either you enter the competition later, or you have a much easier first and maybe even second round of play. But entering in this fourth means you're going to go up against the 1 seed from another pool. And this tournament is absolutely stacked. Any of these top 4 seeds could take it all.
Well, either way though, they win this one without really a problem on VP. We can at least ask them about it. We're like, it looks easy. Is it easy? You know, because it doesn't seem like you are struggling anyway. You're playing the game very much in your pace. Better score than the game 1, which was 25-2. Here's 26-11. But it's the same thing. Like, there's no time where you feel like VP is struggling or they're like, oh, what are we gonna do now? Hellscream throwing his life a little bit for the team, but that's what you gotta do sometimes.
I mean, that Hellscream Clockwork was so well played. Had so much net worth. The highest support net worth in the game at multiple points throughout, just enabling his team consistently. I mean, 2 melee cores, you know, usually you think you play Clockwork, you're looking for a damage dealing core with some reach, but with Clockwork, you just put them right in reach of your Stead, of your Slardar, of your Darkseer even. And just beautiful coordination coming out across the board from Virtus Pro. Looking across this stat lineup as well. 2 cores without a death and fly 2, 4, and 9. Great stat line. I would love to see how much healing was done because
that's 5,000.
5,000?
There you go. At the end.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
That Orchid as well.
Over. How many people did he out damage? No one with that.
His damage is. I mean, it's the same as
nullified almost the Drow Ranger, which is wild.
He's a lover, not a fighter.
That's right. That's right.
But you know, we also have another person who's a lover around here.
Yeah.
It's Mr. El Saberlito.
We sure do. El Saberlight joining us from Virtus Pro. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory, my friend.
Thank you, guys. That's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome because now you're in striking distance with OG. How are you guys feeling about that matchup?
Very excited. We're kind of saving all our strats for the final match. I heard that they won whoever they played. 1 win?
Yeah.
1 W.
1 W, yes. Yeah. Be careful, sponsors.
Yeah, so we're just going to 2-0 them and it's easy peasy.
Easy peasy. What if they 2-0 1 W? What do you do then?
Oh, they 1-1.
Oh, they 1-1 them. Oh, it's already over. Okay, just 2-0 them tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. It's easy.
Does that put a lot of pressure on you guys? Because if you go even, they advance. You can't advance.
To be fair, I feel like it's easier to go for the 2-0. Like if you beat them once, you already can beat them again. You know, going for 1-1 is just kind of like halfway measure.
It is. You can't have halfway measures. We're noticing something as well with the way that the team seems to move. Right now, you seem to be getting a lot more farm than before. Right, like we usually see you a little bit more sacrificial in the past. You know, you're taking one for the team, but now you're #1 net worth almost the whole entire game. Is that something that the team is very conscious of and they're making efforts to ensure? What's happening there?
A bit, yeah. I think we learned a lot from 1W that they how Neta plays. Just kind of farms creeps. So I tried to do the same and we stuck. And I just I farm some creeps. They make space for me. And it's good.
Now, is Helm of the Dominator key in this approach for you?
No, I hate that item. It's it's been fun when it was in meta, but now Bulba just makes me buy it anyways.
Oh
yeah, it's like doing your chores, you know.
Yeah,
gotta stay on top of it. So you know we know these offlaners, the Centaur, the Darkseer, they've been successful for you today. Are there any fun ones that you're just not able to play at all because they're out of meta?
Tell us your secrets.
My Legion Commander is quite goated. My most played hero. So sadly, and they also released the Mechatronic skin or whatever.
Very sick.
So yeah, I wish that was a bit more meta. But otherwise, you know, I have my legendary Enigma, my legendary Axe, my Visage, obviously.
Of course.
So yeah.
Is it if you played it's already red legendary, right?
Yeah. I'm just waiting for the right moment to pull them out. Maybe it's the OG series, who knows?
Maybe. And how have you been enjoying Paris so far?
It's wonderful. It's really nice. I think my highlight was that the shuttle takes about 20 minutes. hours to get here. So instead, I decided to bike every morning.
Beautiful.
And it's a wonderful bike road. It's bigger than the street next to it. It's shaded, and it's faster than the shuttle, actually. So I am biking to work every morning like a proper boomer.
Well, Saberlight is boomer pilled. And would you recommend your opponents to bike to the venue tomorrow?
Yeah, I would.
Jump them on the path.
Also, speaking of opponents, I have a message for Yopash.
Yopash.
For Yopash specifically.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Suck it!
Oi!
Yeah. He knows. He knows what it means, guys. He knows.
It's a hard code to decipher. Yeah, are you sure? You want to do it again so we know he knows? No, just one time.
Can you say it in French?
Sukit.
There you go. No matter the locale, no matter the language, Saberlight's always good for a taunt. But Saberlight, as we wind down today, anything you've got words for your opponents? You have any words for your fans?
You can. Yeah, okay.
No.
Actually, okay, guys. Thank you for the support. It's been real. Yeah. Thank you for supporting us. I hope we'll make you proud. I hope we'll beat OG and we stay in the tournament and we keep cooking. You know, today was the start of our winning streak.
The appetizer.
We kind of need to win. So that means we will either lose and it's kind of lame, or we will 2-0 today, 2-0 when we play OG, and then we just go from there.
Keep 2-0.
Just 2-0ing for the rest of the tournament. So
future EWC champion.
Exactly.
There you go.
Raise those hands up. Already got it in the bag. But Saberlight, congratulations once again on the 2-0 victory today. Best of luck moving forward. I know we'll be rooting for you.
Thank you, guys. It's been real.
Well done.
All right, folks. Well, that Saberlight from Virtus Pro, the offlaner, a dominant performance across both games. We thank him for his time with us this evening. But, you know, today was a pretty good day of Dota, all things considered. You know, we saw some of our favorite teams move through, advance, and also we saw some eliminations. Reconics and ICX being eliminated from playoff contention. It's unfortunate, you know, but that is the nature of competition. Someone has to go home.
Yep. I mean, we aren't going to be seeing the VP versus OG match for a couple of days because tomorrow we're just finishing Group A and B. I think we're going to have a schedule for you guys to check out a little bit. So tomorrow we're going to go to A and B, and then we're going to have tiebreakers, which is quite likely. There's many positions of importance that we might be seeing. But after that, it's going to be OG versus VP on the last day of the group stage. Very tense.
Very tense indeed. I cannot wait to see how it all shakes out. Now, I would love for an extensive set of tiebreakers, but tomorrow you can look here and you can see how it's all going to play out. We've got Poor Rangers and Rune Eaters. Now, I think both of these teams, they've taken some 1-1s and they're still in the running. So still very important games, maybe even the most important game of all with the head-to-head, as we would mention with OG and VP earlier. But L1 team and Level Up will be taking the next round of play. I believe both of these teams are eliminated in Group B. I saw some red stuff.
Yes, they're the bottom two. You're right.
Bottom two there, but, you know, bragging rights on the line for L1 and Level Up. Our last 2 time slots of the day yet to be determined based on the results of play, but I know that I'm going to be ready and raring to go for any open tiebreakers. But folks, it's been a wonderful day of Dota 2. Don't know how it could have been any better. Maybe
if we had the best of 3s instead, you know, we could have seen that go for the distance. But yeah, it's it was a good day. Would have loved to see a little bit more from both of these, from the teams that were eliminated, because it's unfortunate. But we do thank them for being here. You know, you come here, you show up, you at least give your fans something to root for. Better to be here and lose than not be here at all. So kudos to ICX and Reconics. They still have 1 more match each to play. Hopefully on the last day, all these jitters are gone. They give us the best performance ever.
Yep. Yeah, the level of competition continues to push and develop here through the group stage of EWC, and you know the best is yet to come. But signing off for today, I'm Malibu Jesus, joined by my partner Otomo. We'll hopefully be back tomorrow for more tiebreaker action. But until then, goodbye and good night.